2 separate times.
And not just best of 3. This isn't the normal part of the tournament. This is the grand finals. It is a best of 5, so each time it needs to be 3 different victories for either trainer.
So Nighttime Clasher kind of showed his hand a little bit. He said the 3 Pokemon on his team that he really wanted to use. He said it was the Shadow Sableye, it was the Licky, and the Quagsire. Can you do anything on Caspian's side to stop that trio? I don't think you have the answer to stop that trio. I think you're also going to have to play pretty neutrally into that trio.
And I think that's exactly why Nighttime Clash was perfectly okay with saying that in the interview, right? There's such safe Pokemon into this meta, and I think that's why he was like, I have to bring these Pokemon. They're just so safe. There's not really that many hard answers. Wigglytuff's not that present, so Sableye looks really good.
The #1 trainer in North America in terms of championship points versus a breakout star here, Caspian Pike. We got the Shadow Fortress into the Shadow Sableye, a matchup we haven't really seen much yet, going straight for the Drain Punch and actually getting a Protect Shield from the Fortress.
Yeah, I like the immediate throw from Nighttime Clasher here because you want to raise your defense as quickly as possible to lower the amount of damage that these bug bites are doing. Caspian Pike, on the other hand, going immediately for the Rock Tomb to lower the amount of damage that Shadow Sableye can output.
And Drain Punch is not an attack that you want to Protect Shield unless it's super effective. Here comes the swap into the Togekiss, trying to get that energy onto the Fairy typing, and does effectively do so. But look, on Charge Attack priority, Nighttime Clasher has to give up his Protect Shield. I think Charge Attack tie happened.
Yeah, and I think this is a little bit greedy for Nighttime Clasher because this Foul Play is 1 stage attack dropped. So it's resisted, its attack is lowered, so I don't think it's going to do really that much meaningful chip damage.
And now throwing the back-to-back Foul Play, not even swapping out here, and it's going to be not very effective. Yes, your defense is higher on your Sableye, so you can do those Shadow Claws, but swapping into the Licky here, Nighttime Clasher doesn't have any Protect Shields. He's vulnerable to the Aura Sphere.
And I think this is really great timing for Caspian because although Licky was able to get some energy, he's now going to be able to pivot out immediately back into the Fortress, and Fortress is going to be able to resist the Body Slam, so Nighttime Clasher has to go for the more expensive Shadow Ball.
Would have been really close to if that knocked out. It does about half of a Shadow Fortress here, but can you get the Bug Bite down before the next Shadow Ball? Body Slam is available right now. He didn't want to take the Body Slam, I guess. The Body Slam would not be that impactful, so maybe he would rather have that energy for the back line.
Into the back, we see that Nighttime Clasher has his own Shadow Fortress, and there is a Feraligatr in the back for Caspian.
Oh, he tries to make a key swap. It was way early.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a miscount from Nighttime Clasher. Now Rock Tomb is going to be available for Caspian Pike, and Caspian is looking in a really good spot here. Feraligatr, I have to imagine, is going to pivot in, get to a Hydro Cannon. It can take a Rock Tomb, no problem.
A rare misstep from Nighttime Clasher here, giving the opportunity for Caspian Pike to throw the Hydro Cannon, and I think Caspian is taking Nighttime Clasher's advice. Steal as many games as possible. He just stole game #1.
And it's so much more impactful for Caspian to be up in the first set because he doesn't have to worry about necessarily always winning it, right? If he's unable to win the first set, he can still always win the second. So being down 1-0, it's a lot less pressure being on the winner side here.
It is. You have room for error. You have room to adapt. You have room to change, but you don't want to get in that downward spiral where you're allowing your trainer to get game after game victory. So in this opportunity for Caspian Pike, where he is the underdog facing a top trainer in the world, he needs to try to take advantage of this situation. If he can win it, I think he wants to win it right here. Put your foot to the pedal. It is Indianapolis after all. Try to win it in the first set.
And I disagree with the way that Nighttime Clasher played that middle game. Using all the energy onto the Sableye into resisted damage into the Togekiss when your attack was already dropped, I feel like undervalued the amount of damage that Sableye could output in neutral matchups.
Yeah, and on top of that, also a really early swap into his Shadow Fortress, thinking he was going to take a Sandtomb, into a Shadow Sableye on the Shadow Fortress, thinking he was going to take a Sandtomb or Rock Tomb. He got a little bit ahead of himself. So rare missteps as we get into game #2, and that's the reason that NTC brought the Togetic, because it's much better into Fortress. Swap in the Feraligatr, swap Feraligatr is pretty good for Caspian Pike.
Yeah, because you're able to get an energy head start into a Pokemon like Licky, and you are not threatened by either Body Slam or Shadow Ball. Feraligatr's looking pretty good here. On the downside, 2 Hydro Cannons, because it is not a Shadow for Alligator, do not threaten a knockout.
You're out of range, and you're in range of 2 attacks from the Licky, so you lose this matchup even when you're ahead on energy here, but it's a soft loss. And in a neutral matchup like this, you can maybe take advantage of maybe a Bug Bite down or Rollout down. It's not over for Caspian Pike just because he loses alignment. In this situation, he could even pivot out at some point. He even undercharges it.
Yeah, undercharging because he's expecting to lose this matchup. I would expect to see a no shield here, come in with the Fortress, get a big Bug Bite down. Will Nighttime Clasher allow that to happen?
He can pivot if he wants to. Let's see if he does. He instantly pivots to the Togetic here, and now the Togetic is not in the greatest matchup.
And you see Caspian came in with the Licky. He didn't even come in with the Bug Bite Fortress, so now he's got switch advantage as well.
Yeah, and you would think in this situation, there is no super effective Aura Sphere to take on the Licky, so this is really good for Caspian. You would think that Nighttime Clasher would play that a little bit differently here. You still have that backline matchup with the Shadow Sableye lurking in the back that can do things with 2 Protect Shields, so Nighttime Clasher does have decent positioning as well. I'm
not sure if Dazzling Gleam or Heat Wave is the better move here. Neither's going to pick up a 1-hit knockout. It looks like Dazzling Gleam is the right choice because it is closer to a 2-hit knockout. Nighttime Clasher has both of his shields. Will he be saving them both for Sableye?
And remember, Togetic is so bulky. Can he actually hang on? He does hang on, but did he bank a charge attack? Here comes the Sableye, and now this Licky is getting close to range of a Drain Punch. Caspian is shaking his head here, doesn't love that it's a Shadow Sableye in the back. He does have his own Shadow Fortress in the back, and they are on even shields, but the Sableye is ahead on energy.
I don't actually think this is that bad, but Caspian now has to make a decision. He's expecting a Drain Punch because in game number 1, that's what Nighttime Clasher did, but instead now going straight for the harder hitting Foul Play, but I still don't think he's in a Shadow Claw downrange.
No, you might have to commit to the Drain Punch here. Actually, you probably, if you do Protect Shield, I think you could Shadow Claw down, but it's going to get close because remember, the Sand Attack does drop the defense of the Sableye, so now these Bug Bites are going to be doing more damage. Nighttime Clasher is almost at his timer, but he's going for the full Shadow Claw down. He's able to Shadow Claw down. He needs double Drain Punch. He is only 1 Shadow Claw away from it.
Yeah, I think the shield would have been necessary in order to get the Bug Bite down, but you just see how much energy Nighttime Clasher has on that Shadow Sableye. 2 shield Shadow Sableye showing just how strong it can be, and that's going to be a 3-ball flex for Nighttime Clasher. Maybe feeling a little bit angry about how game 1 went.
An instant rebound from Nighttime Clasher to maybe making a few mistakes that are uncommon for him in game number 1. Instantly responds with a dominant win in game number 2, a 3-ball flex. Now we got a tied series.
And now that it is 1-1, these trainers have to win 2 more games in order to secure victory in this first set of the Grand Finals. If Nighttime Clasher is able to take 2 games in a row, that is going to mean that the Grand Finals is reset. We start a new best of 5. So these trainers have to be worried about how this next game is going to be playing out.
One thing that I'm thinking about in terms of Nighttime Clasher, he said this is one of the first teams he built in a while. I know for a fact he built his Togedemaru teams, but since then he has maybe been team building with some other trainers, maybe with his brother as well, but now he built this team. He thinks it's the one, and I'm kind of agreeing because I really love the Togetic choice because it's so much better against the Quagsire too. All these Quagsires are running Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail. In Togekiss, if you take double Aqua Tail, you get really low. With Togetic, you don't get really low with that double Aqua Tail. So that means it's a lot harder to bring the Quagsire into this matchup.
Yeah, it goes to show the value of bulk on different Pokemon, but our trainers are locked into game number 3 of the Grand Finals. It's going to be that Feraligatr to answer Nighttime Clasher's Quagsire.
And this is a great lead here for Caspian Pike, but there is that Mud Bomb, so this actually ends up being pretty neutral in this scenario. Gonna go straight for the Mud Bomb here, while Caspian Pike is gonna hang on to that Hydro Cannon energy.
Non-Shadow Feraligatr takes the Mud Bomb very cleanly. It looks like we are seeing an immediate switch out from Nighttime Clasher. Hydro Cannon would do a lot of neutral damage to a Shadow Sableye.
Kind of surprising he decided to go to Shadow Sableye instead of the Licky, which would be able to soak this damage a lot better. Looks like he just wanted to get an energy advantage against whatever he faces, and what he faces is that Licky. Are we going to see a repeat of the Losers Finals where he heavily invests into this Shadow Sableye and gets the 4-stage buff on his defense?
That's definitely something he could do, and it's very interesting team composition from
Unova
and Stunfisk because from Caspian, because he's brought his Unova and Stunfisk, but it's not looking like a great positioning game for it because look what was benched from Nighttime Clasher.
And
the Togetic.
Exactly, and now he's going for the next Drain Punch. No Protect Shield from Caspian Pike. This means that it's going to be 2 stages buffed on its defense. It's going to be really hard to take down as it's ramping up and up, something that you don't really see with defense. You see Pokemon power-up punching, raising their attack, but not the defense. The Shadow Sableye is a awesome pick here. You're able to take that Shadow Ball, no problem, get to the next Drain Punch as well.
I don't think that Nighttime Clasher has back-to-back loaded, but I don't think Caspian Pike is at the Shadow Ball. We see the shield go up. Drain Punch is going to boost the defenses of that Sableye.
And he swaps on it!
He catches the Shadow Ball because of the pressure that Caspian Pike was under to remove the Sableye from the field of play. Nighttime Clasher is able to force him to throw Shadow Ball immediately.
And Nighttime Clasher said it, play as unpredictable as possible, try to steal as many games as possible. Those type of moves is what's gonna do it for him as he lands the Shadow Ball into the Stunfisk. This is an adjustment here from Caspian. We haven't really seen much Stunfisk from him yet.
And this is a great position for the Stunfisk to be in because it's going to be able to avoid that Quagsire that Nighttime Clasher decided to bring this game. Remember, the Feraligatr is still in the back for Caspian, and I believe it has energy.
And here comes the Shadow Ball into the Stunfisk. This ground type does not get knocked out by double Shadow Ball. Neither does the normal Quagsire that's not Shadow. They have bulk on these ground types. Swap into Quagsire and actually takes the Mud Bomb here, maybe trying to take a discharge, but instead gets the Mud Bomb.
And I think Caspian needs to do this in order to delay the switch clock, right? He didn't have his switch up, but Nighttime Clasher did. In comes the Feraligatr, and it looks like it's going to just slightly get outpaced, but does Caspian know that this is an Aqua Tail? It won't pick up a knockout.
It won't. It is just a bait here, knowing Nighttime Clasher would not, and he calls it! What a debut for Caspian to be able to know exactly where the energy is this late in the game, throwing on charge attack priority as well. Caspian is locked in right now.
Can he survive a Shadow Claw from Shadow Sableye? His Feraligatr is so low on health, but it's only one Shadow Claw away from another Hydro Cannon.
Can he take it? No, it's actually going to be the Licky Licky instead, and the Licky Licky is almost in range of Hydro Cannon. Can it hang on here to this damage? It does. It barely hangs on, but it can't get to attack. Here comes the Sableye. There's one Protect Shield remaining for Caspian Pike.
Both Pokemon are very low on health, but there are not 2 charge attacks ready for this Shadow Sableye. I believe Nighttime Clasher just pivoted into the Sableye, so his switch clock is locked, and Caspian is 1 fast attack away from the discharge. It is ready now. It's going to pick up the knockout, and I think he's got game 2.
And even if there is a Body Slam on the Licky Licky and Nighttime Clasher, there's still that Licky Licky in the back for Caspian Pike. There's not even a Body Slam, and suddenly Caspian Pike is just 1 game victory away from being our champion.
A huge sigh of relief from Caspian. That middle game was so tense. Back and forth, switches coming from both trainers, but really crucially, he was able to delay the switch clock from that Stunfisk, pivot into his Feraligatr, and get to a Hydro Cannon. Calls the bait of the Aqua Tail, overfarms on energy, and it was incredibly crucial. I think maybe Nighttime Clasher could have brought in the Sableye, and if that Shadow Claw does pick up the knockout, he's in a better position. But if it doesn't, he's in a worse position because he lost his most important tool.
Yeah, and earlier in the battle, he heavily invested into that Sableye, even made an awesome swap into the double resisted Shadow Ball, but it wasn't enough. Caspian was just able to hang on, go punch for Drain Punch with Nighttime Clasher, and have that extra energy, add that extra bulk. I like that adjustment to bring the Stunfisk into that game number 3. I think that's going to be a great Pokemon against Nighttime Clasher as long as you're able to avoid the Quagsire, which he was able to do in that battle.
Yeah, it's interesting. Between the 2 ground types, Quagsire and Stunfisk both enjoy being up against Licky Licky because of that resisted rollout damage. But Quagsire is going to do better into a Mirror Quagsire. Stunfisk is going to do better into Togekiss. And although Togetic was not brought to that game, but the Stunfisk never lined into that Quagsire, so it didn't matter that it had that less positive matchup.
Yeah, and now 1 game away from victory. They're already locked in. Will Caspian Pike become a champion here and auto-qualify for the World Championships? I think he already has a good shot regardless, but he wants to be holding up that trophy, but he has to take down Nighttime Clasher, one of the best.
Nighttime Clasher trying to prove what Shadow Celio does, unfortunately finds a poor matchup for it in the beginning, and Caspian Pike making the correct call this time. It's just a Drain Punch. I can no-shield this, and I can reach a Sand Tomb or a Rock Tomb to debuff this Shadow Sableye.
We saw it earlier. There was a Protect Shield on the Drain Punch. That is not an attack that you really want to invest your shields into. Here comes the Rock Tomb. You have your timer. Here's the swap in the Feraligatr. Now that there's less attack here on the Sableye, even this foul play doesn't threaten as much.
And I like Caspian bringing in the Feraligatr here. The energy is walled off by that Shadow Celio, so he's going to have to make sure that he can, at some later point, pivot out this Feraligatr with some energy, because I think it's going to be necessary to land some Hydro Cannons into the Licky Licky.
Nighttime Clasher double investing into that Shadow Sableye once again, bringing in the Celio. A Pokemon he really hasn't used all tournament long, but in this scenario, it's pretty useful to be able to soak up this Hydro Cannon damage as not very effective. There's no timer available, so you can still bank up energy. The problem is, even this Feraligatr is not in range of Body Slam.
Yeah, I think Caspian is going to no-shield here and then try to pivot out back into either the Licky Licky or the Fortress. I think both are fine, but staying in too long is going to be a mistake. He pivots out after loading the Hydro Cannon. I like that a lot because Feraligatr has such a high attack stat. It wins charge attack priority against a lot.
And this charge attack priority is crucial, because if he didn't throw right here, he would have taken that Body Slam that could have knocked him out and waste all that energy. He still has a decent amount of energy left, but he has no Protect Shields left, so this is going to be able to knock out the Celio, and suddenly you don't have that much left in your Nighttime Clasher except for a Licky Licky. You just have to get through the Sableye if you're Caspian Pike.
He throws the foul play. I like this a lot from Nighttime Clasher because I don't think the Drain Punch threatens a knockout, but Caspian has a shield, chooses to no shield, foul play comes through, and doesn't pick up the knockout.
And can he bank that energy? No. It is the Body Slam that's going to be resisted into Sableye here. Is it going to be able to take out Sableye? It is not going to do much damage, and yes, it does take out the Sableye after one Bug Bite.
Yeah, really crucial there. The one-turn Bug Bite's able to knock out the Sableye before the Nighttime Clasher is allowed to react. Now the question becomes, what does Caspian Pike do here? He's going, Nighttime Clasher is going for a bait, but Caspian Pike can reach for the Rock Tomb and do a lot of good neutral damage.
Do you want the attack to be lower, or do you want the defense to be lower? Caspian decides for the attack to be lower. He goes for the Rock Tomb, which is a stronger attack as well.
And remember, there's a Hydro Cannon loaded on the Feraligatr. Feraligatr will win a charge attack tie against Licky Licky. I think this is game.
Caspian Pike is looking moments away from becoming champion. If he does, in fact, have that Hydro Cannon loaded, he will be your champion here. Does he have the Feraligatr loaded? Yes! Caspian Pike will be your 2026 Indianapolis Regional Champion, and he can't believe it.
It's settling in. He's figured it out. He's won the Indianapolis Regional Champion.
He started his championship series in March, and now look at him. Now look at him. He is your champion after his third tournament. What a debut season. What a rookie. Congrats on your Auto Worlds qualification, Caspian.
Against it, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the beautiful city of Turin in Italy and to the Pokemon Go Special Championships broadcast. Turin is a city known for its history and its architecture, and this weekend is the final stop on the European events calendar for the 2026 season. I'm sure we're going to be making some history here this weekend as well. I am Luat Joshkromi, and I'm joined by an esteemed panel of gentlemen to commentate with across this weekend. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Hi everyone, my name's Farid, also known as Tomahawk UK. Really excited to be here.
I'm João, also known as Jox. Can't wait to see what our trainers bring this weekend.
I'm Leonard, also known as Koning Lionheart.
Very excited to be here. You can see all four of us are indeed. But before we dive a little bit closer into Turin itself, let's take a step back and take a look at where it fits into the roadmap for the 2026 season.
All right, we started off in Frankfurt, of course. So many great venues, great cities, great tournaments, fantastic stories. Of course, the first big stop was in Sao Paulo at the LAIC, then in London, the EUIC. And after this event, this weekend, where we are writing history in Turin, we're going to go to NAIC in New Orleans. And then, of course, end of August, the World Championship in San Francisco.
And that really is the pinnacle of Pokemon play, the World Championships themselves. And for some trainers, this tournament in particular will be very important to lock in those crucial championship points to try and get that qualification locked in. Because for some of our trainers, they're on the cutoff point for that qualification.
I mean, this is the last opportunity for a lot of these players to try and break into those 65 spots, not including the direct invitations to the World Championships. These players could be fighting for everything if they hope to be there in San Francisco this summer.
And even though our meta will be evolving across the course of this weekend, so these trainers are going to have to be, stepping up and making sure they're getting all clued up. If we take a little look back at the previous tournament in Utrecht, you can see how maybe things were already starting to be shaped out for what Pokemon you might be expecting to see this weekend. So in case you missed it, we've got a little bit of a recap to fill you in on what went down.
Hey trainers, we're approaching the conclusion of the regional championship season here in Europe. Which competitors are on track to qualify for the World Championships? Let's take a look at what happened in the latest stop on the circuit, Utrecht. In the heart of the Netherlands, competitors battled to secure their ticket to Worlds, or even earn the travel pricing. Licky dominated in a meta packed with Steel, Water and Fairy-type Pokemon. Top competitors, such as Patamon, Statistan and Stonecollection, returned to the spotlight, all looking to add another impressive result to their resumes. By the end of day one, only 12 trainers remained in contention for Sunday's title. Empoleon emerged as one of the most used top Pokemon of the weekend, climbing to the second most used Pokemon behind the ever-reliable Quagsire. But while the top of the usage chart was familiar, several creative picks captured everyone's attention. ANIcorXIII impressed with Mandibuzz, while Wolfpack revived a former championship-winning threat in Alolan Ninetales. Some of the spiciest choices came from Stonecollection's Rainy Castform and Kazim's Hawlucha, though ultimately both fell short against Zweilous. Zweilous pulled off an incredible losers bracket run with a team inspired by the Los Angeles regional champion Arrow. However, his momentum was stopped by SirCoghez, who repeatedly demonstrated an uncanny ability to predict exactly what teams his opponents would bring into battle. With that victory secured, SirCoghez earned a chance at revenge against Nesabethan in the grand finals. Nessa Unbeaten was completely in sync with his signature pick Celio throughout the tournament. He proved to be the one SirCoghez simply couldn't solve. A combination of Shadow Sableye with Drain Punch, Celio and Fortress consistently caused problems for SirCoghez. He was on the verge of making a comeback, but then Nesabethan found an opening. After scaring away SirCogez's Jellicent, Nesabethan brought in Empoleon. The Pokemon that had risen to the top of the usage charts once again proved its worth, standing firm and breaking through the wheelie tough Critilicor. After claiming a silver trophy at EUIC and a 4th place medal in Prague, Nesabethan now claimed his first gold medal as the 2026 Utrecht regional champion. But now, a brand new meta awaits. Which Pokemon will rise to the top next, and which trainers will make the strongest meta calls? Visit pokemon.com/compete and get involved.
What a win that was for Nesabethan. That Empoleon play in the final game was so inspired and showed great control that he had with his team. What were our thoughts watching all of those top trainers?
Of course, Nesabethan picked up on the momentum that he had in the Prague Regional Championship using that Gorgai Cilio core. I think he pivoted to perfection, but he made the call of the tournament, in my opinion. Empoleon, Shadow Sableye core. Empoleon and Shadow Sableye, of course, they aren't known for having the best stats, but they have such great defensive profiles in terms of their typing, and of course, that Hydro Cannon, that foul play. And of course, Shadow Sableye now is running Drain Punch that allows it to stay on the field, even versus some of its toughest matchups, being able to overcome the likes of Licky Licky and Diggersby that are the main anti-ghost until now.
I think there's going to be a lot of those Pokemon to maybe keep an eye on throughout the course of this weekend as well. But a lot of our winners from that tournament had really inspirational teams.
Yeah, so many of these players bringing spicy Pokemon for what was the last go at the Memories in Motion meta. And we were actually speaking to Nesabethan when he won Utrecht, and he said it was the least prepared he'd ever been for a tournament.
Okay.
He was going in, he wanted to spend some time with friends, and actually being that relaxed, having such little stress on him, allowed him to probably play to the best of his abilities. Here he is with that Empoleon that we just mentioned, and it just put in so much work. He's up against one of his very, very close friends, SirCoghez, there, as he took the title in these grand finals.
Maybe that's the perfect strategy, right? Hang out with your friends, have some fun, don't take it too seriously, and all of a sudden, boom, you're a champion.
And of course, major shout out to SirCoghez. He's having a dream season. He's been so consistent, and he gets to his first grand finals, puts on a show, even defeating the likes of Xizuales, getting the second place, the silver medal. Very well done to SirCoghez.
And if you take a closer look at the teams on the screen here from our top 3 players, I think this was the thing that really jumped out to me about the meta that was running in Utrecht, was how interesting and innovative some of the teams were. Being able to see Pokemon like the Dartrix out there and the Greninja as well for Xizuales.
So I think one of the key things to note there was the Shadow Fortress on all 3 of those teams, but actually players really diversified after that. And there's a couple of Pokemon on that meta chart there, on those top teams, that might not be present as we go forward. We're now in the Forever Forward season. That landed on Tuesday of this week. These players have not had a huge amount of time to prepare for this new meta, and I think that that will make it even more exciting as we go into this weekend.
I think there might be some Pokemon there that we might get familiar with a little bit closer over the course of the weekend. The Ninetales is definitely one I've got on my bingo card. But from the rest of the meta, were there any other hot takes we think we might see coming through into this new series still?
I mean, I think on the opposite, Shadow Fortress might be declining a little, just because Ninetales is now so good, the Cantonian version that is, and you know, being around fire types consistently might get a little too hot for the Fortress.
And speaking of the ground types, Quagsire is looking to have his days numbered, because a lot of the buffs on the Forever Forward season look to target that Shadow Quagsire, or even regular, that trainers have adapted. A bunch of flyers got update. Kanto Ninetales, as mentioned, got access to that grass type coverage of Energy Ball, being cheaper, being able to even go toe-to-toe with the ground type.
I think no matter what meta we're in, there's always some kind of ground water type Pokemon that's in dominance, and Quagsire definitely was it in Utrecht.
So many Pokemon relying on the best defensive typing, which is water, and we've seen Fairy as well. I think that's why, as we know, Azumarill has always been meta in Pokemon Go, and even in this Utrecht meta update for the most popular Pokemon of Day 2, you can still see that Azumarill there, but I think it'll be really interesting to keep an eye on how this usage chart changes as we come into this Forever Forward season here in Turin.
I'll say the Pokemon that you see on the last spot there, Cidio, I think there might be an uprise in it. This Pokemon is such a good ice type and actually has a lot of play versus the Kanto Ninetales, which should be the primary ice check on every team. Well, not every team, but I think it's going to be on a lot of teams.
It'll definitely be out there for sure, a Pokemon to keep an eye on. But of course, that's just the European kind of snapshot of how things have been looking in competitive Pokemon Go recently. Last weekend in Indianapolis, we were able to have a Nulla regional across the pond, across the Atlantic, and this was a really interesting event. It might be a slightly different player pool, maybe a slightly different meta that they cook up over there, but it was Caspian Pike's first big win.
Yeah, of course, Caspian Pike defeating Nighttime Clasher, no stranger to the big stage. Of course, your reigning LAIC champion, Caspian Pike, pivoting that Feraligatr to perfection here, winning the grand finals after beating also S. James, who was looking in his first event of the season, he was looking poised to go all the way, but Caspian Pike had to say otherwise.
And I just love the sportsmanship there from Nighttime Clasher as well, already applauding, smiling, and hugging his opponent.
These players bringing their last ever attempt at the Memories in Motion meta. SJP, as Jox just said, he doesn't play a ton of regional events, but when he does, my goodness, watch out, he gets his medal for the season.
And my question, looking at their meta and kind of comparing to ArceusAurelius in the European side of things, what are the big differences? How are they changing things to solve the same types of problems? One thing I really liked from that, taking a look at the top 3 trainers was the TogeKiss and Togetic kind of layout. Are those going to be Pokemon we might see over here?
Yeah, 2 fairy-type Pokemon, one with a lot more bulk. That Togetic carries a lot more bulk to it, whereas Togekiss is a little bit more oppressive. It's a bit more offensive. It uses Peck as its fast attack and then has access to the fighting type coverage of Aura Sphere, which was buffed a couple of seasons ago. It's a really offensive threat, but Nighttime Clash are actually opting for Togetic, which has fire type coverage with that Heat Wave.
And of course, speaking of fairy types, you see that Wigglytuff and Ticketon running up that usage, but of course Wigglytuff got a bit of a tweak in this forever for meta, so I'm wondering to see how its usage is looking like for this weekend.
And I think it's pretty telling that there were 4 fairy types in that day 2 usage at Indianapolis. That's not something we see very often. I don't know if we'll ever see that again, but that was a really interesting event to keep an eye on.
I know Wigglytuff's time might not quite be over, but it's still got some, leverage out there. A lot of the Wigglytuff believers, I know you over there, Leo, will be one of the trainers still rooting for it, I'm sure.
I mean, I hope people are still bringing Wigglytuff. It's not the community doesn't love it too much, but I got all of my championship points this season with my good friend Wigglytuff, so I'm still rooting on it. I think it's a very neutral Pokemon at the moment, and I dig it.
Leo, if I remember correctly, did you once dress up as a Wigglytuff for one of our casts? Pink suit, little twirl in your hair, beautiful.
Yeah, but that wasn't cast specific. I just go out like that to go shopping and everything.
You are the #1 Wigglytuff fan. I think it is confirmed. And I think as well, it was a Pokemon that across the pond in Indianapolis, a lot of the trainers were running. And I think we can now really take a look at who those champions were and celebrate them across the entire season, because this season started all the way back in Pittsburgh.
Of course, in NA, this was the season where a lot of trainers got their first medal. Of course, Meteor, Fallion, DHC United on that back, that Shadow Gyarados. Stonecollection traveled all the way across the pond to get his first championship. And of course, Arrow and Caspian Pike also getting their first taste at gold.
Fantastic trainers overall, and in Europe we have some repeat champions, I want to say. So this is almost the opposite side, right? Where in the US people get their first ever gold medal, and now you can see some sort of dominance from certain trainers in Europe this season.
I mean, we've definitely seen it in the international scene as well. We've obviously mentioned Pataman a number of times throughout this season, Nighttime Clasher, the LAIC champion. So we've got some familiar names that are definitely dominating the scene, but it is really nice. It's really exciting to get to see those fresh faces taking it all. Caspian Pike with a brilliant victory last weekend in Indianapolis.
And these champions, these veterans of the competition, they really know what's what. And I think it's always good to find out some wisdom from them about what Pokemon they maybe have as their hot favorite coming into this Forward Forever meta. And I always like to see whether they're going for something a little bit more predictable or unpredictable, but I'm seeing some fire types out here. There's some fire.
Yep, and funnily enough, fire might be the answer to fire in this meta, because Ninetales is so good now with the Energy Ball coverage, a really strong answer to those water and ground type Pokemon, but it is almost helpless versus other fire types, and I think this is why Zweilous chose the Shadow Typhlosion there as an answer to Ninetales, perhaps.
And of course, Max Araxen always ahead of the curve, predicting that fire type buff, maybe using that Kingdra as his pick, a dragon water type. It has great matchups into the fire types that are going to be coming into the meta.
So for anyone that missed the update, Kingdra got access to Surf this season. Ninetales, which already had Energy Ball, but it received an energy reduction, and that gives it such brilliant pacing, such brilliant counterplay into the water types that normally would beat it.
And that's the wisdom that you have from some of our top Pokemon Go competitors. So now maybe let's hear something a little bit more whimsical from the top Pokemon commentators. I think that's how we're going to set us up. I'm definitely on the train with Elam there. I'm going for the Ninetales. I think the Energy Ball coming up, I've gone for the non-Shadow variant because I like my Ninetales a little bit more bulky, and with the fast pacing to Energy Ball, it can get the damage done. But what about your choices?
Well, I do think the Kanto Ninetales will be seen both in its Shadow and in its regular form this weekend, so I'm excited to see which performs better. But I've actually gone for Shadow Starmie. This, in the Forever Forward season, received Aquajet, which is a little bit quicker to reach than Surf, and I reckon the right pilot could take it a long way.
And of course, I'm backing Sylveon to do well in this meta. We saw a lot of fairy types doing well in Indianapolis, and Sylveon just got access to Fairy Wind that generates energy quickly, and also access to Shadow Ball. So its moveset right now, the standard moveset, is Fairy Wind, Psyshock, Shadow Ball. That means that this fairy type is only really walled by dark types, and who's switching a dark type into a fairy type?
I mean, you have some sort of fast attack pressure there at least, but I'm going with Ledian there. Ledian is so incredibly bulky and the attacks are insane. Rollout, fast-paced, dynamic punch is great now, and acrobatics, same type attack bonus boosted as well, hits hard. So in neutral matchups, this Pokemon absolutely slaps. However, with the bug and flying typing, it might not be the easiest thing to get it into neutral matchups.
I'm not a believer, Leo. I'm sorry, I'm not a believer. Licky and Ninetales, I think, will put Ledian to bed.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm also a big fan of the Shadow Starmie that you had. It has some nice applications there. There are some break and bulk points that you can get into the meta. It's looking really interesting. I hope we see some people bring it.
See, I'm not a believer in the Shadow Starmie, I'm afraid, but I'm always ready to be proven wrong. And I think it's always interesting to see what we're maybe rooting for alongside what we think is going to do well. But those are just our predictions. What about the facts? The actual top 12 Pokemon that trainers who are in the competition have opted to bring for Turin
Here
are
we
right
go.
here. Look at this. So many interesting choices.
Lou, you were spot on. Shadow Kanto Ninetales out of nowhere up to second place in this day one usage. And I don't think it's any real surprise that Licky takes the top spot. Super neutral, super flexible. I'm expecting to see a lot of really skillful play with it, just being able to pivot in and out of matchups.
Do you maybe perhaps expect a Shadow Ball catch on a Licky? Or will people tend to run Earthquake because Earthquake has been buffed again, so we might have some trainers run the big ground type attack?
And of course, maybe you see a former familiar face jumping into the user. Jumpluff just got, just like Ninetales, Energy Ball was already in its arsenal, but now it's a cheaper move. So Jumpluff is now a reliable grass type attacker, and of course Fearow as well joins in. Fearow that got access to Drill Run already, but Drill Run now is a bit cheaper to reach, so the coverage move is reaching only 10 turns, and that makes Fearow awesome safe swap.
I think it's sometimes these minute adjustments that you can have to different moves and different energy that can really throw a Pokemon into the forefront. But these are just our theories. It's now time to see a little bit more about the trainers that are going to be in our contention, because these are the trainers that are locked in. They are at the top of our leaderboard. These are some names for you at home to keep an eye on for if they're here in the competition.
We have spoken all season about this leaderboard. We know that the players have been competing for their chance to compete at the World Championships in San Francisco. And so many of these players have already qualified. You can see those golden tickets, direct qualification to the World Championships. And players are still going for those travel award places. Top 8 will receive a cash award for San Francisco. And I think lots of these players will be trying to break into those top 8 because a few of those top players aren't here this weekend.
I want to say on the contrary, I love it that these trainers are grinders as well, right? They got the golden ticket still. They go to almost all of these events for the love of the game to get some trophies, or rather some medals. You gotta love it.
And of course, let's not forget that invite cascades down and opens slots on for the trainers that are still trying to get their qualification locked up. So they are hoping there's a new champion in Turin, because that would open another slot on the EU leaderboard for qualification for San Francisco.
Well, there you have it. We've been able to recap some of the past events and hopefully set up that stage for Turin so that you viewers at home can get extra excited for the Pokemon Go action that is going to unfold across the weekend. If you want to make sure that you do not miss a moment of the action, you can always go to pokemon.com/broadcast in order to find out where all the videos are and not miss a single second of the action. To get involved as well, I love it when you reach out to us on social media using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. You can follow our channels as well with YouTube and Twitch so that you can rewatch any clips, any VOD replays, depending on where maybe around the world you are checking in. You can always go back and watch it in a time zone friendly format.
And we want to see people post. What are your favorite Pokemon from this new update? We're into a brand new season now, and there are not going to be many opportunities to use some of these new Pokemon. So send us a little clip, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, show us what your favorite picks are for this season.
Exactly, and then tell us why it's Ledian.
And of course, let's not forget that you need to take notes, because this will be the World Championship meta, most likely, if there are no further updates. This is the last update until the World Championship, so first look at what could be hiding in San Francisco.
Well, there you go. We're ready. The trainers are ready. You viewers at home are ready. We're going to get ourselves behind the desk and get to work. But in case you're new here, here's everything that you need to know about the tournament format.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
All right. We are back for our last regional event here in Europe. I'm Tomahawk UK. I'm joined by Jox, and we are super excited to get straight into the action here in Italy.
I can't wait to see what these trainers have cooked up, because there's a ton of new changes. There's a ton of new combinations that are meta viable. And let's see what's the next combination that gets a title. The last possible one, the last regional level event here in Europe for the season.
Lots of these players will be looking for championship points, championship prizes, and there are also going to be so many new Pokemon as we move into this forever forward season. I love an attack update. What have been some of the standouts that we've seen so far?
For me, of course, as mentioned, that Kanto-Nightingale jumps straight at the top of the usage. Number 2 in usage, with access to that energy ball, can face toe-to-toe with the likes of Shadow Quagsire, even Feraligatr, Celio. Kanto-Nightingale is kind of a grass type nowadays.
Honestly, there is a good argument to say Kanto-Ninetales is probably the best grass type in the format at the moment, because it will actually beat the real grass types. Pokemon like Jumpluff, super effective damage will be coming from those Embers and those Weather Balls. So Ninetales being able to swap in early, reach Energy Ball quickly. Normally, if you counter swap a Quagsire into a Ninetales, Quagsire's laughing. Not anymore. So I'm really excited to see how well players use this fire type Pokemon as we progress here in Turin.
And of course, in terms of not really debuts, because Fearow has already won actually a championship. Meteor Fallion pivoted at the beginning of the championship season this season. But of course, Drill Run is now a bit cheaper. So that means that Fearow, for example, versus the like of Unova Stunfisk and a bulky electric type that used to have such a dominant matchup into Fearow, now if Fearow safe swaps into it, gets double Drill Run, KO.
Yeah, we're getting really excited here about all the new Pokemon that we're expecting to see this weekend. But for these players, this is not a new story. They have been competing all season long as they've looked to get their regional titles where they can. Here at the Turin Special Championships, there is one more direct qualification available from our European schedule, and these players will be excited to see if they can put their name into San Francisco in summer. We've had some previous winners already have success again this season. We've had some new names also getting their first titles. Will we have a previous winner or a new player taking it all this weekend? What do you think?
I think that both have a good shot, because if you look into the bracket, I think over half of the trainers signed up are Italian. Italians are known to have one of the strongest local communities, and of course, who other than Filbeg, who went undefeated in the last Italian regional, 100% win rate, a feat that was only done by none other than Lindos Horarjev as well, and of course, Paulasha and Stonecollection. Paulasha,
she's also an Italian champion. Originally, I think the last time we were in Torino, I think it was 2023, Paula took victory there. And Stonecollection, he had never won a gold medal. He has still never won a gold medal in Europe, because his title he went and took across the pond in the NA region.
And of course, as you mentioned, both Paulasha and Stonecollection already have their guaranteed invite, but trying to put themselves even further ahead on that travel award race. Maybe try to get a stipend for next year's first international championship. A lot to play for these trainers.
Yeah, all of these players will be here, but not all of them that we've expected to see in the circuit are actually competing this weekend, and that's because next weekend is the North American International Championship. So a few of our top players are already preparing, they're already traveling even as they go to make their name where they might earn a trophy. We saw Pataman against Colin in the grand finals of EUIC earlier this season. Both of those players are on their way to New Orleans for next weekend. This weekend, we've got Turin. We've also got the Chicago Go Fest, which is, I believe, where ANYCOXIII is this weekend. He's not competing either.
Well, maybe trying to give these European trainers a break because, as we know, ANYCOXIII already won 2 regional championships this season. But of course, he'll be in the North American pond next weekend. And of course, in the Chicago Go Fest, there's a lot to play for. But I feel like trainers can watch our show in the morning and then go straight ahead to watch the stream later on.
And let's remember, it is the 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go, so there are some incredible opportunities to catch great Pokemon such as Mega Mewtwo at Go Fest in Chicago this weekend, and then coming soon to Global Go Fest. We've got Copenhagen next weekend, but the Go Fest stream in Chicago is going to be tomorrow straight after this broadcast. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled because I think that will be a really fun insight into some of the real world events we've got in this game.
And of course, Farid, you're kind of a Master League enthusiast. Out of both Mewtwo forms that are going to debut in Pokemon Go, which one is your favorite?
I think it's really interesting because Mega Mewtwo X is such an aggressive Pokemon and it can do a lot of pressure and it has access to some attacks that give it great coverage. But Mega Mewtwo Y, in terms of its stats, I think is just supreme. I'm really excited to see how these players get on in the Master League format, particularly in the Go Battle League, but I wouldn't be surprised if you need to prepare for both.
Speaking of preparing, of course, not only the trainers in Chicago that can catch awesome spawns, trainers here in the Turin Special Championships can also get awesome spawns for your arsenal. Of course, Piplup that evolves into Ampollini that has been a meta staple. Orsi that evolves again get into Kingdra that's got a recent buff. A lot of awesome spawns here in the Turin Regional Special Championships.
Yeah, a lot of these Pokemon I think are meta-relevant in PvP at the moment. We know Corviknight is super present as well. Togetic we saw a lot of in Indianapolis, both as Togetic and as Togekiss. But then there are some other Pokemon here that I think are really interesting. I'm just going to highlight a couple of them for you. So Swablu into Altaria, I think we'll see a lot of that this weekend. Jangmo-o, it evolves into Hakamo-o. And I actually faced on this morning in the Go Battle League, and I thought to myself, do you know what? This could be a great pick. If someone has got an eye on this Pokemon for this weekend, it beats Kanto Ninetales, it beats Licky Licky, it has access to Brick Break and Rock Tomb at the moment, which gives it great coverage into the meta. And although Golisopod's not super common right now, it did recently receive a Mega Evolution earlier this year. So Mega Golisopod, that'll be coming to Pokemon Go one day too.
And of course, that Akamo can also evolve into Como. Como that has a legacy move, Clanging Scales. That's one of the best moves, I think the best move
in Pokemon Go. It is the most efficient charge attack in the game.
So yeah, I feel like if trainers still trying to develop their roster, maybe trying to get into next season's tournaments, even next season's locals, please catch some regional spawns. They are very good and they'll give you a heads up when it comes to next season's competitive play.
Yeah, lots of opportunities to catch Pokemon at these events, but these players get a lot more than just Pokemon when they compete because there are championship points on the line, and these can make all the difference. 350 points for first place, with 75 players from NA qualifying, 65 from Europe, and the players also get cascading invites when players get direct invitations. And Jox mentioned it earlier, if a brand new player wins this event and gets a direct qualification, their spot cascades down, and that can make all the difference as we want and hope to see as many European players as possible competing in the World Championships this summer.
But of course, those trainers that already have their secured invites, they have an incentive to keep playing because there's access to all this travel prizes. If you're out of region, you get get a bit more incentive, a bit more cash remuneration for your efforts. First to 4th place, the Tier 1, $3,500, and even if you're under 18, you can go with a Guardian, $5,000.
Very nice, but it's not just money on the line. You also have the opportunity to win booster packs, and if there were never a better time getting Pokemon trading card games, you want to be getting them right now. First place with 108 boosters available to them, so these players have so much to play for here in Turin.
Yeah, and of course, I think Nighttime Clasher often mentions that he's often not that excited about the prize money, but the booster packs is what excites him.
He loves his trading cards.
He enjoys a lot the trading card game, so this train is, of course, a lot to fight for. I mean, if you can rip open some packs while you're hanging out with friends at dinner afterwards, that's a fun time.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of new sets. I know that over in TCG this weekend, they'll be exploring their new format because they've had a new expansion being released recently, and I think that it's a great time to get involved with the community as well. As you go back into the crowds and you see what everyone's getting involved with, it is really exciting to be able to share that sentiment for Pokemon.
And of course, we're getting started here in the Turin Special Championships. We have Jorge versus Macario. Of course, Jorge, I believe, is Patoman's younger brother.
Yeah, and I heard he's done pretty well in the Go Battle League this season as well. So let's see if he can reflect his brother's performances on the big stage here at the Turin Special Championships.
Of course, here we see some familiar faces in the team of Jorge. We have that Shadow Celio that did so well for Nighttime Clasher. Rely also on the Ferret as his normal type of choice instead of the Licky Licky. Ferret, of course, that has access to Sucker Punch, so it gives it a very positive matchup into Ghost types, but also has access to Brick Break. Brick Break that allows it to have a positive matchup into the Licky Licky.
And one of the exciting picks that I can see on Jorge's team is that Primeape, and I think that we'll see a fair amount of this Pokemon this weekend, just because it's one of the better answers to Licky Licky. It has access to that fighting type charge attack close combat, which can do a huge amount of damage, but actually this Primeape's opting for Ice Punch instead, which will give it a heavy hitting attack into any opposing Altaria.
And I think that's a very nice read on the meta by Jorge, because of course Ice Punch allows it to hit that Fearow, that jump left, that jump into the meta. Of course, those Altarias that are forever present. So Ice Punch makes Primeape a very reliable safe swap.
There are no Annihilate on the side of Jorge, but there is one on the side of Remarku, and it's got a very interesting moveset, I think, there. If that's running Low Sweep, that's not an attack that I've seen before. Annihilate does have access to Rage Fist, but it also has access to Shadow Ball that received an energy reduction a couple of seasons ago. Gastrodon is still making an appearance here. This probably isn't the most conventional team, probably not the most meta team, but let's see how it's piloted.
Of course, we have Game 1 wins positively. The Unova Stunfisk gets its target acquired into the Togekiss. Both trainers opting to stay in for a bit, maybe opting for a catch. This Togekiss, though, is opting for Psyshock Flamethrower. What an interesting moveset. First Discharge coming through, Protection coming through from the Togekiss.
Now, I actually think that this might be Rimacario's first ever regional event, and I think that this is just a great opportunity to be able to be on stream in your first event, so I just hope he's enjoying himself throwing this flamethrower into this Unova Stunfisk, and the damage from the Unova Stunfisk will slowly build up. Even though Discharge isn't a particularly powerful attack, it is super effective against the flying type of Togekiss.
And of course, seeing the damage from that flamethrower means that the Unova Stunfisk will be able to endure another one, but Togekiss shooting into no shield, and Unova Stunfisk wins the 0-1 shields. This puts Jorge in a great position towards the end game.
In comes the Zweilous, a Dark and Dragon type Pokemon with a great fast attack in Dragon Breath, allowing it to pace very quickly to its attacks. But Mud Bomb is coming through, and I think that Zweilous has the bulk to hang on to a couple of these as it reaches one of its first Pulse moves. It's running Dark Pulse and Dragon Pulse, and this should be enough to get this knockout.
Dark Pulse, of course, same type attack bonus from the Zweilous, getting the knockout, getting rid of this Unova Stunfisk. Here comes Primeape, the fighting type damage stacking up. Tries to catch a move, goes for the Rage Fist. Rage Fist, of course, super effective into the Ghost type Annihilate.
Rage Fist will also increase the attack of this Primeape, so the second Rage Fist will be enough to knock out as the Primeape dips out. Annihilate leans forward for that Shadow Ball. Does Jorge know that the Annihilate is running Shadow Ball? Doesn't opt for a Sky Attack. Is probably, no, he's going to not shield this. This Shadow Ball might do a fair amount of damage.
Shadow Ball, same type attack bonus. Does massive damage on the Altari, but I think Altari is just bulky enough to endure. But Jorge not trusting that he was able to farm down, throws the Sky Attack. I think this puts Annihilate also shooting to shield. Can it go for the counter down before the Altari gets a Dragon Breath? It's so close, but Altari gets it.
Some bold decisions from these players as the Zweilous comes back in, and Jorge does reach the Sky Attack on this Shadow Altaria. That will be enough to get a knockout, and it looks like Jorge is going to take game number 1 in this first round here in Turin.
And of course, Jorge picking up that very positive lead of the Unnovan Stunfisk into the Togekiss and just managing the game throughout. He was able to get that shield advantage and still win the matchup, and that put him in a position to get this game 1 win. Of course, we also see Shadow Altaria making an appearance, the Battle of the Dragons versus that Zweilous. Altaria, of course, with that flying typing, gives it a great matchup into the likes of Annihilate, and that proved to be vital in this matchup, game number 1.
Yeah, and just taking a look at Jorge's team here, because this is probably what we'd expect to be a more meta team, but it's also quite aggressive as well. That Shadow Altaria doing a little bit more damage with those Dragon Breaths. It's running Sky Attack and Flamethrower. Flamethrower was an addition a few seasons ago for Altaria that gave it coverage into Steel types, and I think that Altaria might be one of the picks this season, particularly for this event, as it walls all of the energy from Pokemon like Kanto Ninetales, as well as doing a great job against most ground types as well.
And of course, Jorge might be a newcomer, but he's been putting in the work. Recently, even in the Go Battle League, he's been doing so well. I feel like he reached first place of the leaderboards, and that should give him a nice chunk of championship points.
Yeah, that's right. You get championship points now in the Go Battle League, so a lot of these players will be trying to compete, particularly when we go into next season. They'll be prepared to play on the in-game ladder as well.
And of course, Rimacario has to be thinking, well, I didn't really have a nice answer into that Unnovan Stunfisk, but I do have that Gastrodon that just got buffed in this Forever Forward meta with access to Earth Power. That was already in this moveset. We got leads, we got the Altaria into the Fortress. This is a decent matchup into the Altaria, especially because the Fortress is running Bug Bite.
And we mentioned the Flamethrower giving it super effective coverage into Steel, but Fortress is a Bug and Steel, which means Flamethrower does a huge amount of damage. We also mentioned that Altaria is pretty good against ground types, and I think Jorge is going to showcase what a core-breaking option Altaria will prove for him in this game, as it also does a huge amount of damage to this Gastrodon that is only able to throw resisted attacks in return.
And of course, if you're Jorge, you're very happy that the Gastrodon came out because your backline didn't do that good into it. And now with Altaria being able to resist all the fast attack and charge attack pressure from the Gastrodon, you can safely, even doesn't go for the farm down, he chooses instead to throw, since he had back-to-back Sky attacks, and now the Altaria guarantees alignment, and he can potentially align that Primeape into the Fortress later on, because it also resists Bug Bite.
Yeah, I think this looks like a good matchup for Jorge, as Rimacario comes in with this Togekiss now. The Fairy typing double resists the Dragon Breath, but Jorge has so much energy on this Shadow Altaria. Rimacario is going to shield up and protect his Togekiss from that damage, and reaches a Psyshock, going to throw it. Will a shield go up? No, Jorge thinks that Shadow Altaria has done enough work, and we would expect the Unnovan Stunfisk to now come in.
Great awareness by Rimacario, throwing the move from the Togekiss just before the Altaria reaching on Sky Attack, goes into the Fortress, trying to maybe catch a move. Fortress does indeed throw the Mud Bomb, but that's going to soften it up, so Primeape can go into it.
Well, interestingly, this Fortress is not running Sand Tomb, which means that its charge attack energy would have been walled by that Unnovan Stunfisk. It reaches a Rock Tomb, which is basically resisted onto a Primeape, but does a decent amount anyway, because it's a good attack Primape's not particularly bulky, and the reduction in attack that is guaranteed by the Rock Tomb will mean that this Rage Fist shouldn't be enough to knock out, but Rimakario is going to shield it up anyway.
Of course, the Rage Fist, the legacy move from Primape, allows to rage the attack that was debuffed by the Rock Tomb. Second Rage Fist coming through. This will be close to knocking out a regular Fortress. It might just barely not be enough. Gonna be so close. Fortress endures. Can it reach? And a heavy slam. No! Just about. It gets knocked out.
And now this Togekiss is going to try and farm down, but actually goes for that Side Shock, taking it out. And now we've got a position where Jorge is going to have a Univin Stunfist with 2 shields up against this Togekiss, very much in the driving seat. And sometimes you do need to prepare for slightly off-meta picks. Sometimes you need to prepare for off-meta playstyles. But big credit to Rimakario and what I think is his first ever competitive event in the official championship series, and he's got to go on stream, so I think that this will be a good moment for him.
Jorge with a sigh of relief, being able to get the parting discharge for Rimakario. Just about doesn't knock out. A few more Thunder Shocks. Jorge gets the win in winners round number 1.
Good start for his tournament here in Turin. Early victories are sometimes the momentum that you want to start building in these events. This is a double elimination format. That means when you lose, you drop down into the losers bracket, and you've only got one more chance. You cannot afford to lose again. We've seen players compete the whole way through the losers bracket before, but ideally Jorge will want to stay on the winner side of the bracket for as long as possible this weekend.
And of course, Jorge grasping to try to get into the San Francisco World Championship. This will be a stepping stone into doing well this weekend. Hopefully a couple more wins stringed along, and you can get yourself into that World Championship slot.
Yeah, I think San Francisco is going to be really, really exciting this summer. It is the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, the 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go. It is a massive time to be getting involved, playing the game. If you're not playing already, now is the time. There's so many events in-game as well for Pokemon Go. We've just mentioned the Go Fest. Chicago is this weekend, Copenhagen's next weekend. The global Go Fest will be next month. I think that if you've not played for a while, it's time to turn the game on.
And of course, Jorge here proving that you don't have to overcompensate when it comes to a new move update. If your reliable Pokemon are still viable, you can still build a pretty solid team around them. And of course, going with those old reliables, that Primeape, that Shadow Altair, that have been proving dividends in previous tournaments. And of course, coming in clutch here for Jorge as well. Of course, that Primeape with the Ice Punch coverage, also the Rage Fist coverage, super effective into the Ghost type. Annihilate was able to put the Annihilate just low enough where Altair could almost Dragon Breath all the way down.
Interestingly, Furret is the normal type of choice for Jorge here, rather than that Licky Licky. Do you think there's any reason why Furret could be a Pokemon that you would pick over the traditional Licky Licky?
I feel whilst Licky Licky can stand by itself just fine, Furret has the ability to set up other teammates because it has access to that Brick Break, guarantees a defense drop by 1 stage to the opposing Pokemon, and that means, for example, if Furret is stuck in a rough matchup, it at least can reduce the prowess of the opposing Pokemon, allowing for a better secondary matchup.
Yeah, Furret does have access to Sucker Punch, Swift, Trailblaze, and more recently Brick Break when it was buffed a couple of seasons ago, so lots of options for those players. I would like to see Furret do well, but it has had so much success already that maybe it is time to step aside for Licky Licky. I'm excited to see when we do get Licky Licky up on screen, and you'll just see how bulky it is, how flexible it is. It is different to the Lickitung that we were used to a couple of seasons ago, but I think it's in a really great position to give players neutral flexibility into this matter.
And of course, speaking of normal types, there were a few that got buffed in this Forever Forward season. We got Kecleon, which is kind of similar-ish to Furret. It has access to Sucker Punch, but also has access now to Thunder Punch and Dynamic Punch. So that Dark and Fighting coverage gives it great flexibility in the meta, of course, if it's not facing a Fairy type.
Yeah, we'll be really excited to see if we see any Kecleon this weekend or if players are going to hold off and use it in NAIC next weekend. Speaking of NAIC, one of the players who I wouldn't be surprised if he travels there is Stonecollection. He's done very well in NA already this season. He might not need the championship points because he is already qualified for the World Championships from his regional victory earlier this season. And he is up against Emilio9299.
And of course, Emilio here coming in with a few buffed Pokemon for this Forever Forward season. Of course, the Ninetales that has access to Energy Ball, Fearow that got the improved Rowan, and also another player, another Pokemon that has access to Drill Run is that Dunsparce. Dunsparce now can access his Drill Run even faster.
Now, Emilio has competed in every Italian event. Stonecollection has competed in almost every regional. He's been across Europe, he's been across the world to play Pokemon. And this weekend, he's decided that Castform could be the spicy pick of choice. He's pairing it with that Tinkaton that doesn't otherwise like to see fire-type Pokemon. Remember, Tinkaton received a community day earlier this season, got access to Gigaton Hammer, which does a massive amount of damage, even if it is resisted.
Of course, Castform was used by Stonecollection in previous regional already, and it did very well for him. And of course, in this Ninetales meta, where a fire type is scary, if you have a Water Gun user and you can even endure an Energy Ball because of the natural bulk of the Castform, I feel like you're laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, there is no Mud Bomb on this Quagsire, which means the Castform has super effective opportunity into Fearow, Azumarill, Ninetales. It doesn't take any Mud Bomb pressure from the Quagsire, so those Water Guns and the Weather Balls will add up. Dunsparce, it needs to watch out for that Drill Run. It is being reached slightly quicker than it was last season, and then Altaria isn't a great matchup for Castform either, but it looks like there could be a lot of flexibility for it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it feature in this match.
And of course, as you mentioned, Emilio mainly plays the Italian regional, so this is his chance this year to get a qualification for Worlds in San Francisco, while Stonecollection is a world traveler. It goes all the way across the globe to get as many championship points, as much prizing as he can get, and is looking to add another medal to his collection.
Now, do you want to hear an interesting fun fact? Emilio's previous 3 Italian events featured 18 unique Pokemon, and other than the Azumarill that he is bringing this weekend, he's adding another 5 different Pokemon to his roster. So he's going through as many Pokemon as he can as he competes here in his home region. But let's see if he can take on one of the world's best in Stonecollection, who has a little bit of an off-meta team paired with some familiar faces. We do see that Licky. We see the Shadow Sableye running Drain Punch that Nesabethan took to victory last event in Utrecht, and Quagsire seems to be a staple for most of this year.
And it's so fun that you mentioned that Emilio fact, because it's a small screenshot at the end of each season for the meta, and it's so different. So many viable Pokemon, so many combinations available. Of course, trying to make these 5 other unique picks work out here versus Stonecollection. Stonecollection going for a very offensive team, but being anchored by the bulk of Licky and Tinkaton.
Azumarill seems to be an ever-present, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see it feature in this matchup just because of its bulk, just because of its ability to take damage, and it does just give you an option to have effectively a third shield. You can almost always, there is almost no attack in the game that can one-shot an Azumarill. I think that it basically operates like a focus sash in VGC. You can guarantee Azumarill will be able to hold on to a charge attack. Stonecollection looks like he is locked in and ready to go. Emilio finalizing his lineup as he looks to make a positive start here in Turin.
And that Azumarill call might be on the money, because if you look into Emilio's team, that Kanto Ninetales, Quagsire, access to Drill Run on the Dunsparce and the Fear, there's a lot of pressure into that Tinkaton that usually walls Azumarill, and that is a very positive matchup. So that means Azumarill kind of can maybe reign free, because Tinkaton is a risky bring for Stonecollection, I'd say.
The other call that looks like it could be quite effective for Emilio during this weekend is that Shadow Kanto Ninetales plus Altaria. Altaria generally weak to ice types, whereas Shadow Kanto Ninetales seems to have a great matchup against those. Not that there are any available to Stonecollection here, but Shadow Kanto Ninetales Fire plus Dragon is often paired together. There's no Azumarill on the side of Stonecollection, but the Shadow Kanto Ninetales can put a lot of pressure onto that Tinkaton.
And Azumarill is no longer really a very good core breaker into that, because now Kanto Ninetales, of course, has access to Energy Ball. It paces so fast and also resists the charge attack pressure from the Azumarill if it's running the standard Ice Beam Play Rough combination. So that means Kanto Ninetales can be a reliable partner for Altaria. Of course, Emilio here choosing for the Shadow version of the Kanto Ninetales instead of the regular, and that means that going straight Weather Ball in a lot of matchups will be viable, and will be able to even get some 2-shot action.
Emilio will need to be wary of this Shadow Primate. It does have Ice Punch, which means it can really threaten the Altaria. Fearow is probably his best answer, because Azumarill, despite being a fairy type that resists the karate chops, it resists the ice punches, with shields up, those rage fists will add up and go through. The players are locked in and ready to go. And we do see Shadow Quagsire against that Tinkaton. It's a pretty good lead for Emilio.
Stonecollection tried to take the risk in bringing the Tinkaton and gets met by one of his hardest counters in that Quagsire. Of course, Licky safe swap, good old and reliable, met by the Altaria here. Licky has super effective rollouts into this matchup, and since it's the non-Shadow Altaria, I feel like Stonecollection is a good spot here.
Emilio straight away with the swap into the Altaria, which I think Stonecollection will be relatively comfortable with. Licky does have a reasonably decent matchup here, but I think that Emilio really wanted to get rid of the Altaria as soon as the Tinkaton left the field, get the Altaria out so that it doesn't have to worry about that. What will be interesting to see is whether or not Emilio invests any shields in this matchup to retain switch advantage.
And of course here, second Shadow Ball coming through. Emilio chooses the notion, can this Altaria endure? Altaria barely endures, it has a Sky Attack loaded. I don't think this is enough to KO the Licky, and this means Stonecollection is going to be able to assure switch advantage and get the Tinkaton outside of Quagsire's hair.
Yeah, 2 Dragon Breaths, not quite enough to take down that Licky, and now the Quagsire could come back in, because the Fearow might want to be hidden for later, so Emilio needs to make a decision. Fearow does come in, it is a body slam. Maybe Emilio was hoping for a Shadow Ball there, but Fearow does have access to Drill Run, so even if the Tinkaton comes back in, the Fearow can start to put pressure on it, particularly now as Drill Run is reached after only 5 pecks. That better pacing can put a lot of pressure onto Stonecollection, as 2 Drill Runs will comfortably knock out this Fairy Steel type Pokemon.
And of course, Tinkaton has access to Bulldoze as his cheap attack, so either you hit that Gigaton Hammer or you're not doing significant damage into this Fearow. Gigaton Hammer being pressed by Stonecollection, pulling up the first Protect Shield out of Emilio, calling correctly the move.
Yeah, this is a great shield for Emilio. That Gigaton Hammer would have done more than knock out the Fearow. Bulldoze would have been a really painful bait if he had shielded that instead, and now the next Drill Run is being thrown. This will threaten a knockout. Does Stonecollection invest a shield? He's going to let this go.
And of course here, 2 shield cast form for the end game. This Fearow paces so quickly, gets to a same type attack bonus, drill back, pulling the first Protect Shield out of Stonecollection in this matchup.
Now let's remember that although Cast Form has access to an electric type attack, it is a pure water type. That means it doesn't resist the flying type damage. It's a great shield as Stonecollection looks to really invest in the fast attack pressure plus the spammy weather balls that this water type Pokemon offers.
And of course, as you mentioned before, this Quagsire is not running Mud Bomb. That means that it either has to hit that hard-hitting Stone Edge or it's not going to deal significant damage. Emilio not playing around, going for the Stone Edge, called by Stonecollection.
Stonecollection is racking up so much energy. This is a great shield for him. A huge amount of damage is blocked. The Stone Edge probably wouldn't have been enough to knock out anyway, and here comes the next Weather Ball. This needs to be shielded by Emilio as he reaches for that next Stone Edge. Catch option starting to become available for Stonecollection, and with that 1-turn fast attack, oh, there's no Pokemon. He can't catch. The Stone Edge is going to land, but I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out. Will the Mud Shots be enough to reach an Aqua Tail? I think Stonecollection might have the better pacing here.
Here, the Cast Form going quickly into the Weather Ball. Doesn't trust the Quagsire to reach the move. Cast Form goes to the full farm down on the attempt attach with the Fearow Weather Ball loaded. It's going to get the knockout here for Stonecollection. Game 1 win.
A very early swap for Emilio gives Stonecollection the opportunity to reach the Weather Ball, fully farm down with Water Gun, and now take out the Shadow Quagsire, taking game number 1. I wonder if Emilio could have then just started leaning for that Aqua Tail to really put pressure onto Stonecollection instead.
I gotta say, no Mud Bomb, no problem. This Quagsire got some hands. Did you see that Stone Edge damage on that Cast Form? Cast Form is rather bulky, but it put that Cast Form into Aqua Tail range, so maybe this matchup is not as bad as it seemed to be originally.
Yeah, I think that's why we perhaps saw Stonecollection trying to get an early head start with the Cast Form to try and Water Gun down. Water Gun isn't a particularly efficient attack, but there aren't many water type fast attacks in the game. Waterfall and Water Gun are the only ones that you're likely to see at the moment, and that means that Cast Form is putting on pressure, but not at a particularly fast rate. That Water Gun against the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, however, would be doing a ton of damage.
And of course here, Stonecollection showed his hand with the Tinkaton. It had a rather negative lead into that Quagsire, even though Quagsire, of course, not running Mud Bomb, which means that the Tinkaton matchup isn't as dire. And that Licky safe swap proving to be once again so reliable for this trainer, because it was able to flip that Altaria, surviving with the bare minimum HP, so you don't give as much farm, and you have a move loaded, so you were able to inflict some damage into that Fearow that later on allowed that water gun down from that cast form.
It's interesting with that Licky. We saw how close it was as they played out that zero shield scenario, and that means that perhaps the way that you build each of your Pokemon could make a difference in that matchup. Perhaps higher attack on an Altaria, for example, could have put enough damage when those Sky attacks start to land, and that's something that players might want to think about, because Licky is a staple. And if you have Pokemon on your team that can counter swap the Licky safe swap, I think that will be a really good position. The other option, of course, would be for Emilio to have thrown an Aquatail with his Shadow Quagsire before coming in with another Pokemon, the classic chip and dip strategy. However, you have to remember that the switch timer is only 45 seconds long, and every time you throw a charge attack, that uses up 10 of those seconds, which can be precious, which can be instrumental as we go into the mid-game and then the end game of these matches.
I really like the team composition that Stonecollection chose for game number 1. Even though Tinkaton was indeed a risky bring, both Tinkaton and Licky protect that Castform so well versus that Altaria, and that means Castform has a very neutral matchup into the rest of the team. Of course, Shadow Primate though coming through from Stonecollection, meets Fearow though. Super effective packs are gonna come through.
A great lead for Emilio yet again, and here comes the Licky. Will you throw? Yes, now. You actually could have done one more peck and got to, you could have done 6 pecks before throwing this drill peck, but getting that damage off and then maybe switching out, that's exactly what we're seeing here, and I think Emilio will now be able to retain switch advantage.
I think the play by Emilio actually made sense, because he didn't want to potentially take a body slam onto that Fearow. Here comes the Quagsire, first Shadow Ball coming through, does about 50%. This Quagsire loading up on that Stone Edge energy. Not before the Licky reaches a body slam, gets the first Protect Shield out of Emilio. He wants to keep that switch advantage.
Yeah, and I think that this is good shield investment, because Quagsire has so much coverage that even if you invest shields, you will be able to do damage into whatever comes in on the opposing side. There is no Pokemon on Stonecollection's side that resists both charge attacks from this Shadow Quagsire, so once it takes down this Licky, which it's about to do so, no, it actually reaches another body slam. I think Shadow Quagsire should be able to hold on though.
This body slam is not enough to KO, but Licky put in so much work into this Quagsire. Quagsire has a Stone Edge and a bit extra loaded, gonna be able to throw it into whatever comes next. Here comes the safe swap. Fearow met by the cast form, and now Fearow has a bit of an energy lead, can throw his drill pack first. Let's see if Protect Shield comes through from Stonecollection. No Protect Shield.
How much is this gonna do? This should do a decent amount of damage. Fearow has a really high attack stat. It does put the cast form into the yellow, but it doesn't actually put it into a position where the Pex alone will threaten a knockout unless you put shield investment into this Fearow, which Emilio does not. Weather Ball will be enough to take it out, and now Altaria can come in and sponge a lot of this water gun pressure, and Stonecollection would need to lean into a Thunderbolt, into a Thunder he's actually got there, into doing damage to this Altaria.
Stonecollection trying to delay the switch call, trying to make it open so the Primate with access to Ice Punch can come through. Altaria taking the first Weather Ball. Here comes the safe swap. Primate gets access to that Ice Punch, but Altaria is behind 2 Protect Shields.
Tell you what, I like this from Stonecollection, aggressively coming into the Altaria, getting an energy head start if the Quagsire wants to come back in. Bear in mind, Quagsire has energy loaded as well, but very little health. And here comes this first Ice Punch. This will threaten a knockout. Emilio only has 1 shield. Stonecollection will not want to let the next Ice Punch get caught onto the Quagsire.
And of course, that Weather Ball being resisted, but it was pivotal to put Altaria into the range of an Ice Punch being able to KO. And now, Stonecollection is still behind the Protect Shield, and this Quagsire is so low. Can Quagsire double up to be able to KO? This Primate is just 1 Mudshot away. First Aquatail coming through, pulling up the last Protect Shield out of Stonecollection.
I think Karate Chop's going to be enough to take out the Quagsire. Will Quagsire be able to hold on? No, it doesn't. Stonecollection takes game number 2 here in his first round at the Turin Special Championships.
And of course, 2-shield strategy for your sweeper was the key for Stonecollection here in the first game, leaving 2 shields for that cast form, jumping ahead, trying to get ahead on energy with the cast form, going into that Fearow. And of course here with the Primate as well, as soon as the switch clock was up, thanks to that Weather Ball, Primate coming through, gets ahead on energy just fast enough to be able to take out the Altaria and then Karate chop down that Quagsire.
And I tell you what, that Licky did a superb show for Stonecollection there. Not only in the first game did it just hold on up against that Altaria, in that second game we saw it hold on against the Shadow Quagsire as well, able to put Shadow Quagsire deep into the red so that it could be karate chopped down. If that last body slam didn't land onto that Shadow Quagsire, Quagsire would have been able to reach another attack. It probably could have taken the game for Emilio. So Licky Licky showing already why it could be the supreme pick of the Forever Forward season.
And of course, everything changes around it, but the universe of Pokemon Go right now is around that Licky Licky. Licky Licky is the sun, is the star here, getting this Shadow Ball on the Altaria, being just bulky enough to endure this, being able to roll out down the Altaria, come out with a move that puts Stonecollection in such a great position, because now the Fearow will be slightly chipped and better in the secondary matchup. That was pivotal in the secondary matchup, because this Water Gun doesn't happen if that Body Slam doesn't come true.
Fearow, a really aggressive Pokemon. I think it's going to be a really strong pick, but it does definitely benefit from getting a bit of an energy head start, much in the way that Stonecollection used that Cast Form, where he comes in aggressively, gets a Water Gun down. If Fearow could have maybe got a head start with its energy, it could have applied a lot of pressure, probably not having the impact that Emilio wanted there, and that Shadow Primeape doing superb work for Stonecollection, taking down the Altaria and then karate chopping through that Shadow Quagsire.
And we're already seeing some adaptations of the meta around the resurgence of these flyers, because Quagsire, for the past couple regionals and events, has been running that Mud Bomb, because it had such a more neutral matchup into the likes of Licky Licky, was able to hit for super effective into that Tinkaton. But now that our flyers are coming back, I mean, Stone Edge coverage is what makes Quagsire great. It was what always made it a distinct Mud Boy, and now coming back, Stone Edge coverage proving even in neutral matchup versus that Cast Form proves to be very good.
I think that's the key thing that we're seeing for Shadow Quagsire, because so many of the different water ground type Pokemon are technically viable in this meta, and a number of them received updates in the Forever Forward season. Gastrodon had Mudslap nerfed a couple of seasons ago, but then received a buff to Earth Power. Swampert received a buff to its Earthquake. Seismitoad received buffs because it received Earth Power as well as access to Icy Wind as well. So players that want to run a water ground type Pokemon have a ton of options, yet Shadow Quagsire continues to be the pick of choice. Exactly as Jock said, Stone Edge with that rock type coverage can put on so much pressure against the flyers that often beat all of these ground types.
And it's kind of interesting that you mentioned Swampert, because Swampert even won the first ever World Championships in the back of Dancing Rob. Also that Galarian Stunfisk was on his team. And Earthquake is back to its glory days. It's back as good as ever. But we're not seeing those Pokemon in the meta.
It's interesting. Well, you mentioned Galarian Stunfisk as well, so that was obviously received a Rock Slide buff a number of seasons ago now. Earthquake is now back to its full power, so Pokemon like Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk are effectively as they were when they were in their prime, but they just cannot compete with the meta today, and that might just be because of the current meta exactly as it is, but it is also surprising and exciting to get to see so many new picks really showcasing their power in this Forever Forward season. Shadow Quagsire doesn't look like it's going anywhere yet, but we're yet to see a Shadow Kanto Ninetales, because Swampert can't even safely swap into that fire type anymore, and that's not something it ever had to worry about.
Yeah, now that Swampert and Mud Boys in general aren't reliable counters to that Kanto Ninetales, that's such a meta centralizer. We're seeing the resurgence of some dragons. Of course, Altaria was always around. We've, of course, seen the Zweilous. A couple of dragons also got some buffs in this season. Sliggoo, the pre-evolution of Gudra, got some updates, and that's going to be a fun pick. I wonder if the Master of Dragons, Tonton Batuz, will ever make it work.
I mean, so many different options for these players to use as they try and fight their way to San Francisco this summer. And I think a lot of them will be using whatever spice they can, whether that's meta, whether that's Sliggoo or something better. These are some of the players that are still competing as they want to be in San Francisco in August.
Of course, Zone, Italian trainer here, trying his best in the last regional level event in EU, trying to grasp his way into the qualification contest. Andres, a familiar face in the scene. Also, she was second in Torino a couple years back. She faced Paulasha in that all-female finals. That was a great moment for Pokemon Go history. Of course, trying to make her way into the World Champion in Ripperly. Rippley, of course, in the beginning of the season was a medalist in Frankfurt, and he didn't do as many tournaments as some of his competitors, but that means he has a great shot with another good performance here to qualify for the World Championship.
All of these players are so talented. They've been playing for so long. We've got new faces, we've got old faces. Everyone will be gunning for their title. Stonecollection probably wants to get a gold here in Europe before he makes his way across to the World Championships this summer. And have you competed much at all this season?
I did a fair share of tournaments. I wouldn't say I was at the heights of Stonecollection, but I was around. I was on stream a couple. I even faced Stonecollection on stream actually in Seville. I lost, but I was there. You have to get there to even lose or win.
That is true. What have been some of the Pokemon that you've enjoyed so far this season? Because we've had all season to try so many different Pokemon. Have there been any favorites for you over the course of the year?
For me specifically, I feel like Dusknoir is underused. Dusknoir is a hard-hitting ghost type with access to Astonish, but also has access to Dynamic Punch. Dynamic Punch does massive damage into the Licky, and it makes it kind of a flexible pick. Even versus the likes of Wigglytuff in the past, it was a pick that you've got a bit ahead on energy. You can even flip that. So Dusknoir is a bit underused, but now with so many Sableye around, it's kind of a tough matchup for Dusknoir.
Yeah, Shadow Sableye looks like it could be the ghost of choice. We've seen Galarian Corsola over the years, but that didn't quite make top usage here in Turin. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few of those around as well. But Shadow Sableye, with access to Drain Punch, it received a buff a couple of seasons ago. It guarantees a defense boost, but fighting coverage when paired with Ghost as well as the Dark-type Foul Play means that there is no Pokemon that actually fully resists Shadow Sableye's moveset in the Turin meta.
And it's kind of interesting because I feel like when Drain Punch first came into the scene, I feel like it was Rhino that used it in the NA regional. People were frowning their brow a bit, like, Drain Punch? Drain Punch used to be such a bad move, but they looked further into it and like, Drain Punch allows it to flip Licky, it allows it to flip Diggersby. It actually might be some cool tech, but now that we are seeing some more flyers in the meta, I wonder if trainers will think, well, Drain Punch was cool for a bit, but maybe access to that Power Jam, another move on our Sableye's arsenal, could be useful in this flyer meta.
And speaking of Power Gem, one of my favorite picks, favorite options for the Forever Forward season is Starmie, particularly the Shadow variant. Probably just because it's cooler, but it has access to Aqua Jet and Power Gem. The Shadow variant can do more damage with its Psy Waves as well. And some of the damage output that I've been experiencing in Go Battle League, I think Starmie could be a standout if the right player takes it to success.
What have been some of your favorite pairings with that Starmie? How have you been covering it from the likes of Sableye and Licky?
Well, I actually think Licky being so common is a great opportunity for Starmie because Licky protects it from a lot of the ghost types in the meta, but also Licky can just sponge generic damage. It's a very squishy Pokemon. It doesn't have a particularly high stat product. So Licky being able to operate as an additional shield has been really useful for it. And then there's another Pokemon that did receive a buff this season that we haven't yet spoken about yet this weekend, and that is Mantine. It received access to the Dragon-type charge attack, Twister, which gives it better pacing than it had last season, and reverts it to pacing that it had back when Mantine was used a little bit more commonly. Twister and Water Pulse are the charge attacks that you typically run on Mantine, and Licky, Mantine, and Starmie, I think, can all work together in ways that I would be excited to see them in Go Battle League, but we haven't yet seen either Mantine or Starmie yet in Turin.
Speaking of not seeing them for a while, Ampollini makes a stream appearance. Ampollini, of course, an Italian local. I believe he barely qualified last year on the grasp of his performance in Bologna for the last year's World Championship in Anaheim, and now he's looking to do it once again because he's just at the cusp of qualifying for the World Championship.
And he's up against FjantigaFyran, and Ampollini has decided that he is going to use Florges, a fairy-type Pokemon that did see a lot of success in previous seasons, but hasn't really hit the same highlights more recently, particularly because there's a lot of other fairy options, but also because that Shadow Kanto Ninetales resisting the Fairy Wind and being tanky enough to being able to hold on to the Chilling Water. I'm excited to see how that matchup goes if it comes up on screen.
Of course, Malamar making an appearance here. I feel like Malamar is always underused, but whenever it comes up, it puts in so much work. Of course, it wants to avoid that Sableye at all costs, thanks to that part Dark typing. It heavily resists the Psy Waves, But besides that, oh, also the Fortress. Fortress isn't really a great matchup for Malamar. Those bug bites are double super effective into the Dark Psychic type and are going to erase it from the field of battle.
Poliwrath is an interesting pick here from FjantigaFyran with access to Dynamic Punch and Icy Wind, both pace reasonably quickly and can put a lot of pressure on various cores in this meta.
Of course, it's Poliwrath. We've seen both variants of Poliwrath making a resurgence in this last few regionals, and of course now in the Forever Forward meta. Some people were running counter, like Inadequance, because it had a very solid matchup into the likes of Licky, Feraliator, for example, Quagsire even. But now with access, it has access to Mudshot, and Dynamic Punch and Icy Wind are so low cost and fairly efficient that even as a safe swap position versus some flyers like Togekiss, for example, Icy Wind is going to reduce the offensive prowess of the likes of Togekiss or Fearow for that matter, and maybe is going to be allow that Poliwrath to endure a drill pack and potentially reach a second move.
Yeah, I think Poliwrath could actually be a really good option for Fjantiga in this matchup, because even though it takes super effective from the Fairy Wind and Trailblaze of Florges as well as the Psywave of that Malamar, it is able to really reduce the damage output, as you say, with that Icy Wind, and Malamar can't even really throw Foul Play into the fighting typing of that Poliwrath, so forced to throw superpowers. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Poliwrath as a bit of a flexible pick in this match.
Speaking of flexible picks, I also like Stunfisk for Ampollini. It has super effective coverage into the opposing Unova Stunfisk, into Poliwrath. It resists rollout from the Licky, and in terms of pacing, it can keep up with the likes of Sableye fairly easily, whilst being bulky enough to endure the fast attack pressure from Dragon Breath and Bug Bite. So it feels like a very safe pick, even potentially as a safe swap. If it gets ahead on energy, could be tough to deal for FjantigaFyran.
Both of these players will be looking to keep their place in winners' side of the bracket. We're in round 3 now here at the Turin Special Championships, and I don't think either of these players have ever made day 2 before, so this could be their weekend.
Of course, here, let's see, a lot to play for. New stories to be written here in the Turin Special Championship. We see the Fortress lead into that Unovan Stunfisk that I mentioned. Of course, Fortress has access to that Sand Tube, super effective coverage, and those Bug Bites are going to add up over time.
Here we go with these Bug Bites. Access to that Sand Tomb does give Fortress a good opportunity, if there is shield investment in this matchup, to carry forward that energy into the mid-game. Ampollini throwing this first harder hitting Mud Bomb than Discharge. It's slightly more energy than it used to be in the past, but it is still a little bit more efficient than Discharge.
No shield coming through from Ampollini, and that means that the Fortress potentially could shield through his way through this lead matchup. Another Mud Bomb is loaded, it's gonna be thrown. Is this gonna force potentially a Protect Shield out of the Fortress, or just Fyran feel like he can endure it? Pulls up the first Protect Shield. Let's see if the Unovan Stunfisk stays in.
The Unovan Stunfisk drops out as Fjantiga reaches up towards that Rock Tomb. Ampollini perhaps hoping to catch a Sand Tomb there. Fearow forced to shield, and now Fjantiga will have the opportunity to switch perhaps into a Stunfisk of his own.
And of course, usually before, he could instantly put the Unovan Stunfisk into the Fearow, but now with Drill Run being so cheap for Fearow, only in 10 turns, that means the 2-shot is coming through way quicker. But now with the Rock Tomb being employed, reducing the defense, that means 2 Drill Runs aren't enough, and this Unovan Stunfisk can even overfarm a little bit if he wants to.
Yeah, Fjantiga's in a great position here. The attack reduction because of the Rock Tomb means Fearow isn't able to knock out with 2 Drill Runs. Peck is resisted by the electric typing of this Unovan Stunfisk, and as Discharge comes through, it does take a knockout. Fjantiga maybe didn't want that to, so that he could have got some extra farm there, and in comes Florges, both of its charge attacks super effective against this Unovan Stunfisk. You'd expect to see a Trailblaze to boost the attack of Florges to go into the next matchup.
Those are great news for Fjantiga, though, that no-shield of the Mud Bomb. That means that now the Florges will be in Sky Attack range for that Altarian in the back, and of course, since it opted for the Chilling Water Trailblaze moveset, that means there's no charge attack pressure into the Dragon Flying deck.
So do you start to throw Chilling Waters into an Altaria if it comes in, or is Fjantiga going to come in with that Fortress? I don't think the Fortress has any energy loaded, so the Altaria is going to come in instead, and now Ampollini is going to start spamming these Chilling Waters. It's one stage boosted already. Chilling Water isn't particularly efficient. It isn't going to be very effective against the Altaria, but it will drop the attack stat of that Dragon Flying type Pokemon.
And you see that Trailblaze paying dividends. That Fairy Winds are adding up so much. Of course, first Sky Attack coming through from Fjantiga, pulling the last Protect Shield out of this ForgeZ, which is already in Sky Attack range. And now Altaria can farm up to another move. Trailblaze coming through, trying to maybe boost up even further that Fairy Wind damage. No shield from Fjantiga. This is double resistant. The Altaria is laughing all the way to the bank versus his Fairy type.
Can ForgeZ reach another attack before the Sky Attack? It doesn't look like it will, and Ampollini doesn't quite make the catch against the Univern Stunfisk, and now Fjantiga looks like he might have this game sealed with Fortress still having health in the back. Does the Univern Stunfisk have enough energy to take it through? The Bug Bites coming through, massive amounts of damage, and the Bug Bites will actually be enough that it can't even throw a charge attack. Fjantiga taking game number 1.
I want to highlight the patience that Fjantiga had in that matchup, because if I was Fjantiga, maybe I was thinking, well, I just let Altaria sponge a lot of debuff from Chilling Water and maybe then swap up to reset those debuffs. But since the ForgeZ was already so low, thanks to that Mud Bomb chip from the Univern Stunfisk, that meant that he didn't need to swap out because it was already in Sky Attack range, and that put Fjantiga in such a good spot, because if the ForgeZ chooses to stay in, it will get knocked out by that Sky Attack, and that Univern Stunfisk is already so low that the Dragon Breath plus Bug Bite pressure is going to be enough to knock it out.
Ampollini, he's a game down, but this is a best of 3. That means he'll need to win both games if he wants to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. Fjantiga, on the other hand, has the advantage. We didn't see the Licky Shadow Sableye core, instead opting for the Shadow Fortress and Altaria. Univern Stunfisk on both sides, showing why it is still very much in the meta. I think some players were hoping that it would fall out of the meta after the Forever Forward season, but the electric and ground type coverage proving to be really effective once again.
Univern Stunfisk is quite the mold breaker. Of course, if you look into Fjantiga's team, that Fortress plus Univern Stunfisk core is so strong, because the Bug Bite Fortress lead is fairly unpunished if it's not faced against that Fearow. But Univern Stunfisk being so free into Ampollini's team makes that Fearow lead kind of risky. So I can see why Bug Bite Fortress lead makes sense for Fjantiga, and if it's not facing that Fearow, it can pretty much win every lead.
Yeah, Fearow is a bit of a tricky Pokemon to use when you're up against the Univern Stunfisk, but as you say, because it does have access to Drill Run quicker than it did last season, it is able to hit back. The problem for it is that discharge paces even faster, and so if they're on neutral energy, if they start at the same time, then Univern Stunfisk will retain an advantage. We've seen Licky being used as a safe swap so many times already in Turin, but also last season as well. Will we see it again here? The players look like they are almost ready to go. Will Fjantiga adjust? Will he keep what worked for him last time? What adjustments will Ampollini make on his side instead?
Of course, here, ForgeZ, if you look into Fjantiga's team, doesn't really have negative matchups, but it falls short because the Chilling Water Trailblazers are resisted. Though we see the Fearow lead, but this time meets its foe, meets that Univern Stunfisk, and since there's no energy lead on the side of the Fearow, this is a negative matchup. Safe swap Licky, as we see time and time again. Here comes the Mud Bomb potentially from the Univern Stunfisk, over-farming as much as he wants, and maybe trying to throw a move here, trying to store it on Altaria, catches a Body Slam.
Now, Ampollini has actually gone to over the maximum amount of energy effectively that you would have been able to take, so he loses a little bit of the energy that he could have got from those rollouts as he tried to avoid the catch, but Fjantiga understood that the move had to be thrown when it was, so able to bank all of that energy on the Univern Stunfisk before coming in and sponging on this Altaria, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's not particularly worried about whether or not the Altaria wins this middle matchup, because the Univern Stunfisk's pressure could go a long way in the mid game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's not worried about guaranteeing the switch here. That Licky can assure, because he has such a great energy lead, another Shadow Ball coming through is going to knock out this Altaria. Fjantiga happy with the chip damage that the Altaria made, and maybe potentially can come back with the Bug Bite Fortress to start ramping up on some energy.
immediate body slam is thrown that's resisted by the steel typing of the Bug Steel Shadow Fortress. And now this Shadow Fortress can start to apply real pressure with these bug bites. Will Ampollini be able to reach another attack? No, he won't. So that is great energy head start for this Shadow Fortress. And now Ampollini's in a tricky position here because the Pharaoh comes back in looking to avoid the Univan Stunfist, but Shadow Fortress has access to Rock Tomb. It will do a massive amount of damage if it lands, so no surprise that the first shield goes up.
Of course here though, the chip damage from the packs are adding up, and now that the Rock Tomb was shielded, here comes the instant switch from Ampollini, predicting the discharge throw and catches it, the double resisted discharge on the Mirror Univan Stunfisk.
A really smart catch by Ampollini there, anticipating the discharge from Fjantiga, triple resisted by the opposing Stunfist, so a lot of that energy completely gone to waste, but there is still Mud Bomb residual energy for these ground type attacks that will be super effective. Ampollini winning charge attack priority. Will that information be important for these players as they progress in this match, shielded by Fjantiga?
And it's such a double whammy because usually you need 3 moves as a Univan Stunfist to knock out the mirror when they're both at full HP, and that this year didn't put enough of a dent to change that. 3 moves are still needed to knock out in the mirror here. Of course, stores a Mud Bomb, great heads up play. He knows that he can store that move and go still into the field as has a lot of energy here accumulated. Goes for the first drawback, choosing to let go, trusting that the Univan Stunfist can claim this endgame for Fjantiga.
Really well played by Ampollini, doing his absolute best to try and make up, and the charge attack priority drill run at the same time as this discharge. This will do a lot of damage to correctly shield by Fjantiga. Now, will Ampollini be able to hold on to this discharge? He's going to shield. He doesn't want to risk it as this Pharaoh might try and lean for another drill run, but will it reach it before another discharge is reached? The players are racing to that energy, and it looks like there's going to be another charge attack tie. This drill run will do a massive amount of damage.
And this is crucial because we saw that the Univan Stunfist from Ampollini won charge attack priority when both threw Mud Bomb at first. Here, Fjantiga trying to overfarm as much as possible. He needs to have a Mud Bomb short. It's going to be charge attack priority again in the end game. Can Ampollini win that charge attack priority? He did win it earlier.
The only way that Fjantiga can win is if the Univan Stunfist have the same attack stat. It looks like they doesn't. Ampollini wins charge attack priority one more time, and he is going to completely turn this game on its head and take victory here in game number 2.
Can we talk about the flexibility that Furo provided? It led into the Univan Stunfist, obviously a negative matchup, as you mentioned. This charge pace is ever so fast versus the drill run coverage of the Furo, but you forget a bit of an energy head start that flips the matchup on its head. And of course, Ampollini taking advantage that Furo is so attack weighted that when charge attack priority into the Univan Stunfist, meaning that if you're pacing at the same time, you're going to win that charge attack priority. That drill run chip damage proved to be crucial because in the end game, since this Univan Stunfist won the charge attack priority in the mirror, he got the KOing Mud Bomb.
Yeah, that's one of the really nice things about Pharaoh. It has the highest attack stat of any of the Pokemon that are featuring in this match here. So Ampollini can guarantee when he throws an attack, it will be thrown first. That can make all the difference. But also we saw the Univan Stunfisk charge attack priority event, and that can also be key in that matchup because the Thundershock fast attack pressure is doing little to no damage, triple resisted in that mirror matchup. So everything is about landing those Mud Bombs. We saw Ampollini win charge attack priority the first time. He wins it again to seal the game, and now as we go into game 3, Ampollini knows that that Univan Stunfisk is a bit of a really good threat against Fjantiga, who can't really counter it with his own Univan Stunfisk in the same way that Ampollini can.
Triple resisted it right. That adds up play by Ampollini, catching the discharge that was destined into the Furo, into his own Univan Stunfist, meant that that energy went completely to waste because usually when both Pokemon are at full HP, in the mirror you need 3 attacks to KO. But since discharge does literally no damage almost into the mirror Univan Stunfist, that meant that he still needed those 3 attacks to KO.
And the other nice thing about Pharaoh, which I know you're a big fan of, is that if it gets an energy head start against a Univan Stunfisk, it has a massive advantage because it will now reach the drill run before the Univan Stunfisk reaches a discharge. So let's say, for example, Ampollini has the Pharaoh and a Univan Stunfisk swaps into it. The Pharaoh could throw a drill run before switching out, and that kind of pressure completely changes changes the way that Firo is played. I'd love to see that happen in this match as these players prepare and lock in for game number 3.
And of course, Licky proved to be vital for Ampollini once again showing that why it's the sun which this meta revolves around. Let's see if it makes an appearance for game number 2. We see again that Firo lead into the fortress this time. Target acquired, resisting those bug bites heavily. This means that Firo is ahead on energy. Of course, that safe swap, you know, with something that you just meant, but he doesn't throw the drill run. He goes into the Licky right away.
Ampollini did have the opportunity to go for that drill run first, but he instant swaps into the Licky. I would have loved to see him go for that drill run first and apply a massive amount of pressure for that Uniman Stunfisk, but he wants to maintain the switch timers. He goes straight into the Licky. He's confident that he can probably maintain alignment, but when we look into that backline, it still could be neutral matchups either way, so it's not the end of the world which player wins switch advantage here, and I imagine that players will want to retain their shields, particularly Fjantiga, because Firo's damage output is insane.
And of course, Fjantiga having the slight energy at start in this matchup means that the Licky, even though it's going to reach that double Shadow Ball to throw massive damage, it still needs another body slam to get the KO. You know, when Stunfisk pacing so fast to those mud bombs and discharges as almost another one loaded, and they can throw it just before another body slam comes through.
Actually going in for the Altaria, going to bank that energy, and I like that play because Altaria can sponge this damage, and Uniman Stunfisk's energy is more effective into the Firo and the Uniman Stunfisk of Ampollini as well. So really smartly played by Fjantiga. Will this decision pay off for him?
And now I'm kind of fearing for Ampollini, because if you're throwing your Firo into this matchup versus the Altaria, that means that Bug Bite is unresisted by the rest of your team. Because there's no Empoleon in his team, actually. So that means that the 2-shield fortress is an absolute menace in the end game.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised that Ampollini didn't opt to go in for that Univan Stunfisk, but the Firo is starting to put pressure on this Altaria now. Altaria is going to be able to hold on to this drill peck and Dragon Breath down this Firo, maybe unload some of its energy into the black line of Fjantiga, because let's bear in mind Firo will take a huge amount of damage from the flamethrower. The fortress will take a huge amount of damage from the flamethrower. We now see Ampollini's Univan Stunfisk come in, throwing this first mud bomb.
There might be some silver lining for Ampollini, since he still has that Licky in the back with a bit of energy and being able to swap eventually when those debuffs of the defense come through from those super effective Phantoms. Of course, 2 shields being in play, you have to use that Protect Shield, else those Bug Bites are going to add up too much.
Fortress putting in as much work as it can with these Sand Tombs, with these Bug Bites, slowly adding up, and you can see the Univan Stunfisk slowly accumulating energy. Another Mud Bomb might threaten a knockout here. Can Fjantiga's Shadow Fortress hold on? As this Mud Bomb lands, Fortress holds on, but will it be enough to reach an attack? And it's actually caught by this Licky.
I think Fjantiga is a happy camper with this catch, because that Licky still had some energy stored, and now that you get the knockout here, that means that the Bug Bite pressure might be adding up too much, as a Mud Bomb stored is going to pull the last Protect Shield out of Ampollini. Can Ampollini overfarm just enough, having the knowledge that he wins charge attack priority to maybe sweep this endgame with Univan Stunfisk?
He doesn't throw! The Mud Bomb is reached by Fjantiga, and all of that energy on Ampollini's Univan Stunfisk is going to go to waste.
And of course, you're getting the KOing Mud Bomb. That means that Fjantiga, even though it had such a rough lead with that Bug Bite Fortress into the Firo, was able to flip the matchup on his head. He's able to secure his win, move on to winners round 4. Doing a great run, Fjantiga.
Really well played. He retained a shield, forcing Ampollini to try and go to back-to-back. Fjantiga had the energy already locked and loaded. He takes game number 3 and progresses in what was a really tightly fought match. A really great one to watch. A showcase of Univan Stunfisk almost, as well as both of those flyers, the Altaria and the Firo, serving completely different purposes, but having great effect in each instance.
And of course here, what proved to be vital in this matchup was Fjantiga storing all that energy to the Univan Stunfisk, because he was hoping that with a lot of his fast attack pressure with the Bug Bite Fortress, he was able to put Pokemons into Mud Bomb range, and having that energy at start proved to be vital. Reached double Mud Bomb before the Mud Bomb from Ampollini even came through.
Univan Stunfisk showing that it might still just be meta, both of these players bringing it, and it looked really, really good in this matchup in particular. Licky and Altaria for Fjantiga proving to be so bulky, so flexible and neutral in this matchup as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see those Pokemon feature a lot more this weekend.
I love the aggressiveness also from coming in with the Altaria, trying to catch that move. from the opposing Pokemon from Ampollini, because as you mentioned, Altaria doesn't really have hard checks in Ampollini's team, because ForgeS only has access to Chilling Water and Trailblaze. Both are resisted by the Altaria heavily. We've seen in the past even Boom 20 and PvP David played those finals where the ForgeS and the Altaria matchup came through a lot.
Well, I mean, looking at Ampollini's team here, there's actually very little pressure into that Altaria at all. You've only got Fairy Wind from the ForgeS, which is a very low damage fast attack, and Rollout from the Licky Licky, which is a low damage fast attack as well. Otherwise, there is no super effective pressure anywhere. There's no Ice type coverage, there's no Dragon type coverage, there's no Fairy type charge attack coverage either. And that meant that Altaria was completely free for FjantigaFyran. And we saw that in the way that he was happy to just come in and sponge damage. He didn't mind what was being counter swapped into it. He didn't mind what was being thrown into it. It gave him a lot of flexibility in that match.
Of course, here we see Ampollini not going down without a fight. Great catch off that discharge on the mirror. You know, when Stunfisk made able to pull up that game number 2. Of course, the Fortress is just booking enough to reach the parting Santum that was caught on the Licky Licky, but that proved to be okay for FjantigaFyran because that Licky Licky had so much energy stored and just all went to waste thanks to that catch.
FjantigaFyran taking that match, and I think that those are the kinds of matches that can give you a lot of confidence. It gives you some momentum as you progress on the winner side of the bracket, but that was tough. That was no easy match in the early stages here in Turin. So sometimes you just need to get your momentum going, particularly when you're using new Pokemon in a new meta and you want to see how it actually performs in a tournament. And I'm excited to see if we'll see FjantigaFyran again here on stream.
And of course, this might not be the last time we saw Ampollini. Last year, he barely qualified. He was able to qualify on the last event. He was able to get top 16 in Bologna last year. And that means he's a fighter. He's not going down without putting in his best effort out there.
And I'd love to hear a little bit more from him. He's down in for an interview with Lou.
Of steel, just like that Shadow Fortress. FjantigaFyran, what an incredible match. That felt like an epic best of 3 set. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I was a bit nervous before the game, but yeah, I felt I played pretty well in game 1 and 3, and yeah, it felt great.
I think in game 1 we were all really inspired by the Fortress, particularly with that bug bite. Was it kind of the MVP Pokemon for you?
I would say so. The only thing it didn't want to face was Pharaoh. It's a bit annoying. So yeah, I was a bit unlucky in game 3 to have Pharaoh on the lead, but yeah, it turned out well. So.
Yeah, it managed to take down that Pharaoh, and Pharaoh's had a lot of changes coming into this new meta at the moment.
Yeah.
Were you prepared for them?
I'm weak to so many things. I just disrespect Fairy, disrespect Medicham, and I'm quite weak to Pharaoh as well, so I was just hoping that I wouldn't face the things I was weak to.
Well, you still were able to overcome those challenges really well. Yeah. I want to talk about game 2 because I think that was the most challenging moment of the set for you, particularly against the opposing Stunfisk. Talk us through what the problems were facing that particular Pokemon. What was difficult?
Yeah, the first part is that I didn't win CMP. That's always annoying, but I felt like I didn't manage my energy very well, and yeah, I think I could have played better overall.
Well,
so,
you were able to come back in game 3, right?
Yeah.
And in game 3, you started with not a great lead. How were you able to adapt out of that?
My thought process was, if I just save swap Stunfisk, I can either tank a move, and his best answer to the Stunfisk is ForgeS. And if he brings out ForgeS, I can get farm later on Fortress and get energy, and then I can threaten the Pharaoh with the Rock Tomb.
So there was a vision there that was able to enable your success greatly.
Yeah.
Stepping back and looking at this tournament, in particular here in Turin, obviously we're in a new meta. Are you excited about the changes that have happened?
I'm not a fan about the Charm nerf, to be honest.
Are you a previous Wigglytuff fan?
I'm not, but it felt like Sableye got too strong in this meta, and yeah, I felt like Wigglytuff was it was too good, but with the nerf of Charm, it's been hard to team build, in my opinion.
Now Sableye too strong.
Yeah.
What are your goals for this particular tournament then, in terms of the road to Worlds and all of these types of things?
My goal is to qualify for Worlds, but I basically need the top 16, so it's gonna be a bit rough. But I hope I can make it.
Well, if you keep playing the way you did just now, I'm sure there's a lot of confidence behind your run this weekend.
Yeah.
Before we go and let you get ready for your next round, are there any shout-outs you would like to give to any friends and family supporting you?
I would like to shout out my family, my teammates in Team Pizza. I would like to shout out Galaxobolten, RDR, and Mo, and then Snowman for helping me team building and streaming with me.
It sounds like you have a great community around you, rooting for you and helping you get your success. Congratulations once again. We'll be keeping an eye on you and FjantigaFyran throughout the rest of the tournament. For you Pokemon trainers, don't go anywhere. The action here at the Turin Special Championships does continue, so let's keep it going.
Thank you very much, Lou and Fjantiga. And I think I'm very excited to see just how far he goes. He had a lot of comments on that match on the meta as well. What are your thoughts, Leo?
I played him once in a practice tournament and he ran over me with an Emolga, so I am his biggest fan by now. I think he has huge potential and we're going to see him, I think, probably in day 2.
Now, he also mentioned there that he feels Sableye is really, really strong in this meta, potentially too strong. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so far I've been really impressed with Fearow, and I think Fearow has a very decent matchup into the Shadow Sableye, especially if players decide to opt for Drain Punch, because Drain Punch not as threatening as a Power Gem, so you're not really able to really force shields. A Foul Play does not knock out, and you will not farm down with Shadow Claws on that normal type. So I think even though Wigglytuff is not anymore the preferred normal plus fairy type in that situation, doesn't really threaten too much with Charm anymore. I mean, against Sableye, you're probably still gonna be fine. I think maybe there's another Pokemon to check that Shadow Sableye.
I'm inclined to agree, and I mean, there was no Wigglytuff obviously on the side of Ampollini, but we didn't see that Shadow Sableye once. So I do think that there are answers for it, but I also would like to see what a Shadow Sableye can do, perhaps when it is less checked in a match, and I'm sure we will get that this weekend here in Turin.
I mean, we have seen it in Utrecht, right? There was such a strong performance there for Shadow Sableye, taking it all down. But now we're moving on to Anifion versus Moe, and that is really interesting. One of my favorite Pokemon, my second favorite Pokemon from Kanto, actually. The Poliwrath is back then.
Yeah, we've seen one already here on stream, and now we're going to get a chance to see it again. And both of these players aren't players that we've seen a huge number of times on stream, so a good opportunity for them to showcase their talents here at the end of this 2026 season. This is the last event of the European schedule, but it is the best opportunity for players to remind the world, but also show the world that actually they should be one to watch as we progress for the World Championships and then into next season as well.
I was gonna say we have so many talented trainers that we keep on watching over the entire season, people like Patoman or Stonecollection, but these players like Anifion, they are not every time on stream, but they can show you that they've just got it to this is their moment to shine, and I'm always excited to see new people I can be a fan of.
And look at this Shadow Kingdra here for Anifion. I think that this is a great pick in this meta. It did receive access to Surf in the Forever Forward update. That gives it much faster access to water pressure, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that Shadow Kingdra performing well here in Italy.
Did you know that Shadow Kingdra deals over 50% to a Shadow Starmie with a Swift?
I didn't know that.
I found that out the hard way this morning.
I mean, we do love Starmie, let's be honest.
We do love Starmie. We haven't seen it so far, but maybe we are going to in this tournament. But that's actually a team I want to see this Poliwrath against. Mudshot, Dynamic Punch, Icy Wind. And AnicorXIII came out with this counter technology of Poliwrath just to really hammer down on these Lickies, but now it looks like players are opting for this fast-pacing Mudshot and Icy Wind debuff spam, but there's also a Shadow Sableye on his team paired with a Stunfisk and Licky.
And I think a lot of what we're seeing in this meta is whether or not you can reach your first charge attack after 5 seconds or 10 turns. So Mudshot into Dynamic Punch and Icy Wind, both of those are reached after 5 seconds. Exactly the same for that Shadow Sableye, both Foul Play and Dynamic Punch after 5 seconds. The first charge attacks for Univan Stunfisk, again 5 seconds. So we do have that fast pacing in this meta, and players will need to be aware of that as they try and swap in and out of matchups.
Farid, what are we saying about Poliwrath in this matchup?
Okay, so Poliwrath Dynamic Punch will do really well against the Licky, the Alolan Sandslash, the Empoleon, and Icy Wind double super effective against that Jump Bluff. Shadow Kingdra isn't particularly bulky, so Dynamic Punch will do a lot of damage there as well. So that Galarian Corsola really needs to feature. The problem is it's got to go up against a Shadow Sableye plus Licky team, and that is a very dangerous pairing. How will Anifion be able to counter this Poliwrath? Shadow Kingdra could be the answer.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Shadow Kingdra, yes, it is a little fragile, so Dynamic Punch is not something it wants to take, but I don't think it gets knocked out, and Mudshotting something down is rather hard. But you also basically only have Swift to hit it for neutral damage. Of course, you have the Dragon Breath. They don't add up as much anymore as they used to. But Surf isn't going to cut it against Poliwrath. Water is a fantastic defensive typing. It's actually something that you see on quite a lot of these water-type Pokemon. They have this typing as defense, and then offensively, they use some other attacks. So maybe Poliwrath for a Moe could be the way to victory.
I think it very probably will be, because even against that Shadow Kingdra, all you have to do is shield up and start spamming those Icy Winds. That will reduce the damage output of that Kingdra. Kingdra, to its advantage, it is one of the few Pokemon in the meta, but particularly in this match here, that can reach its first fast attack in less than 5 seconds, 4.5 seconds to that first Swift.
Kingdra is going to be important here, but also, when you think about this Poliwrath and how it's positioned against Corsola, which might be the only real counter to it, Licky is rather safe for Moe in this matchup as well. So if you eventually end up with the Galarian Corsola on that Poliwrath, you can always go into Licky and try to force another switch scenario.
Now, we have mentioned the Poliwrath on the side of Anifion. If the Alolan Sandslash can... so Poliwrath on the side of Maui. If the Alolan Sandslash can avoid it, then it looks like it has a lot of opportunity as well. So Anifion was probably going to be very happy to see this Poliwrath here, even though we know that with shield investment, the Poliwrath can win this first matchup.
But he did not even bring the Galarian Corsola, so for Anifion, this Poliwrath is in the best position he could wish for with the Kingdra. But now the big question is, we are not even baiting here. Icy Wind baits are nasty. Anifion correctly puts up a shield.
Interesting that Moe doesn't go for that Icy Wind, so this is a great shield for Anifion. And now the Kingdra can put in a lot of pressure. Licky coming out, and we will perhaps see a chip and dip strategy as Surf will land, do a decent amount to Licky, and Anifion now has the decision to go into a Licky of his own. Shield goes up as Moe looks to prevent that. Here comes the Licky. There is shield parity now, but Moe's shiny Licky has energy advantage.
I like the switch up from Anifion. He could have gone for 3 more Dragon Breath and then tried to catch a Shadow Ball on his own Licky, but he said Moe is maybe going to predict that and immediately throw the Body Slam, so I'm going to dip out faster.
And now Anifion's going to slow the game down as he throws his Body Slam from the Licky and probably have a think about how he wants to approach the mid-game after this Licky mirror. Moe, on the other hand, if he can get an energy head start of any kind onto the Poliwrath, that pressure can put a lot of opportunity and damage out onto Anifion's team. The problem is that Mudshot is a very weak fast attack. It doesn't have stab either, so it's usually very rare that Poliwrath can actually get head starts with a fast attack down.
The thing is, it already has quite a little bit of energy, but there is going to be a Body Slam thrown here. That is not going to be enough to knock out, I would suppose. A Shadow Ball would have done the trick, but are we going to get a full farm down with the Kingdra? No, actually Anifion decides that he's going to take the Dynamic Punch.
And now there is the opportunity for Anifion to get an energy head start on perhaps the Alolan Sandslash. It should be running Powder Snow in this meta after it received an update, and it will come in. It does take super effective from the Mudshots, but it doesn't do that much because it is such a weak fast attack. And now this energy head start will put it into a great position into the Sableye, which they pace at the same time. Bear in mind, Alolan Sandslash also benefits from the buff to Drill Run. It reaches it after 5 fast attacks as well, and Alolan Sandslash looks like it can do a ton of damage here.
Yeah, on paper you would say, hey, Drain Punch, double super effective. Oh, it goes through, and if you just lets it go, that knocks it out straight up, and now the defenses are rising. This Shadow Sableye all of a sudden is maybe turning the tides.
That is a crazy no-shield from Anifion, and I think he's smart. He perhaps maybe overlooked the Drain Punch on that Shadow Sableye. Absolutely wipes out the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and now Kingdra has a lot of work to do. The Shadow Sableye, the Body Slam comes in!
Takes out the Shadow Kingdra, closes out game one. Oh, we had so much energy on this shiny Licky, just throwing the Body Slam onto this Kingdra before it can deal any sort of damage. Wins the first game with 2 Pokemon still kicking.
Shield your Sandslash trainer. It is a very squishy Pokemon, particularly in the Shadow form, but double super effective Drain Punch. Not only does it knock out the Pokemon, knock out the Sandslash, it also boosts the defense of that Shadow Sableye, and that game completely turned in an instant.
Farid, we just discussed right before this match, is Shadow Sableye too strong? We said, there's maybe other counters, but look what happens if there is not a dedicated hard counter.
But he had a shield! He would have won!
I get that.
The Alolan Sandslash had so much energy there, and I think that players now, you need to pay attention. Drain Punch is available to Shadow Sableye, and it's not going to be the hardest hitting attack. It is against an Alolan Sandslash, but it does guarantee a defense buff as well, so definitely be aware of that.
I mean, Drain Punch is just a phenomenal attack against all of these bulky Pokemon in the meta. Something like Diggersby can be flipped by Shadow Sableye now, but also versus Licky, it really helps with taking less damage, while it already isn't the hardest hitter in the Go Battle League. But our players are closer to getting ready for the second match. Moe in a commanding spot after winning this with the, I want to say, surprise Urshifu-esque Drain Punch.
And now we do see the jump up against this Shadow Sableye. We was mentioned earlier, there's no power gem on Shadow Sableye, and this is a shiny Shadow Sableye. Licky's going to come in, and it's going to be met by this Empoleon, which resists both Rollout and Body Slam, but will go down to 2 Shadow Balls. Moe did get a bit of an energy head start. Let's see how these players play out this mid matchup.
Yeah, that is one of those matchups where you would think that Empoleon is in a commanding spot, but look at the Shadow Ball damage. And if you're paying close attention, Hydro Cannon does not really deal 50%, and Metal Sound always does less damage than you would expect. But this looks like it could be range of knocking out with 2 Hydro Cannons. However, the energy head start that you mentioned.
Yeah, he actually came in a little bit late with that Empoleon. That means that the Licky was able to reach 2 Shadow Balls before 2 Hydro Cannons. The shield investment, though, does mean that this Empoleon will be able to charge up to a ton of energy and will reach the 3rd Hydro Cannon before the 3rd Shadow Ball. Murray recognizes that he's not going to put further investment into this Licky. It goes down, and he could now come back in with this Shadow Sableye to put 1 shield in and potentially try and go for a full Shadow Claw down. Do you think he can do it?
Yeah, I think he can very much do that, but the no shield here says, okay, this is Poliwrath's game to win, but Poliwrath is behind on energy against this Jumpluff, and yes, double super effective Icy Wind, but that's never gonna knock out a Jumpluff.
An interesting no shield there from Moe is that Hydro Cannon lands on the Shadow Sableye. Icy Wind now reached by this Poliwrath. It is double super effective, but Jumpluff is just so bulky. It doesn't have same type attack bonus either from the Poliwrath, so it will be not enough to knock out. He'll have to reach up to another one. The advantage, though, is that 1 more will knock out, and Acrobatics will not be enough to knock out a fairly bulky Poliwrath after that Icy Wind debuff.
Yep, but we're not gonna find out how much damage it deals anyways, because Moe smartly decides to actually use one of his shields. Now throws an Icy Wind on charge deck priority with the Acrobatics. Is Anifion going to shield this one, or is he going to put all his eggs in one basket called Kingdra?
The shield goes up. Acrobatics now will land. This won't be enough to take out the Poliwrath, so will there be an instant pivot from Anifion afterwards? Poliwrath still has some health left, and the Shadow Sableye is going to come in and now be able to throw a Drain Punch into this Empoleon, boosting its defense. Will the Shadow Sableye now be able to reach another attack, or will Anifion's Kingdra be able to farm it down?
Or maybe the Jumpluff is trying to farm down with super effective Fairy Winds. The thing is, I think this Shadow Sableye could have fully farmed down the Ampollini. It was absolutely energy dry, but now Maui is going to throw the next foul play into this jump bluff. Kingdra, what can you do here? There's not much HP left for you to overcome.
Look at this from this Kingdra. Dynamic Punch is going to come through. Do we think this is going to be enough to knock out? Call it.
But this is for science. How much damage does the Dynamic Punch? Whoa! That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, just over maybe 70%, almost 80% to this Shadow Kingdra. But the Shadow Kingdra holds on. Swift just for good measure. Anifion Shadow Kingdra showing that it does have play. He takes game number 2. The scores are tied.
Not gonna lie, this damage woke me up a little bit. That was quite a huge amount from a bulky Pokemon like Poliwrath. That just goes to show again how efficient Dynamic Punch is combined with the same type attack bonus boost that Poliwrath naturally has on fighting type attacks.
I mean, it did a little bit more damage than I think we were both expecting, and it may be the case that the Shadow Kingdra isn't as bulky as it could be. Obviously, these players, when you're running Shadow type Pokemon, you don't have as much control over what alignment you want to have in terms of your stat distribution, and sometimes that can mean you use higher attack. And I actually quite like high attack Shadow Pokemon in particular. It gives them a bit more of that glass cannon feeling.
I remember your Annihilate from Liverpool back then.
Heck yeah, we love that Annihilate. Annihilate I was running sometimes with max attack, just because I knew I was going to shield it anyway, and I just wanted to put as much damage on the board as possible.
Yeah, that Annihilate liked to punch. I felt that one in one of the tournament, in one of the stream matches. But Poliwrath is not a puncher. It's a much shorter this time around. So quick pacing is preferred to the fighting type fast attack pressure. Maybe that could have helped in the last match, maybe a little bit more counter damage, but the Shadow Kingdra was able to close it out for Anifion. Game 3, the decider, and we're starting off rather slow with Jumpluff versus Lickilicky. Lickilicky has a little bit of an advantage with the super effective rollout. However, the damage of rollout isn't that high anyways, and Anifion has access to Jumpluff's Acrobatics, one of the strongest attacks in the Open Great League.
And I think because of that, even though Rollout is super effective, because Acrobatics is just so efficient, and because Jumpluff is one of the bulkiest, if not the bulkiest, Pokemon in the meta at the moment, Jumpluff actually beats Lickilicky in all shield scenarios. It puts a great opportunity, and both of these trainers switch at exactly the same time into another similarly neutral matchup. The Empoleon resisting the Dragon Breath, taking neutral from the Flamethrower, and throwing Drill Peck in return.
Yeah, Empoleon looks like a Pokemon that should dominate this matchup just because you hit everything for neutral damage. But Metal Sound does so little that it looks like it's dealing less damage than the Dragon Breath, actually. And now Altaria, of course, with a slower pacing, significantly slower, but way more bulk, connects a Flamethrower. And now it's going to be exciting to see, are there any shields going to be used? No, Anifion actually lets the Altaria get to the second Sky attack before throwing his own Drill Peck.
He will shield up. Empoleon can win the one shield scenario. Dragon Breath and Metal Sound actually do the same amount of damage per second, so this is a very neutral matchup, but Altaria is just so bulky. And Empoleon is much squishier by comparison that it looks like that. But this Empoleon has actually now banked that energy, and Jumpluff is going to come straight back in. It does have a bit of an energy head start, and it is able to reach the energy ball before the Icy Wind, forcing that first shield from Moe.
Yep, but there is a lot of energy now. The question is Icy Wind from this range gonna be enough to knock out? Throws it immediately. I'm going to say there's not a lot of farm down potential on the Mudshot.
Let it go. Let's see how much it does. Oh, I would have loved to see if the Icy Wind could have held on, because Mudshots basically do 0 damage. The Lickilicky would have perhaps sniped with a rollout in any case, so maybe a really good shield from Anifion. But now this Acrobatics, it might not be enough to knock out, but it is still a really hard-hitting attack.
The issue for Anifion now is there is, as the only really healthy Pokemon on his side, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back. And this Pokemon does really not appreciate a Poliwrath. However, it might have a better chance there because it is not a counter one, and we have an energy head start now. Despite being one shield down, can you knock out that Poliwrath before it reaches one Dynamic Punch?
Yeah, but we've got to remember that this Poliwrath has a shield available. The Drill Run's not going to be enough to knock out, so Moe can now farm up a little bit more, guarantee a one-hit knockout with a Dynamic Punch, and then still potentially have an Icy Wind available for that Jumpluff.
That's a boom moment if I've ever seen one. That would take out 2 Shadow Alolan Sand Slashes at once, but now we are going to take it out. And Anifion is struggling to find a way here. There's 2 Pokemon in the back. They're deep in the red. Empoleon and the Jumpluff.
There's an attack on this Empoleon, isn't there?
Ooh, yeah, but I mean, you're throwing it now. How low is the timer?
But is there an attack on the Jumpluff as well? Can you come in immediately and try and snipe after 1 second? Are you going to predict this? There's not an attack.
Oh, we're very far away from it, and now the Poliwrath is going to throw that Icy Wind. Doesn't deal a lot of damage. Mudshot also doesn't deal a lot of damage onto Empoleon. However, it is super effective. So there's a good chance for a farm then, and Maui takes this win.
Great victory there for Moe as he wins this match in this winner's side of the bracket. That was a really interesting game, a fun game, and a good opportunity to showcase a few Pokemon that we perhaps haven't seen for a while. I actually thought Jumpluff impressed me, even though it didn't come out on top. The damage output from that acrobatics was impressive.
Yeah, and you know, I have been toying around with the Shadow Jumpluff a little bit. I think trainers made an exceptional choice with the regular Jumpluff because just of how this Licky matchup works, right? You take the super effective damage, but Shadow Ball plus the rollouts do not knock out as in the 2 Shadow Ball scenario, basically. But your acrobatics, they hit really, really hard. Yeah. And I think that might be the reason why regular Jumpluff could be preferred over the Shadow version.
And it's got a massive amount of bulk, that Jumpluff. It is a huge, huge stat product. If you thought Licky was bulky, the difference between a Licky and a Jumpluff is probably comparable to Licky and a Poliwrath, for example. Like there are big jumps between these Pokemon, and it can make all the difference, particularly when players are composing their teams, when they're putting these Pokemon together. And the Shadow Sableye with that Drain Punch in this particular game was the key pivotal moment that turned the game on its head, took out that Alolan Sand Slash. You saw Anifion's eyebrows raise in that moment, probably wasn't expecting that, and then the Licky showing just why it's the Pokemon to beat in this meta.
Taking out with so much energy. This is one of those really, really skillful tactics that trainers use where they farm up a lot of energy in some matchups, swap out those Pokemon, hoping that with how much is going on at the same time in Pokemon Go, the opponent might forget how much energy you had concealing your energy in the back of your team.
And there was that moment earlier. We're seeing the Alolan Sand Slash up against the Drain Punch of the Sableye, up against the Dynamic Punch of the Poliwrath. It didn't get the alignment into the Altaria that it wanted. I think there was a moment in that last game where both players switched at exactly the same time, and it was an Empoleon into the Altaria instead of the Alolan Sand Slash. That could have made all the difference.
That reminds me of the last game where we saw a simultaneous swap in of Stunfisk just to catch a discharge from the Stunfisk of Fantiga. That was impressive. We are so early on in the day in Turin at the Special Championships, and we are already seeing top tier gameplay and some upsets, because in game 1 I was 100% sure that this Drain Punch was going to be shielded.
I think we definitely thought it was going to be shielded, and I also thought that Shadow Sableye might have been shielded as well in the game where it could have potentially farmed down that Empoleon, and I think that a lot of these players and a lot of you at home might be able to watch and take note from these shield decisions, because that's such a massive part of Pokemon Go PvP. You only get 2 Protect shields. Where you use them, when you use them, will make all the difference in these matches.
And I think it's really interesting how shield usage has developed over the years of this tournament series, right? Because now there's so many more charge attacks thrown in one game. I remember times where people said Lantern has a decent pacing, and then it took like 6 sparks to go to Surf. This would be super slow nowadays. Only the bulkiest of Pokemon can allow themselves to pace faster than 5 seconds to a charge attack. And now you have to make so many more shield decisions, but you still only have 2 shields.
Well, it's a good point that you mentioned, actually, because even Jumpluff, with a massive stat product, was falling out of the meta. It's only back in because that Energy Ball now paces after those 5 fast attacks, after 10 turns. And so now Jumpluff, at its stat product, is able to come back into the meta. Azumarill, one of those Pokemon that has a huge amount of bulk but can't pace in 10 seconds, we're not seeing it quite as often.
Speaking of slow pacing, Aegislash.
Oh, baby. We have seen this Pokemon take title after title after title since it was introduced to the Pokemon Go Championship Series. Can Davide 1510 pilot it to victory here in Turin? He's up against Paulash, a 97.
And she's running Shadow Politoed. I love
Why,
this.
Leo? Why is she running Shadow Politoed?
This Pokemon just paces incredibly quickly. It is still very bulky, and the Shadow bonus basically allows you to deal more damage whilst not losing more bulk than you gain in damage. So Shadow Politoed is rather flexible, and also a few seasons ago, I think 2, Weather Ball was boosted. Weather Ball is so incredibly efficient now.
And what's interesting is that Davide is actually running a Pokemon that Paula once piloted to reasonable success in that Shadow Mightyena.
Yeah.
This is also the first time that I believe we're seeing Shadow Kanto Ninetales on stream. The second most used Pokemon here in Turin, and maybe we'll get an opportunity to see exactly why.
And one Pokemon that we haven't talked about yet on these trainers' teams is the Mantine. Just because it's so flat in this image, you could barely see it, but Mantine is definitely going to make an impact. It is also one of these incredible bulky Pokemon. And again, the theory stays true. It comes back into the meta because it has gotten an attack that paces quickly. So you take 5 wing attacks, and then you're going to be able to throw a very efficient Twister. Twister now, you know, offensively, Dragon-type attacks aren't the greatest because they hit basically nothing for super effective damage, except for other dragons. But it's neutral quite often, and if you have a super bulky Pokemon, that's sometimes all you need.
So interestingly here, I was just taking a look at the moveset of the Shadow Sableye, and Paula has opted not to run Drain Punch, but instead to run Power Gem. That will give it a better matchup into that Mantine, but a worse matchup into the Shadow Mightyena and into the Licky Licky of Davide's team.
I think Shadow Mightyena is a matchup that you're not focusing too much on when you are building your team around the Shadow Sableye.
Sure.
Because, first of all, you don't see it that often. Second of all, I think even with Drain Punch, this is a tough nut to crack. But now we're seeing a rather neutral lead. I would say a little bit of advantage on the side of Clodsire because you are resisting rollouts. Davide agrees, swaps out into the Shadow Mightyena immediately, and then there is a Tinkaton!
He's going for the Crunch rather than the Poison Fang. Crunch is a strong type. It's got same type attack bonus, it will do a lot of damage, but Poison Fang would have guaranteed a defense drop onto that Tinkaton, but he looks like he's leaning for another Crunch as well. I'm curious to see how Paula plays out this matchup, because this Gigaton Hammer, I mean, it's just going to immediately knock out, probably would have knocked out from near full health, so Davide's going to let that Shadow Mightyena go, and there's still a huge amount of health from this Tinkaton still to take out.
The thing is, what was this Sucker Punch damage on this super bulky Tinkaton that was also resisted? That was so much damage still, but now, of course, another Tinkaton Gigaton Hammer is being thrown. He has to be shielded. Putting shields on the Licky Licky doesn't feel great when you had a Shadow Mightyena on your team. Perhaps Davide was not necessarily expecting Paulasha to bring that Tinkaton, thus the risky safe swap of Shadow Mightyena.
Yeah, which I'm a little surprised about, because I did think Shadow Mightyena was a good pick for this matchup, but it had to avoid that Tinkaton.
Yeah.
Clodsire now comes back in. Clodsire has a fairly comfortable matchup against Licky Licky. As you mentioned, the ground typing of Clodsire resisting those rollouts mean there's very little fast attack pressure, and it just has enough bulk to hold on to more than 2 Shadow Balls. You will need at least 3 charge attacks to threaten a knockout here.
You know, Shadow Ball is just not same type attack bonus boosted by Licky Licky, so it's more of coverage, and Body Slam, of course, hits neutrally a lot of the time, but it's not as efficient as other attacks. Just like this Earthquake, as you have seen, taking 50% of the HP of the Licky Licky almost.
Yeah, huge amount of damage. Shadow Ball, although it doesn't have same type attack bonus, it is actually the more efficient attack for Licky Licky to throw in neutral matchups, but Body Slam is just reached a little bit quicker. I don't think that this is going to be enough to knock out.
No, I think it's going to be very close, and then you cannot really farm down. Question is, will Davide swap out this Licky Licky? No, wants to force the energy from this Clodsire. Big question now. Paulasha is very close to a Stone Edge already. Wants to get a little bit more farm. That wasn't enough of an undercharge, and now we have this almost even matchup of Sableye versus the Mantine, but the Mantine is down shield.
Not only that, the Shadow Sableye has access to Power Gem, so Paula can just go up to 2 Power Gems here, and she should be comfortable in this matchup. Twister's not going to be enough to threaten a knockout, so the first shield doesn't even go up, and Davide's just going to try and commit to a full fast attack down. I don't think he's going to be able to do it quick enough. His only win condition is that Paula baits with a foul play. That's not happening. Power Gem lands, and Davide's Mantine goes down. Paula takes game number 1.
Champion Paulasha is aware of all the loose conditions, decides to just throw that Power Gem. You won't get outpaced to 3 Twisters here, so that is going to be absolutely fine. Paulasha takes the win in game 1 with the Clodsire technologies.
I'd love to see Davide adjust the use of that Shadow Mightyena. I don't think it got a huge amount of leg room in that game. It was a little bit wasted against the Tinkaton, and I don't think that the Mantine was as free as perhaps Davide was hoping for it to be. I don't know if Mantine's the play in this matchup. Even though it gets access to Twister, 2 Twisters aren't enough to knock out an Altaria. The Twister's obviously triple resisted by the Tinkaton.
Yeah.
The Shadow Sableye has access to Power Gem. Paula's Clodsire has access to Stone Edge. Furret has a neutral matchup into it anyway. I would drop the Mantine personally.
I still think, even though Twister is triple resisted by Tinkaton, that should be a favorable matchup for the Mantine, because Gigaton Hammer is resisted and you have Water Pulse as your second attack, so same type attack bonus boosted, neutral damage. That could actually be something that Mantine might be relevant for in this meta. However, I want to see some Ninetales action. I think the rise of Ninetales could be something that also explains the Shadow Politoed.
Well, you mentioned Tinkaton's Gigaton Hammer being resisted, but it is such an efficient attack. It is so hard hitting that Tinkaton generally beats Mantine, particularly in the 0 and 1 shield scenarios, and that is crazy.
Yeah. It does not even care about resistances. This Pokemon is ignorant. And now we're going to see another Mantine game. This time around, no shield advantage on the side of Paulasha, but with the Tinkaton in the back, no target on Davide's side in form of a Mightyena.
Big Tinkaton will have a beneficial matchup against the Licky, a really bad matchup against the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. We can see that, you at home can see that, but will the players anticipate that? That is the question. Davide charging up a massive amount of energy, drawing this shield with this Twister, which we know that Shadow Sableye can hold on to.
Yeah, but not that much more. I think if you play the 2-shield scenario, a Twister would knock out in the end, so you would get farmed down eventually. Paulasha this time around says, I'm going to take the hit. That does not look like you get farmed down at all.
Yeah, I do think Shadow Sableye does have a surprising amount of bulk, even when it's not running Drain Punch. And now these foul plays, remember, this was buffed a few seasons ago as well. It does a little bit more damage. So this Licky will be able to sponge it, but once 2 of them land, I think Licky would be put under pressure. Paula doesn't need to opt for that because we've seen how much damage an Earthquake can do. So she's going to sponge all of this energy on her Poison and Ground-type Pokemon and threaten a knockout with Earthquake instead.
Yeah, that is genius as well. Knowing damage ratios in one matchup is one thing, but knowing how your damage ratios combine is crazy. Knowing after a foul play from the Sableye, you put the Licky into Earthquake range with the according amount of Poison Stings, knocks it out, and Davide is not too happy about that.
And now this Mantine is going to have to try and go up to this Water Pulse. It will be a charge attack priority on the Stone Edge, which Mantine will win. But Water Pulse, I don't think that this is going to be enough to knock out. It's not quite a Shadow Star. I mean, Aqua Jet, Water Pulse is still a reasonably hard-hitting attack, but Mantine doesn't have a particularly high attack stat itself. Stone Edge, on the other hand, this should be enough to collect the knockout.
Yeah, but theoretically, if you only have 1 Pokemon left in the back, this neutralizes the Clodsire for the rest of the game, because I think this does not look like farm down range for Ember. Shadow Sableye is being swapped in here.
I think it does. I think that this Shadow Kanto Ninetales will farm down this Shadow Sableye and then have a great alignment into that Tinkaton in the back. I think Paula recognizes that, and Shadow Sableye isn't able to reach that second foul play. There's an energy head start on the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and Davide might be able to showcase exactly why this Pokemon seems to be leading the meta.
This is not a Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Sorry.
This is the bulky version, and this is going to hang on to even more bulldozers. Paulasha does have some energy advantage, but look at the Weather Ball damage. Deals about 50% to a Tinkaton, and that's more than you need.
Yeah, the regular Kanto Ninetales, I apologize. The Shadow of the Sableye was holding on to the regular Kanto. I actually think I prefer the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but this regular Ninetales will be so comfortable against this Bulldoze, and without a defense drop, 2 Bulldozes probably wouldn't even be enough to threaten a knockout.
Oh, tries to go for a catch here, Paulasha, but Davide is not going to get irritated here. Farms up to double. Weather Ball throws it, takes out the Clodsire here, and now just waits for the Tinkaton to come back and to throw yet another Weather Ball. And now, for the first time, we can see the strength, the sheer power, the versatility of Kanto Ninetales in this season.
Big win there to get game parity. Davide against Paula, 1 game apiece, and it's a best of 3. That means the winner of this next game will progress on the winner side of this bracket here in Turin.
I think Ninetales is going to go forever forward in this tournament. That is definitely looking like a powerhouse. And this was something that it did in the last season as well, right? Weather Ball spam with the Ember charge. It's so fast. That was already pretty dominant. But now it is also covering for, we call them Mud Boys, for these water and ground type Pokemon that were on every single team basically in the last few seasons. Where are they? Where are they?
Paula has a lot of opportunity here to adjust. Davide, I think, is a little bit more compressed in his team selection. That Aegislash really doesn't look like it's a viable option. It has to be really afraid of the Furret and of the Shadow Sableye. And even if it goes into sword form, it's probably not threatening a knockout into the Tinkaton, Altaria, or the Clodsire, which are just so bulky. And all three of those Pokemon have super effective charge attacks to hit it back with. Davide, we've seen, is trying to use this Mantine. I don't know if Mantine was the MVP for him in that game number 2. Ninetales did do well, but it was aligned into its perfect matchup. So Davide needs to think, what will he do to adjust? I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Mightyena again, but it has to avoid the Tinkaton if Davide wants to get full use out of it.
Yeah, I think you really can't use it as a safe swap here. You either play it as a lead, expecting no Tinkaton in the front, or you play it in the back just to conceal it. So don't let Paulasha know what you have in the back, what are your last options, and then bring in the Mightyena to close out the game in the end. But what is Paulasha going to be thinking? Tinkaton was very strong for her in game 1, of course, but in game 2 it lacked the power to beat. Oh my days! There is Mightyena staring at the Tinkaton. Paulasha reading her opponents like books.
Exactly what Davide didn't want to see, but Mantine can now come in to be met by this Shadow Sableye. And Mantine can now start to put a little bit of pressure onto this Shadow Sableye, but it's going to let the first attack come through from Paula, shielding this foul play, which I suppose is a bait, but still would have done a decent amount of damage.
Yep, avoiding the Power Gem at least for the moment. But now this Mantine actually looks like a really, really strong safe swap now that the Tinkaton is out of the picture there that it was swapped out afterwards. We're going to see another Twister. Davide is so far up in energy.
But it's interesting that Davide opts for that Twister, which Paula correctly no shields, and now Paula can threaten a knockout as these foul plays build up. There is a charge attack priority. I don't think this would knock out. I think Davide has the opportunity to no shield if he wants to, but he is going to protect the Mantine because he really wants to avoid the Mightyena against the Tinkaton in the back.
I think he's trying to force switch, but I don't think it is going to work because there is another shield on the side of Paula. Are you going to get... No, nobody has shields anymore, but Paula has the foul play because this Shadow Sableye could live. The one Twister has no problem with getting farmed down at all. Now is going to save switch for her.
And now the Ninetales is in a funny position here because as this Tinkaton comes in, when Ninetales counter swaps, it's going to be met by a Clodsire that can threaten it with one knockout. So Davide is actually staying into this matchup a little longer. He's actually going for this catch, and Paula instantly swaps into this Clodsire. Ninetales will try and get 2 Weather Balls off. It's going to throw the first one as Clodsire reaches its first charge attack. Clodsire probably will be leaning in for an Earthquake, but that Gigaton Hammer is loaded on that Tinkaton. I think Paula very much has this game sealed.
You know, the thing with versatility, utility on your Pokemon, quick pacing, none of this matters if you are absolute shields down against a Pokemon like Clodsire that is going to throw this newly buffed Earthquake into your face with a Tinkaton with a Gigaton Hammer loaded in the back. That is fully knocking out the Kanto Ninetales. And now, yes, Mightyena can show off its strength, can actually get some energy, a good overfarm. But Tinkaton is just hard walling the Mightyena.
Yeah, we're about to see a boom here, folks, because Tinkaton's Gigaton Hammer is about to land. It would take down a Mightyena with even more health than this, and Davide accepts his fate. Paula will progress on the winner side of the bracket here at the Turin Special Championships.
Paulasha lays down the hammer with the help of Tinkaton and wins another game. So advances to winners round 4 next. Another already big run for the queen of PvP. Davide is going to drop down to the losers bracket, of course, so the run is not yet over, but it's significantly harder to make a deep run when you're on the losers side of the bracket because you're just simply facing more opponents.
Brilliant win here for Paula. as she progresses. And Davide will drop down to the loser side of the bracket. His run is not over, but he cannot afford to lose again. And it was a really interesting team from him there. I'm not sure if I loved all of his picks, but a lot of them made sense. Mantine, it perhaps didn't do the work that I would have liked for it to have done in that match.
I was thinking that if you are outpacing the Shadow Sableye when you save swap the Mantine, I was under the impression you win that matchup in the 2-shield scenario, especially because Shadow Sableye is not necessarily the bulkiest Pokemon.
I think people take it for granted, to be honest. I think Shadow Sableye has a bit more bulk than people think it does.
Obviously! And now here in Game 1 we can see even a Power Gem landing on that Mantine. Does not only have more bulk than you'd think, it also packs a punch, especially with the super effective damage here, knocking out that Mantine of Davide. A Pokemon that we haven't seen in this matchup is the Aegislash, and that is a Pokemon that has conquered the Pokemon Go PvP tournaments by storm most recently. The question is, how good is Aegislash going to be in this tournament in the Forever Forward season as well? Because a Pokemon like the Cantonian Ninetales does apply quite a lot of pressure onto it.
Kanto Ninetales was interesting. I think it looked really good when it was against the Fairy Steel type Pokemon, but as soon as it's no shields, and Clodsire, I mean, Clodsire generally speaking, when shields are down, has a really, really strong matchup against most of the meta because it just outbulks almost all of them. It has that Edge Quake coverage, literally, with Stone Edge and Earthquake, and that basically hits everything.
Or Stone Edge Sludge Bomb, huh?
I personally wouldn't do that, but Stonecollection might disagree.
I figured. I mean, it got him to a second place back then in Stuttgart, but Paulasha...
Or prevented him from a first place, you could say.
I mean, I think there's room to debate about that.
It's an open question.
Multiple first places on this player. She has been an absolute menace in every single season that I can remember. I can't wait to see more of her in this very tournament.
Yeah, winner of Torino. The last time we were here in 2023, she played up against Andrys and took victory.
If you found that quite cool in this last matchup, how Paulasha laid down the hammer, we can explain a little bit more about the Pokemon Tinkaton that just recently had its first community day. And there you could see Fairywind, Bulldoze, Gigaton Hammer. Before Gigaton Hammer was introduced in the community day, you could actually run Play Rough, which was already, it was still decent. The typing is neat defensively. Offensive Fairy type damage is still very valuable. But Play Rough wasn't quite a Gigaton Hammer, was it?
Gigaton Hammer is just such a strong attack. It is the addition from the Tinkaton Community Day that we had a few months ago, and even in matchups where Gigaton Hammer is resisted, it still puts on so much pressure. We mentioned against that Mantine, for example, Tinkaton still wins despite both of its charge attacks being resisted.
And now you would think, hey, Gigaton Hammer, it takes quite a while to get there. Yes, but Tinkaton is also very bulky, and the nastiest thing about this moveset for Tinkaton is that your bait attack is Bulldoze. Nothing feels as bad as shielding a Bulldoze when you're expecting a Gigaton Hammer. Your opponent saves up on energy, and there is a very high chance that your defenses will be debuffed. So in matchups like Shadow Jumpluff versus Tinkaton, it actually really matters. If you decide to shield a Gigaton Hammer and you get defense debuffed from a Bulldoze, there's a way higher range in which you get knocked out by the next Gigaton Hammer, so it can definitely matter.
And if you wanted some context, if you wanted to understand just how strong Gigaton Hammer is, for those of you that have played in the Master League and have used Origin Pulse and Precipice Blades from Groudon and Kyogre, it is exactly the same parameters as those attacks. So effectively, Tinkaton is using a Precipice Blades as it hits you with that Gigaton Hammer, and we have seen the damage output.
So you can either rearrange the entire world by eliminating all of the water or just flooding everything, or you hit him with a big hammer.
That is true. And actually, if you looked at a picture of the size comparison of Tinkaton to Groudon and Kyogre, I think it would be quite a good image. If we could get that image up. If anyone can try and generate that kind of image and post it on socials for us, I really would like to see a life-size comparison between those Pokemon.
And make sure that the hammer is extra big.
Yes, that is true.
I think the hammer could also as well be as big as a Kyogre. That would be a very heavy hammer.
It would be a very heavy hammer. Now, obviously, Turin is the last opportunity to use Pokemon like Tinkaton in this Forever Forward meta at the regional level, but there still are opportunities in locals. They are still going ahead. So if you haven't yet competed, keep your eyes tuned for this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Just scan this QR code to find events near you. I can only recommend this, especially for newer trainers. When I started my Pokemon Go PvP journey, I did not know too many people, but those locals, they gave me the opportunity to form bonds with other trainers and strong friendships.
I think Leo is a great example of a player who has come right from the very beginning of his Pokemon journey through the local scene, through grassroots formats, all the way up to regional level and international championships as well. So this is a great place to get started, to meet friends, to build communities together and get involved in the game and the franchise that we all love.
Yeah, and to learn as well, because you can always play against the best players from your local region and then learn from them. Ask them after the game, hey, what did I do wrong in this matchup perhaps, or what did you do to win this? It looked like a favorable spot to me, and they will let their wisdom rain onto you.
And you also get opportunity to win special prize packs at these events as well as a great place to be able to trade some of your Pokemon and try and build your collection, complete that Pokedex. So definitely would recommend finding out which locals you have near you and getting involved in them over the summer, particularly as we take a break from the regional schedule.
Oh, and you can always raid with your friends then, right? So
that is true.
Oftentimes these are on Saturdays or Sundays as well, where there are mostly special events going on, like the Super Mega Raid Day for Mega Skarmory next weekend, I think.
Yeah, and a player that we've got up on screen, C. Leonardo, he is a player that had built so much community before he made his presence in the official Pokemon Championship Series. He is now one of the top players here in Europe. He's going to be up against capital letters Andyraschi, and I'm really excited to see how these players get on.
I think the capital letters mean that we have to yell the name, but for the moment, to save your ears at home, we're gonna not do that. But there's a Shadow Primeape. That is a really, really cool Pokemon. Always remembers me of Galfia at EOIC, one of the best runs I've ever seen on the losers side. This Pokemon really packs a punch, but people have been pivoting away from the close combat charge attack, and they went back to Ice Punch. Why is that, Farid?
Ice Punch with the double super effective opportunity into Pokemon like the Altaria, but also giving you just really, really strong coverage. Fighting and Ghost and Ice is resisted by nothing at all in the meta, so Shadow Primeape looks like it could be a great option. C. Leonardo is a great player, he's a great team builder as well. He's had so much success in his Pokemon Go career, and he's really looking to cement himself in the Championship Series as well.
Now he's also running an Azumarill, but what I'm worried about with the Shadow Primeape without close combat is the Licky matchup. This Pokemon, as almost always in these matchups, might be pivotal for the success of Andyraschi here, because this Pokemon is rather unchecked on the side of C. Leonardo. You also pair it with the Shadow Ninetales. Sableye is also a good partner for the Licky and a regular Jumpluff, Clodsire, and Seeking, a Pokemon that has been overlooked a little bit in the Forever Forward update. However, it has Drill Run, and Drill Run, I don't want to say it got necessarily super buff because the damage was reduced a little bit, but the pacing is significantly faster.
Yeah, I mean, it was a buff. I think it becomes a very, very good option. The pacing is sometimes much more important than the overall damage output. I think Seeking could be a really fun pick in this meta. Let's see how Andy gets on with it. We're seeing the Seeking come up straight away up against this Empoleon. And Empoleon, although it resists the pegs, it would take super effective damage from the Drill Run. In return, Metal Sound is resisted, and Empoleon forced to throw Drill Pegs instead.
I think Empoleon is very much fine against all the other Pokemon that Andyraschi brought, like the Clodsire or the Jumpluff. Jumpluff, of course, getting super effective damage from Drill Peck, but Empoleon will now have to deal with the Seeking, and judging by the backline of C. Leonardo, it doesn't really look like there is so much of an answer. The Drill Run connects. A little bit more damage on that Drill Run would have been more threatening in that scenario, but C. Leonardo, because he would win charge attack priority, still outpaces to another Drill Peck.
It's a really interesting matchup here, Seaking versus this Empoleon, because the Seaking's going to bank that energy and come in with the Clodsire, and Leonardo's actually going to go straight away into the Empoleon, even though the Poison Stings wouldn't have been able to knock out the Empoleon. He could have stayed in, charged up a huge amount of energy before going and sponging on this Azumarill. Interesting shield decision here as well. Often players don't choose to shield their Azumarill, but I think Leonardo thinks that Azumarill has a lot more opportunity in this mid matchup.
Yeah, and also the other Pokemon that you could shield in the end is the Dunsparce that we haven't talked about too much, so that Pokemon also doesn't necessarily screams for shields, but I liked the fast swap out of the Empoleon after the Clodsire came in, just because when you're this low at HP already and you see your opponent swap, you don't have that much time to recognize which Pokemon was swapped in. And if it's, for example, a Shadow Sableye, if you're just tapping one more time for another fast attack, you're gonna get knocked out by Shadow Claws. So possibly a wise decision. Andyraschi is going to let go of the Ice Beam, says, okay, Clodsire, you pull the shield, you dealt like 65% damage to this Azumarill. I can bring in, oh, the Jumpluff, but Jumpluff is going to get outpaced here to the Ice Beam. Leonardo throws it, and that is going to draw the next shield. However, Andyraschi, as he was ahead in shields before, matches shields now, can now massively overfarm.
And Jumpluff is just so bulky that even the Ice Beam, if it were to land, wouldn't have knocked it out. This shiny Jumpluff now throwing the first Acrobatics, it would do a ton of damage. 2 Acrobatics generally knocks out anything that doesn't resist it in this meta, so that first shield will go up for the Dunsparce as well.
The thing is, what do you do now? You no shield this Rock Slide here from Leonardo. Andyraschi is going to let this go. I think another one would definitely lock out, so has to be wary of that situation. While Leonardo has no shields anymore. And keep in mind, Andyraschi, he swapped out his Seaking with a full charge attack start after hanging on to the Drill Peck by the Empoleon. So there is a big question now in the room. When will Andyraschi go in for that combo play? Is he going to wait out the last Pokemon of Leonardo to then apply a debuff that is going to stick, or is he going to try to go for a catch? No, actually a tried catch attempt from Leonardo brings in a Azumarill, and Andyraschi calm as a cucumber.
I love that from Andy. He anticipates the Azumarill coming in. He charges up even more because he's remembered that the Azumarill doesn't have a ton of energy, and he now has an attack loaded for whatever comes in on the side of Leonardo.
Oh, but Leonardo has a charge attack already stored. Andyraschi throws
he could have actually got a little bit more, but let's remember that the Seaking still has an attack loaded as well. So you need to do one switch, catch, throw, no! Oh, so close, and Andyraschi isn't going to be able to get this energy off. It would have been so good if he was able to land that attack from that Seaking, but it was taken out by the rollout.
Leonardo masterfully played. He piloted it so that it is so hard for Andyraschi to apply the damage off of that Seaking in the back. He knew there was a charge attack from the beginning of the game, that it was sitting there in the back, but he never gave his opponent a clear option to swap in that Seaking and go for a safe combo play. He always had the energy distributed rather evenly on all of his 3 Pokemon.
Really, really close there. And the moment that it changed was actually when Andy threw a little bit early against the Empoleon. So he did a really great job against the Azumarill. The Azumarill comes in, he charges up to basically maximum energy, takes out the Azumarill, and then the Empoleon comes in and he throws a little bit early, perhaps forgetting how much energy the Empoleon had. And you could see as he started swiping the bubbles for that charge attacks, he realized, he goes, actually that Empoleon wasn't near an attack and I don't want to take it out. So he starts to undercharge. The Empoleon was on such low health it goes down anyway. And then Dunsparce cleans up for Leonardo. He takes the advantage in this series.
It's been a while since we've seen a Dunsparce used. Why is that?
Dunsparce is, I mean, it's not the prettiest Pokemon out there, but it is pretty effective with...
Excuse me?
It does have a lot of opportunity with Rock Slide and Drill Run, and now bearing in mind Drill Run is even quicker. I can see why players are using it. I don't know if I would pick it over Licky Licky, for example, but rock plus ground coverage is superb. In any Pokemon format, you've seen it in VGC, we've seen it in Go almost forever. Rock plus ground hits pretty much everything in the meta. So Dunsparce does have that opportunity to be a pretty flexible pick in most formats.
It's such a good generalist, especially in formats where people do not expect the Dunsparce necessarily. It can be quite the nifty core breaker. However, on the side of Andyraschi, he decided that Clodsire is going to do that job for him, right? So he has Earthquake Stone Edge coverage, which is basically the same, just with the same type attack bonus on that Clodsire. However, the defensive typing differs quite a lot. And now we're going to see for the first time a Kanto Ninetales that is playing versus a Water-type Pokemon.
Now, the interesting thing here is that Kanto Ninetales, although it'll do a lot of damage with this Energy Ball, in order to win this matchup against Seaking, it has to bait a shield with its Fire Attack Weather Ball. And that's because Seaking will win Charge Attack priority. Andy doing a slight pause there, trying to prevent a catch. So this is really, really well played by him. See Leonardo maybe calling an Icy Wind bait. The Drill Run lands. It's not going to be enough to knock out the Ninetales. And now there is that catch onto the Licky Licky. The free rollout goes through. Really well played by Andy.
Usually the free rollout is a bit annoying because of energy, but also in this case, super effective damage, so that chunked quite a bit. However, this damage range is quite comfortable for this Empoleon. I would think that you can maybe farm down before you reach a Hydro Cannon, but it could also just reach the second Shadow Ball, the Licky Licky.
So it will be close. Once this Empoleon lands a Hydro Cannon, that Licky Licky will be in range of a farm down. So we might see a one shield investment from the Empoleon as it tries to fully farm down with its Metal Sound on the Licky Licky afterwards. Andy probably doesn't want that to happen. He's going to throw this Shadow Ball. And then the question is, does he stay in and allow for this farm down? It's tricky because the Empoleon already has a lot of energy. Do you want to give up switch advantage as well?
Licky Licky is super tricky. I've been saying this all year long, but now the Drill Run is being thrown. So Andyraschi says, I'll take this opportunity and take the second shield as well there. Drill Run not connecting. See Leonardo is going to farm up more energy. Is actually going to throw a Drill Peck onto the Seaking. It's not resisted, but it's still not going to deal that much damage.
Yeah, Seaking's actually showing why it's putting in a ton of work here, but that Empoleon does reach a second attack. Will Andy use his second shield? He might have to, because he doesn't really have a way to take down this Empoleon afterwards, but that Kanto Ninetales does have a little bit of health as well, so there is a catch option there. Andy preventing that catch with that slight pause in between his fast attack and his charge attack, just to make sure that his opponent is still on the field.
High skill mechanics, that is. This Seaking is looking strong so far. However, bulky Dunsparce comes in again. Was it predicted by Andyraschi?
I really like this play from Andy, because even if C. Leonardo is able to clear this debuff by switching into the Ninetales, he basically cancels that Ninetales out as a catch option. And so now it just becomes free farm for this Clodsire. And that is a beautiful position for Andy. Clodsire now farming up heavily. Will he go for a double Stone Edge is the question, because two Drill Runs will start to put a lot of pressure onto the Clodsire, but I don't think that they will be enough to knock it out.
No, that's why the Weather Ball would have been so important to reach for C. Leonardo. First Drill Run is being thrown here immediately onto this Clodsire. Clodsire is famous for living two Drill Runs at least. This looks like it could take 3.
Yeah, now the Drill Run has had its damage output reduced as well. Clodsire is so comfortable. And I will be honest, Andy played that game superbly, almost flawlessly. The maneuverability of that Seaking was a real showcase for that Pokemon, and it runs Ice and Ground type coverage, which again is brilliant coverage, particularly in the Pokemon Go meta, but also the identification of his win conditions and the execution of it. That was arguably a perfect game.
Definitely. He played it very clean. C. Leonardo couldn't catch up. And I want to mention one meta call, a Pokemon that has appeared out of nowhere in this calendar year 2026. Empoleon all of a sudden was on the rise, kept popping back up in big tournaments. By now it feels like people are incredibly prepared for Empoleon. Sometimes it still gets some Hydro Cannons through, mainly in matchups like the Licky Licky, so you can still pop off with this Pokemon. But the fire types, they outpace now. You can throw the Weather Balls before and you resist the Metal Sound. You have some more water types that resist those Metal Sounds. So I think Empoleon is in a little bit of an awkward position.
Empoleon, it does still have one of the best typings in the game. Do you want a quick quiz question while we wait for these players to lock in? Can you name any Pokemon that has more resistances than Empoleon? It's a bit of a tough question. You might have to answer it after this next game. But if anyone's watching at home, let us know in the Twitch chat. Can you think of a Pokemon that has more resistances than an Empoleon? Try not to cheat if you can help it. If you know the answer already, I'll be very impressed.
I mean, the one name that is flying around in my head is Ledian, but I'm not...
Yeah, of all the famous resistance typings, bug flying, yeah.
Yeah, maybe Bug Ice. Yeah, you know, Frostmoth, also good contender.
Yeah, that's the Ice, famously good defensive typing.
That's true, but I think, okay, Resistance is tough, but Kingdra could also be a contender with defensive typings.
Water Dragon is good, but it doesn't quite have... the thing with Water Dragon is it has very few weaknesses rather than lots of resistances, if that makes sense.
I'm calling Hisui and Gudra or Dialga, but we'll figure this out later. Now we're going into Game 3, and this is Dunsparce MVP of Game 1 versus Seeking MVP of Game 2.
Yeah, Seeking is a really, really good pick. Actually, our friend and co-caster ArceusAurelius, I believe, is also bringing it this weekend. We may hopefully see him on stream as well, but maybe he'll be taking some notes from Andy, who's using this Seeking pretty well, particularly in that game number 2. He does go for, well, I would say a catch, but I think perhaps that drill run would have been thrown by the Dunsparce anyway. And now the Empoleon comes in, and I like this play from C. Leonardo because the Clodsire is in a range where Hydro Cannon will threaten a knockout.
Does it though? That's the big... Clodsire is so incredibly bulky. Andyraschi says this is not going to be enough, and it hangs on.
Yeah, but you can one-shield and now get that energy again on the Empoleon, and that puts it in such a good position that I do think that C. Leonardo has... That's a decision.
Look at Andyraschi's face. He's completely flabbergasted by C. Leonardo's decision because there's also the Jumpluff in the back that doesn't appreciate drill packs. Seeking doesn't either. Quick swap in combo play Icy Wind onto this Shadow Primeape, and Shadow Primeape needs to shield this up. I assume that you want to swap out of this matchup now that you're debuffed, or are you going to start spamming those Rage Fist? Rage Fist wants to get the attack back up, but Icy Wind is going to take it right back down.
Now, we have seen some shield decisions in the past. We've mentioned how important shield decisions can be. Letting that Earthquake go on that Empoleon, could that be a secret unlock from C. Leonardo for this Primeape? Because he's not shielding this either. He seems to be putting everything onto the Dunsparce at this point, which is surprising because Dunsparce isn't an offensive threat that you would usually use all of your shields for.
Yeah, but I mean, he probably just doesn't want to go 2 shields down. That's always a pretty tough position to be in. But if you're 2 Pokemon down, that's also not helping the case. C. Leonardo is now going to farm up, throws a Rock Slide. Andyraschi says, yep, this is my last Pokemon that is at green HP, so I'm gonna definitely shield this. Super effective damage is fine, even though there's always the chance that there might be an Ice Punch flying your way, so be wary of that, Andy. Now, first Acrobatics is going to be thrown into the Dunsparce. C. Leonardo correctly identifying that this is the hardest hitting attack that can happen in this matchup.
Shield going up, and C. Leonardo and his Dunsparce with a little bit of health on that Shadow Primeape will be looking to do everything they can here. Here comes the Shadow Primeape. Will it reach a Rage Fist? Yes, not enough for an Ice Punch, but there are no shields remaining, so it's not like Andy could make a decision anyway. He's probably just hoping this isn't an Ice Punch. As this Rage Fist comes through, he now looks like he could be in a good position. He's actually going to throw the Acrobatics because he thought the Primeape had been knocked out, and that could be the moment that everything pivots here because the Dunsparce has energy. But I don't think a Rock Slide will be enough, but I do think an Acrobatics might be.
But Rock Slide plus 1 rollout, is that going to be enough? Oh, it's barely not! The Acrobatics is reached! Dunsparce is bulky, but is it that bulky? C. Leonardo already puts down the phone, but might hang on to this.
No!
But no, it does hang on to this! C. Leonardo! He keeps tapping it down. The Clodsire with the poison sting down takes this. I'll see Leonardo with the jump scare coming back into this game. But Andyraschi confidently takes this 2-1.
See, Leonardo had walked off. He's like, Acrobatics will definitely be enough, but that Jumpluff showing why its bulk was so pivotal. And you mentioned that the Shadow Jumpluff versus regular Jumpluff option is available to players, but regular Jumpluff being able to hang on to that Rock Slide.
Yeah.
I mean, Andy almost threw that away. He threw an Acrobatics into a 1 HP Shadow Primeape.
That is true.
I think the Shadow Primeape got knocked out.
Yeah, but the thing is, if that was the relevant part, the Dunsparce would have still won the charge attack priority. So he would have maybe just had another catch attempt on this Clodsire, which is a pretty safe call catch. However, how safe can you ever be with catches, right? There could be like these big mind game genius moments.
Could you imagine if he had gone for the catch, not got it, and the rollout down into double rock slide, hold on to the acrobatics and take out the jump off? So that, you know, it could have been worse, let's put it that way. But Andy takes that series. Taking down a player of C. Leonardo's caliber is nothing to shy about, and he will be really, really impressed with that result, even if the actual gameplay in that game number 3 wasn't his best.
Yeah, there was definitely some sort of improvement, but what I was incredibly surprised by is that C. Leonardo is playing the bulkiest Pokemon in the Open Great League and is incredibly willing to let ground-type charge attacks hit his Empoleon in Game 1 with the Durarump from the Seeking and in Game 3 with the Earthquake.
Yeah, I will be honest. I'm not sure no shielding an Earthquake was the right call. And I think that Empoleon there, landing that Hydro Cannon with shield investment and farming down with Metal Sound, could have given C. Leonardo a really good offensive option with the Empoleon's Hydro Cannons and Dropex, which are 2 really good attacks. Maybe he thought the Empoleon would hold on.
Yeah.
And that it wouldn't be able to be Poison Sting down, and actually it would be quite an efficient way to play out that matchup, but it didn't pay off for him in this game. Andy here, you can see, worried that he's thrown everything with this acrobatics, thinking that the Dunsparce was on the field, but it did not matter because Jumpluff did hang on.
Maybe the calculation with the Earthquake on Empoleon was a misremembrance of former times when people started playing the regular Sandslash because it would barely hang on to an Earthquake by the Clodsire and then couldn't be farmed down because of the Steel-Poison interaction. But Andyraschi here takes the win, commanding, is celebrating already. What a huge accomplishment to beat a player like C. Leonardo on stream.
I think it's also worth mentioning there that we saw that the acrobatics didn't quite take out the Dunsparce, right?
Yeah.
But C. Leonardo thought that it would have. And so he'd already taken off his headphones, he'd already stood up. If you're playing,
don't
keep the headphones on. Because let's say for whatever reason, Andy had like missed some of the bubbles and the Jumpluff actually wasn't able to farm down either. I think as soon as you're taking those headphones off and standing up, you're risking a game loss. You're risking an automatic game loss. So hold on until the very last moment, because we've seen things happen right in these end games that can completely turn the match on its head.
Sometimes I get so excited, I swipe so hard, I leave the app.
I've done that as well.
That has cost me some games, trust me, also at locals. But yeah, that can happen, so don't take off your headphones too quickly. Don't walk away from losing.
I mean,
the
that
game.
was a crazy finish to that match as well, and I think both players were a little bit surprised at how it played out in the end, but Jumpluff hung on. And honestly, I think Jumpluff is actually proving to be a better pick right now than some of the other more popular picks that I'm seeing.
I'm a big Jumpluff fan ever since it entered the Open Great League again, but perhaps we are taking another closer look at what happened in the last game, because we have something prepared for y'all.
Yeah, we had an opportunity in this game, so we took a pause here, and this is the moment where I'm just going to press play here, so you get an opportunity to see what happens. This Jumpluff, with this energy ball loaded, it's getting taken down by this rock slide, and now the C. Leonardo's Dunsparce versus this Jumpluff seem to be the match of this story. And this was the moment just after, I think we just went past it, but this was the moment just after the Empoleon actually managed to do so much work. The Jumpluff was coming in and out as well, and I think that in matches like these, shielding has made all the difference. We saw the difference it made when you didn't shield the Earthquake. We saw when the Jumpluff was coming through with the energy ball management as well. And I think that Andy actually could be a player to watch in this series. Not one that I was expecting to see, but really impressive performances.
I would 100% agree. If you can keep your calm against these fantastic trainers like C. Leonardo and you play it out so cleanly, you definitely deserve to be up there. Speaking of up there, we can hear it from the man himself, Andyraschi. Go over to Jox.
Hello everyone, I'm Jox here with the winner of the match, Andy. Of course, Andy, I'm not sure if our viewers know that this is your first tournament ever, and you're on to winners finals after beating C. Leonardo, who has been having an outstanding season. He was top 3 in Birmingham and top 16 in the UIC. Since it's your first tournament, I know some people know you from GBL and just playing the ladder in game. How did you prepare for this tournament?
Yeah, the first decision were tough because of the new move updates. So I think the best Pokemon is Seeking because of his coverage, which can affect to every Pokemon basically. So it was the best lead possible for me, I think, because of Icy Wind and Rerun. So it was easier to overcome the difficulties because of him, I think. Also Jumpluff was in a great matchup because only Ninetales can stop him. So I think these two were the MVPs.
Do you feel like the drill run move update on the Seeking made it a more viable meta threat? Because even though it is cheaper, it also deals less damage. So maybe, for example, versus the likes of Ampollini, you couldn't quite knock it out and you have to pack it down. But it felt like a pretty comfortable matchup because you could even store that move, use it for later catch on your Licky Licky. Talk to me about if you were eyeing some other picks maybe, or if Jumpluff and Seeking, as soon as you saw the update, went straight to your mind.
No, they basically straight to my mind because they were too good, I think. Jumpluff can be useful also for dragons because of Fairy Wind, so it was very, very useful. The others, Licky Licky is now impossible not to make a team without it. And the rest, the Ninetales with the new buff can affect also water Pokemon, so it's okay.
Of course, you're having a dream debut here. You're on your first tournament, you're on to winners finals, and we're gonna let you prepare for that. Before we let you go, any final shout-outs, anyone that you'd like to thank for?
Yeah, surely my teammates, my girlfriend and my family. My teammates always prepare with me, so it was easier with them to overcome the difficulties and the difficulty of team building. So thank you.
The Italian community coming through. We look forward to seeing more of you down the line in winners finals. We'll let you prepare for that. Back to the casters, everyone. Take care.
Andyraschi, what a debut! His first Pokemon tournament here, his first appearance on the big screen, already making it winners finals in the group. That is such a dreamy start, isn't it?
I mean, we said this in the opening, didn't we? That we wanted to see some history this weekend. And for a lot of these trainers, they're opening the chapters of that book for themselves, already etching in some incredible accolades, some incredible memories to take forward and beyond.
And there is going to be another trainer on quite soon who has made Pokemon Go history. Last season in Bologna here in Italy, Filbeg went undefeated on a tear through the tournament and is now looking at the team sheet of Pokemon Trainer Steph, his opponent in this winner's semifinals.
Yeah, Filbeg, actually one of our trainers to watch for this particular tournament as well, and hopefully in this match we'll be able to find out why after a showcasing of this incredible team of 6. But Pokemon Trainer Steph is going to be no easy hurdle to overcome. Some great Pokemon choices in here, including that Ninetales, one of my top favorites coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and I think Ninetales is a big reason why we have seen so little Feraligatr so far, because now Feraligatr is often used as a save swap or a save swap answer. You can't save swap it into a Ninetales, because Ninetales then is going to outpace you to an Energy Ball, and you don't want to take that.
Exactly, the Energy Ball is a really great way to deal with a lot of those water types that are running around, and also the inevitable water, ground, mud boys that we like to call them, in the form of Pokemon like that Quagsire, and that's a Pokemon that Filbeg has on his side of the field as well. There is a Ninetales piece, however, so again, Pokemon on Pokemon Trainer Steph's side, like that Feraligatr you just mentioned, also will not appreciate taking one of those Energy Balls.
So I've mentioned earlier fire types as an answer to the primary fire type, because with Weather Ball, Fire, and Energy Ball, you get walled by other fire types.
Like Typhlosion.
Yes. What would be your favorite fire type to wall other fire types, like the Alolan Ninetales?
Ooh,
Kanto Ninetales.
That's a really good question.
Starts with a D.
Okay, I see exactly where this is going now. The penny has just dropped. Okay, racking my brain, Darmanitan.
Yes, I think that's a fantastic meta call.
Yes.
That could be the Pokemon
I got it right.
to break the meta with the fire and rock coverage. You could also play Superpower and Rock Slide. It's just, I mean, objectively one of the best Pokemon there is, no?
It certainly is. I was going to say Skellydirge as a Pokemon previously that I really liked utilizing, but now that you've convinced me, Darmanitan would be my pick.
Actually, Skellydirge kind of sounds a little bit better than Darmanitan, at least in the Open Great League. But right now, this question doesn't need an answer because both trainers are running this Kanto. Ninetales just recently got the buffed or changed Energy Ball, and now we're going to see the lead Altaria versus the Shadow Primeape. But Shadow Primeape carries Ice Punch, and Shadow boosted Ice Punch is something you don't want to mess around with. Now, are we calling a bait or no?
Let's have a look. Pokemon Trainer Steph wants to utilize one of those shields, and that's exactly what's been locked in here as the Ice Punch was coming through. A sigh of relief that that's not going to be dealing that super effective damage. But look at these Dragon Breaths here, Leo. They are stacking up lots of energy here as it's going to unleash the charge attack.
This matchup is a little bit more chill for Filbeg because he does not need to care about baits. Knows every single attack that this Altaria is going to throw at me will knock me out, so I'm throwing this Ice Punch now to answer it. How much damage would an Ice Punch, if it connected, do to an Altaria? We're not going to find out just yet. But next Sky Attack is being thrown immediately. The HP on the Shadow Primeape is definitely dwindling, but I think Filbeg will be very comfortable over-farming a little bit here.
I mean, there's no shields remaining in this match for either of our opponents right now, so all of these attacks are going to come through and connect. Another one of these Ice Punches has been unleashed, and that is going to be an Altaria falling straight from the skies.
Hasn't over-farmed too much. Now this Feraligatr comes in, wants to Shadow Claw down, but is going to take a Rage Fist in the process. Now Filbeg has planned for this to happen and brought two Pokemon in the back that definitely do resist Hydro Cannons.
Exactly. If you've got the Hydro Cannon coming away, it charges up so quickly, you're going to want two water types to be able to eat up all of that damage. So an adaptation now is in the form of this Ferret. It's going to be able to get some damage out on the board with this Sucker Punch, but critically, it's trying to farm up to get to that Trailblaze that will be dealing some good damage into these water types and getting the attack boost to boot.
Normally, Ferret has a phenomenal matchup into the Azumarill if you have some shields to tank those play roughs for you. But in the Zero Shield scenario, it gets a little bit iffy. Now Filbeg brings in, after chipping some HP, this Ampollini. That is so good because now we're outpacing to the Hydro Cannon. Can farm up so much energy and throw a Hydro Cannon to take out the little Ferret. And now it's all on Feraligatr for Pokemon Trainer Steph.
Honestly, these metal sounds stack up so quickly. Hydro Cannons come through fast and furious on both sides of the field here. Feraligatr able to match it as well, but this will of course come through into Empoleon, and it's going to be able to take this.
Oh, that I am not too sure. That's still a hefty amount of damage.
It does go down, does go down.
But it's such a big hurdle to overcome. This Azumarill is almost at full HP. Hydro Cannon is going to deal some damage. It's going to be a little bit annoying here and there, but Azumarill has Play Rough, Azumarill has Ice Beam, Azumarill has the bulk.
Azumarill, often known as a Pokemon that kind of carries a secret third shield in its back pocket as well, is able to eat up so many different types of charge attacks, and this Hydro Cannon is going to be no different, not very effective at all, but look at all of that energy up on the Azumarill side.
Oh, and Filbeg throws is still energy efficient here, even though the game is over, throws the resisted Ice Beam into the Feraligatr, knowing that it will knock out. Doesn't need the belly drum boost for this one. It's just going to take out the Feraligatr clean for the 1-0 in this winner's semifinals.
Yeah, one step closer, and we can take a deeper dive onto the teams as well. Pokemon Trainer Steph's team, as we've utilized already in the match, been able to showcase Pokemon like the Feraligatr and the Ferret here as well, but there's some other key Pokemon on here, the Tinkaton, that we've already been able to showcase on the broadcast, being so devastating with that Gigaton Hammer.
Yeah, Tinkaton is so strong. It's rising up as well again in usage, I think, and that might be due to the decline of Wigglytuff, so people will need to find a different way to play around that scenario. And also, we have seen very little Togetic and Togekiss so far.
That's true. Across the pond at the most recent regional championships, there were a lot of those, particularly in those top 3 spot positions. But so far on the European side of things, we're not seeing those Pokemon take to the skies. Instead, it's been more Pokemon like Fearow and this Altaria here that Filbeg is running. Critically as well, all of the water types on this team, you've got 3 of them, Empoleon, Azumarill, Quagsire. We saw 2 of them come to this match. Do we feel like they're going to come again in this format? Azumarill and Empoleon were great in that endgame.
I can see that happening, but I can also see an adaptation from Pokemon Trainer Steph by going for this Cradily. Did not bring it in game 1 because this Empoleon is looking threatening. This Primeape is looking threatening, but there's so many water types on that team. You want to connect a Grass on. There we can see it on the best matchup possible here. This is looking good for Steph now, but the other Pokemon really aren't targets. And now, not running close combat might be a big issue for the Shadow Primeape.
Yes, with the switches being forced, Tinkaton now is able to find these Fairy Winds down onto the opposing Primeape, but it can retaliate first of all with the Rage Fist. Even though Tinkaton is going to be able to take that, you still do enable that attack boost to your opponent.
I like this early Bulldoze because you're saying, hey, you don't want to put up a shield. I know. Not a Gigaton Hammer, but you might get the debuff. You might be able to farm down before there is double Rage Fist reached. Very nice play from Pokemon Trainer Steph. Decides to shield this up, though.
Goes for a shield, wants to keep the Tinkaton in the game, and a couple more Fairy Winds are going to be able to get the KO, and that Primeape is out of here. Energy banked up on this Tinkaton as well, so that shield keeping it in a position where maybe a Gigaton Hammer can find its mark down onto something like the Azumarill, possibly later on in the game once you've got through some shields, but no, just going for it, and it goes unshielded.
Oh, this is going to still deal so much damage. It's a water and fairy type, so it's neutral damage. Look at this. How many attacks do you know that deal this much damage neutrally to an Azumarill?
This is the thing. Azumarill is so bulky. Any way you can put a dent in it is going to really add some momentum to your side of the field. And that's exactly what Gigaton Hammer was able to go for here. It looks like Tinkaton's going to follow up with a Bulldoze, however.
Oh, and now it's Empoleon versus the world. Filbeg has a shield advantage, gets a huge farm down here. Bulldoze not gonna connect for super effective damage and a potential debuff. This Empoleon is looking so strong. It is one of these Pokemon that can carry an entire game. And in the back, waiting for Pokemon Trainer Steph, is the Cradily, which is one of its best matchups.
Yeah, the Altaria here really has a job to do. It has to find a way to get through this Empoleon, but look at all the energy it has up on its side. It is relentless, these charge attacks being thrown down against Pokemon Trainer Steph's side of the field. This Empoleon is just waiting for this Cradily to re-emerge.
Oh, and now Altaria is going to throw out the first flamethrower. Filbeg knows what's in the back. He knows the win condition, and that win condition is Empoleon. So shielding this up, managing the energy to perfection as always. Just throws the Hydro Cannon, predicting a potential catch here as well, just before flamethrower is being thrown. And now Filbeg finds himself in a position where he has equal shields, a little bit of energy of Empoleon versus Cradily. However, Empoleon is in Grass Knot range.
That's the thing, it's in a position where if you can get to that energy, it will be able to deal some significant damage. A shield comes back up on Pokemon Trainer Steph's side of things, wanted to keep Cradily in the game. The issue is there is still one shield remaining on Filbeg's side.
Oh, will Filbeg here use a shield? Yes, and now this is going to prove costly for Steph because there is not going to be a debuff. That is going to be a fully powered Hydro Cannon into this poor Cradily. Deals a lot of damage. Cradily is bulky, but Hydro Cannon is so efficient.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon comes through, super effective damage, putting it down into the red, and Azumarill pops in to say hello, being like, Empoleon's not going to clean up this game, I am. It's able to get this damage down with the Ice Beam connecting straight down into that Cradily.
The good old Ice Beam Azumarill combo play, taking out the Cradily. Usually a bad matchup, but Azumarill's coverage is just so incredibly versatile. Ice is such a good offensive typing. You can use those in those bulky matchups to just gain the edge. And Filbeg swaps the terrible lead in this matchup and comes out ahead.
I guess it didn't matter what the lead was as long as that Empoleon was in the back for later on. Those metal sounds really enabling the Hydro Cannon to have so much pressure on the field. And just unfortunately for Pokemon Trainer Steph, the Altaria didn't have the tools needed to be able to deal with that Empoleon before Cradily rejoined the field.
Sometimes it's just the first shield that you're using that puts you so far behind. If you don't have an answer to this last Pokemon of your opponent, the Altaria got kinda baited out there, and then it was an Empoleon clean sweep. I really like the plan of Pokemon Trainer Steph to bring this Cradily, knowing, hey, there is going to be this Azumarill, which I cannot really answer otherwise. It also got on the right matchup, but then in the end, Empoleon just looked too strong into the team.
And I think as well, the Azumarill has a good play into the Altaria, for example, as well. You've got that Ice Beam, play rough pressure as well. The Dragon Breaths are going to be null and void into it. So the Gigaton Hammer really was the only way to get through into that Azumarill. So I do understand where Pokemon Trainer Steph was coming from, wanting to try and protect that Tinkaton, maybe trying to get a second Gigaton Hammer set up at some point in the game, but it just wasn't to be. There was too much offensive pressure coming through on Filbeg's side.
I'll also say Filbeg going with a not necessarily super risky line there, but bringing Azumarill every game against a team with Tinkaton and Cradley might set you up for potential disaster there if you cannot come back from having the switch disadvantage there.
You can see the focus on our trainers coming into this match. They want to be able to set the tone for their tournament throughout this day one of competition. But this was something really interesting to see coming through at the very beginning. These ice punches constantly raining down onto this Altaria, forcing Pokemon trainer Steph to go for all of these shields. And the third one finally connecting. You can see the damage was just devastating.
Well, double super effective damage there. Ice versus Dragon Flying type Pokemon. Traditionally should deal a lot of damage, especially from a Pokemon like the Shadow Primeape. Not even risking anything in that matchup, not going for any sort of bait there. That is a possible lose condition in that matchup, of course. But here, I really like that shield from Pokemon trainer Steph as well, knowing, hey, I'm going to get farmed down then afterwards, because those Karate chops, they do deal quite a bit of damage.
Particularly when there were the 2 Rage Fist boosts up as well. The extra attack, meaning those Karate chops will be dealing an additional bit of damage. It did look a little bit precarious for that Tinkaton, but unfortunately, as you said, Leo, that one shield turned out to be detrimental to the endgame condition for Pokemon trainer Steph, leaving Pokemon like the Altaria and particularly that Cradily vulnerable in this endgame.
Yep, definitely. And now there, the Ice Beam and Empoleon combination versus this Cradily, that's just rambunctious, I want to say. But yeah, Filbeg again with a great victory here. He is undefeated so far in this tournament. So continuing the run from the Bologna tournament in the last year.
And I think as well, you know, we might be in a new meta with this Forever Forward series that we've got going on at the moment. And even if you step in and out of Pokemon Go, Azumarill seems to always be on top. No matter what time you're tuning in, there's always an Azumarill player out there and showcasing why it is one of the most reliable Pokemon out there time and time again.
I mean, not only does it give you some versatility, it's sponging damage on your team, it's a valuable asset to have in most of these teams. But personally, I feel like having Azumarill on a team gives me some safety as well, because first of all, you really know how it's rolling with Azumarill, right? Every trainer in this venue probably has had about 100 hours of repetitions just playing Azumarill. You know your matchups. There's no weird matchups that you're at some point gonna encounter. You're gonna go, oh, I don't know how to play this with Azumarill. No, you know how to play it with Azumarill.
It's tried and tested.
Exactly. First of all, you know the damage ranges, and second of all, there's not that much flexibility on Azumarill per se. It's good and flexible to have it on your team. You can throw it into any matchup, but when you're in a matchup, you just bubble, and when you have a charge attack, just throw it.
And the thing is, like you say, the bubbles get all those charge attacks ready to go, and the charge attacks that Azumarill is able to utilize are so great into this meta at the moment. You have the Ice Beam for all the flyers, but then considering Charm has been, you know, nerfed a little bit, we're looking for what fairy types are going to be able to come through and deal with Pokemon like Sableye, and the Play Rough is a really nice way to be able to do that.
Yeah, and also another flying type Pokemon has entered the meta. So first of all, Altaria is just back at it again. We have seen that multiple times today. And then Mantine. Mantine does not sound like the Pokemon that you want to necessarily face up as another water type, but if they run Twister and Water Pulse, you're taking no damage, and let's face it, Wing Attack also doesn't have the highest amount of pressure on you, and even the Kilos like Cradily, we have seen that you have super effective damage.
That's very true. I mean, Twister will be giving some, you know, consistent damage, but a Pokemon like the Azumarill is going to be able to eat that up really nicely. We do see, however, the key loss against it is, of course, this Cradily, that fast attack Acid being able to hit it on its fairy side, and then the Grass not being able to do some really good Grass-type damage into it. But unfortunately, in that match we just watched, the alignment wasn't meant to be. Unfortunately, you could not get the Cradily down against that Azumarill in play.
The thing is with Azumarill also, a tougher matchup is the Licky Licky. Licky Licky can reach 3 Shadow Balls to knock you out, and you're not going to quite take it out there. So it's not a great answer to that save swap. However, as per usual, if you have a positive lead and you have an Azumarill in the back, you can always go for chip and dip strategies. Azumarill is somehow going to find its way to win you the game by either sponging damage or sometimes hitting really hard, because let's face it, Ice-type damage and Fairy-type damage. What is resisting all of this? Every Steel-type, right? But still, it's such a good Pokemon.
No, I fully agree, and it can buy you a little bit of time as well if you need to get that switch timer recalculated and realigned a little bit. Just bringing the Azumarill in to eat up a lot of damage can be a really nice way to swing momentum back in your favor.
Welcome to Hot Takes with Lou and Leo, where we're going to give you the hottest takes of the Pokemon Go Battle League. This time, today, the topic is Azumarill is actually a good Pokemon.
Yeah, Azumarill is. I know there are some doubters out there, but as our tried and tested veterans are showing time and time again, event after event, Azumarill is still out there to be believed.
So Lou, which Pokemon that has been a staple in previous seasons are you missing right now?
Oh, that's a... Well, I was about to say it's a really tough question. It's not a tough question. I'm missing Gastrodon, okay? I think you set this up so beautifully for me, my friend. I'm very, very grateful. But in every single format, I said this earlier, there's always a water and a ground type Pokemon. We've seen it with Swampert previously. We've seen it with Wishcash. Obviously, at the moment, you still have Quagsire. And there is the rumor of, obviously, Seismitoad coming into the fray as well. It's got Icy Wind now. I thought it would be having a little bit more dominance. But maybe, you know, it's still early on in this weekend competition. So maybe we'll be able to see it a little bit later on. But that said, we have seen a Gastrodon on stream already this morning. The very fast match of the broadcast was able to showcase that adorable little slug Pokemon that unfortunately, you know, Mudslap, I know previously did get a little bit debuffed, so it's not as good. But Earth, you know, Earth Power doing well, so maybe we will see some Gastrodon back in action. But speaking of the action, we have got two great competitors up ahead for our next match in this winners semis.
Another day, another seeking. ArceusAurelius rocking. Wait, speaking of Pokemon that have been forgotten, my days, is this a Galarian Stunfisk?
It is a Galarian Stunfisk. We've seen the Unnovan form for quite a lot throughout this broadcast so far, but this is the Galarian one. That is a blast from the past indeed.
Oh, Earthquake just got buffed again. Rockslide is basically back to its old form, and Mudshot too. So this Pokemon is as strong as ever. Let's see if ArceusAurelius can make it shine. Of course, rocking the Altaria Licky, the DJ Pokemon. Licky. And Shadow Sableye seeking Jumpluff and Stunfisk. So this is one of those teams that are actually, it's using quite a bunch of these Pokemon that have gotten some changes.
Yeah, as well. Nice to see the Jumpluff in action. Another Pokemon that can utilize that Energy Ball in this particular regulation at the moment to get some great damage into all of those water types. On the opposing side, it'd be interesting to look at the matchup and see where some of these Pokemon might be able to land. Again, Licky, the tried and tested reliable Pokemon, can charge up so quickly with those rollouts to Body Slam and Shadow Ball respectively, and just keep raining down charge attacks, forcing potential shields in critical situations.
And on the other side, there is going to be ElGranDomi, who is running the Dartrix, a Pokemon that only Jay has seen coming, basically. This Pokemon came out of nowhere. It's very bulky. It has good pacing, has Energy Ball as well, and it can throw Brave Birds. Those really deal a lot of damage. So this core of Dartrix and Ninetales that has proven so strong in the last two tournaments, both Pokemon got massive buffs. Actually, they only got one buff together.
Exactly. I mean, this is where we sometimes see the Dartrix versus Jumpluff debate. Jumpluff having, you know, the utility to go for something like the acrobatics. It might be expensive, but it's not at the detrimental effect that something like a Brave Bird debuff will be enabling on that Dartrix, for example. So, going to be interesting to see how these two Pokemon, as there is a Jumpluff and a Dartrix, a piece on either side, are going to face up against each other.
I think the advantage that Dartrix has is that it has consistent pack damage.
That is true.
That's one thing, but I don't know if in the two-shield scenario you're actually going to be able to somehow pack down a Jumpluff. I think this is going to be one of those scenarios which comes up when it gets chaotic in the game, right? So if you're swapping in, swapping out, everyone takes a little bit of damage, and then at some point you will be able to pack down a Jumpluff that's going to have to feel really good there. But both of these grass flying types, also not the best defensive typing, but both Pokemon really bulky, good fast and charged attacks, are going to face off against each other. Oh, that is a good lead for ArceusAurelius because of the access to that flamethrower. However, Volt Switch makes the Fortress go brrr.
Exactly. The Volt Switch is going to be able to get some respectable damage onto this Altaria, but those Dragon Breaths are stacking up, getting it right and ready to one of these charge attacks immediately. Obviously, it's going to be that Sky attack, but the Protect coming through on that shield, just in case it had been that devastating flamethrower.
Charging up to the next Rock Tomb a little bit more quickly. However, due to the Sky Attack bait of ArceusAurelius, he's still going to outpace. Actually lets this Rock Tomb go. Gets taken very, very low. And a Sand Tomb is being thrown here by ElGranDomi, but doesn't quite reach it. Flamethrower is going to be deployed first. Is this going to knock out the Shadow Fortress? Surely it is. Now shield advantage on the side of ArceusAurelius and switch advantage. Swaps in the Seeking on to this Ninetales that is ahead on energy. How much damage is this going to do?
Let's have a look. The Energy Ball will not be able to connect this time. A shield quite wisely utilized by ArceusAurelius here to protect the Seeking from play. But we know that those Embers are going to be able to charge right back up to an Energy Ball very, very quickly.
Oh, that is super interesting. This Seeking is in such a dominant spot, and shielding the first Energy Ball kind of telegraphs an Icy Wind bait there that you want to shield while the attack is still up. Goes no shielded, and now this Ninetales is so dangerously low. but gets to throw off an energy ball.
Yeah, we'll be able to get a little bit of revenge onto this Sea King, but it isn't able to get the KO. It's able to hang on, get a little bit of chip energy onto that Dugong that replaces the Ninetales in the back as Sableye joins the fray.
Oh, but Sableye has super effective damage with Drain Punch here. Gets debuffed first. Now, this is a buffing versus debuffing game, but not as we know it. We're going to raise the defenses, but we're going to lose offense. So the question is, how useful is the Sableye going to be? Clears the attack debuff and wants to go for a full damage Drain Punch here. Does not throw the Shadow Claw, I think.
But those Ice Shards were devastating into the Altaria that absolutely drops. Brings the Shadow Sableye right back in, forcing that shield to come through from ElGranDomi.
Oh, that Shadow Claw would have been so incredibly important, getting this second full damage Drain Punch off before taking the damage as well. Also not having the defenses boosted fully. Goes for another Drain Punch now. No shield on the side of ElGranDomi. Can this Shadow Sableye carry ArceusAurelius to victory in the first game? It looks like it is going to need a lot more damage.
Yeah, the Drain Punch really a way that this Sableye has been able to be unlocked, getting some good damage down onto this opposing Dugong as well as being able to get that buff coming through.
How much damage are you going to deal with those Shadow Claws? How much damage is Ember going to deal? Oh, this is a simultaneous knockout there! A tie of these two great trainers!
What an endgame coming through. Two of the Pokemon that everyone has been talking about coming into this particular tournament, battling it out right down to the end and resulting in that tie.
And if we spotted it correctly that ArceusAurelius missed a Shadow Claw there, that would have been detrimental. Would have guaranteed more HP on that Sableye to later on survive the Embers from the Ninetales and not go down in the simultaneous tie. But there is worse things that can happen to you after a possible mistake or a misstep. Having a reset on the full game, I think that's very fine.
It certainly is, and I want to credit as well the defense buffs that you were able to get from the Drain Punch on the Sableye side, because that's what really kept it in the game against those Embers.
Yeah.
If it didn't have that defense buff, then Ninetales would have been able to edge the victory.
Talk that talk.
I did indeed talk that talk, and now you're going to walk. No, you're going to stay here, Leo. I can't handle this by myself.
That's fine.
ArceusAurelius, though, again, a trainer who really has a lot on the line in this particular tournament, is right on the edge of that qualification realm for the Pokemon World Championship. So he needs to get a good result, some good championship points to lock in that invitation this weekend.
Yeah, but he is a trainer that we would not want to miss on the World Championship stage. I can tell you that. Always there for a show. Who does not remember his big performances at ICs when he won the Dortmund Regional Championships? Those celebrations of ArceusAurelius are always something.
Always a very entertaining trainer to watch, but ElGranDomi is going to be a firm competitor to try and get through this Group D winners semis first of all. We did see some great Pokemon come through. Obviously, being able to see the Forretress with the Volt Switch was actually quite interesting, kind of masquerading as a little bit of an electric type there.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, if you're masquerading as an electric type, you still get hit for double super effective damage on that flamethrower, so that eventually took it out. Playing the lead with a 2-to-1 shield advantage while keeping switch is huge for ArceusAurelius, but now we're going to see a fully different matchup. Ferret versus Seeking. Oh, this is a Ferret without Swift.
It is without Swift, but I do quite like the position that it's in. The Sucker Punch is going to be able to get to that Trailblaze nice and quickly, and you're able to take this drill run successfully. So now you can try and apply pressure to force the shields coming through on Arceus' side, as well as being able to get that attack boost thanks to this Trailblaze.
And we know that Seeking really is not the bulkiest of all Pokemon. We have seen the Energy Ball land from the Cantonian Ninetales, but now maybe we're going to see a shield deployed from that Ferret too, or are we just rolling with the shield advantage that we have generated there? Let's it go! Takes out the Ferret just before it reaches another attack, and now Forretress comes in this time. It wants to have the shield advantage, and I believe this could be a really, really strong matchup for the Forretress. However, super double resisted on the Volt Switches.
I do like this switch in though, because the Drill Run had been utilized on the Ferret, so you know that energy was dry for the Forretress to come in, and you can go for those Volt Switches, apply pressure to the water type that was there, and now just start farming up energy for this Sand Tomb.
That's true. Sand Tomb after Sand Tomb. The bad thing about Sand Tomb is that you will only see shields later on when your opponent is already super debuffed. Oh, and ArceusAurelius now throws a Rock Slide before perhaps swapping out back into the Seeking, because you really, really don't want to have this Altaria on this Dugong. So I think ArceusAurelius might be a little relieved to see the Dugong now.
That is very true, and you can get another Rock Slide pressure down onto it. It is going to be able to take this, even though it is super effective damage. Rock Slide can be a little underwhelming in the damage that it gets down on the board, but look at this energy. They're right tied at the line.
What is this full-on mirror match as well? This is Drill Run Icy Wind Madness, so both of these Pokemon are working exactly in the same way. Just one of them has the Ice typing, which is a little bit less strong defensively, more of an offensive one, but it is also significantly bulkier. Look at this Drill Run damage. That is just not there, but a full farm down on the side of ElGranDomi with the Volt Switch is dealing a lot of damage, but now Altaria comes back in. This time around, you're up on energy, but can you knock this Altaria out of the sky somehow?
Yeah, those Volt Switches really nice down into the Seeking there, and now you can apply pressure to the Altaria, but you need to try and fell it from the skies. That's so much damage. That's one way to do it, but you have to watch out. The Flamethrower is there. Arceus can go for it.
Yeah, this is something you would definitely have to shield if you want to win the game with your Foragers, or are we going to put it all on the Dugong? Dugong is also fairly low so far. ArceusAurelius immediately swaps out into his own Stunfisk, wants to race to that Rock Slide. Both trainers are still at one shield.
Yeah, Arceus needs to find a way to get through this Dugong, otherwise the Ice Shards are going to be able to clean up into that Altaria, but there's that shield. ElGranDomi is going to be exposed for the rest of this game.
Is ElGranDomi trying to farm up fully here? Goes for a full farm down, but no! The Stunfisk reaches the Rock Slide.
Just able to get the edge. The Rock Slide will come through, will connect, will get the KO, and then Altaria is in a prime position to come back in if needed. Well, actually it doesn't. That's it. That's the final Pokemon. It's gone. That's the game.
Yeah, ArceusAurelius takes this rematch of the first game, wins it 1-0 now, is very close to reaching another winner's finals. He did not have the best season that he has ever played. He has struggled to go far in the first stages of the tournament so far, in most of the tournaments, in some of the tournaments, but this time around I think he's back to his old self.
I think throughout this set so far, in both the tie game and the one we just watched, there's so many close moments. I liked your call out a little bit about the whole Drill Run Icy Wind Mirror that we started seeing coming down, because that was very close, and both our trainers had to keep such composure and calmness throughout to be able to make sure they were utilizing those charge attacks at the right time. ArceusAurelius, particularly with that Stunfisk, able to get that edge right at the end and swing the momentum, but before that it was a very, very close game. Could have gone either way.
But Lou, so usually you see attacks going down in damage a little bit, but also going down in energy. So they are becoming a lot more spammy, and those make most of these attacks super viable for Great League, like the Energy Ball on the Ninetales and Jumpluff and all of the other Grass-type Pokemon. I feel like with all of these Drill Runs we've seen so far, the missing damage is actually huge. Drill Run was a really, really strong attack when it came to damage to energy ratio. It does look like it's missing out on some crucial knockout points now.
Well, that's the thing. The energy has gone down, but it has made it more accessible in that regard. But the damage, as you mentioned, trainers might want to be able to see the KOs come through a little bit more, get into the range. So just because it's more accessible, more easily utilized, I think it's a good observation, Leo. It's not necessarily going to be reaping the rewards that you're going to get from it, let's say.
I mean, we've seen this before, especially in matchups like Empoleon, where Dugong and Seeking don't have a lot of fast attack pressure. The Empoleon can just let the Drill Runs go, then farm up a lot more energy, and then be very efficient with the energy as well, fast pacing. So I think, while it makes the Pokemon more accessible, it does also have a small downside. But now we're going to see another very old matchup with Galarian Stunfisk into the Mantine.
Yeah, well, Mantine gets right out of there. Instead, the Sucker Punching Furret is going to rejoin the fray, getting some damage up, trying to get itself ready for a Brick Break to deal that super effective damage. Overfarms just a little bit, but it's going to be the Stunfisk to move first.
Oh, Stunfisk with the hard-hitting Earthquake. No shielded. How much damage will this do? Oh, that is such a huge chunk. The question is, will ArceusAurelius at some point swap out here? Because the Pokemon in his backline, they don't appreciate a Furret in the face.
Certainly not, and that Stunfisk does not appreciate the Brick Break to the face either. That does some super effective damage. The defense has been lowered as well, leaving it a little bit more vulnerable to the follow-up that's going to come through. Leo, this is going to get a KO.
This Furret is an absolute MVP already. Does not even take out the Stunfisk here. Stunfisk hanging on. I will correct myself on the MVP status in this game here, because in the backline, the Sableye and the Licky, none of them could have really farmed down the Furret, but hanging on is super huge here ever. This is 2 wing attacks advantage on the side of Mantine, but there is going to be actual rollout fast attack pressure now.
This is a nice showcase, I think, for the Licky. You can see how quickly it's able to get that energy up on both of its charge attacks, and you're going to be able to see its bulk utilized as well by taking in this charge attack from the Mantine.
Look at this. This is not really a lot of damage for an attack that takes so much energy. And now Licky is going to show Mantine how it's done with his Shadow Ball. Incredibly efficient, fast paced. It's not going to show it how it's done. It's going to be shielded.
Yeah, it's going to show it going into the shield, though. And again, forcing that pressure off the shield to be utilized. So ElGranDomi has another choice to make. Do you want to use another shield? No. Instead, this Shadow Ball, this time, Leo, will come through.
ElGranDomi actually throwing on charge attack priority. That's a nice prediction. He could use that momentum by getting this Twister off onto the Licky, not quite knock out, and then immediately swap into the Kanto Ninetales there. That's exactly what he is doing, trying to farm down, but ArceusAurelius predicting this like a champ. Now, both trainers are farming over a little. Is ElGranDomi predicting a Drain Punch or a Foul Play? Are we going to shield this? No! This is going to deal huge amounts of damage.
Yeah, Foul Play comes through, puts it right down into the yellow. Very detrimental for this Ninetales, but it has that Weather Ball ready to go. Forces the shield to come through on Arceus' side. I think it's going to take a couple more Embers to get to a second one, though.
The thing is, with this damage applied, you're now in Drain Punch range. So every other attack, the Energy Ball is not going to land here. ArceusAurelius with another shield is looking to farm down this Cantonian Ninetales. Don't even have to throw anymore. And then there is going to be a Mantine waiting in the back. But how much is Mantine going to appreciate a Foul Play? Oh, are we calling this? No! ElGranDomi goes to shield this. Drain Punch. Is that a win condition for ArceusAurelius?
This is the thing. There's so much energy up on this Sableye that once ElGranDomi brings in the final Pokemon, it's just a little bit of an uphill climb. Once again, we're going to see the Sableye go for the Foul Play. There's no shields. ArceusAurelius acknowledges the crowd, knowing this is going to be the victory.
Advances to another winners finals. ArceusAurelius with a great game here, showing how it's done. The Mantine of ElGranDomi falls just short. Well played by him, however, going to drop down to the losers bracket. But ArceusAurelius now is one match away from debuting the Special Championships here in Torino.
And I have to really credit that Sableye, the Shadow Sableye no less, being able to deal that additional little bit of extra damage out there on the field. The Shadow Claws absolutely tearing into that Ninetales, leaving it on the back foot, and able to get the redemption it wanted.
Lou, I appreciate the love for the Shadow Sableye. However, this was a masterclass of the Galarian Stunfisk, forcing your opponent out of the lead, so demanding the switch, then seeing Ferret with Trail Brace and Brick Break completely core breaking ArceusAurelius' entire team that he brought. The Licky does not love Brick Breaks, and the Shadow Sableye just doesn't deal any damage with the Shadow Claw, so is in such an awkward position. Galarian Stunfisk also taking super effective damage from Brick Breaks, but hanging in there.
That was a big moment.
Even on the debuffed one, getting this Rock Slide off, and ElGranDomi did not know about the backline of ArceusAurelius, but perhaps if you shield that Rock Slide, you can get a lot of damage off with this Ferret.
I think you're right. That was definitely the moment after the debuff, thinking the second Brick Break would surely get the KO. Both of us were kind of locking in, thinking that was the way. But actually, no, Ferret wasn't able to get the damage on board. As you said, the Stunfisk was there to claim out the match for Arceus. Having a little recap of the earlier game here, this was a fantastic moment where the Flamethrower was able to just completely obliterate the opposing Fortress here, bringing down into a positive situation for ArceusAurelius. I think finding a lot of those lines, finding a lot of the damage was exactly what was utilized. And here's the Sableye trying to get that KO right down onto the Dugong.
Yep, and it was just missing this one Shadow Claw from before, I suppose. Otherwise, it would have knocked out that, or would have hung on to more Embers there, but it wasn't supposed to be in this rematch of Game 1. And there we are going to see another Flamethrower. Altaria trying it again and again.
I think Altaria was very happy to keep finding its mark with the Flamethrowers down onto this Bug Steel type, dealing so much effective damage. But ultimately, it was this Stunfisk right here, right then, that was able to hang on. I honestly was so shocked to see this come through, and it just enabled Arceus to be set up in a dominant position to close out the match.
Yeah, I think in that point, Galarian Stunfisk, you know, it just had it with the Ferret and it snapped. So it actually took it out with the Rock Slide, taking it out. And here in the end game, that was also very important, almost. I don't even think it mattered too much because ArceusAurelius paced at the same time to the Water Pulse. So you could see a charge attack priority event in the end game there. So ElGranDomi needed one more wing attack before, but the Foul Play here taking it out.
And the Manatee might be a very majestic Pokemon. You see it doing its very elegant backflip out there on the stage, but it just wasn't able to get the edge, the pacing, let's say, with that charge attack priority against that Sableye, enabling, once again, Sableye to get some great success. So ArceusAurelius one step closer to maybe locking in that World Championship invitation he so desperately desires.
Yep, definitely. I think should already be at a point where you can get some points, so that sounds like it is going well for ArceusAurelius. What I was missing a little bit was the crazy celebrations. I know we just got to the winners finals now. We didn't win the entire tournament yet on the side of Marcus, but a little bit of crying and rolling on the floor. Come on.
A little bit of the dramatics, let's say.
You got to give the people what they want, right?
maybe in his next victory, you know, he'll hear your words of wisdom and maybe channel them forward. But it's always great to be able to see these competitors battling it out, and particularly on the other side as well. You know, some really great play, particularly in that first game where everything came right down to the wire, a showcase between both of our trainers.
Yep, and I know that we have said this word great trainers quite a lot, but I'm going to use this as a segue for our next match, because which name comes to mind when someone says great trainer? It's Patoman. Patoman yet in another winners finals, one of the most decorated trainers in Pokemon Go history, probably the best European player we have ever had, who is going to face someone who's had his debut today on the Pokemon Go Special Championship stream in Andyraschi. They are going to play a group finals against each other. So we have this new rising star, this newcomer, versus, even though he's very young, the old head, the best trainer we have sometimes ever seen. So this is going to be a very exciting match that's coming up.
I think you're underselling it, Leo. Padaman is not a great trainer. He is the GOAT. He really is. He's my one. It's a sheep. Sheep. Okay, either way. Padaman does not sound like that. Padaman sounds like a legend. He is one of my favorite Pokemon Go trainers, and he's such an inspirational trainer. He had so many great final runs. He eventually got that title with a Charm, Alola Ninetales back in the day, and since then has gone on to greater heights, being second at the World Championships, as well as also back-to-back EUIC.
The thing is, you almost, it's been so many successes for Patoman that you start to lose track of his successes. So
the scroll just keeps going as you're reading them off.
4 trophies in a row from ICs, or is it 5 at this point?
Maths is not my strong suit. I'm going to say 5 because it's Pataman, but I might be wrong.
I think it's 4 ICs and then the World's Trophy for second place.
So that would be all the trophies.
Yeah, it was EUIC win, then LAIC second place, NAIC third place.
Then EUIC win.
And before that, World second place.
Yeah, that's a lot of trophies. He might have to, you know, get a new cabinet to keep adding them on, along with all the medals, the plethora of medals that he's able to acquire at these regional and special championships as well. So locking into the stage, Padaman versus Andyraschi, as you said, Andyraschi in more in the newcomer position. Possibly, you know, you've got all the way to a winners finals. You're going to be feeling really confident at that point, and then you look at your match up and you're against Padaman. That's got to be one really difficult thing to overcome, but at the same time, you've come this far. You've already probably taken down some other great veterans of the competition. You now just have one more to try and get through.
You know what? I have actually been in that position. So when
How did it feel, Leo? Did I just bring up some memories? I'm sorry, my friends.
It felt great. You know, it was an honor to play versus Patoman, and then a very close matchup. But no, playing versus Patoman is so cool. He's very nice, and you can always learn something from him. If not from his plays, then from his team building, because he is always there with something creative, always makes great meta reads. This time around with a Shadow Mightyena. This is something that was used against Paulasha before, and this time around on his side, Seeking seems to be the star of this show so far this weekend, because it's on every team all of a sudden.
Yeah, Seeking is here to try and get that crown that is in its namesake and be able to become the champion at the end of the day. Some great Pokemon choices on here as well. You've got Pokemon like the Clodsire, Poison Sting, really good into a lot of the flyers of the meta at the moment and deals some really good consistent neutral damage.
There's so many of these water-type Pokemon that I'm seeking for a team without them.
Oh, I love that. That was great. Can you do another one now for Padaman's team?
No, I mean, he also has a Seeking.
Oh, yours, okay. You're just Seeking double.
Look at this.
I mean, we can only put 4 on here, right? And I think that, as you've mentioned, these are some of the greatest of all time. World finalists, LAIC finalists, and then champion on the double at the European International Championships. This trainer is completely unstoppable. If you're maybe new, joining the broadcast, and you want to see a full masterclass on how to play competitive Pokemon Go, Padaman is your man to watch.
Padaman just got so much aura as well, and It's crazy that we don't even have space to list his regional accomplishments and special championships because there's just too many big IC and Worlds accomplishments. So Pataman, he has been teaching people how to play PvP ever since basically the circuit started, and now he's looking locked in again, playing versus Andyraschi, as we said, the debutant. Is that only a German word, or does that work in English as well?
No, it works in English as well.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
The debutant of this tournament, who's definitely making an impression, playing in the winners' semifinals versus C. Leonardo already with an impressive performance.
Yeah, exactly. So already being able to overcome some great trainers, having that experience, and having really everything to gain from this next match. Yeah. As we can already see from a lot of the Pokemon, there's some familiar faces across the broadcast, but I really like to see this Shadow Mightyena. Hopefully we'll be able to see it in action. I love the fact that it's a Sucker Puncher, a bit like Furret, but this time it gets that same type attack bonus for that additional damage.
I think Shadow Mightyena in this matchup looks absolutely crazy. The only Pokemon that really threatens it for super effective fast attack damage is that Jumpluff. If you get an energy head start on that Jumpluff, you have Poison Fang to hit it for super effective charge attack damage, and it debuffs as well. So if your opponent shields those, you're still gonna end up dealing more damage. The other Pokemon, Poison Fang versus the Clodsire, a bit iffy, but Clodsire is so incredibly slow in its pacing that if you have shields up, Mightyena just bursts through it with Sucker Punches.
That's true.
You get massively outpaced by the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but I think in this matchup it really does help you that it's a Shadow Kanto Ninetales, because I can imagine that in the 2-shield scenario with the Poison Fangs applied, you should be able to farm it down before it reaches 3 Weather Balls. Actually, that's a bold claim. You reach those rather fast.
But I think you're right. The Jumpluff, having that Fairy Wind is something that the Mightyena does have to watch out for. You do have some other Pokemon that, you know, are going to be vulnerable to it, Pokemon like the Altaria, but then you have some friendly faces in the form of your Steel types. You've got your Empoleon, you've got your Fortress that are going to be able to take those Fairy Winds much better. The key Pokemon for me is going to be this Licky Licky, because if you can get your Mightyena down against the Licky Licky, what is Licky Licky realistically doing to you? The Mightyena is going to be in a prime position to farm up lots of energy, start putting a dent in Licky Licky's defensive capabilities, and allowing for some cleanup throughout the rest of the match.
Definitely. Licky Licky is a rock-solid choice for most of these trainers. The backbone of most of the team, a companion to so many different Pokemon. It's just, I mean, that's no news, right? It's again hot,
the good old
hot
reliable.
Takes. Yeah, hot takes with Lou and Leo. Normal types that are incredibly bulky and have good coverage help your team.
Who'd have thought it, that, you know, normal types could be so bulky? Not like we've ever seen Diggersby before, or, you know,
Licky Tongue.
Another, yeah, it really does, you know, but this is the evolution, wanting a moment in the spotlight as well.
Yeah, and it's been doing so well so far. The fast pacing is really what sets it apart from the basic form of the Licky Tongue, because Licky Tongue is a little bit bulkier, but Lick just doesn't cut it anymore, right? You're pacing so slowly to everything. Body Slam also isn't what it used to be. It used to have a little bit more damage, which made it incredibly efficient.
Yes, but even though it's not as offensively powerful at the moment, the fact that you can just get to it in a couple of rollouts means that it's just consistent, reliable damage. Being normal type as well, neutral into a lot of these Pokemon that you can just get that consistent damage on the board with, and that can sometimes set up and swing the momentum into a favorous victory. It looks like our trainers are getting ready, so we'll be very soon jumping into this Group A winners finals between Pataman and Andyraschi. Let's see what these leads are going to be. Going to be a Seaking and a Fortress.
Oh, that should be a little bit positive for the Shadow Fortress, just because Volt Switch. No, this is a bug by Shadow Fortress of Pataman, but still, he decides to stay in this matchup. Could it be that he shields the first one? No, says Drill Run doesn't deal enough damage anymore. Not going to even put up a shield for this one. The question is Pataman going to Sand Tomb or Rock Tomb in this scenario? Are you expecting a shield? Just throws the Rock Tomb right before the Drill Run.
Yeah, goes straight for this Rock Tomb, trying to bait out a potential shield coming through on the Seeking side, and Andyraschi does decide to utilize it, protecting that fish at all costs.
Oh, but the question is, how useful was this debuff actually on the attack? Because Drill Run is still going to take out, so Pataman takes the shield advantage, goes into the next matchup versus a debuffed Seeking that can't really use its energy that much anymore. Swaps in to the Jumpluff, and that might be crucial. That might be just what Pataman wanted. First of all, the matchup is fine with the Icy Wind, super effective, double super effective damage, but also the Shadow Mightyena is free now.
Well, this is the thing. You're able to go for the pegs. You're able to get a lot of damage down with that Icy Wind as well. These are both things that the Jumpluff really does not appreciate. Yes, you can retaliate with this energy ball, but you've got to get the energy there first of all, and Pataman has shields to spare. Look at this Jumpluff. It's not going to be around for long.
Oh, this Jumpluff is trying to connect an energy ball here. Pataman actually uses his second shield now, wants to keep the Seeking around, so maybe not trying to put it all on the Shadow Mightyena, but says, hey, this Seeking is so incredibly powerful, I can just debuff everything you have and love, and it's going to stay that way for quite a while. Now the Shadow Sableye comes in, but how good is Shadow Sableye without shields as well against a Shadow Mightyena?
I mean, there was so much energy that Seeking was able to farm up on the Jumpluff that it's now got so much in the back. Can go for charge attack after charge attack, forcing Andyraschi to have to go for these shields, but obviously the debuffs still are able to come through regardless of the shield.
Oh, the Shadow Mightyena still doesn't want to come out. Swaps into the Seeking. Now Pataman is just chilling, outpacing to the Drill Run. Takes out another Pokemon. At this point, I'm asking myself, is he out? Wait, there's a Power Gem on the Shadow Sableye of Andyraschi. So if he's able to farm up to a Power Gem after this, can he knock out the Shadow Mightyena? It's incredibly fragile.
Yeah, Mightyena waiting in the wings, has now joined the fray, can go for all this damage, but as you mentioned, the Sableye ready with that Power Gem, no Protect Shields remaining. It is a Shadow Mightyena, this is going to hurt.
Oh, this is going to deal a lot of damage, but the Sucker Punch is going to knock out the Shadow Sableye. Who's going down? Which one of the Dark types barely hangs on? If this was a Dazzling Gleam, that would have been the game for Andyraschi, but Shadow Mightyena, without a shield, hung on to this Power Gem.
I think Pataman preserving that Mightyena in the back, staying so patient, keeping it ready and waiting so it could come out and not take unnecessary damage from fast attacks, gave it that HP momentum needed to be able to take that Power Gem. And as you said, the Sucker Punch just coming out fast and furious, taking down that Sableye is what was able to clean up that game. Mightyena might have been able to clean it through, but it really was about the Fortress and the Seeking to set it up for success in that match.
Yeah, Fortress as a bug biter also incredibly interesting again. Does change matchups quite a lot actually against ground-type Pokemon, for example. If you have Volt Switch versus Pokemon like Stunfisk, gets really iffy. They can swap out after being debuffed twice. They don't really care. But if you're playing Bug Bite, you just down after a few Santoms.
That was a good impression.
Thank you. I worked actually quite a lot on it.
Yeah, I mean, we got to hear it very showcased at the beginning of that match, and it definitely really was utilized well, tearing through into that opposing Seeking. It did so much damage.
Maybe I'm a bug.
Maybe, I don't know, you a bug or a Darmanitan?
Oh, that's, I can see both of those.
Bringing you back to reality.
I can see both of those, to be honest. But what was really interesting to me is that Pataman, he got out the Jumpluff away from this Mightyena, and then he decided to use both of his shields on the Seeking, which is when you have a shiny Shadow Mightyena in the back. That is not usually something that you're doing. Having a shield advantage, plus this Pokemon in the back, plus you have lured out the counter before, that is crazy, but he knew what he was doing.
It was important, I think, to deal with that Jumpluff before Mightyena was able to join the match, because those Fairy Winds would have been dealing devastating damage. Being the Shadow variant as well, your defenses are that little bit weaker, you leave yourself a little bit more vulnerable, and particularly with the way that the Fairy Winds can connect, that can really stack up in a devastating way very, very quickly. But Jumpluff's here back in action for this game too, as the Altaria takes the skies for Pataman.
That is such a funny matchup, because yes, Fairy Wind is super effective, but it does not deal too much damage. Usually Acrobatics is neutral, deals so much damage. Tries to catch a Sky Attack here as well, and now the Seeking is answering that Clodsire, but Clodsire decides to throw a Stone Edge just before Seeking reaches the Icy Wind that could debuff. How is Pataman going to handle this situation? No shields, the Clodsire.
I mean, Seeking is able to take that, but it is not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so these Poison Stings really starting to stack up against it. But look at the energy that Seeking has ready to go.
Double Drill Run is loaded. Let's see if this can knock out after 2 against the Clodsire. It doesn't quite look like it, so Pataman doesn't immediately throw it. Again, the damage reduction on Drill Run, saving another Pokemon there. Now Pataman has to deploy a shield. However, he is a master of energy management, so can just farm up again. Has invested this one shield, yes, but can just grab it later on in another matchup with another charge attack.
This might be able to get it now. You got a couple of pecks chipping away at it, and the Clodsire does indeed go down. So Pataman really biding his time, making sure that that second charge attack was going to be able to get the knockout.
But once again, Patoman is down a shield with the Shadow Mighty Hyena in the back. I'm quite curious to see how this is going to play out in the end game, because there is a jump love in the back. Oh, and Andyraschi, he could match shields here. Does not even want to wants to put it all on that jump love. Does he smell the Mighty Hyena in the back? Has a lot of energy. Oh, wants to actually get the farm here. Wants to get the farm down, but now the Altaria comes in with the Sky attacks.
Yeah, the Sky attack is going to hurt into that jump love that had so much energy stored up on Andyraschi's side, so a shield is necessary to be able to keep it in the game. You want to be able to unleash these acrobatics, start dealing with this opposing Altaria in the sky, but Patoman very happy to let this go through. It's not going to worry about taking this charge attack at all.
Patoman is at least going to get one shield back with the attacks of this Altaria. Now is going to throw the second Sky attack. So this Mighty Hyena is now back at a shield advantage. However, Andyraschi has so much energy stored on his own Seeking. However, catch opportunity on the Seeking of Patoman's own. The question is Patoman going to win this game off the back of Mighty Hyena? He is surely putting all his eggs in one basket.
Yeah, wants to keep that shield nice and safe for the Mighty Hyena that finally joins the match here. The Sucker Punchers trying to deal with this opposing jump bluff. It is going to have to eat up a couple of Fairy Winds, but that shield could indeed keep it in the game.
Oh, Patoman is considering to no-shield the Energy Ball. How much damage is this going to do? That is a huge chunk, but it's not even close to knocking out. Question is, are we going to see a combo play here? Icy Wind brings in that one, is surely going to get that shield. But how is Patoman handling this situation? Are you going to swap it? Are you going to hope that your Poison Fang later on knocks out this jump bluff? No shields on both trainers' side, and the crunch is deployed into this jump bluff. It is so low, it's surely taking out.
Fantastic play here from Patoman, keeping all of that energy on the Mighty Hyena, being able to go for those Sucker Punches to farm up as much additional energy as possible with all the shields down. Mighty Hyena gets the final bite of success, and Patoman is the victor.
It is incredible. Every time you see Patoman play a game, you're wondering, where is your line going to be? Everyone trusts him in finding the best possible outcome, but nobody expects to see how it goes there. It's incredible. It's peak Patoman again.
He was so chill the whole way through that set, not even breaking a sweat. So calm, so composed, so in control of this match the whole way through, keeping Mighty Hyena in the back, utilizing it for those final knockouts, those final bits of damage to perfection.
Look at him aura farming on stage again,
always.
just calm and collected. Yep, another day two. Who would have thought? I'm here. Patoman again with a masterclass, and now Andyraschi, he has to play the losers side finals as well. So another game to try and get to day two on your first event, which is absolutely mind-blowing.
But I think at the end of the day, if you come up against Patoman, there's no shame in having to take that loss. You're still in the tournament. You do just drop down into the losers bracket, but there's still all to play for. We have seen plenty of Cinderella stories with runbacks through the losers side of the bracket to great success at the end of the tournament.
But here you can see the Seeking Mirror, which is not something that I expected to be so incredibly frequent at this tournament, but the Icy Wind Drill Run coverage just works quite well with the fast attack damage of Peck. Also, I find it very interesting that some people are playing Dugong because it is, of course, more bulky, but it's slower and it takes more super effective damage from basically everything because it's an ice type.
Yeah, it does leave itself a little bit more vulnerable due to that typing, but sometimes the same type attack bonus on those ice type attacks can be the edge that is needed. For me, though, it really came down to this Mighty Hyena. Even when it was pinned in against the Fairy Winds coming through from Jump Love, the fact that Patoman had that shield, the fact that you could let this energy ball come through and then retaliate with all of the charge attacks that you had provisioned and ready to go as well, just meant that it was too much of an uphill battle for his opponent to climb.
Taking the energy ball there was huge. Could have also been in acrobatics. And then I wonder if Seeking can even knock you out with one drill run. So I think it was also a very interesting decision of Patoman. Might ask him later about that. But Patoman here connecting that crunch, winning again, going to day two as always. There is so many stories you can tell about Patoman, and all of them somehow end up in a victory.
Certainly does. And one of my favorite observations actually looking at that is when Mighty Hyena, particularly the Shadow Mighty Hyena, the extra ferocious form, is getting ready with its charge attacks. You see its little nose snarl. You know, it's getting ready. You know that it's mean and it's here for business and it's going to be able to get some good damage out on the board. So might even be one of my new favorite Pokemon coming through into this series.
Oh, really? Because
I love it.
It very much matches Shadow Caesar from previous seasons, right? People have lost the Caesar because it has a little bit less fast attack pressure on the bullet punches. So Pokemon Go trainers started thinking, hey, I want this incredible fast attack pressure back. How can I do it? Of course, yes, Sucker Punch, Shadow, Mightyena might be the way to go. It's also a Pokemon that you can right now, I think, get in Rocket Grunts, which is good.
Oh, okay, good.
So this Pokemon really, really forces its way. It doesn't have crazy Night Slash boosts, so that's also a good thing against it. But Shadow Mightyena, really, really strong. We've seen it so many seasons ago already. Sometimes it popped up, never had the big successes, but with a pilot like Patoman, what can go wrong?
I think as well, one of the things we're seeing a lot are with all the different move updates and how these Pokemon are able to take these attacks. We talked about Energy Ball a lot, one of those new Pokemon that's been unleashed onto Pokemon like the Jumpluff and the Ninetales. So in case you want to get a little bit more familiar with the different moves and the updates they have received, you can have a little look at a summary.
What's good, trainers? A new moveset update just dropped, and we're here to see it live in action already. My name is Martijn. You may know me as Inadequence, and I'm here to walk us through the changes. The latest moveset update is a rebalance between Fairy, Steel, Ground and Bug-type Pokemon. Who are the biggest winners here? Probably every Pokemon weak to the Fairy-type Fast-Attack Charm. Wigglytuff has struck fear into the hearts of Ghost, Fighting and Dragon-type Pokemon for a long time. But now that Charm deals less damage, it frees up a lot of those Pokemon. And indirectly, that may mean that Steel-type Pokemon may not be as necessary as they used to be. But what if you need to deal with Steel-type Pokemon anyway? Sidespeed Toad now has Icy Wind, and Earth Power costs less energy. Looking for a more neutral approach? Pokemon like Quillfish and Sylveon now have access to Shadow Ball. There's so much you see this weekend, but still so much to try out too. And if you're competing at NAIC next weekend, make sure to familiarize yourselves with the likes of Quillfish, Kecleon, Sylveon and Lopunny. NAIC features a limited meta format that you can also play in the Go Battle League right now, so you can join in on the fun too. There's so many more Pokemon that could shake up things. What are you the most excited for? Or do you think is the best Pokemon right now? Join us in the action on Pokemon.com/compete. Good luck in this new season of Forever Forward.
I mean, I definitely didn't have a Shadow Mightyena in my bingo card for this weekend. I was thinking, well, we'll see some Mantine, some Seismitoad. My Sylveon still hasn't made an appearance, but Mightyena putting in some work for Patoman.
And showcased so beautifully as well. It may not have been on our bingo cards to start, but definitely one that we might be adding in the future as we keep going through this tournament. It's been great to see it showcased so beautifully. I know your little Sylveon is out there in the field. Hopefully, you know, if Mightyena wants to keep its success, it won't come down against a potential Sylveon. Except Sylveon actually is only ruled by dark types nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why it's so cool.
I started saying that. I was like, yeah, the fairy type's going to destroy the dark types, but no, not in this regulation.
Yeah, and honestly, interesting take on the meta. We've also seen before Firestar having some success with Shadow Mightyena, and it's the second Mightyena we actually see on stream. So maybe a potential future core breaker. But of course, what we are waiting for, another winners finals. And what a winners finals we get. Stonecollection, Scuffle, both with such great accolades. Scuffle hasn't been playing as much lately, but is a former top 5 in the world competitor.
Exactly.
Stonecollection, of course, not a stranger to our streams, won his first regional championship in Seattle this season.
Exactly, both of them veterans of the competition for many seasons on Pokemon Go. Stonecollection we were able to showcase earlier to great success, particularly with that adorable little cast form that can actually be such an unassuming little monster in this particular game. Great to be able to see it have some success. On Scaffo side, we're seeing a lot of the familiar faces we've seen so far in this Forever Forward meta. You know, we're seeing the Ninetales, particularly with that Energy Ball, but critically, this one is going to be that Shadow variant.
And something we've seen from Stonecollection's play is that he's not afraid of bringing picks that, on first look, they look a bit iffy to bring. First of all, with Tinkaton on a match that I casted, it looked iffy, but he still managed to pull through. And here, cast form, there are a lot of water resistances on Scaffle's team, Azumarill, Empoleon, Feraligatr, Altaria. But I might still expect cast form. I think it could put in some work here.
I think we're seeing this a couple of times, actually, of this triple water on a lot of the teams, and it is this trio often in play. You've got the Azumarill and the Empoleon that have different flexibilities in their own right with their respective typings. Fairy and Steel can be utilized defensively or offensively in so many different matchups, but that Feraligatr as well is a Pokemon that we're still seeing popping around.
Of course, for Alligator that won the Indianapolis Regional Championship on the back of Cassian Pike. Here Scafo opting only for one of the Pokemon that got a buff this Forever Forward season, which is the Ninetales. He's opting for the Shadow version instead of the regular one that you mentioned on our show. So looking forward to see if it has some play here. Of course, both water types here take super effective from Energy Ball.
I think as well, this was something Leo and I were talking about, is even though Drill Run has been a lot more accessible, the damage is actually a little underwhelming to what we're seeing. So, you know, having Pokemon that can maybe be in a position where you can be a bit more vulnerable, being a Shadow variant, for example, of that Ninetales, will open up Drill Run for possibly a little bit more success in particular matchups. Diving into this one in particular, Stonecollection has, again, some Shadow Pokemon on his very own, 3 of them, including that Shadow Quagsire.
Shadow Quagsire that I'm not certain if Stonecollection opted for the Mud Bomb variant. Yeah, he's still running that Mud Bomb variant, I just checked, which is quite helpful for matchups like Azumarill, like Empoleon. You don't get your energy walled, but of course he has to be careful regarding that Altaria that walls its entire moveset.
Exactly, and when you look at that cast form as well, even though it is a water type, it is running that Thunder as a charge attack, and that can be devastating into all of the water types on Scafo's side.
Of course, Stonecollection also opting for that Shadow Primeape. It's been a glass cannon that comes in and out of meta at times, but whenever there's a lot of fires in the meta, that Ice Punch coverage comes through. And we've seen time and time again that Primeape with a bit of an energy at start, being able to flip some of its counters like Altaria, for example.
We've seen sometimes Primeape come in the lead, like you say, get a few of those karate chops down, farm up a little bit of energy so that you can unleash those Ice Punches later on, potentially onto all of the flyers in the meta. Again, some familiar friends in here, the Licky, one of these tried and contested Pokemon, being able to get these Body Slams and Shadow Balls stacked up so quickly thanks to rollout, and then can deal some really consistent damage on the field.
And something that it's kind of an arch enemy for these types of Pokemon that Stonecollection brings that are so frail is that when a team is constituted by Azumarill, by Altaria, just stat product monsters in our meta game, sometimes even if you have an Ice type matchup, you can't hang on because they just overwhelm you with so much stat product.
Yeah, the damage can get rolling. As you saw a little recap there as well of Stone being, as you mentioned, the Seattle Regional Champion this season already. Some incredible accolades to behold. On the opposing side, however, Scafo has another interesting team. As you mentioned, Ninetales being one of the key Pokemon from this move update to utilize that beautiful Energy Ball. But as well, we've got some of these key Pokemon. The Altaria has been really dominant this weekend so far already. The Dragon Breath getting that energy up so quickly, and Flamethrower being a really nice way to deal with steel types.
Something interesting about Scafo's team is that most of his fast attacks are reliant on generating energy quite quickly. That means that they often don't deal as much damage as they could, and that's optimal for something like Primeape to set itself up. So I'm expecting Stonecollection to rely a lot on that Primeape. Of course, Scafo, as I mentioned, it doesn't play often, but when he does, what a showstopper. These are all main stages, Worlds, European International Championship, time and time again. Scafo has proven is one of the best in the world.
So much consistency to constantly battle it out through grueling days of competition to be able to get these top cut placements. Definitely a trainer to keep an eye on. One interesting note I've seen on Scafo's team, however, is on that Empoleon, instead of running the metal sound that we more commonly get to see, it's running that metal claw.
Yeah, interesting here. I'm not sure if it was intended or if Scafo found something that we don't often see. But then again, I mean, if there's someone to innovate, it is Scafo. But let's see if it does indeed come into play. We have the Azumarill into the Primeape. This is technically a decent matchup for the Azumarill, but being the Shadow variant, that means that 3 Rage Fists with the compound boost then KO that Azumarill.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Rage Fist coming through not only gets some good damage on the ball, but whether it's shielded or not, you're going to get that guaranteed attack buff as well, making this Primeape even more formidable. There goes the first Rage Fish connecting through.
And here Azumarill trying to build energy as soon as possible. But let's see, another Rage Fist is already loaded, and this Azumarill will be past 50% HP.
Azumarill is many things in this metagame, but fast is not always in its favor, taking a little bit more time to get to those pressure charge attacks. 2 Rage Fists coming through, but now it is finally Azumarill's time to shine.
And I think Stonecollection sees the vision here. He doesn't have that much pressure into my Primeape, so I'm just gonna lead it, boost as much as possible. You can boost until 4 times and just sweep the entire team. Another Rage Fist coming through. This will threaten a knockout. I think it will pull the first Protect Shield out of Scafo.
I mean, you saw how much those Karate Chops were doing at +2, but now at +3, they're going to be absolutely devastating into the Azumarill. It does get to its charge attack, though. It does have that Ice Beam, and Stonecollection utilizing another one of these shields because you want to keep the boost. You want to keep this Primeape in the game.
And here, Primeape can overfarm ever so slightly. Here comes the Feraligatr, fearing that the bubble damage wasn't enough. Another Rage Fist coming through. This will do massive damage because its triple boost is going to be 4 times boosted now. Pulls the Protect Shield out of the Feraligatr.
Yeah, you can go for all the shields. You want these fast attacks are going to reign supreme, and you now still have that Primeape nice in the back to maybe try and get some more damage on the board later. A perfect switch, though. The Hydro Cannon, it can be a devastating move, but not into the little cast form.
Of course, here, cast form also throwing resisted damage into the Feraligatr. So what I feel is the play for Stonecollection is to water gun this Feraligatr down into Weather Ball range and potentially still have a move for the secondary matchup.
This is the thing, the Hydro Cannon, the Ice Beam, these are not going to be doing any damage into the cast form. And cast form, yes, Water Gun isn't going to be doing too much, but it's stacking up all of that critical energy and putting pressure on with that Thunder. But instead, we're going to see, the Weather Ball come through.
This Weather Ball, I don't think it's quite enough to KO. I think Scafo was trying to catch on that Azumarill, and he does go into the Licky Licky. Weather Ball coming through again from the cast form. Going to put some valuable chip damage, maybe potentially even go into the Licky Licky mirror for Stonecollection.
Yeah, Licky Licky is incredibly bulky, but you can chip away at it with these charge attacks. We are going to see that adaptation, getting a couple of Karate Chops down and critically going for another Rage Fist. It's not going to be doing too much damage into the Licky Licky, but you do get that attack buff.
And he's trying to boost that Karate Chop damage in case Cafito goes for the farm down. He goes for the rollout down. Can he reach another Rage Fist? Just about gets the rollout down.
Yeah, Licky Licky able to get the edge there, felling the Primeape into its Pokeball, and now Stonecollection has a choice. Which Pokemon are you bringing in? The Licky Licky Mirror, or are you going to try and get Cast Form to farm down some energy?
Is this Licky Licky is almost at max energy, gonna throw the first Body Slam, but again, if you're throwing at another Licky Licky wall, these Body Slams will be eaten for breakfast. They don't do that much damage at all.
That's the thing, they can just go against each other here, Body Slam into another Body Slam. Stonecollection eventually will get to one and pressure the knockout onto its opponent here in the mirror.
And of course here, Licky Licky from Stonecollection wants to build up as much energy it can because he needs to throw 2 attacks to KO the back Pokemon.
That's very true. All 3 Pokemon are still remaining on Scafo's side, so you want to have those charge attacks ready to go. You can possibly try and farm down against the opposing Licky Licky and get all that energy in play.
Charge attack priority, Scafo wins that. That's valuable information for potentially another game. Azumarill still quite healthy, maybe just outside Body Slam range. It will be quite close. Can it reach a move or potentially a potential sack swap on with the Feraligatr to get this Azumarill sweep the end game?
That's the thing, you might need another rollout or 2 down onto the opposing Azumarill, but we're going to see the switch. Feraligatr comes into the play with that Hydro Cannon ready to go.
Scafo taking advantage of the rollout animation. Licky Licky was stuck in that. Gets the KOing Hydro Cannon on the Licky Licky. Can now Shadow Claw this down. No, it's going to be so close. Gets the Water Gun down. And now can Cast Form withstand the bubble damage to reach departing Weather Ball. Reaches the Weather Ball. Is this enough to KO, Lou?
It's such an unassuming little raindrop, but it is ferocious. And here to say Stonecollection banking to see if this Weather Ball is going to be able to get the knockout. No, Azumarill so bulky. It's going to be able to get these bubbles down, but is it going to be able to get the KO?
No! Azumarill ain't gone! Something that's tried and true. Azumarill will always find a way to survive. 1 HP in a dream. Scafo grasping the wind, clawing its way out of that rough matchup. That Primeape Bleep was so tough to deal with. But as we mentioned, the overall bulk of Licky Licky, Azumarill coming in clutch, even getting a rollout down on that Primeape. That was an insane play by Scafo.
I think Scafo's reaction there says it all, right on the edge of the seat, down to the wire in that particular game. But the tried and tested Azumarill was able to get the edge. I still think it was a beautiful showcase by this cast form, however, really taking it down to the wire. But so many interactions within that match that could have gone either way.
Yeah, those one-turn Water Guns surely stacking up bit by bit. The little raindrop that could, adding up all that water damage and just farming everything down, though Azumarill proved to be just bulky enough to hang on, surviving on 1 HP.
I guess when you look at it, the bubbles are all full of little raindrops in their own way, so they were able to just be a little bit overwhelming for Stonecollection's team to be able to deal with. But that said, a very, very close game, and this is why we play a best-of-3 set, because anything can change between these Pokemon and their trainers going into the rest of the set. Feraligatr finds his face down against the Primeape.
Stonecollection identifying that the Primeape Leap is very strong into Scafo's team, though Feraligatr here as the pacing, reaching Hydro Cannon every 10 turns. And this first Rage Fist won't do that much damage since it's not boosted at all. So Feraligatr can no shield and potentially get a shield advantage versus the Primate.
Yeah, it gives a little bit of flexibility to Scafo here. You can take one of those Rage Fists, as you said, and retaliate with the Hydro Cannon that you're able to get to very quickly, forcing a shield out on Stonecollection side, because Primate is a little bit softer when it comes to its defensive capabilities, particularly in that Shadow form.
Interesting adaptation here by Scafo. Now goes into the Azumarill, resisting the Karate Chops, forcing the Tinkaton to come out, clearing that debuff from the Primate. That could prove crucial for the endgame.
Of course, as well, Tinkaton in a great position here to just try and get to that Gigaton Hammer and apply pressure to that Azumarill, either forcing through a shield or getting a significant chunk of damage down into that bulky little bunny.
And of course here, Tinkaton can do something which is soaking up all this damage from the Azumarill and try to overfarm as much as possible so he can lay the hammer into the backline of Scafo.
Yeah, the Tinkaton really doesn't worry about anything the Azumarill can throw its way. It's quite happy to sit on the field, let that switch timer reset to give Stonecollection some more flexibility in the end, as well as preserving these precious shields. Play Rough will come through and connect down onto the Fairy and Steel type, but as you can see, not very effective damage, and the Gigaton Hammer is ready to be unleashed.
And the Karate Chops from the Primate added up so much. Gigaton Hammer is gonna pick up the knockout into this Feraligatr, gets the knockout here, and now how do you pressure this Tinkaton? You kind of have to come back in with the Azumarill. Are you going to come back in with a Dragon type into the Fairy Steel type?
That's the thing. The Dragon Breaths are going to be doing negligible damage. It's not really going to be an ideal position. It is a mountain for this Azumarill to have to climb, but it is all on its shoulders right now. The Gigaton Hammer is there again. It does take a while to charge up, but this Tinkaton is not messing around.
And I think Scafo is in a hard place right now because I'm not sure if you can Dragon Breath down this low HP Tinkaton. Of course, safe swap into the Primate has a lot of energy loaded, goes for the super effective Vice Punch, getting the first Protect Shield out of Scafo.
This is the thing, Scafo let the Feraligatr go down to keep these shields in play because you need them when you're facing down against these Pokemon. The Ice Punch is a second one ready to go already. Altaria forced to utilize that second shield. Scafo now knowing it's going to be vulnerable when a third one inevitably comes into the fray.
Ice Punch pressure is coming through, gets the bait, and now can this Primate outpace the Altaria to another Ice Punch? He just about reaches his one stage boost from the Rage Fist. I think this is going to be enough to get the knockout.
No Protect Shields remaining. This Altaria is going to be so vulnerable to the ice damage that comes through. The Ice Punch, one hit goes down, and Stonecollection is evening the score.
And I think I really like the adjustment from Scafo, but I think Stone was 2 steps ahead. You're going to try to bring in that Azumarill. I'm bringing in that Tinkaton, a hard wall to that Azumarill energy. And since a Gigaton Hammer is such a good move that even resisted it does so much damage, it was able to take out Feraligatr, which is technically a hard counter to that Tinkaton. And since Altaria can't really Dragon Breath down even a 20 HP Tinkaton, it's double, it's triple resisted even. It's so hard to Dragon Breath down the bulky Steel type.
I think the teamwork was great on Stonecollection side. You had the Karate Chops dealing with that Feraligatr a little bit earlier on, enabling the Tinkaton to be able to deal with it later on. And then at the same time, being set up so beautifully for success, Tinkaton sat in and ate up all the damage that the Azumarill was trying to deal, leaving it in a clear position to be KO'd towards the end of the game.
And we're gonna get lock-ins pretty soon. It's 1-1. We have the Primate Blade once again against the Altaria. You might think this is a negative matchup, not when you have Ice Punch coverage. Tries to go for a catch, but Stonecollection reads into it. It throws the Rage Fist, which is helpful. And now with that energy lead, I think he can even stay in and just take advantage of being boosted and take out this Feraligatr afterwards.
This looks like a similar snapshot to what we saw in Game 2, except this time Feraligatr has come in later. It doesn't have the same energy utility to pressure with the Hydro Cannon. Instead, the Primate just unleashed to keep going for these Rage Fists and getting all these attack buffs.
No shields. Feraligatr just about gets knocked out, and here Scafo has to go in back with the Altaria. Goes for the Sky Attack, trying to pull the first Protect Shield out of this Primate, but Primate still has a fair amount of HP, even though it's going to get erased over time with that Dragon Breath. Going to try to pace into another Ice Punch.
Maybe this is a better position for the Altaria, though. You know Ice Punch is definitely a threat. You might have to utilize some shields, but the Dragon Breath farm down could be in your favor going towards the end of the match. Scafo does go for that late shield. It is going to be the Rage Fist, however, another guaranteed attack buff.
Look at that pressure from the Primate. Goes for another Rage Fist, perhaps greeted from Stonecollection. Scafo choosing to let it go. I think that Altaria will be just bulky enough to endure this Rage Fist. It's going to get the Dragon Breath down, and it has energy to boot into the back line.
Oh, it was a long, drawn-out moment for the Altaria, but it has been able to fell its opponent and get some energy up on the board, banking it for later.
Of course, that Tinkerton gets met by the Kanto Ninetales. Kanto Ninetales met by the Wiki. Super effective rollouts coming through. It's not same type attack bonus, so they won't add up as much, but they will add up for sure.
This ferocious little Ninetales getting all of the energy up so it can apply back-to-back charge attacks if it wants. Weather Ball will come through first of all, land down onto this Licky, but both of these attacks ready on the Ninetales. Licky is going to retaliate first of all with this Shadow Ball, trying to force a remaining shield to come through on Scaffo's side, but no, going to let this go through into the Shadow Ninetales.
No shield from Scaffo, massive damage, and now I think Wiki can just about roll out everything down. This Weather Ball won't threaten the knockout, but it will put Wiki in the red HP.
No matter what the Ninetales tries, it's not able to get the knockout onto this opposing Licky. Another rollout comes through, but it will force that shield to come through.
I think one more rollout will be enough for Licky to KO this Kanto Ninetales. And then there's the Altaria damage. Comes in even with the Tinkerton with an aggressive swap from Stonecollection. He's able to fairy win down the fairy time. And now Altaria has energy to boot, but it's not enough to take out the Tinkerton. Stonecollection wins winners finals.
Who even needs the energy in the back when that damage can come through in the fast attacks? Tinkerton, what a fantastic switch in at the end, just cleaning up left, right, and center.
And what a showcase from that Shadow Primate. If you don't have fast move pressure into that thing, that gets away with the game. And I really like the adjustments from Scaffo because even though Altaria technically has a negative matchup thanks to the Ice Punch covers from that Primate, the Dragon Breaths do add up. And when you chunk it to a point where Dragon Breath put it in half HP, then FjantigaFyran can kind of deal with it. But Stonecollection went for that Rage Fist bait, and that proved to be costly because now that FjantigaFyran can only tank one Rage Fist, and if you're saying it with the Primate, you just can't take it out.
I think that's the thing though with Rage Fist, even if you're not able to get the damage connected, you still always get that buff, and that's guaranteed. So you know if you can get that boulder rolling down the hill, the momentum is going to be ferocious, and Stonecollection was able to do this so beautifully in all 3 games. Even in the one that he lost right at the beginning, you can't deny that Primate was absolutely on fire.
And even the one that he lost was by 1 HP. It was such a close game. I guess the call was indeed to bench the little droplet, the mascot of the team, because Primate was the star of the show here. Of course, Castform here was able to absorb a lot of energy from that FjantigaFyran, and here that Rage Fist, even though it was no shield, look at that chip damage from the Karate Chop, putting that Licky so low that Stonecollection could just come in with his own Licky, soaking a lot of damage, but fortunately for Scaffo, Azumarill is inevitable.
That's the thing, we talk a lot about the Rage Fist potential, but actually once you get those rolling a little bit, the actual Karate Chop damage itself is what gave so much momentum to this Primate. I do like the adaptation by Stone, dropping the beautiful, cute little Drew Drop in favor of that Tinkerton, because Tinkerton was what was able to get through that success. You saw it be in prime position to get damage on the FjantigaFyran and eat up a load of attacks from the Azumarill.
Great adjustment here in game 2, bringing in that Tinkerton to soak up that Azumarill energy, and of course here the Primate with a lot of baits in the middle from Stonecollection, some trickery from Stonecollection, if you will, getting the knockout here with the Ice Punch coverage, proving to be vital versus this fire meta.
I also loved Stonecollection's reaction at the end of that game 1, really thinking, hey, we got to lock in and make some adaptations for this. That was close. I do not want it to be such a close-knit game in the future, and that's where these adaptations came through and made things a little bit more monumental on his side of the field, making it harder for Scaffo to come back into the game.
And it's so crazy that Stonecollection is so willing to use this Tinkerton offensively. He came in with that Tinkerton versus a fire type, just fairy wind it all the way down. Stonecollection has no fear, and that sealed the win of his group, and we're going to see him in day number 2.
Sometimes fortune does indeed favor the brave, and making those bold calls, getting those critical KOs are what sometimes defines a champion from a runner-up. So Stonecollection really looking on a tear for this tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what he does in day 2. Of course, don't count Scaffo out, as you've seen by his accolades. Former top 5 in the world. He doesn't play often, but when he does, he runs the show.
And that's the beauty of a double elimination bracket. You can afford that one loss. You're still in the tournament. You just drop down. And even though it does make it sometimes a little bit more of a grind throughout the tournament, sometimes that fuel is what trainers need to be able to take the edge and go all the way. And I know a trainer like Scaffo will be one to keep an eye on. But we're not holding back on the Pokemon action for you, trainers. We're jumping straight into our next winners finals.
Speaking of keeping an eye on, the queen of PvP makes another stream appearance, of course, on the back of that Shadow Politoed and Clodsire. An interesting adjustment into this fire meta, has access to that Stone Edge coverage, and of course, that heavy hitting Earthquake for the fire types.
Yes, and both of these trainers we were able to showcase earlier on in the broadcast, so it's a pleasure to be able to continue watching their journey. Paulasha running that adorable little ferret, one of the mascot namesakes as well, that I know is a Pokemon very close to her heart, along with some other interesting choices. The Politoed is one, again, I wasn't quite expecting to see.
But speaking of Politoed, we kind of have two brothers fighting because there's a Poliwrath on the side of Fjatiga. And to be honest, Poliwrath looks very good into this matchup. Versus the Politoed, you're able to wall the energy, you're able to resist the Sucker Punch from the Ferret, you have Icy Wind coverage for the Altaria. Poliwrath looking pretty good.
Yeah, Poliwrath certainly looking strong, and is Paulasha, who is our previous Turin Special Champion as well. Back in 2023 when we were last in this location, as well as previously winning other regional championships such as Stockholm and another set of top finishes on the international global stage.
She came in to renew her Turin title. Of course, we took a break from this location here in the Championship Series, but we're back and we're ready for it. Of course, Paulasha is also the Seville regional champion from this season, on the back of a Piloswine that made its brief appearance into the scene to disappear never again into the sunset.
Sometimes it is just a moment in the spotlight that's enough for these Pokemon to be showcased, but Paulasha running some interesting Pokemon too with that Clodsire. On the opposing side, however, of course, we have Fjantiga, a trainer we were able to showcase earlier, who did a phenomenal match with that Shadow Fortress. That really was the MVP of the set previously. Do you think it's got a good place in this particular matchup?
Yeah, Shadow Fortress could be interesting because besides the Altaria, the Tinkaton matchup is deceivingly good for a Bug type into a Steel type because of access of that Sand Tomb coverage. And of course, if you avoid the Altaria, and even for that you have Rock Tomb coverage, I think you could put in a lot of course, Clodsire is known to be an HP demon in the Championship Series, so you're gonna need a ton of Bug Bites to add up to take it out, but again, that Sand Tomb coverage can prove to be vital. I want to mention here that we have some duality here, even though we have two Sableyes. We have one with Power Jam in the side of Paulasha, and there's the Drain Punch variant that has been winning in championships left and right lately for Fjantiga. So looking forward to see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, Drain Punch being the more consistent one we see on Sableye, you know, being able to get the buff as well does give you a little bit more confidence within that Pokemon. But the Power Gem, really nice switch adaptation we're seeing with the Flyers that we're anticipating coming into this format, particularly with Pokemon like Fearow, really benefiting from the move update, as well as other Pokemon that are skybound, such as the Altaria.
And of course, having that Power Gem on the Sableye means that you can't deal super effective or even neutral damage into that Poliwrath. So Poliwrath here on the safe swap looks to be an absolute menace. I'm not quite sure how Paulasha is going to deal with it. It has to be a combination of being able to withstand one or more of its move while pulling away Protect Shields. It's going to be a tough combination because Poliwrath is quite bulky.
I'm looking forward to seeing Poliwrath. I think you've hyped it up so beautifully. I want to see it really jump into this match, particularly with this move pool. Things like the Icy Wind as a charge attack, that's something that the Altaria on the opposing side really doesn't want to have to face down against.
Of course, we have the Unova Stunfisk lead against the Sableye. This is an interesting matchup because Sableye can choose to throw Foul Play right away, but then again, if Unova Stunfisk chooses to throw Discharge, it will be able to outpace.
I think it's a nice opportunity for the Shadow Claws to start farming up some damage here. The Foul Play, as you said, is ready to be utilized, and that's something that can land straight down onto this Stunfisk and start chipping away at it. But look at the energy on the opposing side. Discharge is ready to go. And
here, first Discharge coming through. Paulasha knows that Sableye can endure at least one move, so chooses to no shield, trying to potentially catch a Discharge or overfarm as much as possible. Second Discharge coming through. This will threaten a knockout potential on the Sableye. Paulasha trusting the Shadow Sableye. Is Discharge enough? I don't think it is. It will barely hang on. Sableye survives.
Sableye just hangs on, able to get a couple more Shadow Claws off and retaliate with another one of these Foul Plays, but it is going to be unable to go through.
But this could be interesting for Fjantiga because now, interesting. Paulasha with the undercharge, meaning that Fjantiga does get switch advantage, but it doesn't get an energy lead on that Poliwrath. And now coming in with the Tinkaton. Tinkaton obviously is a part Steel, part Fairy type, so it will only take neutral from Dynamic, but here comes the Bug Bite Fortress though. Of course, Fjantiga has that Icy Wind coverage with the Mud Shot as well. Paces so fast, gets the first Icy Wind just before the Sky Attack comes through.
This is something the Altaria really does not want to see, but Paulasha opting to not go for the shield. Instead, the Icy Wind will come through, will connect, does super effective damage, and critically gets that debuff as well. Altaria does have a moment to try and retaliate though, but forces that shield to come through from Fjantiga.
Two shields being in play is helpful for Altaria in this matchup because the Mud Shots won't add up. up, but the Dragon Breaths will. So even though you can throw as many Icy Winds as you want, you do have 2 Protect Shields, and you already tanked 1. So you can just shield this, try to put as much Dragon Breath pressure in, so it's in Sky Attack range later, or even a Gigaton Hammer range later.
The shields are great for buying yourself a little bit of time because that switch timer is going to be up on Pollasha's side. You're farming up all of this energy just before you can go for one of these Sky Attacks and try and break through the final shield on Fantiga's side.
Fiantiga is chooses to no shield. That's an interesting play because knowing that the Altaria was heavily debuffed, here comes the Shadow Fortress. Gigaton Hammer is going to come through. This is resisted, but it's going to do so much damage.
This might indeed be a showcase of how devastating Gigaton Hammer can indeed be. Even going down into that Fortress, look how much that does, putting it right down into the yellow. Fortress can retaliate with the Sand Tomb though. Pollasha going to let this go through.
The Fortress throws the Sand Tomb as soon as it gets it, pretty much, trying to debuff the defense of this Tinkaton. Super effective damage as well. It's going to try to race to another Sand Tomb just before another Gigaton Hammer is loaded. Just not quite. Gigaton Hammer is loaded again. This will threaten a knockout. Will the Fortress pull the Protect Shield?
There we go. Going to be protecting up the Steel type. In the face of a Steel type attack coming through, you know it's going to be devastating damage, and it does take so long for these Fairy Winds to stack up to another one of the Gigaton Hammers. You want to try and use those Bug Bites to get through, but there's going to be a switch. Altaria comes in.
Pollasha is able to catch the Sand Tomb, predicting that Fiantiga would throw it just before another Bulldoze was reached, and now you can't really... Can you Bug... Oh, look at that Bug Bite damage! The Altaria is pressured to throw the Sky Attack, and here, can the Poliwrath overfarm just enough where it can throw an Icy Wind into the Altaria and then Dynamic Punch into the Tinkaton? It's going to be so close, but I don't think it can hang on. Has double Icy Wind, but gets Dragon Breath down. Pollasha wins game number 1.
That's the power of Dragon Breath. Even though there was so much energy stacked up on that Poliwrath, Dragon Breath was able to get the edge.
And you see, even though behind 2 Protect Shields, meaning that the Sky Attack damage won't come into that Poliwrath if you're able to shield the first few ones that do damage before the Icy Wind debuffs. And we saw that the Sky Attack didn't even KO. Altaria's Dragon Breath is so oppressive that put that Poliwrath into potentially farm down range like we just saw. Here Pollasha proving that the bulk of Altaria and Tinkaton, even for a positive versus an obnoxious matchup like the Poliwrath, it can put in so much work.
I think being able to get that Sky Attack down was a really nice window of opportunity for Pollasha. You were able to farm so much damage down with that Dragon Breath pressure, as well as being able to utilize so much energy up. Banking it for later as well was so necessary in case you were able to utilize it or needed that charge attack pressure. But instead, the Dragon Breath just putting in work, being able to close out that victory, putting Pollasha 1 game closer to winning this winner's final.
What's so interesting, you saw that Sand Tomb being caught by Pollasha, and you think, well, Altaria is looking so good because you resist Bug Bite, but then you saw those Bug Bites just chunking away at the Altaria. That's the power of that Shadow Fortress. You have, even with a ton of resistances like Pollasha has, it has that Steel Fairy type from the Tinkaton, it has Altaria Flying type. Even then, Fortress is so oppressive.
This is the thing with Fortress, and Fiantiga was able to utilize it so well in a previous match, but those Bug Bites, as you said, absolutely gnawing away throughout the Altaria, getting so much damage up on the board. Even in a situation against Altaria, yes, you're going to worry about something like the Flamethrower, but you have to contend with your fast attack trying to put in work as well. We are going to be jumping into game 2, Altaria versus that Poliwrath.
Poliwrath lead here is going to be able to outpace that Altaria to the first move. Icy Wind is double super effective. It will put pressure on the Altaria, but we saw that Altaria can hang on at least to 1, so, and Pollasha know that, so shoot us a no-show. This will do a big chunk of damage though.
Yeah, it's not the most offensive move, this Icy Wind. Critically, its benefits come through in this debuff that comes through. Instead, Altaria now can go for the Sky Attack. It is going to be a shield. The Poliwrath does not want to take unnecessary damage at this point in time.
Shielding the first Sky Attack, maybe open to no shield the ones that are more debuff. Another Icy Wind is loaded, overfarming just enough before another Sky Attack is reached. This will pressure the first Protect Shield out of the Altaria.
Yeah, Pollasha has to make a decision with this Altaria now. Do you want to try and keep farming up some energy, or do you want to try and get the Sky Attack down onto the Poliwrath? You can see the damage coming through, but there's going to be a switch. Instead, it's the Stunfisk.
This is a great catch here by Fiantiga, because now that Sky Attack damage, it was already debuffed, and now it's nullified by electric type of the Unnovan Stunfisk. Of course, Altaria trying to overfarm just enough. Doesn't quite bank a Sky Attack, but is able to overfarm enough, and now goes into the Sableye. Sableye is going to be met by this Mud Bomb, though.
Great defensive switch coming in, and as well, all of the electric type attacks are not something Altaria appreciates. So Sableye now in a position where it's trying to go for these Shadow Claws, getting the foul play pressure up.
And this foul play is going to come through. I don't think the Dragon Breath damage was enough to put it in foul play range. This Unnovan Stunfisk, no shields, going to hang on, and now it has to overfarm just enough to be able to throw before the foul play. Here comes the move. The Mud Bomb is coming through because wasn't sure that Discharge would KO. Palasha just survived Discharge on the earlier games. Pulls up the Protect Shield though. Sableye is gonna reach another fall play. Just before another Mud Bomb comes through, this Unova Sunfish was loaded with energy.
And there's no Protect Shields remaining on Palasha's side, so this Sableye is going to be vulnerable and exposed, forced to take this Mud Bomb, and that is a KO down on Palasha's side. Yes, you get the Altaria back in. It's desperately trying to use this Dragon Breath to farm up as much energy as possible. It does manage to get an attack off. Will this force the final shield?
Great anticipation by Palasha, throwing the Sky Attack to pressure the shield out of this Poliwrath. And now the question is, will he shoot? No, catches an Icy Wind! Resisted Icy Wind onto the Steel type. This might put Palasha in the front seat of this game.
The Fairy type's got the Dragon types back, is able to switch in, eat up this Icy Wind, meaning that the Altaria is nice and safe in the back for later. Can this Tinkaton deal with this opposing Poliwrath though?
Dynamic Punch coming through. This will deal neutral damage into the Fairy Steel type and potentially put it in Bug Bite into Sand Tomb range. So let's see if Tinga chooses to stay in, or will he let the Poliwrath or Gigaton Hammer is loaded. It has to be thrown because Bulldoze wouldn't be enough. Gonna pick up the knockout into this Poliwrath.
All of this energy unleashed though on Tinkatong's side will be going down into that Poliwrath. Does get the knockout, but has the Poliwrath done enough? Fortress with full HP is able to come in and just start bug biting down.
Palasha throwing this Bulldoze, trying to stall the switch clock to be able to come in back with the Altaria. Altaria did just throw a move into the Poliwrath, so I believe it's energy dry. No, it has a bit of energy. It's going to race to that Sky Attack. Sand Tomb is reached. I think even though it's resisted, it will be enough to pick up the knockout versus this low HP Altaria.
Yeah, there's only a little bit of HP remaining on that Skyfall Pokemon. It is going to be felled by the Sand Tomb, and now you're in the Tinkatong. Tinkatong, I don't think is going to have enough energy to be able to get through this.
Yeah, even if it reaches the Gigaton Hammer, we saw from the damage range in the past that it was able to withstand it. Fjatinga has some fight in him, has the 1-1 tie, and we have a series right now.
Yeah, fighting with that Fortress, absolutely tremendous play. Really love the way that the Poliwrath was able to set up so much success for that Fortress to come in at the end game and just sweep through.
I love the adaptation by Fjatinga. Instead of using the Poliwrath as a safe swap and getting it switch locked into the Altaria potentially, now he used it as a lead because he knows he can outpace either the Altaria or the Tinkaton that have been the choices to deal with the Poliwrath by Palasha, either throwing the Icy Wind or the Dynamic Punch, and potentially going to his damage soaker, which is that Unovan Stunfisk. Of course, the cherry on top, he was able to even catch a Sky Attack on the Electric type, which put him in the front seat of this game.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play, really using that defensive switch to eat up a lot of the energy that Palasha had diligently set up with the Altaria, and critically as well, putting the Altaria in a position where the Fortress wasn't as vulnerable to it. You know, you really don't want to take a Flamethrower for that Pokemon, particularly if you've already utilized through your shields, so putting in a position where the Fortress can come in a little bit more safely and shine through was fantastic, optimal play by Fjantiga.
Yeah, and here Palasha is kind of in a rough spot. She's been relying on that Sableye Altaria Tinkaton to try to maybe nullify the Poliwrath as much as possible, but Poliwrath is kind of inevitable in this matchup. I think Palasha will have to do some dancing around to stop it once again. Though Sand Tomb, Bug Bite Fortress meets Sableye. This is a very positive matchup, especially behind two Protect Shields.
Well, let's see how they do tango together. We've got the Sableye versus the Fortress, getting to that foul play nice and early. The Shadow Claw is actually doing very respectable damage into the opposing Shadow variant.
Usually Fortress rays tend to shield the first move to throw the Rock Tomb. This is not the case by Fjatinga. Trusting the bulk of its Fortress does massive damage into the Shadow variant. Sand Tomb is going to come through, going to put pressure on the Sableye. Palasha was counting, but chose to respect the Sand Tomb damage, potentially trying to Shadow Claw all the way down this Fortress. It's going to be so cool. Look at that Bug Bite damage heading through. Sableye is already in the red with the foul play loaded.
Yeah, in contrast to Game 2, the Fortress goes down early doors in this Game 3, but it has done so much work into this opposing Shadow Sableye. It is in a position, though, where it can try and get one of these foul plays down onto the Stunfisk. Fjantiga able to let this go through, knowing it can eat up one of these and preserving those precious shields, maybe banking everything on that Poliwrath we know is in the back.
The energy that comes from that farm down, allowing the Sableye to put in so much work into this Unovan Stunfisk. I believe Palasha will allow the farm out. No, it does not. Goes with the Poliwrath aggressive, but is met by the Tinkaton. Gets to avoid the Unovan Stunfisk. Only takes neutral damage from this Dynamic Punch. Fairy Winds will add up. We'll see if it's enough, though.
Yeah, both of these fast attacks, Mudshot and Fairy Wind respectively, doing significant damage into their opponents here, and both of them switch locked on the field, forced to have to just eat up all of this. But look at the energy you're getting as a reward. Tinkatong in a really formidable position, already forcing these shields to come through on the Poliwrath.
Seeing the Poliwrath behind two Protect Shields means that the Bulldoze is going to come through. Bulldoze bait gets done. Another Bulldoze is going to come through. This won't do massive damage, but the Dynamic is threatening a knockout. Will the Tinkaton lose the last Protect Shield? He does, but the Bulldoze was pressed. And if Fjatinga Fjatinga is counting, it knows it doesn't have to shield this.
Yep, exactly. Knowing Gigaton Hannah is not primed and ready to go, so the Poliwrath can easily eat this up, forcing Tinkaton to unleash some energy and have to keep that grind up for that Gigaton Hammer. I think it's 14 turns it's going to take.
And the Poliwrath overthrowing just enough, but catching that Tinkaton out of surprise as the loaded Mud Bomb is going to come through. But now, this is the perfect setup for that Altaria from Polasha. Can the Altaria come out of this matchup with a Sky Attack loaded? Poliwrath is just one much shot away from Icy Wind.
That's the thing, these Dragon Breaths can put in so much work when Pokemon are at low HP. You can try and farm them down and get the knockout. You are going to have to take the discharge coming through here from the Stunfisk. It's not going to be doing too much damage. Critically, it's all about that Poliwrath in the back. Can the Altaria get all that energy farmed up and hang on? Yes, it can take another one of these.
Double discharge comes through. This will not put enough of a dent on the Altaria. I believe the Poliwrath is one much shot away. Sky Attack is loaded almost double. Though the Poliwrath is behind the protection, can it double up on Icy Winds before double Sky Attack is reached? First Sky Attack coming through, pulling the last Protect Shield out of this Poliwrath.
One Sky Attack down, last shield on Fantiga's side. Now you're going to see, can it get to it? Yes, the Dragon Breath is all banked for later. Sableye comes in. Poliwrath takes it down, but we know that the Altaria has the Sky Attack, but with the Icy Wind Charge Attack priority, the Poliwrath is going to get it.
Polasha goes for her only win con, trying to catch that Icy Wind, but it's not enough. Fjatinga, so patient, gets the parting. Icy Wind is going to win his group versus the Queen of PvP.
What a fantastic match. You called it, Jocks. That Poliwrath was going to see the superstar, and a superstar it was.
You see, Fjatinga in his interview earlier on, he mentioned that he needed a top 16 to potentially qualify for Worlds. Top 16 he gets. He gets top 12 even because he won his group. Can he build up even more on that?
That is such a beautiful story. Already history being written here in Turin, and we are only on day one of the competition. Huge congratulations to our trainers here. Fjantiga being able to be victorious and advance through into day two of the competition with that incredible Fortress. And Poliwrath.
Poliwrath put in so much work. In Indianapolis rather, in the past weekend, Mushroom Queen was able to pilot that Poliwrath into a top 8, and now Fjatinga getting the top 6, winning his group even. This means Poliwrath got hands, it's come to play.
Oh, definitely. It means business, and it meant it in this set, being one of the key components to enable the victory for its trainer. If you're joining us, we have our replay here in the game one. Polasha and Fantiga went to real lengths here, being able to use this Fortress to try and bug bite down as much as possible. But this was a beautiful catch by Polasha, eating up this ground charged attack.
And I just gotta say, Fjatinga adapted. Obviously, the trainers used the same three Pokemons in all 3 matches, and Fjatinga lost the first game.
Yes.
But he was able to reverse sweep Polasha, adapting, realizing that Poliwrath, if I keep it healthy enough, maybe dance around with it, it's so flexible in this matchup that I can't afford to lose switch advantage. And that Fortress, even when the line versus the Altaria put in so much work, Fjatinga got at the recipe, and he had the wrong measurements in the first game potentially, but he was able to stir it up and make a sweet dessert.
Sometimes you go back to the kitchen, reassess your recipe, like you said, tweak a few little bits of spice, and that's exactly what came through in this winners finals. This Poliwrath was the superstar. That dynamic punch going down into the opposing Tinkaton, even though it was neutral damage, it still was really adding up time and time again.
This was such a great catch by Polasha, and here Polasha tried her best to go for her only win con, trying to catch that Icy Wind on the Sableye, but Fjatinga is not usually in this top position, but playing like an absolute veteran. He knew that catch was coming, he waited, and he knows that Poliwrath has no chance of losing charge attack priority versus Altaria. Very well played.
I mean, every single top trainer starts somewhere in the tournament, and everyone who is able to reach those top levels will have a breakout at some point on the way. Maybe for Fjantiga, this is that particular event in Turin, taking down the reigning Turin champion, knocking them into the losers bracket.
And this will not be the last time we see Polasha on stream, potentially
Definitely
the losers
not.
finals coming up next. But before that, we have some more winners finals for you. We just saw him on stream. ArceusAurelius is clawing away, trying to get that qualification. He hasn't been able to play as many tournaments this season. Of course, a former Dortmund regional champion facing against the reigning Italian champion Filbeg that went 100% win rate, 0 losses in his last Bologna run, and he's trying to repeat glory once again here in Torino.
So both of these trainers know what it takes to go all the way in a tournament. Filbeg, a trainer we were able to showcase earlier, using this triple water core of the Azumarill, Quagsire, and the Empoleon to great success, Primeape being one of the key Pokemon we've seen in the competition this weekend so far, using those Rage Fists to boost up the Karate Chop to be absolutely devastating, and Ice Punch constantly threatening all those flyers, particularly the flying Dragon Altaria.
We just saw how much pressure a Shadow Primeape with no opposition can do, but then again, ArceusAurelius is a bit better prepared for that Primeape. He has that Seeking with the super effective coverage of Peck.
Yes, we've seen the Seeking do incredibly well, just constantly pecking away, farming up all of that energy. It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, but if you can get the alignment right, where it's able to just get the pressure of an Icy Wind or a Drill Run out, it can be really formidable. Two of the other key Pokemon on this team for me is this Stunfisk, the Galarian Stunfisk, a little bit of a blast from the past.
Galarian Stunfisk that put in so much work in the previous stream match by ArceusAurelius. He was able to even endure a Furret matchup with super effective Brick Break. That was an insane showcase of its bulk, and it's now back into the meta. Actually, Galarian Stunfisk has the same stats in terms of its move that it had back in its glory days when it was winning World Championships. So let's see if ArceusAurelius can bring Stunfisk back to its glory days. Of course, he has to meet Filbeg, who's ready to repeat as Italian champion.
Yeah, that Stunfisk also running the buffed Earthquake as well, going to be able to deal a little bit more damage. Pokemon on the opposing side, like the Ninetales, is going to have to try and avoid that at all costs. But critically as well, you have that Jumpluff, a Pokemon that's running that new Energy Ball that can apply so much pressure into the water types on Filbeg's side.
Yeah, and of course here, if you look into Filbeg's team, I feel like it's welcome, even though you have 3 water types, you have a lot of super effective coverage into that jump off. You have Ice Punch on the Primeape, Drill Peck on the Ampollini, Ice Beam on the Azumarill, Stone Edge on the Quagsire, Sky Attack and Flamethrower on the Altaria, and Weather Ball Fire on the Ninetales. This Jumpluff may come, but it will get hurt.
It's not going to be safe, put it that way, if it's able to come in. I think alignment is certainly going to be key on ArceusAurelius' side. Has all the keys for success, needs to just make sure that Filbeg is not going to be able to stand in his way as they run the gauntlet together to be able to try and win out this winners finals for Group D.
Seeking already has a winners finals win with Patoman. Let's see if ArceusAurelius can make it too.
Ooh.
We have the trusty Wiki though into the Quagsire. Quagsire not with Mud Bomb this time, so it might have to rely on Stone Edge to do meaningful damage in this matchup.
Yeah, 2 bulky boys out front and center for these trainers, just farming away with their fast attacks. Look at all of that energy go.
That fast pacing from the Quagsire, reaching the Stone Edge in 14 turns, throwing just before the Shadow Ball is unleashed by the Wiki. Does about 50% HP into the Wiki throws the Shadow Ball, gonna try to pressure first protection out of this Quagsire.
That was actually a huge amount of damage from the Stone Age coming through. It isn't going to be able to connect down onto the Quagsire though. A last second shield coming up on Filbeg's side, realizing that Quagsire might need to be able to be preserved a little bit later, but the second Shadow Ball is ready to go.
ArceusAurelius throwing on alignment with the Wiki, trying to get the Shadow Ball damage, potentially indicating that he won't try to invest shields on this Wiki. The Quagsire can overfarm on this resisted rollout, farms out to max energy before throwing an Aqua Tail. I don't believe this Aqua Tail is enough to KO. Can ArceusAurelius reach another move to get on this Wiki? It does KO though, and this Quagsire has a lot of energy to put as a Stone Edge loaded already. Here comes the Seeking. The Aqua Tail bait is coming through. Will it put the first potential out of ArceusAurelius, or is he gonna He calls the Aqua Tail bait!
Honestly, incredible play from both of these trainers. That Quagsire meaning business, but ArceusAurelius not letting it get in his head. Seeking in a position now to go for the shield. Not going to be taking another one of these Aqua Tails.
Another Aqua Tail coming through. This time ArceusAurelius chooses to protect shield, and another Aqua Tail just to do another bit of chip damage because the Stone Edge wouldn't be able to reach, though this Seeking has energy for days, and this coverage, it's everything.
Yeah, the last hurrah for Quagsire. It has put in a shift in this game 1. Now we're going to see another water type join the fray in the form of this Azumarill. It's going to be able to eat up this attack coming through from the Seeking. The Drill Run will connect, but it's doing underwhelming damage.
Of course, Drill Run, not same type attack bonus. It's also got a damage reduction in the new Forever Forward meta. Drill Run is going to be reached again, over farming on the resisted bubbles. This Seeking pace is so fast, going to put a chunk into the Azumarill already under 50% HP.
But the bubbles are stacking up, even though they're not going to be doing too much damage. They are enabling all of this energy up onto the Azumarill. But as you mentioned, Drill Run able to be paced to so quickly thanks to the recent update, and it will just be constantly chipping away at the Azumarill.
ArceusAurelius trying to predict the charge attack priority. Instead, Filbeg goes for the extra bubble, going to throw the resisted Ice Beam. I believe it will be enough to KO this low HP water type, and then Azumarill has extra energy that it can throw under the Sableye in the back. It can reach a super effective player. Chooses to throw the Ice Beam instead. Will ArceusAurelius choose to no shield since he knows Sableye can endure this? He no shields.
Yes, keeping that shield nice and safe for the longevity of this game. Takes one of those ice beams, but now you've got Ampollini here to play. You have the Drain Punch ready to go, however. There is still the shield on Filbeg's side. You're going to have to try and get to another one of these to be able to get damage.
He gets the Drain Punch bait though, even though it's super effective, it does less damage than Foul Play. The double Hydrocan is coming from the Empoleon, not before a Sableye reaches a Foul Play. Will it be enough to KO this Empoleon, or will Empoleon endure?
There are no Protect Shields, so Filbeg does have an exposed Empoleon here. Foul Play from the Shadow Sableye comes down, but is not able to get the KO. Empoleon hangs on and can retaliate.
And now, since the Shadow Claw came through, even though Empoleon's at the double of, it will get knocked out. And then the Sableye has to KO this Azumarill. I think it has no energy. He's going to be able to Shadow Claw down. ArceusAurelius gets match number 1.
That Sableye is definitely a force to be reckoned with, particularly the Shadow variant, giving it that edge on its offensive capabilities. But what a close endgame. Azumarill, one of the key Pokemon that we see time and time again, felled by the little Sableye.
And the champion trying to settle himself. He knows what it takes to reach the mountaintop. The former Dortmund regional champion, breathing, trying to settle himself. He knows he's one win away from securing that top 16, which is vital in his aspirations to qualify for the San Francisco World Championships. But Filbeg, look at how stoic he is. He's not worried at all because he knows that he has what it takes as well. He went undefeated last year. So if he can string all those match wins in a row, why can't he reverse sweep here?
That's the thing. This is the composure of champions. ArceusAurelius has one game ahead, but that does not make the set. It is not over until that best of 3 has been played. So Arceus trying to calm himself, keeping himself focused one game at a time. Filbeg reassessing. You can almost feel the cogs and momentum in his brain working out what went wrong, what do I need to do better, and formulating a game plan that ArceusAurelius is going to have to adapt to.
Filbeg opted to run this triple water strategy in game number 1, and that jump left was benched. Even so, ArceusAurelius was able to get the win. Will he over-adjust and maybe try to bring the jump left? Or will he realize that jump left has so many threats on the opposing team that might not be worth it to bring?
Well, this is where it's not just playing Pokemon, it's playing the player across the table from you, trying to get into the mind game and mindset of, is that jump left coming or not? Is my opponent suspecting it? Can I bring it as a surprise to try and overwhelm? Sometimes the trainer is almost like the 7th Pokemon on the team.
That's so true. But now we saw how much damage that Shadow Quagsire, how much work it put in on the lead matchup in the early game. Will ArceusAurelius adjust ever so slightly to be able to keep up with that Quagsire pacing-wise so it doesn't run away with it? Because it was putting so much pressure with that Stone Edge coverage that multiple Aqua Tails baits came through. Even though he called one of them, a second one was shielded. So that means that Filbeg knows how much potential this Quagsire can have in his endgame with that Stone Edge coverage. We have, though, the jump of it does come out and it meets its target in the Primeape. Though this Primeape has Ice Punch cover, double super effective into the flying grass type.
Yeah, you do just have to eat up a couple of these Fairy Winds coming through, but as you said, the Ice Punch is going to be the ultimate deterrent to this Jumpluff. No shield coming through on ArceusAurelius' side, so it is going to have to eat one of these up.
This is good news for that Primeape, because even though Jump Off can hang on, that means that the Primeape can now go straight Rage Fist into this matchup. And I think Filbeg is taking some notes out of the Stonecollection book, because it's going to invest shield in this Primeape. Here comes the Seeking, another source of super effective damage into the Primeape. Rage Fist coming through. It's not boosted though, so it won't do that much damage.
But it will be boosted afterwards, and this is the thing, you want to sometimes use your shields on the Pokemon with all the boosts in order to utilize them, but instead, actually just going to go for a switch, getting a little bit of damage on, and instead bringing that really strong, sturdy Quagsire onto the field to eat up some of these attacks.
The lack of Mudbob coverage gonna prove costly in this matchup, because he has to reach all the way into that Stone Edge to knock out the Seeking. Seeking is spacing so fast into that newly buffed Drill Run. Stone Edge coming through. Will ArceusAurelius he tries to call it, but it is indeed a Stone Edge. It's gonna pick up a knockout.
Yeah, big damage coming its way. Seeking has been felled, forcing this little Sableye that was the superstar of Game 1 into the fold for ArceusAurelius.
And I think this is a very interesting switch by ArceusAurelius. He had that Jump Left, which usually has a very positive matchup, into the Quagsire. Instead, trusting energy on the Sableye is the key for this game. Going for the Drain Punch, he's trying to invest on the defense of the Sableye, maybe even invest 2 Protect Shields afterwards.
That's true, setting up the defensive support and then maybe needing that jump off, wondering if there is indeed that Azumarill in the back, something that the energy ball can deal with a little bit better. For now, it's going to be this Sableye trying to get all of this energy up on its side of the field, leaving Arceus with the opportunity to go for this foul play.
A Sableye tries to maybe predict the charge attack priority. Filbeg doesn't fall for it. Resisted foul play is going to come through. It doesn't do super effective damage, but this Azumarill is already so chunky. It's almost at 50% HP. Another foul play going to come through. Thanks to that Rain Punch, the defense buff, the bubble down is very hard in this matchup.
That's where you can start to see the light at the end of the tunnel once you start chipping away at the Azumarill. But look at the energy that Filbeg has been able to store up here, forcing one of those shields to finally come through on ArceusAurelius' side to keep Sableye in the game.
Sableye has that fast move pressure in this matchup, that Shadow Claw damage. Here comes the jump lift, maybe as a sacrificial lamb, because another Ice Beam is going to come through, going to get the knockout, and Sableye is no longer defense buffed because ArceusAurelius chose to clear it. But now these bubbles will let up. Even though he can KO this Azumarill, the Primate would be able to karate chop down. ArceusAurelius realizes that, concedes the game, and it's a 1-1 tie.
I mean, we did say these trainers were going to be really thinking about their adjustments coming into this in order to be victorious in the set. Filbeg made a fantastic adaptation, bringing that Primate in front.
Of course, that was what Stonecollection did in this match. They put in so much pressure into those this fighting type with the Ice Punch coverage in 10 turns. It's insane. But of course, ArceusAurelius here maybe realizing that even though he brought, I'd say, his 3 hardest Primate counters in the jump off, because you can withstand that Ice Punch, the super effective packs from the Seeking, and of course you resist Karate Chop as a Ghost Dark type of Sableye, you still couldn't hang on with that Primate.
I think as well there was too much flexibility on Filbeg's side. You had Pokemon like the QuagsIrE that even though it's the Shadow variant, it can still take a hit or two, being able to come in and maybe give a little bit of breathing room to that Primate. On the other side as well, once Primate gets the Rage Fist going, it can be so formidable, and that's a scenario that ArceusAurelius does not want to envision.
It's kind of crazy that you mentioned flexibility alongside 2 Shadow Pokemon, because they're usually attached to needing all the shields to themselves.
So true.
But the Shadow bonus gives the coverage that they have for QuagsIrE as a ground type, that super effective coverage into flyers. Also for the Primate as a fighting type, the super effective coverage as well. That means that they pull those protect shields even with non-safe type attack bonus moves. And it does make them quite flexible, even though they are quite more frail.
I guess that's why they are some of the top meta Pokemon out there, because they have that utility to be flexible in different matchups. You can really rely on them if you need them for offensive or defensive capabilities. I have to say, as much as I really enjoyed seeing the jump off, I'm not sure it's going to be the call coming into this match. It just wasn't able to get itself going.
We were pointing out early that there's a lot of super effective coverage into this jump off, though Azumarill has been a little superstar for Filbeg because it's able to soak in so much of the damage of the ArceusAurelius team. Actually, jump off is the only Pokemon in this team that has super effective damage into the Azumarill. And if it's so hard to bring, how do you get rid of it?
That's the thing. You might be thinking Filbeg could run that Primate again on ArceusAurelius' side. Are you going to maybe overthink, try and hard counter into it? And again, on Filbeg's side, are you going to think maybe if he's going to go for the Primate hard counter, why don't I drop it and bring something to counter the adaptation? We're going to see Sableye and the beautiful Ninetales coming out here for game number 3.
Ninetales, one of the few Pokemon in the metagame that is able to outpace the Sableye, being able to pace in 8 turns to the same type attack bonus, Weather Ball Fire comes through. Sableye knows that it doesn't do much damage, but it chooses to use the first protection. This might be an indication that a Drain Punch might be coming through.
Yeah, exactly. You want to use those Shadow Claws to get up as much energy as possible in the face of this Ninetales, and it looks like it is indeed going to be the charge attack, but it is instead going to be the foul play.
Foul play, having it. The Ninetales chooses to no shield. This is going to do significant damage. It has the Weather Ball loaded. Does he go for the catch? Doesn't fall for it. Energy Ball catch on the Licky Licky though. A great sponge for that Energy Ball.
This is going to really bounce off this Licky Licky in play. The Energy Ball does come through and connect, but really it's not phased by it at all. An adaptation on Filbeg's side, bringing in one of the bulkier Pokemon of choice. Look how fast though it can pace up to these Aqua Tails.
And this is decent chip damage for Filbeg, because now with the Energy Ball chip, he's able to even overfarm as much as he wants on the QuagsIrE now that he used the Protect Shield, and could have used the Stone Edge instead, going for double Aqua Tail.
At least this time the Aqua Tails are going to be able to put in a little bit of work. You can keep chipping away at this opposing Licky Licky. You're actually at another one already locked in for Filbeg here on that QuagsIrE. Goes for it here, trying to get rid of this Licky Licky or force Arceus to go for that shield.
Predicting the charge attack priority, ArceusAurelius doesn't go for it though, but it does get indeed the knockout on the Licky Licky. This Sableye has already energy to boot, has another foul play loaded, is going to pressure potentially the last shield out of this QuagsIrE. Though QuagsIrE, I think it's just barely able to hang on. Filbeg is going to trust in it. It has energy load. It's going to pressure shield on the Sableye. Stone Edge coverage coming through.
It worked so diligently to get to that Stone Edge, and now it can unleash it onto this unprotected Sableye. It will find its mark. It will get the knockout, and ArceusAurelius goes down. Now just has this Sea King in play.
AquaTail coming through because the Stone Edge wouldn't be able to be reached. This will do decent chip damage into the Seeking. The Seeking energy is so valuable, though, that will put ArceusAurelius in a decent spot for the end game. Here comes the Azumarill that can withstand several of these drill runs, as it was showcased before.
Yeah, drill run able to come through, but Azumarill not going to worry about this in the slightest. Instead, is happy to just keep going for these bubbles, maybe even trying to get itself up to a play rough. It can really withstand anything that Seeking is sending its way, just sponging up every single attack.
And that AquaTail chip might have looked meaningless, but it puts the Seeking dangerously close to play rough range. An Icy Wind coming through, though, trying to maybe prolong the shelf life of this fish, because the play rough is going to come through, but it's not going to pick a knockout. You can farm this down the Seeking.
That's one way to limit the potential of the play rough, by getting the attack drop, but as you can see, it puts it right down into the red. And even if you're able to get through this Azumarill, there's two Pokemon in the back here on Filbeg's side, but the Seeking doing its best to get as much energy up on the board as possible. You still have that shield. Is this going to be enough to keep Arceus in the game? He doesn't seem to think so.
I believe that Seeking will have to use both the drill runs to take out this Azumarill, but here comes the Quagsire, putting the Seeking dangerously low. I believe he can even come in with the Ninetales, trying to take away one of them, but Filbeg wants to win it with Ninetales, the mascot, the fire type, trying to take out this water type. First drill run comes through. It does. Ember is not enough to KO, but unfortunately, no more energy for this Seeking. Azumarill will be able to bubble down. Filbeg locks in the place in the top 16.
And unfortunately for the Ninetales, it's not going to be the one closing out. Instead, it is going to be that ever enigmatic Azumarill for Filbeg.
And of course, Azumarill has been so tried and true in this meta, and is showing that even though there are some new faces in the house, Azumarill is a champion for some reason.
It's a household name, let's say. You might see some new faces as we go through different formats with new Pokemon, new move updates, but Azumarill always seems to be that tried and tested consistency.
Commiserations to ArceusAurelius, though, he does have a good chunk of championship shop, and it's not over for him.
Certainly
he still has the loser finals to play through, and has been playing so well this weekend. I believe he has a shot to make it today too still.
Definitely. He's someone who has so much experience and wisdom with the game that even if you do drop down into the losers bracket, that's not going to phase him. He's been there before. He knows how to keep his composure, and he's going to be able to keep battling it out. So still a name to keep an eye on. But Filbeg, as you were saying, one of the trainers who has had phenomenal runs in the past, already on a tear here in Turin.
And of course, ArceusAurelius is kind of a fan favorite because he has such emotion attached to playing. He loves Pokemon so much. And he's bringing some curious picks like that Seeking that has done well for Patoman. Earlier on, he won his group, and now he's doing very well for ArceusAurelius. I can't wait to see him go further in this tournament. Of course, Filbeg here, stoic as always. We saw him after game number 1. He did have a hard loss, let's say. Of course, winners finals, the stakes are so high. Every loss is hard.
Are. Exactly.
But he kept himself so composed. That Quagsire was so trustworthy. Even when Jumpluff came through, it didn't miss the target with the Quagsire, and that meant that Quagsire could reign supreme.
I think as well, Jumpluff just didn't get the showcase it needed to. Arceus wasn't able to find its mark down onto the water types with those energy balls. And the Empoleon here hanging on in the beginning of that game as well. Really, really nice moment. But game 1 went to this trainer, went to ArceusAurelius. He did focus, he did lock in, but so did his opponent. Filbeg made some incredible adaptations coming into game 2, most notably bringing that Primate.
And here hitting the Stone Edge to true Protect Shields that flipped the game 2 on its head, because now the Sableye had to endure several of these Aquatails. It can tank one of them, but if your team is so spammy, you can't really hang on that much. This Weather Ball was a decent catch for ArceusAurelius, but that meant that it was already in double move range for Quagsire. That matchup made it way easier, and Quagsire pace is so fast, it had an arm move ready for the secondary matchup.
And the Ninetales hadn't really been neutralized at that point. It could still go for energy balls, it could still go for more of the weather balls as well to just keep chipping away at ArceusAurelius' team. Critically as well, though, coming into that game 3, despite being the superstar of game 2 for Filbeg, there was no Primate. And I wonder if that was something that factored into ArceusAurelius' decision-making for the team as well. Maybe he was expecting to see it. I know I certainly was.
I think you hit the nail in the head. You have certain picks that are so oppressive that you have to overcompensate versus them at times.
You have to always think about them.
Yes, and if they don't show up and you're maybe saving all your Protect Shields, you get farmed down, or I don't know, you just don't bring picks that adapt well. And that's the role of these glass cannons. They're there to be behind 2 Protect shields, play a sweeper role, but sometimes they can just chill on the bench. You bring a more neutral team, and then your opponent, wait, where's the Primate? I was expecting it. I was so sure that I could KO it with my jump lift, but then it gets met by a Kanto Ninetales, for example.
I think that's the thing, though. Pokemon Go is such a fast-paced game at the best of times. You're constantly keeping counts, damage, calculations, math. There's a lot of maths involved. That there's already these things to consider, and then suddenly when you see what your opponent's bringing, and it's like, wait, I have to adapt on the fly, that can actually be a really difficult strategy to utilize.
Someone that was able to adapt on the fly and get a reverse sweep in this matchup was indeed Filbeg, and we can't wait to hear what he has to say. Here goes with Farid for the interview.
I'm joined by the winner of those group winners finals. It's Filbeg. He's had so much success here in Italy over the past few years. And Filbeg, you've made day 2 yet again. How are you feeling?
Pretty fine. Honestly, was not expecting it because I had zero time to prepare. So I just built a team with Shadow Primate, which in my opinion was super good, and it actually worked.
It really did work, and I suppose one of the advantages of the season update happening this week is perhaps not many players had a lot of time to prepare either, and you're obviously very good in these Italian events. Last season, you only played in the Italian event and you won it. Do you think you can do that again this season?
I don't know. I'm really happy about my results so far. So it will be amazing, but I'm happy already.
And you've got a lot of support here, obviously your fellow Italians. I saw them cheering in the crowd. Do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to say?
Yeah, especially to my big friends, Scafo, Leonardo, Alejandro, and AMindJoke.
And did you team build at all together? Have you worked with them throughout the season, or is it?
I usually team build with Scafo and Leonardo. And in fact, me and Chileo have pretty similar teams in this tournament.
Really nice. And you've now got an opportunity to rest. What type of preparation might you be looking to do as you prepare for tomorrow?
I think I'm going just to look at my opponent's teams and think about some strategies. But as I said, I'm really chill now.
Yeah, you can take a step back and relax. Now, one more question. You mentioned that Shadow Primate, which you're really happy with. If you could rebuild your team, is there anything that you would change? Is there a Pokemon that you wish you had?
I'm still not totally sold on the fact that I don't have a normal. Like, I was really uncertain about bringing Quagsire over Licky Licky. Maybe I would have brought Licky instead of Quagsire. But still, in these matches, was pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to say, Quagsire looked like it did a good job for you. And it sounds like you've got a long way to still go. You're the reigning champion here at the Italian event, and I'm sure you'll do very well tomorrow. But like you said, have a good opportunity to relax. Thank you very much for this interview. Casters, back to you.
Truth is that in Italian events, Filbeg still hasn't lost since last year, so keeping his run going, locking in his place on the top 16, sweeping his group, and hungry for more.
That's kind of crazy. No, that's actually a phenomenal accomplishment. Just like last year, can he go for another undefeated run?
Of course, he has a ton of tough opponents to face, but he's one of the few trainers that made an interesting adaptation. He's running that Stone Edge on that Quagsire, predicting that the flyers would be so prevalent in this meta. And of course, even facing a Jumpluff team, this team is so well built against Jumpluff, as we saw. He has super effective damage from all his Pokemon into that Jumpluff, made Quagsire so chill to bring.
Yeah, now the big question for Quagsire is how good is it still versus the Ninetales? Yes, you are outpacing with the Aqua Tail, but if it's regular Ninetales, I don't think it even gets close to KOing, no?
Well, but the beautiful thing about Pokemon Go is not all matches are played at face value, even energy, even shields. There are so many nuances and variances, right? So that doesn't mean Quagsire is useless, even though now loses to Kanto Ninetales. And we saw Filbeg pivoting that Quagsire beautifully. But now, of course, we have another two trainers. We have our reigning Utrecht regional champion, Nesabethan, playing against Sanjudigo.
Nesabethan, an absolute beast, 2-times champion already, bringing the Celio again, a Pokemon that I have hoped I would see more of, especially considering the fact that there are so many Jumpluff and Altaria around. But so far we haven't seen too many. Nesabethan now pairs it up, of course, with the Empoleon. Actually, his team looks kind of weak to fighting-type Pokemon, only has the Sableye there.
Yeah, and even versus the likes of something like Poliwrath, potentially it could be troublesome to face. Though maybe that's a matter read. Sometimes you have to think that you won't see a certain type of Pokemon. You might want to dodge a few of those Primates that have been making day 2. Though he's benching his trusty Gourgeist that brought him that regional championship. He brought him the 4th place medal in Prague. Instead, he went with a Shadow Kingdra newly buffed. And Shadow Kingdra kind of likes facing Incinerate users like a Turtonator. Turtonator that has been a pick used by Sanjudigo in the World Championships in Anaheim, if I'm not mistaken. And he's bringing it back, trusting it to pivot it to glory once again.
My goodness, I thought this was an LAIC exclusive, but seeing it here in the group finals is very, very cool. Pokemon is incredibly flexible with Brutal Swing and Dragon Claw coverage, of course also fast attack pressure of Incinerate. It's always so nice that you can use your same type attack bonus boost on your fast attack already with a decent fast attack pressure, not something like Ember. And then you can basically outsource your charged attacks to coverage moves.
Looking into Sanjudigo's team, I'm kind of sad because he would be shouting out LAIC, EUIC with the Seeking.
True.
And then it would be the Grunvik that's going to be a medal staple for in 1 week's time, actually, in the North American International Champion. Though instead he's trusting on the Galarian Corsola Wiki core to deal neutrally into a lot of these buffs because, let's face it, Corsola, even though it didn't get buffed, is still the king of neutrals here.
But is that so? I mean, we haven't seen too many Corsola today. Why is that?
Because Sableye is the new sheriff in town, baby. With that access, with that Drain Punch is so hard to take out of the field. And of course, Foul Play does such significant neutral damage that often paired against the Corsola does pretty well. Though Corsola, even versus some of its hardest matchups, let's say for example Feraligatr, Shadow Feraligatr even, can even win that matchup at times because it's so bulky, it can tank a Hydro Cannon and reach that double Nightshade for the KO.
Corsola is absolutely incredible, especially considering how strong Astonish still is when you're looking at attacks like Mudslap that have received a nerf in the past. Astonish is still astonishingly kicking.
Yeah, nice, Soya. And here I'm kind of expecting Kingdra to mainly come every game, and Jumpluff has to come to boot, so maybe a core of Kingdra plus that Shadow Celio could be interesting for Nesabethan, because looking into his team, Empoleon is this Dragon Resist, but what he's gonna throw drawbacks, but resistant metal sounds. I feel like that matchup surely isn't that bad, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, Kingdra also doesn't have anything to hit Empoleon with, right? So you throw Swift, you throw Surf, you have the resisted Dragon Breath, so I also don't think... I think it goes both ways, that the matchup is rather disappointing for them in terms of damage.
I mean, the streets say that Dragon Breath no longer goes brew, but now we have the Celio into the Jumpluff. Interesting matchup here, because even though the Powder Stone is super effective, Energy Ball is able to being reached. Instant pivot into that Empoleon has a slight energy lead into this Unnovan Stunfisk, and that can prove costly in this matchup for Nesabethan.
Yep, that can give Sanjudigo an energy advantage if Nesabethan really wants to. He can still easily flip the switch or keep the switch with this matchup, just because you are then going to you're going to be able to take a Hydro Cannon, but then of course you will farm down after landing one of those Mud Bombs.
No shield by here by Sanjudigo because he knows he can barely withstand this Mud Bomb, and now is gonna pressure this Unnovan Stunfisk. Do you want to keep the Celio on the Jumpluff, or are you going to give him a shield? that's a decision as a beast, and has to put Protect Shield coming through. Shield advantage is kept, but shield advantage for Sanjudigo.
Nesabethan just says you don't have to make it harder than it is sometimes, and just farms up a lot of energy here. The thing is, this Jumpluff is not necessarily too threatened by the discharges, so it can overfarm a massive amount of energy and then hit the Celio for at least some super effective damage on the Energy Ball.
Yeah, it's interesting though. I don't believe you can really fairy win down this Unnovan Stunfisk, so you're going to have to eventually throw that Energy Ball. Of course, Kingdra wants to avoid this Jumpluff, so probably Nesabethan is going to allow the Energy Ball to come through, let it go, and then realign that Celio into the Jumpluff.
But I think the really bad matchup for Sanjudigo is lingering in the pack, and that is the Shadow Kingdra onto this not Incineroar. Help me.
The Turtonator.
Thank you.
Yes, but of course the Energy Ball is going to come through. Deals decent chunk of damage into the bulky Celio, but now interesting that he chooses to throw the Surf instead of going right away into the Kingdra, but it's going to pull the Protect Shield out of this Turtonator, and now Kingdra can come through, double resisting this, triple resisting even this Incinerates, and it's going to do massive damage here. Dragon Claw is rich, but the bait of Brutal Swing comes through.
I absolutely
Love that he threw the Surf of the Celio into the Turtonator, because the energy of Celio is not too valuable against the Jumpluff. Your damage comes from Powder Snows. Now Nesabethan is going to retaliate with the Swift Shadow Kingdra, deals massive amounts of damage. Would that be enough to knock out? No, it is not, but the Brutal Swing was already reached, so there is a bit of damage that is going to go off here. Does Sanjudigo have a winning angle in this game?
I believe now Kingdra will be able to farm this all the way down, as a Swift loaded already throws it into the Jumpluff, and now Jumpluff must shield this move, because if he doesn't, Powder Snow down could come true. Here comes the Kingdra pressuring the Jumpluff, comes the Celio right away, going that super effective ice damage. Energy Ball is reached, but this Kingdra is going to be able to potentially Dragon Breath this on. It's going to be so close, Leo.
I think maybe it just needs to reach a Swift faster than the Jumpluff. How low are they? Oh, the Swift is going to be reached, and we are going to connect this. The good lead, the good alignment for Nesabethan wins him the game in the end, but Sanjudigo made this incredibly close.
That's Energy Ball coverage from the Jumpluff came in so clutch, because it was able to put Celio in such low health. It did around like 55% damage, and that meant that in the end game, the Jumpluff could pull some strings. Of course, Kingdra showing how oppressive it is. In the Shadow variant even, those Dragon Breaths are now a bit reworked to work more towards energy generation rather than damage as before, but Shadow Kingdra proving to be so solid with solely its Dragon Breath into Swift combo.
Yeah, it is so spammy, and I mean, even though Dragon Breath doesn't deal that much damage anymore as it did earlier, it's still a decent chunk, right? It's not by any means a low damage attack, so it still deals a lot in most measures, puts it in Surf or Swift ranges, and that's exactly what you need with those spammy Pokemon. Kingdra, incredible defensive typing, only 2 weaknesses, which are Dragon and Fairy.
Okay. Yeah, this was kind of a quiz question earlier on the stream, so I'm glad that you did your studying. But let's see if Kingdra pressures enough that Turtonator, though, to bench it potentially, because it put in so much work. And then again, if the Turtonator is benched, then does Fortress become solid for Nesabethan? That's the question we're kind of asking here. Though I believe that Nesabethan, being with the lead, can take a bit more risk, while Sanjudigo maybe has to play to his safe choices, something like the Corsola and the Lickilicky.
The Fortress that you just mentioned is a Bug Bite Fortress from Nesabethan, so it does not only have one big threat on the team of Sanjudigo in Turtonator, but also the matchup versus Ampollini gets significantly worse, and Galarian Corsola is a really, really hard answer now, because you're just resisting all of these Bug Bites, and they really don't charge up near as much energy as Volswitch.
I'll be honest, if you don't have fire pressure in your team, I believe Fortress is always something to take into account. But let's see what these trainers have chosen. It is the Corso lead into the Empoleon. This is a fairly neutral matchup, and if Empoleon invests Protect Shields, it can even beat this Galarian Corso.
Yep, what Nesabethan will be sad about is that the Shadow Sableye in the back is not meeting that Galarian Corsola. However, the other matchups for Shadow Sableye, they don't look too bad on paper.
Yeah, especially if this, like Nesabethan is running that Rain Punch, going to be super effective coverage into the Steel type and in the normal type. First Nightshade going to come through from the Galarian Corsola. I wonder if Nesabethan want to invest shields into his opponent. He does indeed. He's going to be able to overfarm just enough to throw another Hydro Cannon before another Nightshade is written. No, it's just to instead throw the Hydro Cannon right away, potentially hoping to pull a Protect Shield out of Sanjudigo. That's exactly what it does.
Nesabethan is playing a little bit of a different strategy than Sanjudigo. Sanjudigo has only brought one rather fragile Pokemon in the Empoleon. Nesabethan has brought 2. So the shields that Nesabethan is using, they are of much more importance than the one that Sanjudigo is going to use.
I think Empoleon maybe puts it again barreling on. It does not. This Corsola is still so healthy. I believe the Sableye is going to come through. Does the Lickilicky. Lickilicky comes right away as well. Going to resist this Shadow Claw, but Foul Play and Drain Punch are going to add up for sure.
But that is such a good team read by Sanjudigo that he says, hey, you don't have a good answer to this Lickilicky. I can just throw it in here. You don't get to farm up as much on my Galarian Corsola. I can still have it in the back for later matchups. And now this Lickilicky is on a rampage here, throwing the first Shadow Ball into the Celio. Yes, this is not going to deal too much damage because Celio is quite beefy, but the rollouts actually do add up in this matchup.
That Foul Play chip is going to put this Lickilicky close to the Surf range. Surf is going to come through. Sanjudigo hoping potentially to survive this, and the Celio gets to avoid the Empoleon. Slight undercharge by Nesabethan. He wants to overfarm more into this Lickilicky. Shadow Ball is going to come through. I don't believe it's enough to KO, but might be in range for a rollout down.
Rollout done. Did we just see a potential undercharge? Oh, swaps in the Empoleon, tries to go for a farm down here. Yes, Body Slam will be reached, but that is very much resisted. Not a lot of damage coming out here, and Sanjudigo finds the advantage that he needs to beat Nesabethan in this game, question mark?
Isn't quite able to reach that surf, and that's going to prove costly because this Empoleon is now outside of that foul play range.
Yeah.
The last protection coming from Nesabethan. Sableye on this Hydro Cannon. Sableye is going to potentially hope to Drain Punch to potentially survive. The next Hydro Cannon is going to be so close though.
That is surely still going to deal a lot of damage. Also take into account that Sanjudigo has other Pokemon in the bag. Nesabethan doesn't anymore, so every damage that is dealt now matters so much. Even the Galarian Corsola can swing in later on and deal some damages with Astonish. How much damage does it do? Barely in the red. Corsola is being swapped in here with the fast attack pressure. Nesabethan is going to try and Shadow Claw down, but no, Sanjudigo got this.
The fast move pressure proving to be too much, even into a Drain Punch boosted Sableye. Corsola actually putting in some work versus that Sableye. That's quite interesting.
That is so funny. He has this incredibly offensive Pokemon in Empoleon on the field and says, hey, I need fast attack pressure. I'm going to swap out my Empoleon and bring in this bulky monster, Galarian Corsola, to just easily astonish down that Shadow Sableye.
The Turtonator was benched. This is the mascot for Sanjudigo. Of course, it isn't really a spice pick for Sanjudigo because he has done so well in the World Championship with it. So he really believes in this Pokemon. Of course, though, the tried and true Corsola, Lickilicky, Empoleon just proving to be the recipe for this game number 2. Nesabethan now has to realize that potentially the Celio could be a risky bring because versus those 3 Pokemon, Celio has a negative matchup.
That is true. Even if Lickilicky is rather neutral, Rollout is such a good fast attack. It charges energy super quickly, but it doesn't have a lot of damage if you are an Ice type. There is some decent fast attack pressure on the Rollout, so that becomes an incredible attack rather than a very good one.
And I'm kind of wondering now if, since the Corsola put in so much work versus the Nesabethan team, that means that the Forcer's potentially, as you mentioned, is not coming through, but you might need something like the Unova Stunfisk that has the bulk to endure attacks from every single Pokemon that Sanjudigo just had success with, but you also have the pacing advantage that can potentially chip away at the opposing Pokemon, put it in the farm range where Sableye can really shine through.
I'll say, Unova Stunfisk looks incredible into the team of Sanjudigo. You resist Rollout, so there's no fast attack pressure there. That's a slightly positive matchup for Stunfisk because of your pacing. Galarian Corsola is also something that you can deal with. It's not the best matchup, but it's not the worst. Empoleon is a good matchup. We don't talk about Jumpluff matchup, but you can also deal with the Seaking reasonably well. And Turtonator is a very good matchup for the Stunfisk. So it won Nesabethan game 1, basically. Why did he not bring it in game 2? We're gonna find out, but he brings it in game 3. Yes, absolutely in the lead even versus this Galarian Corsola. Sanjudigo might be quite fine with seeing it.
Sanjudigo may be predicting that Celio to be benched. That wasn't the case, though. The tried and true Celio that has won Nesabethan a title already this season is in the back lurking, trying to potentially get matched up into that jump up. Though Corsola is able to guarantee switch advantage for Sanjudigo, and he doesn't know it yet, but it's going to be vital for this matchup.
Yep, you don't want this Celio on your Jumpluff unless you have a lot of energy advantage and shields are down perhaps, because then you're going to be much more efficient. So Jumpluff does have some tools. However, we are still playing out the lead matchup. Stunfisk versus Corsola. Battle of the Bulkies.
Only right now Corsola is going into the yellow HP. That means that the Thundershock damage doesn't add up quite as much, though the Astonish, though, is adding up quite a bit. The second Nightshade is going to come through. I believe the Unova Senses can barely endure, but its next move won't KO the Corsola, meaning if the Zero Shield scenario is played, Corsola will survive. Here comes the Metal Sound. Empoleon responded by the Turtonator.
Nesabethan swaps out, doesn't want to get farmed down, want to keep some energy, but now the Turtonator is looking so good in this matchup. Incinerate damage, you can really see it add up. Of course, you're not resisting the Hydro Cannon, it's rather neutral, and you have to sometimes throw on odd timing in these matchups, but now in the end game, there is going to be the Celio onto this Jumpluff. So Nesabethan baited it out quite perfectly here.
But now this Turtonator at max energy is going to be able to throw the first Brutal Swing. I believe it's just barely enough to kind of knock out. Here's hoping for Sanjudigo, hopefully, unless... No, it just survived! And that means he has to throw another energy because Ampollini would reach another Hydro Cannon.
And even then, there is still a Stunfisk with a charge attack stored in the back for Nesabethan. Nesabethan looking mighty fine in this matchup, even though the Turtonator is still at a reasonable amount of HP. However, down a shield. That is one Thunder Shock, and the Mud Bomb is being thrown. Perfect timing in this situation, considering the damage that Incinerate would do. Full farm down now through the Incinerator.
This Turtonator now, as a Dragon Claw load, is going to unload it into the Celio. It's going to do a decent chunk of damage since it's rework. It does a significant amount of damage. It has stab, and now the Turtonator can stay in, and Celio might have to throw a move unless it wants to use a Protect Shield. Celio throwing the Body Slam, and now this Corso has to put in a ton of work, else this Jumplos is toast.
It has to at least get out a protection here with a potential power jam, but 2 shields down. That doesn't really matter too much anymore because Surf and Body Slam really are not that threatening, but you can see the damage ramping up from the Powder Snow of Celio.
Yeah, now the question is, does the Celio want to throw energy? He does, but that means that an extra Fairy Wind is going to come through from this jump off, meaning that it will pace faster to that energy ball. It's going to reach another one, trying to maybe pull the last Protect Shield out of this Celio. Goes for charge. No, it does not. This Energy Ball is reaching. Now Celio is without Protect Shields. Now, can the Celio overfarm just enough where it can throw energy into the Galarian Corsola, or will Corsola prove to be too bulky?
Oh, Corsola is very, very low. The Surf is being thrown immediately here. Sanjudigo, he was just nodding before. Now he's shaking his head. Is this not going according to plan? Nesabethan knocks out the Galarian Corsola. Jumpluff comes in, but it gets farmed down. It's so far away from a move. Body Slam to knock out, and Nesabethan wins his group.
Nesabethan keeping up that momentum from Utrecht. The regional champion is hungry for the double. And now Celio proving once again to be the key for Nesabethan. It has been used in several other championships. Nighttime Clasher just got second with the Shadow variant, but Nesabethan straying with that regular version because mainly for the Tinkaton matchup, but apparently it can take an Energy Ball quite well as well.
2 Energy Balls might still be too much to take for it, but this matchup showed how good the Celio can be. So many of these trainers have used Jumpluff or Altara even F safe swaps against other teams, just bringing those in, knowing, hey, they can sponge energy like champs. That's super fine, but you know what they can't sponge? Powder Snows.
Yeah, you can't really shield fast moves.
You can try. No, you can't try, actually. There's no option in the game to try it.
True. Maybe one day. Maybe we get some sleep or some paralysis in game.
Oh, that would be some crazy stuff. But Nesabethan on an absolute tear here. You can see Sanjudigo also a really, really strong opponent. One of the best trainers that Spain has to offer. But Nesabethan, he's just on an absolute roll. Game 1, you could see here another energy ball thrown against the Celio. So in that matchup, Jumpluff showed, hey, I have tools to play against this double super effective matchup.
And of course, Kingdra proved to be so clutch for Nesabethan, but it was benched for the remainder of the game. Maybe that Jumpluff pressure was a bit too much. I really like the adjustment by Sanjudigo in bringing the Corsola, because technically if it does avoid the Sableye, it is laughing all the way to the bank. And even then, you're actually dealing neutral damage. So it's not like you're stuck into a Licky Licky or a Diggersby. So you can really put some work there. Of course, the Sableye did come through here, and it had a lot of play into this ending matchup. Here, the low HP survival of that Brutal, forcing Sanjudigo to dump another Brutal Swing that was so costly, because if we could bring all that energy into the secondary matchup, maybe he could get 2 Dragon Claws into that Celio, and maybe we were telling a different story. Look at that HP on the Celio, that's pretty much Dragon Claw range, I'd say.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the thing is, that's the big disadvantage of running something like Incinerate. Your opponent is almost always going to get one full fast attack through, unless it's a 4-turn fast attack, before registering the damage. So farming down Pokemon, it can be quite easy. If you're playing something like a Shadow Talonflame with Incinerate, you're going to get into the situation a lot where you farm down opposing Pokemon. But in a chaotic mid-game situation,
sometimes your opponent is going to reach an attack before you register the damage, and then you're forced to either use your shield or you're forced to throw immediately because you don't want to spend that shield because it's important later on in the game. And then situations like these happen, you know? Technically, it looks like you're winning that game. There's a 1 HP Ampollini, but that 1 HP Ampollini is pretty much threatening a knockout on you.
Have you ever had a matchup where you lost because you had Incinerate instead of a lower energy duration move, and then you said, man, I'm just going to attempt to Fire Spin, for example?
Yes, but I mean, in this situation with Turtonator, mostly Ember was used at LAIC, for example. You would have never been in that situation with Ember anyways, because you haven't dealt like half the damage that you did with Incinerate.
You casted LAIC. Yeah. Were you Team Ember or Team Incinerate on turn?
I was Team Incinerate all the way. If you're just looking at the raw stats of that attack, it's just better. Fast attack pressure is such a relevant factor in Pokemon Go. Speaking of fast attack pressure, there is a ferret on the side of Chris. Chris also with a phenomenal, outstanding season this year.
Yeah, that fast attack pressure is no joke, but JK is gonna hope to put a stop in Chris's tracks. Chris has been having an unbelievable season. Yep. Chris, I believe he said multiple times in interviews, this is the first season I actually invested a lot of my time and money into, and he's been doing so well. Yeah. He's done a race for the Travel Award. He's actually one of the few trains that has on the top of the leaderboard that doesn't have that golden ticket. He's surrounded by golden tickets, but he himself doesn't have one. Can he lock it in on the Turin Special Championships?
I think that would be a finale to the European part of the season that everyone would be very much happy with. But on the other side of the table, there is JK, and he's not kidding. That's a serious competitor in the group finals of Group F. Is this Group F?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, Group F winners finals.
So we have Bugbite, Shadow, Fortress. This is so interesting that the same Pokemon with just one difference in attacks can have such a different impact on the game.
Yeah, that is interesting though. Fortress has been tried and true with both variants. I feel like both Volt Switch and Bugbite, it's such a completely different Pokemon, I'd say. Though I believe that Chris would be as his base discovered versus both variants, because the Bugbite variant doesn't want to face Altaria, and to be honest, the Bugbite variant doesn't do as well versus Ampollini, though I'd say it's kind of a neutral-ish matchup.
And that's true, but Bugbite is so much better versus the Stunfisk. It's also worse against Prime, if you're right about that. But I want to say Volt Switch also is not the greatest versus Altaria. It has some different applications there.
At least you can farm down, I guess.
Yeah, the flamethrower is...
Though I did see Fjantiga earlier on stream, he got a Centum debuff and those Bugbites looked like charms almost.
Yeah,
so
that
true. Was crazy.
Bugbite is such a strong attack when it comes to damage. It really deals a lot. When are we getting Bugbite Caesar?
Oh man,
do we already have that? No, right?
No, we don't. We have either Fury Cutter or Bullet Punch.
Fury Cutter,
but yeah, interesting though. Speaking of fast attack pressure, of course we have the Ferret is the normal type of choice for Chris instead of the trusty Wiki. Of course, it has access to that Brick Break coverage that often does well in the mirror of the normals. We have that Feraligatr leading to the Altaria. Feraligatr being the regular version means that it doesn't take as much damage and can pace fast to those ice beams.
Yep, that's a much better matchup for the regular one. Nice save swap of the Primate because it paces so incredibly quickly to Rage Fist. You don't need to worry about chip and dip strategies from your opponents most of the time because you are just outpacing there. And now JK is actually staying in this one. Has no shield at the first Rage Fist. Understandable, it's the weakest Rage Fist you're going to see today. However, in 2 shield scenarios, you might get farmed down.
Yeah, here Primeape, also the regular version. It's charge attack priority. Primeape wins that comfortably. Gonna pull the Protect Shield out of this Feraligatr. JK does indeed use the Protect Shield because he wants to pull another Protect Shield out of this Primeape. But now I believe with the double boost, you might be able to Karate Chop all the way down. And ice damage is so good into the backline.
Yep. No, I think, yep, JK is swapping out. I like how he managed this absolutely wild Primeape because you can shield here, and the Karate Chops aren't dealing too much damage against this Stunfisk. And I think the next attack is going to knock out. No, preserves the Primate, brings in Altaria. And now Altaria, it's kind of checkbaiting
the Stunfisk a little bit while both deal neutral damage to each other. The attacks of Stunfisk, they are not that efficient in bulk-on-bulk matchups, and therefore Altaria just soaks this energy so much better than Primeape could have ever dreamt of taking it.
Of course, that boosted Karate Chop damage makes it to a point where I believe the Unova Stunfisk with the Dragon Breath might be in double Flamethrower range, which is quite helpful for the Altaria. First Flamethrower gonna come through, it doesn't threaten a knockout, and this Unova Stunfisk will be still quite healthy, might reach even multiple moves.
Yep, I think one more Discharge plus Thundershocks wouldn't cut it. Question is, do we reach 2? No, swaps into his own Altaria, and now the Primeape goes back in. Was that fast enough? Is he going to reach the Ice Punch? Yes, Ice Punch on Charge Attack priority, even that is so huge for Chris. Gets the damage off, soaks the energy on this red HP Primeape. This is ideal.
Not the Shadow Primeape, so he's not gonna get the knockout, but being Charge Attack priority is so vital for this matchup, because now the Altaria can farm down this residual Primeape, is emptied out on energy, and potentially the other Altaria can farm down, or you can even come in with your Unova Stunfisk trying to set up in terms of energy, trying to overfarm as much as possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't even count on the other Altaria to farm down, because in the end, it is also pretty low. Carries some of the energy as well, so I don't think you want to take too much damage. But now Chris is bringing in this Stunfisk, takes a Flamethrower, no problem here. Oh, but there's already a Mud Bomb stored on the Stunfisk of JKJK. The question is, how much energy does the Feraligatr of JKJK have in the bag? Can he still win with it? Chris immediately throwing the Mud Bomb. There does not want to risk anything, does not want to risk a potential charge attack priority that could come off soon.
Doesn't want to risk, isn't quite sure about the energy on the opposing Unova Stunfisk. This Stunfisk did release his Mud Bomb, and now the Feraligatr is quite healthy enough where it can reach a move. Question is, can the Unova Stunfisk outpace it? It does reach the discharge, gonna KO this Feraligatr, and now can Altaria hang on, or is it gonna get Thundershock down by the Unova Stunfisk?
No, it's gonna be bzz, bzz, and goodbye. This is completely dry. Altaria just threw the Flamethrower as the last action before swapping out. Gets farmed down, and Chris wins this close game after this masterful swap-in of the Primeape. You know what? It might have been an accident, but I think this was an absolute masterclass of energy management and counting, because he knew that if he was going to throw in the Primeape, he's going to match it on charge attack priority, and that is fantastic.
I think that's what we dearly call in the community trophy moves. Yep. Because yeah, that's crucial. That Ice Punch won him the game pretty much, because if the Altaria didn't charge attack priority, that it would have been able to farm down the Primeape right away, use that energy into the backline. We saw, of course, that Unova Stunfisk was from feigning, so I believe that was actually the game-winning play.
Yep. If this happened to me, I would at least act like it was my intention. I'd say, yeah, I knew it.
You got to aura farm, right? You got to play it cool.
Exactly. But it wouldn't have been true, and I would know that. But that's a whole other story. So Chris is leading 1-0. JK needs to somehow come back from this disadvantage. He was very close in the first game, but Chris displayed dominance with the trophy move of swapping in the Primeape exactly when the Altaria was 10 Dragon Breaths away from the Sky Attack.
And if you look into the team comp of Chris, he had that Altaria lead with Primeape in the back. That meant that the only thing that can outpace the Primeape safe swap would be a Kanto Ninetales lead. And that Altaria lead checked that scenario, meaning that the Primeape safe swap is pretty much unstoppable. I think, though, JK played that beautifully. I feel like he managed that so well. Getting both shields with the Feraligatr, maybe he could have not thrown on charge attack priority, but those Primeapes charge so fast that it's tough to handle the energy sometimes. Though we again see the same scenario, Altaria lead versus Feraligatr. I'm expecting again that safe swap Primeape, but this time is met by the Altaria. Though this is not Shadow Primeape, so this means the Ice Punch won't do as much damage. But if it's gonna be no shielded, then straight Rage Fist is a possibility for the continuation of this matchup.
It gets no shielded, deep in the yellow, immediately in the red after the next Karate Chop. Never change your running system, Jocks. This is such a good strategy, and you said it, this safe swap is guaranteed. You can always get this Primeape in this good position, because there is also no hard counter on the side of JK. And Chris, of course, Altaria already paces rather slowly, and Primeape, he's just a speedster, no? You can just spam Rage Fist here, almost 2 before the next Sky Attack is reached.
JK hoping to outpace the Primate, but Primate again wins that charge attack priority, though this means that the Primate is going to be dry. Feraligatr can potentially come through, but not before another Rage Fist comes through because of the pacing of this Primate. Is going to reach another Rage Fist. It would be charge attack priority. JK this time doesn't throw, is able to overfarm, and potentially it's going to shield this matchup. It does shield because it would be doing massive damage.
Yeah, triple boosted, but now he's also down one shield, JK that is. And there is the Altaria in the back. Chris is going to bring in the Stun Fist, but Stun Fist is down a lot of energy. Can hang on to a Hydro Cannon.
A silver lining on being with the shield disadvantage is that this energy hits for super effective of both Pokemon on Chris's backline. Of course, the energy lead means that the Feraligatr is able to pace the 2 moves before Chris reaches even 1 with the Unovan Stunfist, and now the last Protect Shield is used. Will he get potentially a catch of the Discharge? Is going to try to do it. It doesn't fall for it. Mud Bomb is going to be thrown. And this will put a nice chip damage. And I believe Chris, what he can do, he can overfarm to get a move bank and then go into the Altaria.
Yeah, you can also try to get a Mud Bomb catch if you want to be really crazy. Oh, throws another Mud Bomb here. That is rather interesting. Believe he can hang on to an Ice Beam from the Feraligatr with the Altaria, and the Feraligatr is already pretty low. Now Chris is swapping in the Altaria. Is he going to try to go for 2 attacks?
I believe that what JK has to do is to stall the switch call. He needs the Ice Beam to land on this Altaria to take it out of the sky. Double Discharge is going to come through quickly by JK. The switch clock is going to be up after this. Can the Feraligatr barely outpace the Altaria? It's going to be so close. I don't think this is even Hydro Cannon range.
Oh, but Chris has the win condition of just farming down, brings in the Feraligatr, can't outpace here. Chris is going to try and seal the deal with a Sky Attack, knocks out the Feraligatr. Now Stunfist is sitting with very, very little HP in the back. He's trying to charge up to another Discharge, but with that even knockout, we'll never find out because Dragon Breath down is happening and Chris advances to day 2.
Chris, stoic as ever, getting another win, making its case for being one of the best performing players, not only on the CP leaderboard, but in general in Europe and in the world, is on top form. And what a time to be on top form when you're heading into the World Championships in San Francisco.
Exactly, it's going to happen so soon, just around the corner in August. Chris is in peak performance mode. Another 2-0 victory here, advancing to day 2. He is, by this point, a staple in day 2 at European Regionals and Special Championships. What a trainer as well. We're seeing so many of these talented trainers. It's absolutely, it's astounding.
Yeah, and I feel happy for Chris because often on the broadcast, since he didn't play that often, people always mention him as, oh, he's Patoman's best friend, he's Patoman's friend. No, he's Chris, and he's here to play.
It's Chris, and he's crushing it as well. Next matchup is already being queued up. I saw these trainers going around the corner, but let's focus on this one first. JK also with a great performance here. Just, it's when you're sitting in the winners finals on stream, already a lot of nerves going on there, and then you're playing versus a trainer like Chris. That is such a huge task to ask.
I feel like Chris put JK in a position that we call in chess Zugzwang, that he couldn't really get out of this position. That means that since he led the Altaria and had the Primeape in the back, meant that the Kanto Ninetales lead wasn't possible, so a Primeape safe swap was pretty much unstoppable in this matchup. And that put Chris in such a great position to win this matchup.
It's one thing to play against these fantastic trainers that have all of these resources to play well. They know all these strategies. They have their own strategies that they want to pull off that you might not know. But it's a whole nother thing if you are in a team comp disadvantage. If they have a strategy that is incredibly safe against you, you have so little room to outplay them, to come up with strategies that can squeeze out a win from certain scenarios. If your opponent is always super safe against you, it's hard to steal a game from them.
Because honestly, let's, for the sake of practice, let's try to put a strategy up for JK here. Imagine he knows that this strategy is coming. What's your best option? Like, lead your own Altaria, do enough Dragon Breath damage, and then go into the Feraligatr? But then you're going into a Feraligatr with energy disadvantage versus a Primeape. I feel like it's so hard to counter that.
You have nothing to stop this Primeape. You have absolutely nothing to stop this Primeape if you don't have the Ninetales in the lead, because then the safe swap doesn't really work. You're outpacing, but you can cover the Ninetales lead. You explained it perfectly before. It is an absolutely foolproof strategy. You will always be able to decide whether you want switch or shield advantage.
And now that you were able to witness both Shadow Primeape and regular Primeape on stream, all of them have been having that Ice Punch coverage because of this fire meta that we're in. What do you think it's best?
Now with the uprise of Azumarill, I'm a big fan of the Shadow Primeape because I think you mentioned it also earlier before. That was something that we've seen in one of the EUICs where CingiaX was extremely strong. It's such a positive matchup. You just shield a little bit. You come out triple boosted at some point. Azumarill is just going to get so outpaced that you aren't even able to reach another Ice Beam. And then try to cover that. You need a Wigglytuff for that in the back end. I don't think that's what some people have anymore. But speaking of CingiaX, where's your Shadow Primeape?
He has been summoned. He doesn't have Shadow Primeape. He does indeed have another Shadow of choice, that Shadow Sableye that's been tried and true for so many trainers in this meta. Of course, also opting for the Kanto Ninetales, the Shadow variant, but a new visitor has been so good in past metas. It was gone for a while. There are so many Fairy types around. Maybe now it's time for Guzzlord back.
Yeah, maybe with the Charm Nerf, Guzzlord is going to make the big comeback here. I know that CingiaX is a gigantic fan of Guzzlord. It's one of his favorite Pokemon. But also Corviknight is a Pokemon that has been an absolute staple in top-performing teams in the last tournaments. And it feels like it has vanished just a little bit. Why is that, João?
I'm not sure. I guess Kanto Ninetales being around makes Corviknight kind of hard to run. Unova and Stunfisk has been such a meta staple as well, and since there's not much grass coverage in the meta, now with Ninetales we're changing that slowly but surely. Maybe even Ninetales is a core breaker to that Unova and Stunfisk plus Corviknight. But yeah, Corviknight is still, even versus the Ninetales, yes, you have a negative matchup, but you are dealing super effective sand attacks at least, and potentially if you get an Air Cutter boost or if you want the payback, maybe you can turn that matchup on its head. So maybe CingiaX is onto something. Though, kind of interesting, more than all those picks that we mentioned, is the Cradily. I feel like Cradily is such a great meta call for this meta because it's a grass type that has rock coverage, so it can do some work against the Ninetales, can do some work against the Flyers. It only really has to avoid that Empoleon, and even versus that, you have a neutral grass knot. I guess you don't want to face a Bug Bite Fortress.
That is true, but Fortress has been on the decline at least a little bit. I mean, I think we've seen that it has quite a good conversion rate for day 2, so space over there without Shadow Fortress might be tighter. However, I do like this approach. But with Cradily and Guzzlord, you have some Pokemon that are really weak to a Fortress, but then again you have the Ninetales. But there is a Mantine flopping around on the side of MW. Jox, how did you feel about Mantine so far in this tournament? I felt like it looked always just a little short of winning the games.
We saw it only a couple times, right? I guess Twister is not same type attack bonus, so it's not really helpful for Mantine. But then again, versus Guzzlord, who paces so fast with those 9 turns to Brutal Swing, be able to kind of match up with that 10 turn. Twister is ideal, and Mantine is bulky for day, so he probably wins that matchup. Though we do have Sableye lead into the Empoleon. Let's see who wins Charge Attack Priority, because this could flip the matchup on its head.
I think most of the time Empoleon should be favored there, but there are scenarios in which Empoleon tries to go for a catch here on the side of CingiaX, or just to bring in the Empoleon a little bit early after 4 Shadow Claws. Now is in the matchup versus the Jumpluff, and I think resisting almost everything and then going for Drill Packs, that could be quite the play for CingiaX.
Drill Pack does almost 50% health to this Jumpluff. Jumpluff almost at the back-to-back energy ball. The Empoleon was closing in on the Drill Pack. I believe it will be barely not enough to KO this Jumpluff, but it will come quite close. Let's see if the Drill Pack is pressed on Charge Attack Priority. Empoleon does win that. And is this enough to KO the Jumpluff? Or can MW-U22 pull a
I think it knocks out. I think it barely knocks out. No, 1 HP in the Dream on the Jumpluff. It's going to throw the energy ball. You're absolutely spot on. You can barely see the HP on this Pokemon. And CingiaX has to put up a shield now. That is such a huge difference. The difference between having a shield in the end game or not.
And of course here, M-Double as that energy advantage from the lead matchup. He's able to bring his own Empoleon to soak in the excess energy of CingiaX's Empoleon. But of course, Hydro Cannon is such a good move. It does massive damage even when resisted.
Is going to be able to take out CingiaX's Empoleon. CingiaX a little bit ahead when it comes to HP in total on his Pokemon. However, of course, 1 shield is missing. MW, is he going to pull the second shield here on the Sableye? No, because Corviknight comes in. Corviknight in a decent position, actually, against this Empoleon, but it also doesn't love to soak double Hydro Cannon.
Double Hydro Cannon is going to come through, potentially trying to force a last Protect Shield out of this Corviknight. Doesn't pull the Protection, but this is good news for M Double, because now the Mantine can come in and just throw Twisters at this Corviknight.
Oh, that would be fantastic. However, there is still a full charge attack loaded already on that Shadow Sableye. We forgot after 4 Shadow Claws, it swapped out, so now it can start throwing Foul Plays. No pressure with Power Gem, though, because we are running Drain Punch.
Though I think M Double was maybe predicting a Drain Punch being thrown because Kaifi was at a shield disadvantage. He does end up shielding a Drain Punch and no shield the Foul Play. Double whammy here. Kaifi trying to take advantage, trying to pull this game back. Goes for the hard-hitting Water Pulse. That is same type attack bonus. It would be near KOing Sableye. Sableye does use the last Protect Shield. Can Kaifi now get rid of this Mantine, or will M Double pull up the last Protect Shield?
Better safe than sorry on the side of Kaifi. Uses that Protect Shield against the Water Pulse. Now MW matches shields, and now we're completely in the open, but a combo play. Corviknight comes in, throws an Air Cutter. Is this even enough, or will it put the Mantine to just very low HP? This is not the strongest of attacks. Takes it out completely. And now I think you have so much fast attack pressure on this Corviknight, but wait, can we actually see a metal sound down? No, the Air Cutter is being reached. Now, send attack down on a Jumpluff? Is this real? Is this real life?
That's kind of cinema. The boost is going to ensure that. I guess that little grain of sand was all that needed to KO this Jumpluff. Game number 1 win goes for Kaifi. That Corviknight in the end game proved to be quite bulky enough. It was able to soak in that Empoleon damage, that double Hydro Cannon, which was quite interesting. I felt like Kaifi was in a bad spot because that Empoleon had so much energy, but the natural bulk of Corviknight coming in clutch. And maybe it's out of the meta, but it shouldn't be.
Yeah, he made it possible. That was insane in the end. Also, people scoff at sand attack damage, but against some Pokemon, the super effectiveness of it boosts up the damage quite a lot. And also it was very important that it's, of course, only 9 turns to the charge attack against this Empoleon in the end game. You got to the... not Sky Attack, you got to the Air Cutter.
Air Cutter, yeah. Air Cutter, I'm not even sure if it... I mean, I guess Empoleon was closing in on the Hydro Cannon, so you kind of had to throw that. But yeah, Corviknight with this defensive profile, paired with this flexibility offensively, proving to be quite good in this matchup. Of course, no Fire type in the team of M Double, and that might prove costly because Corviknight, if it's only counters Unova and Stunfisk, I think you're in a pretty good spot. You also wall the Jumpluff, which is quite interesting because not a lot of Pokemon can do that, and you have super effective coverage into that Empoleon with the sand attacks.
Yeah, the thing is, Jumpluff with Acrobatics still deals... It puts a dent into the Corviknight, but Air Cutter being super effective and occasionally grabbing a boost there still makes this a really positive matchup. But it's not like you can farm it down with sand attacks.
I mean, true. Jumpluff got hands or got pom-poms, let's say. We got the Empoleon lead into the Licky Licky. This is a positive matchup for the Empoleon because you're heavily resisting the rollout. The Licky Licky has such great natural bulk, and with access to Shadow Ball, it can make this matchup quite close.
Yep, and now Kaifi on perfect timing, of course, after 7 Metal Sounds. Throws the first Hydro Cannon. You're going to see how much damage this does. Is this going to put the Licky Licky into 2 Hydro Cannon range? I would say definitely that could be the case. Now MW is going to retaliate with a Shadow Ball.
And of course, Shadow Ball is going to come through. It's not going to KO this Empoleon, but Kaifi doesn't want any part of that damage. This Empoleon is still quite healthy. Here comes the Mantine, gets met by the Cradily, and this Mantine is not packing Ice Beam, so can only through neutral damage, and super effective Rock Tombs will come through.
That is a signal that MW is incredibly weak to the Empoleon of Kaifi, because swapping in a Mantine after playing the matchup with the Licky Licky, that doesn't sound great like a lot of answers. Kaifi dispatches the Cradily here, and Cradily also has a great time against Mantine with the super effective Rock Tomb.
Yeah, and here I believe, thanks to the Rock Tomb debuff, you can easily withstand this Water Pulse and not be in wing attack downrange. That means that if Cradily manages energy perfectly, he might be able to debuff the backline, though the Mantine is pacing so fast to the new Twister. It's going to be charge attack priority. No, it goes for the catch on the Licky Licky, but this is going to be neutral damage, and Licky Licky was still quite healthy.
I was going to say, this looks like a prestigious pristine farm down opportunity for the Empoleon if the Cradle he throws. But now Licky doesn't fight back, just gets acided down. Is MW going to bring in the Empoleon to get some farm on that Pokemon? Still has a Twister stored on the Mantine, but there is going to be the Grass Knot throw, and MW decides to no-shield. That's going to be massive damage.
Potentially expecting a Rock Tomb to be thrown. Here comes the imposing Empoleon though, and even though MW does have a shield advantage, Hydro Cannon range is reached thanks to that Grass Knot damage, and now it's going to pull the first Protect Shield out of the MW.
Oh, there is going to be the Hydro Cannon reach for MW, but Kaifia is getting to throw this before MW kind of needs to shield here because the HP is dwindling. But he still has one left remaining. He has a charged attack on that Mantine stored in the back for Kaifia though. There is not only a ship, but also a Shadow Sableye still alive and kicking on 100% HP.
Yeah, and kind of interesting here that the Metal Sound is not adding enough where the Shadow Claw chip damage would be vital, though another Hydro Cannon's reach, gonna pull the last Protect Shield out of Kaifia. Kaifia trying to pace as soon as possible to another Hydro Cannon, gonna be able to take out this Empoleon, and now can he Metal Sound down this Mantine? But I feel like Sableye is gonna just clean up.
Yeah, I don't even think he really needs to Metal Sound this down. The Water Pulse is being thrown into the Empoleon. Of course, even if that does knock out while it's resisted, you don't care. Shadow Sableye is there. 1 Shadow Claw, 2 Shadow Claw. Game 2-0. Kaifia advances to day 2 once again.
And of course, Kaifia, I believe he had a better season last year, but this season is slowly coming back into form because he was top cut in the UIC. He managed to be top 16 in Seville. I think it was top 9 or top 10 even. And now he's on top 16 here in Torino. So I think Kaifia is just building up his form heading into the World Championship.
Yep, and this is where it matters the most. Kaifia needs to be in form for the World Championship again, wants to get this high placement there. Look at this champion standing there. Also a trainer with incredible potential that hasn't won a gold medal yet. So this is just something that Kaifia could fulfill for himself this weekend, could go for his first tournament win.
Though it's not his first rodeo, of course, a trophy earner in was 2 seasons ago or last year? 2 seasons ago on the UIC was 3rd place on that back, that Shadow Primeape. I think it was one of the first times that we saw Shadow Primeape in its absolute spotlight and putting so much work for Kaifia, that Primeape Corsola core, I believe even.
I will never forget this 70% close combat onto an Annihilate because it was just triple boosted with Rage Fists already. The double resisted close combat.
And of course here the jump of showing great natural bulk, being able to withstand double drill pack from that Empoleon, even when thrown on charge attack priority, that was optimal by Kaifia, just not enough. Here a double whammy for the M-double because he no-shielded the foul play and had to shield the Drain Punch afterward. That's kind of unfortunate, but that's that Drain Punch Sableye attack. Sometimes you have to shield Drain Punches and Sableye just gets even beefier.
It does fix some matchups. It does give you more durability for the endgame. In some scenarios, you always want to throw it. It's an interesting part of the coverage now, hitting the normal types for super effective damage and steel types, etc. But also, it gives you such a funny opportunity to bait.
Yeah, it does give you a funny opportunity, and I feel like it plays some mind games into your opponent.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest, if I'm shielding some Drain Punches, I'd be pretty tilted.
Imagine you're on stream and then you keep shielding Drain Punches while they're not even super effective or something. That is a tilter, and I think that many trainers are kind of also afraid of that.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel like once you're so boosted on your defense, you don't even have to throw charge attacks with Sableye anymore. Yeah. You just tap your screen and Shadow Claw all the way down because you kind of become even bulkier than regular Sableye after a couple of Drain Punches, but your Shadow Claw damage, it chunks.
Yeah, sometimes you find yourself in the tap condition situation where you have outplayed your opponent so much that the only thing you need to do is just tap your screen and enjoy. You know the fast attack pressure is going to be enough in the end. My defenses are high enough. I don't need to shield your pitiful attacks, so I'm just tapping.
Yeah, though we've seen some trainers trying to play around with other Sableye movesets even in this tournament. We saw Palasha even running Power Jam on her Sableye, trying to hit hard versus those flying types that are flying around. So maybe Sableye is just so flexible that you can fit it in several different roles. I believe Drain Punch is potentially the best generalist but then you can have it as an anti-fire, you can have it as an anti-dragon with Dazzling Gleam even. So it might depend on the meta, just like TogeKiss, where we saw it playing around with the secondary move, or your Psyshock Flamethrower, Dazzling Gleam. We saw all of those. Maybe Sableye also has that flexibility.
Yeah, the coverage of Sableye really opens up a lot of room for team building, and one of the great team builders that we have here in Europe is Gaifio, of course, after his victory in the group finals. Let's hear it from him.
Thank you, casters. I am joined by Gaifio, the master of the steel types, after seeing great success with Corviknight and Empoleon in that last match. How are you feeling after that victory?
I'm feeling ecstatic. I came in with a good confidence, thinking that I had the meta good under control, and I really like the team that I built so far.
We really like looking at the Corviknight as well, because it's not one of the flyers we had on our bingo card coming into this tournament. And in that game one, it ate up all of these Hydro Cannons. Why did you have Corviknight on your team this weekend?
So the biggest reason I've chosen for Corviknight instead of Fearow is Fearow. I was kind of afraid of Fearow, and I wanted to go as strong as possible into it. And Corviknight really helped me with building ABA strong lines, where I can just soft lose the lead as well, and then just eat all the energy, and then it's basically neutralized, and Fearow is not as good as it could be.
I think it definitely surpasses Fearow in the bulk department and can take all of those attacks.
Yeah, it actually tanking 2 Hydro Cannons there made me able to play the way that I could have that game.
I mean, you did so well in game one, and then game two started off in exactly the same way. You had this great lead, I think it was Empoleon into the Licky Licky. Were you already confident at that point in time?
When I saw Empoleon on Licky Licky, I knew I probably had good alignment, because playing Credilli, I knew he was going to play Empoleon. I need actually to get the Empoleon not on my Dilly. If I get it on Credilli, I probably lose the game. So seeing Empoleon to Licky lead, knowing that I control switch advantage was really big.
We did see as well the Empoleon find itself down against another Empoleon at some point. And a lot of our newer kind of viewers always ask what happens in these mirror situations. How did you navigate out of a mirror, Empoleon mirror successfully?
I think the best part about the Empoleon mirror is Empoleon actually tanking the other side's attacks pretty well. And yeah, that's what happened here as well. Knowing that your Empoleon is still full health, it not taking any damage. That's why I shielded in the beginning, knowing how important that Empoleon health could have been at the end. And actually winning CMP there was also big. I don't think we had CMP during the game. But yeah, I think having that high attack Empoleon could be big in the mirror.
It definitely gives you the advantage there, and that's really good advice for some of our newer trainers when they maybe find themselves in that situation. You mentioned you like Corviknight in this meta and things like that at the moment as well. What are your first thoughts on this new meta that they're in at the minute?
I think it's a healthy change. Ninetales becoming this good and actually nerfing Fortress this way gives much more play for my boy Guzzlord to finally come back. I'm really happy that it finally is playable again. And yeah, I think it's a good meta. I'm looking forward to everything which evolves further. I'm seeing a lot of Primeape, which I really like to see. And the meta can evolve every single way. I hope Licky Licky absolutely plummets in usage, and then we can talk.
Yeah, maybe we'll see more Guzzlord rising up and things like that. I think it's definitely early doors, but you've made some great calls on what the meta is going to be. Looking forward a little bit as well, obviously the World Championships are just around the corner. You're kind of locked in at this point, but what would doing well at this tournament mean towards the future for you and competitive Pokemon?
So for me, I think there's still LAIC stipend and the World stipend on the line. I could still barely make it with a few points. So I'm really going to try my best here to lock in that last way and potentially getting some extra motivation to go to Worlds.
I mean, you're already playing incredibly well. If you were to win Turin this weekend, that would be your first tournament win, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And how would that feel?
That will feel amazing. I've been just looking forward to top 8 this season. I've not done this well this season, as good as last season's. So already getting close again to the top 8 makes me really happy.
Well, it certainly feels like you are back on top of your game, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how you're going to do within the rest of the tournament. We'll let you kind of go and enjoy this victory, but before we go, any shout-outs you would like to give to friends or family who have supported you to this point?
So I first want to give a shout-out to my girlfriend, Leo, who's at this point watching at home. Thank you for everything. Then I want to give a shout-out to my parents and my sister, and then to everybody in the Infinity and in the Kingslayers, who always help me prepare and give me advice. A big shout out to them.
It sounds like you have a lot of people rooting for you, and I'm sure they will be very proud of your accomplishments so far today. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
To you viewers at home, of course, the Pokemon action is still going here on at Day 1 in Turin, so let's get on with our next match. Take it away.
Kayfia, just one of the nicest players we have in this circuit. I mean, actually, everyone is kind of nice here around. It is always a good fun.
Everyone's nice, but some people are nicer than others.
That is true, and Kayfia is definitely one of them. He's just so genuine. It's always fun to hang out with him. The entire Kingslayers that he talked about, a very cool group of people.
And you know, it's nice to actually hear a player say, particularly at the very beginning of a meta, I like this meta.
Yeah.
We're so used, like actually across all of the different Pokemon formats, for players to be a little bit uncomfortable to start with, but Kayfia's clearly grasped this meta very, very quickly, and he's doing very well. And now we've got two more brilliant players up on stage looking to show what they've got in this Forever Forward season.
I think I might have burnt myself because this team is spicy on the side of Anicor. We have the regular Kingdra. We already have a Shadow Kingdra in day 2. We have the Fearow with this. Now a little less spicy, but it's still kind of new. Hisuian Electrode, a very, very interesting core breaker to a core that we have seen a lot in the last season, which would be Corviknight and Stunfisk. Then we have the Blastoise again.
Yeah, these are some pretty crazy Pokemon on the side of Anicor, and the players look locked in and ready to go. We see Fearow up against the Shadow Sableye, a brilliant lead for that Fearow.
Fearow in the advantage there because look at this Shadow Claw damage. Actually more than I would have thought in this matchup, but charge attack priority also won by the Fearow, or in German, Ibitak.
Fearow, not only does it get more damage with those pecks into this Shadow Sableye, the advantage it's really got here is that it can hold on to a foul play without being farmed down in the 2s, whereas the Shadow Sableye has to be shielding these drill pecks up, but Anicor can see clearly that Fearow has more to do, so he will shield that foul play, get a little bit of a head start, and then come and catch that very first Body Slam onto his Blastoise, a rollout user of his own.
It's a very interesting decision to go this way, bring in the Blastoise here onto that Body Slam as a catch instead of the Medicham, because you would think when you're just looking at the typings, Medicham has the edge there.
Well, I guess from Anicor's perspective, he's wondering, is this Licky Licky a bait out for that Medicham? There is the Diggersby, the Empoleon, and even the Altaria that would take super effective damage from the Medicham as well. Perhaps Anicor is anticipating one of those, but it's actually going to be CogShack's own Medicham in the back.
Another argument for the Medicham could have been that you have it out of the way for the Shadow Sableye, because now if CogShack finds a way to flip the switch, flip the script, he could profit from having Shadow Sableye onto that Medicham, but that is probably not what's going to happen. The Medicham is being brought in. Myriad swap in by
I love
the Fearow.
this. Really aggressive swap into that Fearow by Anicor, and it looks like CogShack was playing A weak to it. Both the Shadow Sableye and the Medicham both can take a lot of damage from this Fearow. At least Medicham can hit back the super effective damage with these Ice Punches. Anicor uses his second shield.
But how much energy is still on this Shadow Sableye? Can it knock out here from a foul play range? But Anicor has so much energy himself. Goes to throw a Drill Peck here on charge attack priority. That is a bulky Medicham, but can it hang on to this attack?
Here it comes. Super effective Drill Peck with same type attack bonus. Medicham goes down, and Fearow has a ton of energy, reaching another Drill Peck. This will do heavy damage to this Shadow Sableye.
Absolute dominance in game 1 from Anicor here, bringing in that Blastoise onto the Licky Licky, and Fearow going for a clean sweep, not even showing the last Pokemon. 3-ball flex.
Sometimes you can get away with an ABA. Not this time. CogShack, Shadow Sableye, and Medicham go down to the heavy-hitting Drill Peck. Fearow laughing, and Anicor did not even reveal his third Pokemon, his own Medicham, in the back.
How would Fearow laugh, in your opinion?
I have absolutely no doubt that you are going to give us a superb impression, Leo. Let's hit it.
You know what? No. Just to
you're going to
shake
save
things
it.
up a bit.
You're going to have a little think, and maybe after this match, I want to hear your best laughing Fearow impression.
Yeah, let's do it at the hotel, yeah?
Now, earlier we actually talked about Pokemon that have a lot of resistances, and I didn't actually give an answer last time. Did you come up with an answer to which Pokemon has more resistances than an Empoleon?
I mean, I've seen something that's cheating that Triptundo said Corviknight and Skarmory, but I still think that there's a lot of resistances in the typing of Dialga or Hisuian Gudra.
Well, there are. I mean, all steel types do have a lot of resistances by their very nature. Neither Corviknight nor Skarmory nor Dialga have more resistances than Empoleon. There's actually only one Pokemon typing that does, and that's Electric and Steel. So your Magneton, Magnezone, those are the only Pokemon with more resistances than an Empoleon. Unfortunately, in Pokemon Go, they're very squishy, so the resistances don't really help them a lot of the time.
Maybe that can change in the future with another Electric and Steel type, we don't know, but that's a funky mirror match there. Blast from the past, Psycho cutting their way down. Am I crazy, or does this look like one Medicham has a breakpoint?
Well, there are different ways that you can play Medicham. I don't know if one of these will have a breakpoint on the Psycho Cut, but what's interesting is that Dynamic Punch is actually the more efficient attack to throw in this matchup, but we're going for Ice Punches here from both sides. So these players have calculated what attacks they need to throw and how many of each they want to throw for this mirror matchup.
If I remember correctly, the way to win this matchup is double Ice Punch, Dynamic Punch.
Let's do it. Let's see if these players agree with you.
That is the most energy efficient way to win the matchup in the mirror match. Let's see, CogShack is also now going to throw an Ice Punch here. Are we going to see the Dynamic Punches very soon, or is it smarter to go triple Ice Punch and then go for a farm down?
Could be the big question, and actually AnicorXIII's going to go straight away for this Ice Punch. This isn't going to be enough to threaten a knockout. I wouldn't be surprised to see CogShack farm up a little bit more, and then if he throws a Dynamic Punch, he could seal the deal.
Yep, he is gonna leave very, very little farm there, but it looks like his Medicham is just bulkier, so this Ice Punch might knock out, and AnicorXIII's Medicham falls. That is going to be very, very little farm though, but there is an Ice Punch already banked on the side of CogShack. That was masterful.
Really, really good for CogShack there. If only AnicorXIII had come in with the Blastoise, would have sponged the resisted Ice Punch and got a full rollout through, and now CogShack gets the alignment that he needs. Licky is on this Fearow, and Sableye manages to avoid it.
So does AnicorXIII go for a sneaky catch, maybe throw one pack and then swap in the Blastoise to perhaps get the catch on a Shadow Ball? Yes, but CogShack reads it, farms up a little bit more, and then brings in the Sableye immediately, gets outpaced to the first Hydro Cannon. Pretty sure there's going to be a shield, and now CogShack has the option, go for the hard-hitting foul play or boost his own defenses with Drain Punch.
Blastoise with access to that really efficient Hydro Cannon charge attack. And this isn't any ordinary Blastoise, this is a cool Blastoise. Wearing those sunglasses, no shielding this Drain Punch though. That is a pretty good position for AnicorXIII, as Drain Punch will not put Blastoise into a range where Shadow Claw can comfortably farm down. And here comes the next Hydro Cannon. 2 Hydro Cannons probably would have been needed anyway, so I'm not hugely sure whether this Drain Punch was necessary, but CogShack's going to be forced to now throw a foul play, and AnicorXIII has a shield decision to make. He's going to let this Blastoise go down.
I think the thought behind it is that a Drain Punch and a foul play together knock out, so you better boost your defenses earlier than
I don't
later.
hate it.
But now we're back in the matchup of Lickitung versus Fearow. It sounds like a neutral matchup, but rollouts deal so much damage because of the flying typing of Fearow. This is only one Body Slam more to take out Fearow, and AnicorXIII is with his back against the wall.
Yeah, I think CogShack's in the driver's seat here because there is still some energy on that Shadow Sableye as well, and it will be able to reach an attack before it's farmed down. AnicorXIII will have to take down both the Licky and the Shadow Sableye. There is a shield available. CogShack, will he know? Does he know that there are no 2 drill packs? He's actually going to no-shield this and hope that Shadow Sableye can seal the deal.
How much energy is banked on the Shadow Sableye? It is a lot already, so you do withstand the packs. CogShack is shaking his head, but I'm pretty sure that he got this. AnicorXIII also has no shield anymore and gets the W with his foul play.
CogShack unsure if Fearow was back-to-back there. He does reach the foul play in time. That Fearow goes down, and the score is tied 1 game apiece in this best-of-3 match. The winner of the next game will proceed here in Turin.
Finding the answer to the Fearow this time around. If you're looking at the team of CogShack, most of his Pokemon have such a huge problem to handle Fearow, and his only real answer is a Licky, and that means trouble for a lot of teams, because Licky is the backbone of most teams, right? It's the sponge, it's the Pokemon that if you are in case of doubt, you throw the Licky and it's gonna give you some time to rethink your strategy. But if your Licky has one specific target it has to take care of, it unsettles your team a little bit.
Watching that mirror matchup back with those 2 Medicham, how different it could have been if AnicorXIII had thrown a Dynamic Punch instead of that Ice Punch. Having to shield the Ice Punch onto that Fearow completely changed the outcome of the mid-game and then obviously the end game that followed. I wonder if either of these players were to face a mirror matchup again, whether or not they play it the same way. It's definitely something that favored CogShack in that first matchup because his Medicham just was bulkier.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I would be ANICOR right now, I would just be Pity, right? I would just petty. I would just go in with the Medicham lead again.
He's doing okay. He's still got a chance here.
Bring it on. Bring it on. I'll have my Medicham ready this time. This time I'm going to throw a dynamic punch because just getting out of the mirror match with one full charge attack, that sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, doesn't seem right. But, well, one for you at home to take away. Dynamic Punch is slightly more efficient in that mirror matchup because Medicham gets same type attack bonus and Dynamic Punch is an efficient attack already.
It's just so incredibly strong, especially paired with a Pokemon like Medicham. Ever since Psycho Cut got that damage buff, it puts so many more Pokemon into a farm down range, completely changing the mirror match dynamic apparently as well.
Both of these players looking to lock in. It seems like they are ready to go.
The lead for Game 3 is going to be Medicham into the Hisuian Electrode for the first time. Finally, we see some spice.
And now we can see this Hisuian Electrode with that cheaper energy ball available. Also still has access to Wild Charge, which does a lot of damage. Ice Punch coming through. Remember, Hisuian Electrode's also a Grass-type Pokemon. That means this is super effective and will do a decent chunk of damage.
That is quite good for CogShack, because now if you throw the Ice Punch on Charge Attack priority again as well, there is a debuffed Electrode looking at you, even though it is already so low, or you're letting it go. Is ANICOR going to let this Ice Punch go, or does he want to preserve the Hisuian Electrode? Keeps it in the matchup. Are we seeing a swap out now?
Hisuian Electrode trying to get as much value as it can. It actually took the Ice Punch relatively well, but the problem is that Medicham is pacing really, really quickly to that next attack. Hisuian Electrode is going to take down the Medicham and actually potentially draw a shield from whatever comes in next, unless it's the Licky Licky, which is generally happy to sponge most attacks.
Oh, that is a lot of damage from those Shadow Claws here, but not enough to stop Hisuian Electrode to get to the Wild Charge. Has to be shielded up. So now ANICOR has the switch, swaps into his own Blastoise immediately. And now this one will have to soak some damage, and now the Fearow is looking at the Licky Dicky later.
So I suppose ANICOR's looking to firstly reduce the amount of farm that Shadow Sableye is able to get, but also potentially retain that Electrode for a catch opportunity later. The other option that he could have had was to let Electrode go down and allow Fearow to come in on the alignment he wants with the Shadow Sableye, but it looks like he's actually got what he wanted, as the Licky Licky has now come out already against this Blastoise, and Blastoise has done enough damage that perhaps the Fearow can take it out with one Drill Peck.
Oh, it's very cool, but it's not cool enough to hang on to the Shadow Ball in this situation. So honestly, the Licky Licky, I think it is way too healthy to fall to one Drill Peck at this point. But maybe ANICOR can now deal more peck damage and then throw, keeping the one shield for another foul play.
I think a Drill Peck will take it out, particularly after the pecks. And there is now the option to catch as well on this Hisuian Electrode. So the question for CogShack is he going to shield it, and is he going to throw straight away? It's going to be a really tricky one to get right, and it looks like there is that pause to make sure that there's no catch available, and now ANICOR is forced to use his shield. The question will be how much energy is on that Shadow Sableye, because it doesn't look like it's in a position to go down to one Drill Peck. They're going to actually reach the attack at the Shadow Sableye will have the attack after this Drill Peck lands. So can ANICOR actually farm it down? I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Oh, I think that's just so smart. Catching here with the Hisuian Electrode, getting that Drain Punch in. If that hadn't happened, he could have just gone for Thundershock down.
And now Fearow will get to farm down the Shadow Sableye and land an attack onto the Licky Licky. This could be everything ANICOR needs. Superbly played by ANICOR to take this series. Fearow is absolutely laughing its way through these winners' finals.
Fearow taking it out with the Drill Peck, and CogShack being defeated, a previous regional champion already, but this time it is ANICOR's triumph, advancing to Day 2 here at the 2026 Special Championships in Turin.
Superbly played. That catch on the Hisuian Electrode was nothing short of sublime, and CogShack is a great player. He's a previous regional winner. He knew that the catch was available. He was trying to pause to see if he could avoid that catch happening. ANICOR played it perfectly.
Yes, but even if he realized that there was a catch happening, even if the catch didn't happen, I think at this range, the Hisuian Electrode had an okay chance at maybe dealing enough damage with Thunder Shocks to take out the Sableye. It was very close.
It would have been really, really close, but really well played by those players. Now, are you going to entertain us with an attempt?
No. No, you know, this weekend...
He's not willing to put his reputation on the line. Ask him to do a Univan Stunfisk impression, he's here all day. But not a laughing Pharaoh yet.
That is true.
He's going to practice it tonight. I know he's going to practice it tonight, tomorrow.
Sorry to my neighbors in the hotel. It's going to be a long evening for you all.
I'm your neighbor in the hotel.
Well, too bad.
I'm looking forward to it.
But this was a crazy performance by AnicorXIII. Once again, also one of those trainers that has an amazing season, consistent performances over and over again.
Yeah, and Pharaoh really showcasing. We actually discussed earlier, you and I, that Shadow Sableye could arguably be unchecked in the view of some players now that Wigglytuff is no longer in the meta. Yeah. But Pharaoh does seem like a relatively good answer. It does double resist those Shadow Claws. They were still doing a decent amount. It is a Shadow Sableye versus Pharaoh after all, but the Drill Peck damage output, I think, is what is really the story of that Pokemon. And Drill Peck, and now that Drill Run is at the same pacing as well, Pharaoh is absolutely meta.
Yeah, the Drill Run pacing actually changes quite a lot in matchups like the Unova Stunfisk. You're now, if you swap it in first, you're not getting outpaced anymore. That is absolutely massive. So Pharaoh actually quite the decent answer to many problems in this meta, and so far in most of the teams I saw it looked so free against the opponent. There's not a lot of counters running around. The best one most of the time is honestly Licky Licky, and that if you have to use your Licky Licky as a counter to something, you will have to be playing a lot more careful with your save swaps.
My question for you, why Blastoise in this meta?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I will, of course, just give you the answer, because it's also a Pharaoh answer, right? So you have another Rollouter that is bulky. You can easily hang on to a Drill Peck, and then, of course, a Hydro Cannon will probably put a Pharaoh into the farm down range. Azumarill has been making a little bit of a comeback. I don't even remember if this was Skull Bash or if this was Ice Beam. It's actually, in fact, Ice Beam. So it's another Altaria answer. Is that not crazy?
I was just looking at that and about to say the same. Yeah, Ice Beam for those Altaria and the Jump Up with some bulk. I just wonder if something like Dugong or even Celio might have been an alternative option, but Blastoise got the win there, and I'm looking forward to seeing how far it can go.
I think with the resurgence of Primeape and Shadow Primeape, this Pokemon has been making waves this tournament. Dugong can also sometimes be a little bit of a risk. Yes, you can debuff the attack back down, but you're pacing so incredibly slowly with those Icy Winds that I think Pokemon like Primeape can go out of control quite quickly, especially when you're looking at the rest of the team of AnicorXIII. There is not really an answer. You have this Licky Licky that doesn't love it. You have Medicham that also, I mean, you have a decent attack pressure, but Rage Fists, they really do it up.
Yeah, Rage Fist is such a good attack, and yet we've not really seen any Annihilate at all. I don't think I've seen any on stream.
Yes, in the first round of the tournament, we've seen a counter Annihilate.
Oh yes, with the low sweep. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to count that one, because generally speaking, Annihilate would run low kick, Rage Fist, and then close combat or Shadow Ball or Ice Punch. So maybe a counter low sweep Annihilate isn't exactly what we would call meta, but I still think Annihilate has play here and there.
I mean, you can bring Annihilate to a tournament. It has some interesting matchups. You can lead it every single game if you want and just force your way through your opponent, make them overthink a little bit, and then just still rely on this Annihilate damage, this sheer counter power, or if you want to have some more energy generation, the low kick. Crazy strategies can be applied with Annihilates.
I want to know which Pokemon you at home are enjoying. Make sure you're using the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Give us some social posts. What are you enjoying, just generally speaking, in the Forever Forward meta? What Pokemon are you enjoying watching here in Turin? We're seeing Pokemon like Jumpluff superbly back to the top of the meta, putting in a great amount of work now that Energy Ball has had its energy decreased. We just saw a Hisuian Electrode also running Energy Ball. And of course, Kanto Ninetales, both in its regular and in its shadow form, seems to be one of the best offensive grass options that we have in the meta.
Yeah, and there's of course also Ledian, right? A meta threat so far has not really been unpacked for this tournament. I think the players
Have we seen one? No, they're still a little bit uncomfortable with the Pokemon. This is a really skill-intensive Pokemon. It's very hard to run, as most bulk monsters are. So I will give players a little bit more time to get used to playing Ledian, and then I think we are all going to be excited to see it soon.
Speaking of bulk monsters, there is an Ultra Beast on our screen as Andy lines up against SirCoghez with that Guzzlord on the field, and it's a Shadow Kanto Ninetales on both players' teams as well. So I think there is a dragon to avoid for Andy. And what is the best answer in your mind to that Shadow Kanto Ninetales against SirCoghez?
I mean, honestly, Licky.
Potentially.
It looks very, very good. You are going to have some issues if you are bringing that Seeking. However, Seeking should usually win charge attack priority versus Kanto Ninetales. So in an even matchup, you're golden. If you save swap the Ninetales and you have your Seeking as an answer, you are going to get outpaced to those energy balls. And Shadow boosted energy ball from a Kanto Ninetales. If you don't get knocked out immediately, you're gonna get embered down, I can promise you that.
And I'm also really liking this Seeking option. We've seen this a couple of times on stream already. Drill Run now pacing quicker, gives Seeking access to an attack in 5 seconds or 10 turns. And that's something that Pokemon has really, really needed.
SirCoghez looking at his phone, just drafting the last strategy here for him. This is the losers finals. These players, it's Group A losers finals, so they have waited a significant amount of time for their matches, so there was plenty of time to plan those matchups. Let's see what they can make of it. This is a Shadow Jumpler for a change.
I mean, we've mentioned that with the nerf to Charm and the overall decrease in Fairy-type Pokemon that would otherwise be weak to Fairy might shine, and I think perhaps that is why we do see this Guzzlord. It doesn't even need to run Sludge Bomb for Fairy coverage because there are so few Fairies around. Sludge Bomb would, however, be super effective against the opposing Jumpluff that we're seeing here and there, but Dragon Claw gives you some same type attack bonus and has a bit more power behind it.
The thing is, I don't even know if about the no-shield scenario, but Fairy Winds still do add up from a Jumpluff versus a Guzzlord. Honestly, looking at the backline here from SirCoghez, this looks fantastic. The Jumpluff is super strong for Andyraschi. Good team read. Let's see what he makes of this. In the lead, there's going to be Ampollini versus Seeking. Seeking can hit hard with this Drill Run, but we know that Ampollini can take one.
I mean, quite frankly, SirCoghez is actually playing quite weak to this Jumpluff. There's no Pokemon on his team that comfortably wins, but at least he does have super effective options in that Drill Peck from Ampollini, but the Ice Punch from the Shadow Primate is probably what he'll be relying on to take down the bulky Grass-flying type Pokemon.
Now, there is going to be a Drill Peck in the Zero Shield scenario. Now, since Drill Run got changed, this is super, super close all of a sudden. Seeking, of course, still hangs on to double Drill Peck, but one Drill Run plus Pecks don't knock out anymore. But this is very, very low HP. You're not going to make much of this Pokemon anymore. The Seeking will be swapped out. Might be a sacrificial swap later on, but now we have Shadow Primate with the Ice Punch coverage versus a Clodsire.
And I don't hate this from Andy by any means. He gives up his alignment coming in with the Clodsire, and because Ice Punch is super effective, that Shadow Primate can do a ton of damage. But the Guzzlord does come out. If it had stayed in the back, then that would have been really, really good for Andy because Jumpluff has such a dominant matchup against that Dark and Dragon type Pokemon. Guzzlord comes in to sponge some of the energy and then do some damage of its own with this hard-hitting Dragon Claw.
But SirCoghez decides, does not throw the Dragon Claw before. Might sacrifice this Guzzlord here, takes it out, and now you will have to use your Primate to get rid of this Clodsire first. Puts all eggs in one basket. The thing is, this is a Shadow Primate. It is incredibly frail. I can see... Do you think that Andyraschi is going to bring in the Seeking first just to get a peck through and then try to go for a Fairy Wind down?
No, you've just got to go to full Fairy Wind at this point. Just completely commit to the Fairy Wind. No need to throw any attack. There are 2 shields available to the Shadow Primate, and every time that you throw a charge attack, your opponent's going to get a fast attack through, and Karate Chop generates so much energy, you don't want to let that happen. SirCoghez is trying to farm up as much as he can, but I think he recognizes that the win condition of fully farming down by Andy will take out this Shadow Primate. A couple more Fairy Winds to go.
This time it's a Rage Fist bait, but you're not even reaching another one. Jumpluff takes care of the issue, wins the game for Andyraschi, his debut tournament. He is playing on the big stage for the first time. Had to play winners finals versus Patoman already. Gave it a decent show. And now in the losers finals versus SirCoghez is looking mighty strong.
Yeah, I'll be honest, we've watched Andy a couple times already, and he has looked really, really good so far this tournament. He is showcasing that even though it may be his first tournament, he is absolutely a player that people need to respect his opponents.
Yep.
He's been taking players down, some big players as well, and some of his play has been sublime.
Yep, he is looking so confident and so strong in these matchups so far. Let's see how he can capitalize on that in the next game, because now SirCoghez for sure has to bring more answers to this Jumpluff, because we have seen it before. Empoleon is also not the craziest answer to Jumpluff.
Empoleon, it's interesting actually, because the metal sound doesn't do a ton of fast attack damage.
No.
The Drill Peck's obviously super effective, but Jumpluff is able to take down an Empoleon with 2 energy balls. And that means if the Jumpluff comes in first, Jumpluff does have an advantage. And I do think Jumpluff looks really, really good in this matchup, but for that Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Yeah, you can't really bring it in first if you don't know what your opponent is running exactly. Maybe we have now seen no Kanto Ninetales from SirCoghez, so there is a chance that Andy is going to take a risk and safe swap the Jumpluff, but that might be capitalized on by SirCoghez. Let's see what the leads are. Empoleon again versus Seeking. Same old, same old.
It's the same leads. It also looks like very similar backlines, except it's now a Licky in the back, and the Guzzlord has been dropped by SirCoghez.
Licky is much more comfortable in the matchup versus Jumpluff than a Guzzlord, let me tell you that, especially if it doesn't have the Sludge Bomb Drill Peck being thrown by this Empoleon. Now almost dealing exactly half together with the metal sounds, but it is just not quite half.
Look at the damage of that drill run landing on this Empoleon. And I wonder if you were to not throw straight away, if you were to actually just shield and fully farm down, how much pressure could the Seeking put on the Empoleon? Thankfully, Seeking has got enough bulk to hold on to this drill pack and now threaten a knockout. There's not enough health on the Empoleon to warrant a shield. So Seeking is going to win the lead matchup again. Will Andy give up alignment once more, as he did in that previous game? Yes, straight away into that Clodsire. And this time, SirCoghez doesn't have the Guzzlord to sponge, but he does have the Licky.
Yep. Does he want to bring in the Licky though, or does he want to stay in this matchup because he knows there is a good chance that there is Jumpluff in the back? And this matchup is by far not the worst. Decides to go out into the Licky, and Licky is going to face an Earthquake now.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing exactly the same as he did in game number 1. SirCoghez bringing in his Pokemon and preserving the Shadow Primate. This time it is a Guzzlord, and the Licky will go down to 2 Earthquakes rather than an Earthquake and a Stone Edge. And I wonder if that's going to really make a difference, or if we're going to see a very similar outcome to what we had in the first game.
I'm quite curious to see if this is Karate Chop downrange for that Primeape. I don't even think that we are going to get into that situation even with a no-shield, because Jumpluff is going to be brought in immediately. Are we going to see another full farm down here? Oh, maybe we are seeing a no-shield now on the Rage Fist.
Let's see. Will Andy call it?
Oh!
He does call it! The Rage Fist lands, and that could be it, because now the Fairy Winds will start to stack, and SirCoghez is going to experience exactly what he had in the first game. He's not sure what he could have done differently, but the no shield on the Rage Fist was a huge call by Andy, and now this Jumpluff yet again is going to fully farm down.
Andyraschi found the tap condition, now just needs to hammer down on his phone and throw Fairy Winds at the Shadow Primeape, fully farming it down before it reaches the next Rage Fist. And Andyraschi on his first tournament makes it to day 2 in such a stacked group. This is an absolutely phenomenal performance by Andyraschi, a historical tournament.
Recognizing his win conditions, executing them perfectly. Andyraschi takes victory against SirCoghez. He proceeds to day 2 here in Turin, and he looks absolutely relieved.
There is nothing else we can do but applaud
for Andyraschi. What a tournament so far, and he's of course still in competition for winning that title, winning a medal, winning great prizes. Everything is still on the line for him. It is a little bit harder since he's on the loser side of the bracket. We are not in the winners groups anymore, but still everything is left on the line. We have seen crazier things happen.
I think no matter what happens, he needs to be immensely proud of this tournament. To make day 2 at a regional or a special championship is a huge achievement. To do it first try, very impressive.
That is absolutely incredible. There we can see him making day 2 immediately. Andyraschi, now a name that everyone has on their note sheet.
You can see here in that game number 2, the Guzzlord going down to the Earthquake and then the Stone Edge. SirCoghez looked to adjust by bringing the Licky in game 3, but it still goes down to 2 attacks from the Clodsire. And I guess the question is, what would have happened if Shadow Primate had simply stayed in? If you'd used the shields on the Clodsire energy, which takes a while to charge up, and getting those ice punches in, and then perhaps even some rage fists to boost the damage, maybe that could have made all the difference.
I think for Shadow Primate especially, this is actually a really good matchup just because you're pacing so much faster. Yes, you will have to throw at least 2 ice punches to take care of the Clodsire, but if you shield once, you can overfarm so much energy before you throw your next ice punch. Add more karate chops and then maybe be more versatile in the endgame.
I think the difficulty here was that SirCoghez's Ampollini was the only real answer to Andyraschi's Clodsire. And so as soon as the Sea King took down the Ampollini, that gave full freedom for Andy to bring in the Clodsire, knowing that there was nothing that would really punish that loss of alignment. Perhaps the adjustment that we could have seen, or SirCoghez might take away from this tournament, is preserving the Ampollini, particularly in that lead matchup against Sea King, where Sea King is left on such low health that you don't even get an energy advantage by the time you're farming it down. But perhaps coming in with the Licky against the Sea King rather than the Licky against the Clodsire. That Clodsire showing that even though it didn't get an update or any buff in this new Forever Forward season, it's still one of the best Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Super flexible backbone of most of these teams in the tournament. Licky is an absolute powerhouse.
Not my favorite poison ground type in this meta though, Leo.
Clodsire, but it received a buff. Earthquake.
True. It does slightly more, it does do slightly more damage now. Did that damage change affect the matchup against the Guzzlord, do you think? It now allowed it for an Earthquake Stone Edge rather than a double Earthquake. Maybe it did make a difference.
I think that might have been possible. We have seen quite some Earthquake ranges already. Unova Stunfisk coming back into the meta, perhaps on the side of ArceusAurelius as well. So the Earthquakers are back. If you were to run a Swampert or a Quagsire, would you opt for Earthquake for it?
I think, to be honest, I think you need to go for Sludge, and that's because in this meta, the water ground types are terrified of the grass flying type Pokemon that seems to be dominating the field here in Turin, and that is Jumpluff, a Pokemon that we have seen time and time again over the last couple of seasons. It's a Pokemon that's won international championships, it's won regional championships. Jumpluff now has Energy Ball with its lower energy cost, and it is putting in a ton of work.
5 Fairy Winds to an Energy Ball, super efficient, plus it still has a decent chance of debuffing the opposing defenses, which can make big differences. For example, if you're trying to bait an Energy Ball, that is such a crazy thing to say because it always was treated as one of the hard-hitting attacks, but you of course have acrobatics as well. The attacks of this Pokemon are so incredibly efficient that even when you're checking this out here, the Kilos, Ninetales, in scenarios where the shields are down, doesn't appreciate an acrobatics, and you are in this matchup where none of them are Shadow, you're not going to fall to 2 Weather Balls.
That's right, Acrobatics, one of the most efficient charge attacks, and 2 Acrobatics from Jumpluff generally knocks out a lot of Pokemon that can't resist it. The Ninetales that we can see here on screen is a Pokemon that we talked about since the beginning of the day because we saw it so high up on the day 1 usage. I'm not sure if I'm really seeing it shine necessarily in the games that we've been watching.
It feels like the trainers are going more of the approach what they're used to already, right? So everyone is a little bit prepared for the Ninetales, and everyone is a little afraid of bringing it into a dragon type or into another fire type or of some sort.
Yeah, both dragons that have been available. Yeah. Also, Licky, it does have super effective rollout, but more importantly than the rollout damage is also just the spam, those body slams, the access to Shadow Ball as well, which is slightly more efficient, even though the body slam gets same type attack bonus. I'm yet to see Ninetales really shine, particularly in the matchups that we want to see it. It's those water types where Ninetales is able to land energy balls. It's not happening quite as many times as maybe we would have liked.
I mean, the water type we've seen the most probably is, first of all, Ampollini, right? Ampollini does not take super effective damage from the energy ball whatsoever. It wins charge attack priority. It still hits very hard with a Hydro Cannon, and your Ember damage is not doing too much. So that is still a rather negative matchup. Even if you outpace, because you might swap in first, you're not going to knock it out with one energy ball, and then you're going to get Hydro Cannon out of the tournament. So that's still rough. Those Mud Boys, as we call them, the water ground type Pokemon like Quagsire, like Gastrodon, we don't see them too much so far. So there is a little bit of an issue with that. Maybe the players have adapted so much to the Kanto Ninetales that it doesn't really find the right Pokemon to beat. Because if you're in these big neutral matchups versus something like a Licky that also has super effective fast attack pressure, Weather Balls from especially a normal Ninetales, they don't add up enough just to threaten knockout.
The only thing that I would potentially add to that is that a lot of the other options outside of Licky, perhaps they overlap slightly. So, for example, there are a variety of dragons. We've seen Guzzlord, we've seen Altaria, we've seen Kingdra, whereas the fire options that are available to players is a little narrower in terms of the selection there. And that might be why Kanto Ninetales has a higher usage, but in terms of performance, I'm really liking some of the dragons. I'm really liking Pokemon like Altaria. And
this looks so good.
I saw actually a Shadow Celio earlier from Nesabethan as well, and I think that could be another great option. So I'm really interested to see what the day 2 usage is like tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we already know that there is at least a Shadow Kingdra, and I think maybe one regular Kingdra so far. So this Pokemon is also incredibly strong now. Key losses, you can see there is a Wigglytuff, but I mean, by now, how many Wigglytuff have you seen this event?
This is the key thing. So we've got that Water Dragon typing, and the first thing to note is Water Dragon is not a common typing. It doesn't have very many weaknesses at all.
Which other Pokemon is Water Dragon?
Well, it's the Palkia.
Yes.
Palkia, which we have seen, Inadequance has brought it in the Pokemon Go Championship Series before, but Kingdra was one of the stars of the show in EUIC earlier this season. There, lots of players were using regular Kingdra. There is also Shadow Kingdra that's available for that extra Dragon Breath damage. The buff that Kingdra received was access to Surf. Previously, it was running Octazooka as its water type charge attack. Surf gives it a little bit more damage, a little bit better pacing, and the absence of Wigglytuff really lets it shine.
I find this incredibly funny because Surf is not the attack that I would say is absolutely meta-breaking right now. Many Pokemon have been profiting from being able to run other attacks other than Surf, but the typing on Kingdra is so good that just giving it some decent attacks, not even great attacks, makes it really strong in the meta. Just imagine this Pokemon had Aqua Jet. I think then that would be completely incredible.
Yeah, I would really love a Pokemon with Aqua Jet to also do well in the Championship Series. Maybe Starmie? Does anyone?
Play it, please.
Please. If I were playing, I would have brought Shadow Starmie. I don't think there is any Starmie in the field, unfortunately, here in Turin, but maybe one to use in Go Battle League for you at home.
If we can advertise Starmie a little bit, if you're playing the Shadow version, there are some really cool things that you can do in certain matchups. For example, if you're a little bit higher on attack, you can actually find a so-called breakpoint against Empoleon and Clodsire. That means that each one of your Psy-Waves will do one more damage. So against Empoleon, you win the evens.
Yeah, that's massive because Psy-Wave is a one-turn attack, and that means every half second its damage is applied. If you're doing one more damage every half second, you can only imagine how much that adds up over time. So Shadow Starmie and other one-turn users that we're likely to see definitely next week at NAIC, where Grumpig looks like it'll be really, really popular. Psy-Wave could be all the hype.
Yep, that is true, especially against Pokemon like, for example, a Corsola that don't have too much HP but rather high defenses. One of those breakpoints would be incredible. Against Pokemon like Clodsire, has so much HP you barely get to feel it. But now we have another losers finals, Scafo versus Amidamaruna.
I love that name. Flows off the tongue, but Scafo is a player that we'll all know and recognize. One of the Italian locals here. He's dropped down to the loser side of the bracket, which means that there's no more opportunity to lose a game here.
And we, of course, love a good Scafo game. He's running the good old reliable Azumarill and the regular Feraligatr, and of course also the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Maybe this is going to be the big game where we see it absolutely shine, but he has more than enough answers to a Shadow Kanto Ninetales of his own. He has the Empoleon, he has Altaria and a Lickilicky, so it is not necessarily a Pokemon that I would bring against him if I was running it. However, we have seen a Pokemon on the side of his opponent, and that would be the Shadow Milotic.
Yeah, I really, really like this pick. Shadow Milotic is a great Pokemon. It got a buff to Wrap. It's actually opting for Waterfall rather than Dragon Tail. If it were running Dragon Tail, it would actually beat the Altaria in certain shield scenarios. With Waterfall, it has an even stronger matchup into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Despite Kanto Ninetales now having access to Energy Ball, I'm really interested to see whether or not that Shadow Milotic hits the field. It's a it's by definition a beautiful Pokemon.
That is true, and it has such a cool playstyle as well. Milotic, one of the hardest Pokemon to obtain in the game that it came out in. In the Hoenn games, it was almost impossible to get one.
Can you remember how?
Yes, there was one lake in which you had to fish in a specific spot, I remember.
I think it was there was a body of water just after or just before the town that you would catch most of the flying type Pokemon, and I remember there was like one spot to go and fish for a Feebas, and then you had to like max out its beauty before you could evolve it. And I mean, it's not particularly easy to evolve in Pokemon Go either. You've got to walk with a Feebas as your buddy for 20 kilometers, which is it's a lot of walking. So let's see if that will come in to good use here in the Turin Special Championships. We do see it. We hear the sound of Milotic. Scafo smiles because Shadow Waterfall will do a ton of damage. Instant switch out into the safe Feraligatr to be met by a shiny Guzzlord. What a game!
How safe is this Feraligatr really? Because this is gonna get chomped on by the brutal swing of Guzzlord. Shiny Guzzlord that is, but also an Ice Beam is threatening a lot of damage. Are we going to see baits from Scafo here? No, really immediately goes for the Ice Beam. Amidamaruna, he lets it go! How much damage is this going to deal?
It's going to do a lot of damage, but it is a regular Feraligatr rather than a Shadow. And Amidamaruna doesn't go for the brutal swing. He actually lets the Hydro Cannon be reached, and now he's going to put up this shield.
The big question is, can he farm down? No, he needs to throw immediately, and all of a sudden he is down one shield. And if we remember any conversation we had about this Shadow Kanto Ninetales, is that against water types, energy advantage is key to winning games. So you can actually farm up to an energy ball and then almost threaten a knockout against the Shadow Milotic.
Yeah, Shadow Milotic does take more damage because of that Shadow variance, and these Waterfalls will do a lot, but it's actually met by a Lickilicky, which isn't really an answer to the Milotic, but it is a very bulky Pokemon. Not for long. Wrap will guarantee a drop to Lickilicky's defense, and now these Waterfalls will start to do a little bit more damage.
This might be incredible for Amidamaruna now, knowing that in the back there is only going to be this Shadow Kanto Ninetales, so you have to only take care of this Lickilicky. Has gotten a defense debuff already. Look at the damage from these waterfalls. Can you actually take out the Lickilicky? And also, the Galarian Corsola avoids the Lickilicky.
And the really nice thing about Shadow Milotic running Waterfall is that the Aqua Tail is reached after just 3 Waterfalls once Wrap is thrown. That puts so much pressure onto Scafo's Lickilicky, which will be able to take down the Milotic with this next Body Slam and a rollout. But actually the Milotic's going to dip out immediately, and the Corsola comes out to meet the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, the Halloween Shadow Kanto Ninetales, as you can see from that costume.
Amidamaruna is playing this perfectly, swapping out, not giving any extra sort of energy to Scafo. And now look at this costume, Galarian Corsola as well with the shades. It's taking these weather balls like an absolute champ, and this has potential for a 3-ball flex.
Look at that. Best buddy, sunglasses, Galarian Corsola. I am absolutely loving this. Shield investment goes up for it to protect it. It's got a lot of energy that'll look to offload into the Lickilicky. Lickilicky doesn't have a ton of health left, so you can actually just go for straight Nightshade, which will be thrown before the Lickilicky reaches the Shadow Ball.
But can Licky pull through here? There's not a lot of HP on any of the Pokemon of Amidamaruna, but I think that maybe this Guzzlord can hang on. No, doesn't even throw the Shadow Ball. Thinks there might be a catch, but just takes a Nightshade to the face.
Amazing Shadow Milotic, Sunglasses, Galarian Corsola, and Shiny Guzzlord. Is this the way to Amidamaruna? I'm absolutely loving this match.
So many cool Pokemon. We have a Shadow Costume Ninetales, we have a Shadow Milotic, we have the Costume Corsola and the Shiny Guzzlord. Everything looks so pretty in this matchup, and the team is really just cool. You also have a Dugong there, which is a Pokemon that has gotten a little bit of a change in the Forever Forward update.
Now, what do you do to adjust here from Scaffo? That for Alligator, it was a relatively safe swap. We saw how much damage it put to the Guzzlord. It actually took shield advantage there. Do you play in a similar way? Do you adjust because you're trying to appreciate that the Milotic's waterfall pressure into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales means that unfortunately this might not be one of those water types that loses to the Energy Ball of the Kanto Ninetales?
I mean, what else are you going to bring against this Milotic? I think it's rather safe there. Altaria is a huge answer.
Really good.
But Altaria has some other issues with this team. There is a Dugong, there is a Tinkaton, there is a Galarian Corsola. While this is not the worst matchup, you don't appreciate Power Gems. And in some scenarios, Guzzlord can also be a huge problem. That really depends on how defensive the Guzzlord is, though.
Opportunity to adjust for Scaffo. Will Amidamaruna also make an adjustment as we head into this game number 2? We see the Altaria come out. It's up against the Uniman Stunfisk. The electric typing of that Uniman Stunfisk will mean it resists the sky attacks of this Altaria, forcing Scaffo to throw flamethrowers instead. Discharge, it's neutral against the dragon flying type of Altaria, but it does pace relatively quickly, so these will add up.
This is one of these classic bulk-on-board matches. Stunfisk pretty spammy, so it gets off a lot of attacks. This would be a match for if you also have a Blissey there and a Chansey. That would be one for the timers.
That would be one for the timers. 45 seconds switch clocks are also available to players. So will we start to see some movement in and out, or are we going to stay in this lead matchup and play it out fully?
We're going to see that soon. So far, none of these players act like they want to get out of this matchup, having these Pokemon incredibly low. The question is, with these backlines, now that Scaffo did not bring the Ninetales, do you want Switch or do you want to lose Switch so you can get some sort of farm down on your opposing Pokemon?
Alignment could be important, but also getting that energy head start, as you say, sometimes makes all the difference. And actually, there's going to be an aggressive switch out into the Licky to be met by this Shadow Milotic.
But now you're outpacing the Milotic, going for a Body Slam and not even the Shadow Ball here. Amidamaruna, he is going to shield up that Body Slam.
He shields up a Body Slam, but the interesting thing with this Shadow Milotic is even though you're outpaced, you actually only need to land one attack before you can start to threaten a knockout with just the waterfall damage. Wrap received a damage buff. It also guarantees a drop to the opposing Pokemon's defense, and now we will start to see how much damage these waterfalls can do.
I think it's very well played by Scaffo to throw a Body Slam here. It did look like you wouldn't reach another Shadow Ball, but this way you can guarantee another charge attack. But Amidamaruna is pacing so quickly to this Aqua Tail. However, Scaffo using a shield here, wanting to get off another attack.
If I were Amidamaruna, I would let this Milotic go and I would come down and farm down with this Guzzlord. We can see the backlines. We've got the Feraligatr there. Feraligatr is forced to throw Ice Beams. Ice Beams isn't even enough, but the Body Slam doesn't knock down, and this is brilliant by Scaffo. Scaffo gets the energy head start on Feraligatr, and that could make all the difference. The question will be, will Ice Beam be correctly shielded, or will it go up for this Hydro Cannon bait?
Last Pokemon, you're very inclined to shield that. Oh, he calls it! Scaffo before with an undercharge on the Body Slam to get the energy head start, loses all of that energy for just 30% of the Guzzlord's HP. That's not what you want to see. Amidamaruna throws a Brutal Swing. Scaffo lets it go unshielded. No fast attack pressure from this Feraligatr applied on this Guzzlord. But Hydro Cannon spam at some point, it still gets to you.
Hydro Cannon coming through. It will go shielded because Amidamaruna knows that the Feraligatr isn't going to reach an Ice Beam regardless. And now the next Brutal Swing comes through. Scaffo is going to shield it up, try and get some of this energy off. There are 2 Pokemon still available for him if he wants to try and make a catch. And now the Stunfisk comes through. It has a discharge able to be thrown, and Feraligatr goes down with all of that energy.
The forgotten energy in the back. Amidamaruna gets out that Stunfisk, knows you either have to throw your Hydro Cannon or you're gonna lose Feraligatr. But is that a rollout down?
This could be important. Milotic will come through. And there is a catch, but I don't think it's going to make a difference here because the Licky doesn't have enough energy to survive the fast attacks from Guzzlord and Shadow Milotic, so it needs to throw some of this energy, but Body Slam won't be enough to take it out. And there, the Dragon Tail comes through. Amidamaruna seals the deal, 2-0, knocking Scaffo out of the Turin Special Championships as he progresses here in this tournament.
Beating the Italian powerhouse, showing off on stage here with such a cool team. Shadow Milotic in day 2 of the Special Championships in Turin. That is so incredibly cool. It's something that I didn't dream of, and the rep buff really coming into play here with the Shadow Milotic.
I really like that performance, and actually this was Amidamaruna's first ever appearance in the European region in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, so huge credit to him as he progresses here in Turin. What a pick, Shadow Milotic.
Yes, very well executed as well. You can sometimes see some spice picks in matchups on stream and you think, maybe they're cool, maybe they have some applications in the metagame. But this time around, Amidamaruna against the most common picks, the safest picks, really had a game plan, a counterintuitive game plan, shielding up body slams from Licky just to know that you can apply so much pressure after one rep with the waterfall. Hats off.
I really liked it. As soon as he saw that Altaria had gone into very low health, down into the red, he knew that Shadow Milotic was pretty safe. We weren't seeing Scaffo bring that Azumarill at all. Licky doing its best, but it just couldn't quite do enough. Galarian Corsola in game number 1 with the sunglasses, taking a Licky down with a Nightshade. That's not something you see every day.
Very much epic, I want to say. So Scaffo losing that first matchup shakes his head. Maybe should have thrown the Shadow Ball there, but you can, of course, sometimes predict a catch when the catch doesn't happen. People ask you, hey, why did you just not throw the attack? Well, try to play around a possible win condition of your opponent. Sometimes it's also a guessing game, but here as well you can see Shadow Milotic with the waterfall fast attack pressure gets the Aqua Tail off on the charge attack priority as well before it's being let go. And here the most important moment from that game, Amidamaruna no shields the Hydro Cannon, puts Scaffo into despair. He realizes, oh no, this is not going my way. Really gotta connect one of these Ice Beams onto a Guzzlord.
And do you want a fun fact, Leo? This isn't actually the first time that Amidamaruna has used the Shadow Milotic. Even before Rap was buffed, in his last event in Lima, he brought a Shadow Milotic with the same moveset, so he's had some practice. He then receives a buff. That must have been great news for him, and now he's coming showcasing it here in Europe.
I mean, Milotic already got buffed in the last season, right? Because of the waterfall increase of energy, so that is already pretty nice. Definitely knowing how to play to this Pokemon's strength. Saying, hey, I think this Shadow Milotic is really looking good. I'm going to run it in a few tournaments, and all of a sudden you get another buff, a huge one at that.
Yeah, it was a very impactful buff, and we saw the impact that it had in that Licky matchup. And when you're able to counter-swap one of the safest Pokemon in what is actually just a neutral matchup, invest a shield, but land one attack and then threaten to waterfall the whole way down, but also reach the Aqua Tail to prevent the Licky reaching one more attack. I think that was actually quite an intelligent play, and definitely you might need to prepare for this if you're going to face that tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, nobody knows the damage ranges against the Shadow Milotic. So maybe people...
Do you want to know the funny thing is?
Tell me.
You can't even really prepare for it because so few players actually have a Shadow Milotic, because you've got to get a good Shadow Feebas, which is already rare in Rocket Grunts, and then you've got to do the 20 kilometers walking, and then you've got to... So actually preparing for that is going to be pretty tough.
Do you have one?
I do have a Shadow Melodic, and I probably wouldn't be bringing it because I'd be bringing a Shadow Starmie, as I've mentioned many times instead. But the players look like they are preparing. Next up, we're going to have Paula. Paula's dropped down to the losers bracket, but she is a champion. She won the last time we were here in Torino, and she also won earlier this season in Sevilla. If you missed that action, stay tuned.
It's over! Polasha wins! After everything she's been through this season, the doubts, the struggles, she came back and she took it all! The queen of PvP is back on her throne! Polasha, Sevilla Special Champion!
I'm Paula, Paula97, and I won Pokemon Regional, and I'm so happy right now. I have no words. I wasn't expecting to be here, so yeah, I'm really grateful. I'm really happy right now. Against Pato, I think I had a good matchup because my Pilot 1 and my Gator were so good. And luckily, in the last game, I saved my Pilot 1 for his Togekiss because I wasn't expecting another different thing in back. I think my team was really good because it was core breaking everyone. I was a little bit weak to fire, but I beat 3 of them, so I was placing my team a lot of core breakers and they worked. The most fun part that I find is try to build some teams, to try to analyze the meta, how is it evolving, and I get motivated with walls. For example, I get the Travel Award 3 times. I mean, it's always fun to meet some people, to go to the tournament, and you are meeting with some people that normally you are not faced in real life. The people is amazing, to see the community, do some tourism, obviously. I love traveling in general. I will be in Prague competing. I was feeling for the last month that I wasn't able to top place in a lot of times because I thought that I didn't have the level at this point, but I can demonstrate to myself that I can still competing, I can still fighting for the win. I decided very late to come to Sevilla because I was struggling practicing, I wasn't very motivated, so I was thinking about coming here but not competing. Luckily I competed, so I'm not gonna regret. I mean, you have to still playing. I mean, sometimes you are playing, for example, Go Battle League, and you are feeling that everyone can beat you. A lot of time you are going to struggle, but yeah, the main reason for being here is just enjoy the game. If you enjoy the game, it will be, you will have like better days and worse days. If you play every single day and you are thinking about your teams, you're gonna improve.
I love that cool little segment, as well as an opportunity to hear from Paula. She's going to be up on stage next. My name is Farid, also known as Tomahawk. I'm joined by Lou, and we're excited to keep things going here at the Turin Special Championships.
I think always that first look into a new meta can be so interesting, and my curiosity was definitely piqued, and it has just been developed even further by every single team that we get to see. All these veterans of the competition, along with some newer trainers trying to make their mark on the competitive realm, has been truly inspiring.
And so many new Pokemon as we've ventured here into the Forever Forward season, the final season of the 2026 Championship Series for Pokemon Go, and the players are taking full control. We're seeing so many different picks. Vise on the right here with that Seaking. He's competed a little bit so far this season. He's looking to have some more success. If he can progress from these losers finals against Paula, he'll make his first ever day number 2.
Not only do you have the Seaking there, but also that Primate, one of the Pokemon that's jumped out to me. If you're able to have it in a position where it can start steamrolling through with those Rage Fists, it can be a force to be reckoned with, something that Polasha is going to have to watch out for.
Primeape has a great matchup into so many of the normal type Pokemon. There's no Licky Licky on Paula's team. There's instead a Furret that runs the dark type attack. Sucker Punch, Primeape does resist that, but the players are underway. We've got a shiny Altaria for Paula. It's up against Empoleon, a relatively neutral lead for these players.
Yep, Dragon Breath is going to do what it does best, farming up as much energy as possible by putting some chips into the armor of that Empoleon. Both these trainers getting all that energy ready, but it's going to be the Empoleon first to move.
Empoleon going to land this Dropek. Dropek did did get a damage increase a few seasons ago. That makes this matchup much more playable for the Water Steel type Pokemon. But Altaria is just so bulky. Also receiving access to Flamethrower a few seasons ago allowed it to fight back against Steel type Pokemon, putting in a decent chunk of damage into this Empoleon, into a range where Dragon Breath will be able to farm down, particularly in the one shield scenario.
Yeah, the water dual typing on that Empoleon, helping it out in the face of that Flamethrower, but as you can see, it can retaliate with this Drill Peck, putting this Altaria into a very precarious situation. Sableye going to join the fray though now.
Potentially a miscalculation there from Paula. She would have loved to have that Shadow Claw down from the Shadow Sableye, now being forced to use a Protect Shield against this Hydro Cannon, and in comes Furret. Furret's going to double resist the Shadow Claws, but don't get me wrong, Foul Play does a lot of damage, and two of these might be enough to threaten a knockout.
And also look at the contrast those Sucker Punches are doing into that Sableye. It can go for the Foul Play. Visay going to be allowing this to come through, going to connect down, do a significant amount to that Furret, but the Sucker Punch is stacking up as well as that's Trailblaze.
And now Visay has the option to shield up the next Foul Play if he wants to preserve the additional attack on this Furret and go for a full Sucker Punch down. But there is also the Seeking in the back, and that could be an even better option to retain your shield for. Seeking with Icy Wind and the newly buffed Drill Run as well. And now Paula's own Furret is coming in as it's met by this Seeking.
Yeah, Furret back in the back for Visay there, I think on just 1 HP remaining, as now the Furret on Parlash's side is going to be able to go for this Swift.
An interesting no shield for the first time there. I think Visay maybe could have thrown it. Icy Wind is now eventually going to be thrown, but it's a shiny Seeking actually, and it's already down into the yellow. 2 shields still available for Visay, only 1 on the side for Paula.
Critically, the attack dropping as well on this Furret, so the Sucker Punch is not going to be dealing too much, but it already had the energy ready for another Swift, and is going to be forcing finally one of these pressure shields out on Seeking, not known for its bulk.
Now, Visay needs to keep an eye on the switch clocks because you want to throw this Icy Wind before a switch is available. You're actually leaving it quite late, going to go for a Drill Run instead. Now, because Icy Wind wasn't thrown straight away the first time or the second time, these Sucker Punches have really added up, and Paula might be able to just Sucker Punch the whole way through and actually comes in with that Shadow Sableye, taking out all of the energy, for it doesn't have enough health to hold on, and Paula is able to take game number 1 without losing a single Pokemon.
That's such a dominant performance from our Raging Turin champion at the moment. Fantastic to be able to see all that energy banked in the back just in case it was needed, but not at all. Paula having all 3 Pokemon remaining, just like you said.
I think it could have made a really big difference if Visay had shielded the first Swift. Once an Icy Wind lands, the attack of the Furret would have dropped, and that would have allowed that Seeking to win, particularly in the 2-to-1 shield scenario. Maybe something that he can take forward into game number 2. Paula, on the other hand, she'll be pretty pleased with that game. There was a bit of an unfortunate circumstance at the beginning when the Shadow Sableye wasn't able to take down the Empoleon without having to use a shield, but she adjusted, she maintained some health on all of her Pokemon, and she takes game number 1.
I think that's a good observation though, because sometimes you might think, okay, well I can take one of these attacks, I can just shield the next one. But when you're entertaining things like debuffs, you want to be able to keep your HP in play to then benefit from it. You don't want your HP to be chipped away when the debuff has not been activated onto the opposing Pokemon. So possibly, as you said, going for that earlier shield would have given a little bit more time and wiggle room for Visay to play around with.
Now, we've talked about so many of the new Pokemon that have emerged in this Forever Forward season. Seeking definitely one to keep an eye on, but Shadow Politoed on the side of Paulasha is a really interesting pick. It has access to Ice Beam. It wasn't directly buffed if it is running the Ice Beam as Paula is. Earthquake did receive a damage increase, but that's not the move that Paula has opted for. It runs Weather Ball and Ice Beam, which gives it good coverage, but the pacing is probably what sets it apart from a lot of its counterparts.
Well, the trainers are ready to get into game 2 here in the losers finals. Their tournaments are on the line here, and we're going to see a water duo out front and center. Politoed versus the Empoleon.
Now, the Shadow Politoed does have access to Mudshot, which does slightly more damage to the steel typing of Empoleon, but it doesn't have a way to hit it back with its charge attacks. Ice Beam's double resisted by the Empoleon, so Shadow Politoed will be looking to just spam Weather Balls.
And it pays so quickly to those Weather Balls as well. The Politoed is ready to retaliate with a charge attack of its very own. Of course, being a still water type, it's going to be able to take this really well. So Visay not utilizing a shield in this position.
Now, the question for Visay is does he know how this matchup plays out? Because although Empoleon wins the 0 shield scenario, Shadow Politoed will win as soon as shields are invested. So Visay can make a decision to try and take shield advantage, or he's now in a position where he's going to actually come out. He's going to come in with this Seeking, and I really like this play because particularly when Seeking gets an energy head start and starts to debuff the attack of this Furret, it can really go to town.
Well, Furret breaking the trend and being the first non-water type Pokemon in this particular game does have to take an icy win for its troubles. Its attack has been lowered earlier on here, but it has got that energy up, ready to retaliate with a Swift.
Now, you'd expect a shield to go up for the potential Trailblaze here from Vise, but he didn't shield in the first game, and he doesn't shield again. And actually, this time, it is definitely the correct call. Paula's almost a little surprised not to see the shield go up. She'd like to know what is Vise retaining his shields for in the back. We can see that it's going to be a Furret. We can see that it's going to be up against a Shadow Sableye, and Vise might have made the absolute correct call with that decision.
Once again, no Trailblaze coming through. It is going to be that Swift, and swiftly it will land onto that opposing Seeking here, this time to secure that knockout. But there's the reveal of the Furret, the Pokemon that maybe is going to hold those shields dear for Vise.
Now Vise has an opportunity to shield, but yet again he anticipates the foul play available to the Shadow Sableye as doing the most damage, and he'd be absolutely correct. He's going to try and fully farm down this Shadow Politoed. He succeeds in doing so, and now he's got the opportunity to just boost his own attack. This is the benefit of running an attack that boosts your own attack rather than that lowers the defense of the opponent. There's no way that Paula can reset this buff. This Furret stays in. This Furret is going to start doing heavy damage. It's protected by 2 shields. Paula will probably need to try and make a catch if she's going to try and win this game number 2.
Yeah, those Sucker Punches were coming in thick and fast, particularly down onto this Ghost type of the Sableye, followed up by another Trailblaze here. That's now going to be another attack move onto that Furret. And as you mentioned, Free, we have all the shields in play here as well, so it's going to be nice and safe, hiding away, not having to worry about this foul play at all.
One foul play would be enough to knock down the Furret, so the shield is super important here for Vise. He's used up his last one, and that means Paula's win condition is anticipating when an attack will be thrown by Furret. Let's remember there is an Empoleon with a slight bit of health, but it looks like Vise is going to get the Swift onto Paula's Shadow Sableye. There was the option to potentially try and commit to a Sucker Punch down, but he has managed to take down the biggest threat on the opposing side of the field, and Paula's Furret will just go down to these Sucker Punches. It's one game apiece.
No stopping that Furret in this particular game, taking down its counterpart in the endgame there to even the scores. Absolutely fantastic play, just showing once again, if you're able to get those buffs rolling, getting constant attack boosts from that Trailblaze, it means the Furret is really in such a dominant position. I think the alignment was perfect for Vise in that endgame.
Brilliant adjustment, brilliant composure from Vise, because in game number 1, we saw that no shielding that Seeking against the Swift of the Furret was the lose condition.
Yes.
Here, it was the win condition, because the foul play would have done way more damage against the Furret, so retaining shields for that endgame was imperative.
And we saw that even happen. Paula had back-to-back foul plays ready on that Sableye, unleashed them perfectly, but Vise was able to meet them with a shield, constantly keeping that Furret nice and safe behind it, enabling that endgame situation with all of those boosted Sucker Punches. Fantastic play.
Tournament hopes on the line, both for Paula and for Vise. Paula looks to defend her Italian crown. Vise looks to make his first ever Day 2 appearance. Everything to play for as we prepare for game number 3.
I mean, coming into this game number 3, I wonder what adjustments we will see. Palasha was bringing that Politoed in game 1, decided to bench it out for game 2, wasn't really in prime position. Wonder if it's going to make a reappearance, or if she's decided it's the Pokemon that has to rotate out here.
So many options available to these players, very flexible teams. We're not seeing any RPS really so far in this meta, and that's something that's really exciting to look at from a viewer perspective. Furret, one of the classic examples of neutrality, and we get it in the mirror.
The way they ended game 2 is how they start game 3, both of them just going down against each other. Sucker Punch here, Sucker Punch there, getting all of this energy up. But who is going to be first to blink?
It looks like Paula's going to throw this Trailblaze first. It is going to land. Vise's preserving his shields once more, and we're looking at those backlines already. Double water in the back for Vise, which actually gives a lot of neutral play across the board. It doesn't look like alignment is going to be the most important thing, so Vise's going to go for a double Swift instead of that Trailblaze.
Yep, just trying to apply some pressure here early on, but again, Swift ready on Vise's side, not going to go for a shield on Palasha's side, maybe needing to preserve that for something a little bit more sensitive like the Sableye.
Now, does this Swift threaten a knockout with a Sucker Punch? I think Paula's going to hold on. And now it's really nicely played by Vise, because the Furret does reach a Swift, but it's basically caught onto the steel typing, resisted on this Empoleon here. And now Paula gets to come in with the Altaria. The benefit for Altaria is that this Empoleon is in a range where one flamethrower should be enough to threaten a knockout. Vise has a slight energy head start.
Yeah, and those Metal Sounds able to get a little bit of energy while taking down the Furret on the opposing side. Drillplug not doing too much into the opposing Altaria, but take a look at the way that this Altarya's fast attack is stacking up. Altaria ready with that flamethrower now.
Now, if a shield does go up for Vise here, he could get a ton more energy, and I think that that probably is the correct play because Dragon Breaths aren't going to be doing a lot of damage against this Empoleon, and you should be able to reach 2 Drill Pecks before the Altaria reaches its Sky attack, and it's not like Paola's able to swap in her Shadow Sableye, so she needs to start thinking about whether or not enough damage is being done. Do you try and preserve this energy and come in with the Furret? Yes, you do! You recognize that your Furret has done a good job already, although it could have done a pretty good job against the Shadow Sableye as well, but the advantage that Vise here is that Seaking has access to Icy Wind. So once the Shadow Sableye comes in, if Vise does debuff it, Paola will be locked into that matchup.
And it forces all of that energy for the Sky attack that the Altaria was getting ready has been all for naught, completely unleashed, and now the Seaking is in a much safer position. Sableye comes in, however, we know how quickly those Shadow Claws can stack up, and now Foul Play once again pressures down into the Seaking. But no shield. Vise saying, I need that possibly for the end game. Takes a chunk of damage, but look, the Icy Wind is ready.
I'm going to be honest, Lou, I think that can't have been the right call from Vise because now the Seaking is in a position where it's going to get farmed down anyway, and Empoleon doesn't have enough help where it will hold on to the Shadow Claws either. There will be a Drill Run reach, but he's not going to go for it. He's actually going for the Ice Wind, and I think Vise recognizes that this Shadow Sableye is going to put in the work because it does have enough energy to throw back-to-back Foul Play, and I don't think the Metal Sound from this Empoleon will be enough to knock it out.
Shadow Claw just too strong, showing why it's one of the best fast attacks in the game. Getting to another Foul Play. Hands go up. Commiserations to Vise here, but it looks like this Foul Play is coming through. Porlasha staying in the tournament.
Oh, Vise doesn't throw the Hydro Cannon into the Shadow Sableye to potentially do the 1 HP of damage that might have taken it all. Shadow Sableye may well have had more HP than that, but Paola does not care. She progresses into day 2 here in Turin. She retains the opportunity to hold on to her crown. She'll be very, very pleased to go through to day 2, but I know Paola, and she won't be happy that it's on the loser's side of the bracket, but we've seen runs happen before. I've got no doubt that Paola has the ability to do it here again this weekend.
And I love seeing the camaraderie and team spirit between these two trainers, the hug, the acceptance, that was a closely fought match. A lot on the line for both of these trainers. Commiserations to Vise. Like you said, the endgame win conditions were in sight, but just weren't quite meant to be in this fairy tale.
Yeah, shields could have been key again there, and actually that's a story that we've been saying a lot in this meta. Alignment a lot of the time hasn't actually mattered, but when you use those 2 protect shields could be really, really critical. That Seaking is probably begging. He's like, please, can you protect me? Like, I really could do with it. But Paola takes full advantage, and Shadow Sableye, with Wigglytuff out of the picture, it looks like it's a really, really strong option for these players.
In a way, the match kind of hung on the balance of Seaking in every single game, and depending on whether it was in a position to give momentum to or against its trainer, really did kind of spell the storyline that we looked at the end. In case you're just joining us, the recap of this match, Porlasha really coming through towards the end game to hold on to the chance to keep her title here in Turin.
Now, there is one moment right at the end there that we did mention, but I would just like to reiterate it for many of you at home that might not know how it works, and that is when you throw a charge attack, a protect shield doesn't protect you from all of the damage. It reduces the amount of damage to 1 HP. Now, Empoleon and Shadow Sableye, they have pretty similar attack stats. If Shadow Sableye runs a lot of attack, then it might overtake an Empoleon, but generally speaking, Empoleon wins charge attack priority. That means that if Vise had thrown Hydro Cannon on charge attack priority in that endgame, if Shadow Sableye were on 1 HP, the Protect Shield would not have mattered. It would have been knocked out, and then Vise might have had the opportunity to Metal Sound down the Altaria. All good in hindsight, but definitely one to note down and take away the next time you play.
This is honestly one of the things a lot of our veterans and champions do say. As much as your wins are meaningful and they show you all the things that you did right, a lot of the things that you learn the most are from your losses. If you can look back, reflect, identify where win conditions could have been won or positions could be optimized, those are ultimately the learnings and the teachings that can set you up for success in the future. So Vise, as disappointing as it may be, will hopefully learn and grow from this experience and not make that mistake again.
Yeah, I'd really be excited to watch him perform more next season. He played in a few events already. I haven't personally watched him on stream, but I think there's a lot of potential there. I really like some of the way that he played that Furret and that Seaking, but I also really like how he's showcasing both of those Pokemon as great neutral options in this meta.
Exactly, and again, coming up against a veteran like borjaMN, you know it's already going to be a formidable match, but you can see how much it means to these trainers. They're battling out through a grueling day of day one, and things were so close at so many points in time, but this moment here, the final turn of the match, the foul play landing must have been such a relief for borjaMN.
Paula proceeds, and we've got some other regional champions that still are in this tournament looking to put their names into day number 2 as well. We're really excited to see some of them. I think next up we've got ArceusAurelius, fellow caster, fellow player, and he has actually traveled pretty last minute to this event because he's on the precipice of qualification for the World Championships. I think before this event he mentioned that he is 65th. Now,
just
65 players will qualify from Europe to the World Championships, but that doesn't include the direct qualifications from those golden tickets we've seen from players that have won events or placed in the top 4 at international championships or the World Championships. So ArceusAurelius is doing well already to get to this stage of the tournament. Vital points, but now he must be getting slightly hungry because we know him. He's a champion and he'll want to keep going as far as he can this weekend.
You don't want to be rolling the dice and hoping that you qualify for that prestigious World Championships. You want to be completely locked in. And this has been the most interesting team that we've seen from him in a while. This Stunfisk, a blast from the past, the Galarian form, has been really well demonstrated with those rock slides, doing repeatedly good damage, and Earthquake showcasing its recent buff that it's had in the new meta.
Galarian Stunfisk back to its best. Earthquake received a damage buff in the Forever Forward season. It's being paired with that Seeking that we've just seen showcased, and ArceusAurelius will be looking to take it forward. And he's then paired it with some pretty popular Pokemon as well. You've got the Licky Shadow Sableye core that we're seeing a lot of. Altaria, I think, is one of the most flexible and neutral picks in this meta with the decrease in Fairy-type Pokemon, and then Jumpluff. Access to a much cheaper Energy Ball has completely changed the way it plays, and I think overall it might be an interesting team, it might be a spicy team, but let's see if it works.
I think Jumpluff was a Pokemon that Arceus tried to use in the previous game, but unfortunately it just wasn't able to get him the victory. And interestingly enough, there's a Jumpluff apiece in this matchup, Farid. We've got one on the opposing side as well here for Borja, paired up with, again, some of the new faces that we've got in the meta, the Ninetales with that Energy Ball that it's had unleashed as well. Critically as well, Diggersby is back.
Diggersby and Clodsire on the same team. I haven't seen this since I last ran it in Baltimore near 2 years ago, but they are so bulky and they can put out a lot of pressure. Both of them have super effective play back into Jumpluff, but let's see how Borja chooses to use them.
Yeah, let's jump straight into it. Here we've got our losers finals. Looks like ArceusAurelius is like, no, let's build the anticipation a little bit more, please. One moment. We need to get the stage ready. He's got to get the extra calm and composed readiness for this match.
I love this from ArceusAurelius. No, it doesn't count. Let's go again.
Give me a moment, please.
These players are going to re-lock in as they prepare for their losers finals. Let's remember that the winner of this match will proceed to day number 2. The loser, that will be the end of their run here in Turin.
That's the thing, once you're down into the losers bracket, your back really is up against a wall. There is no margin for error. You have to keep winning to stay within the tournament. Obviously, these trainers want to battle out to be in day 2 phase of the competition in tomorrow's side. But back with a flash, we are here in this losers finals. It's going to be Furret versus the Licky.
Furret and Licky, 2 normal type Pokemon, 2 very flexible Pokemon. But the advantage of the Furret on the side of Borja is it's running Brick Break. That will do super effective damage, but it also guarantees a drop to Licky's defense. So Furret definitely has the advantage in this lead matchup.
Yep, and that Brick Break coming through as well. Super effective damage and critically getting the debuff as well. Licky can retaliate with that Body Slam. That rollout enables it to charge to very quickly, but Furret's not afraid of that.
Furret absolutely comfortable. 1 Body Slam won't do a lot. 2 Body Slams wouldn't even take it out. And it's not like Licky can throw Shadow Ball either. So ArceusAurelius pivots into this flexible Seeking pick. But Furret is very comfortable. It doesn't have Trailblaze, so ArceusAurelius doesn't need to shield anything. And now it's met by his own Seeking. But ArceusAurelius has an energy head start. And the question is, how much pressure will 2 drill runs put onto Borja's Seeking?
Well, let's see how much damage it does. That is a significant chunk, probably just under about a third. So if you can keep going for these pecks and get it within range, there's potential a second one will be able to get the knockout. Looks like Borja's reading from the same playbook here. Can retaliate with a drill run of its very own, but critically into the shield here on Arceus' side.
And let's remember that Peck received a buff a few seasons ago. It does a lot more damage now. It generates more energy as well. And drill runs plus the Pecks might start to threaten a knockout. So Borja puts up his shield as well.
Doesn't want to risk it. Goes for that last second shield to keep the Seeking in the game. As the Licky rejoins the field on ArceusAurelius' side, all of that energy stored up and can go for one of these body slams, connects down onto the fish, but is able to hang on.
An aggressive swap, but Borja's also going to bank the energy that he had on that Seeking as Furret reaches a brick break and throws it. I think that looked like charge attack priority. The question will be, will Licky hold on to this and manage to throw this body slam?
Ooh.
It doesn't. It goes down. That's a lot of energy lost. And now ArceusAurelius has to come in with his Altaria. It will take a Swift, but Altaria is a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah.
And potentially this energy could be more impactful. What he doesn't know is it's going to be sponged by the Poison Ground type machine of Clodsire in the back.
Yeah, Altaria might be happy farming this down, getting all the energy up, but it's not going to be happy to see the Clodsire come in from the back. Yes, you can try your best and go for the Sky Attack, but honestly, Clodsire can take these all day long.
The advantage as well for Borja is that the Furret damage into the Altaria has put it into a range where one Stone Edge will threaten a knockout. So Borja has a great position here. He needs to ensure that there isn't a catch. Similarly, ArceusAurelius has to be aware that a catch is available for Borja as well. Seekings on either side in the back, with both on very, very low health.
Yeah, the Poison Sting's just coming through, but critically, as you said, getting to this Stone Edge. This would be significant into the Altaria, so ArceusAurelius forced to protect this beautiful dragon in the sky by going for that final shield. Dragon Breath, yes, is stacking up, getting to that energy, but Clodsire is hot on its heels.
Clodsire does have a shield available, and Borja has to decide, will he put up a shield to try and get this Altaria down with a Stone Edge? Will ArceusAurelius pivot into the Seeking? He actually doesn't pivot into the Seeking, and now Borja's in a little bit of trouble because he needs to throw energy into this Altaria, but also he's going to need energy to take out the Seeking. I can't remember exactly how much energy the Seeking has, but it's going to be a race to a charge attack either way.
Well, the Altaria does go down. Seeking is back, and as you can see, it's going to take a couple more pecks to get to that drill run, but it does get to it. He's going to be able to connect down onto this Clodsire and take that little bit of damage away from it for the knockout.
Really nicely played by ArceusAurelius. He recognized that the Furret had Brick Break and so had a better matchup into the Licky, but absence of Trailblaze made Seeking even more safe for ArceusAurelius, and it took full advantage closing out that game number one.
That's where we can see sometimes these swings and roundabout scenarios with the moves options that you have on your Pokemon. Yes, having that Brick Break, great into a Pokemon like Licky, such a dominant Pokemon in the meta at the moment, but at the detriment that you don't have the Trailblaze, which again is a fantastic move for a lot of the water types that we see running around. Some trainers out there are running triple water Pokemon on their teams, and in the case of ArceusAurelius, that Seeking can breathe a little easier knowing that that Furret is not running that move. As long as you don't get it up against your Licky, then you're in a prime position to be able to corner down and close out that Furret.
So much neutral play there by both players. And if you're watching in the Twitch chat, let us know. What do you think of this Forever Forward update? What do you think of the meta that we're seeing? The first showcase in the Pokemon Go Championship series of all of the different Pokemon and the flexibility that they've got. Because from my perspective, the initial thoughts are we are looking a lot of neutrality, a lot of flexible play, a lot of energy and shield management. And I'm really, really liking the way that this meta is shaping up already.
I think coming into this game as well, from Borja's side, you have your tournament on the line here. You need to be able to adapt and come into this game too with a plan. Do you feel like the Pokemon were the right options, or is Borja going to shake things up here?
I mean, I think Furret is just a great option, and Seeking and Furret together, we've seen it a few times now. I wonder if there will be an adjustment from either of these players, and actually we do see Altaria against Clodsire this time in the lead matchup, and it's the Shadow Jump Up that now makes an appearance in the back. Let's remember Seeking has access to Peck and Icy Wind, so that Water-type Pokemon is definitely not left flat-footed in that matchup, but let's focus on the leads here. Altaria against Clodsire.
Yeah, Vanilla Sky Attack coming down very comfortably into the Clodsire that's just farming up all of this energy here, wanting to get to that Stone Edge to apply pressure to the Altaria, and that's exactly what it locks in for here. Arceus forced to go for this shield very early on to keep the Altaria in the game. You want to be able to go for those Dragon Breaths and farm up as much energy as possible later on.
Clodsire comfortable in the zero shield scenario. Altaria throwing the second Sky Attack before the second Stone Edge is reached. If this lands, which it will put Clodsire into a range where it might be able to be Dragon Breath down, and Altaria is going to dip out, not have to worry about a Stone Edge as Licky comes in to sponge all of this energy.
This is the Earthquake coming through, recently got a buff in power, so we'll be dealing an additional amount of damage into that Licky, but it's going to be able to still take it reasonably well as that Furret comes back in. Sucker Punch is desperately trying to get it to the Brick Break to apply pressure to the normal type across the field.
And ArceusAurelius will be desperate to try and reach a second body slam before the Brick Break potentially knocks out the Licky Licky. As he goes up for it, here comes the Brick Break. No, actually, we're going to let a body slam come through. I think Borja's happy to keep optimum timing, let this attack go, knowing it doesn't knock out, and charge up as much energy as possible.
Maybe even trying to apply extra pressure with a back-to-back Brick Break, but instead, first we're going to see the body slam, and ArceusAurelius lets this come through. Licky Licky with his bolt going to be able to take this, but it has to contend with the fact that there's going to be, actually it goes straight down.
Yeah, the Swift is enough to knock out, and there is another Swift banked for this Ferret against the Altaria. It probably will reach a third Swift because Altaria's Dragon Breath doesn't do as much damage as it used to, but Jumpluff is going to come straight in to be met by this Sea King. And this is a bit of a tricky position because although Icy Wind will do double super effective damage, ArceusAurelius has just used his final shield, so the Icy Winds are going to go shielded. Energy Ball will still do super effective damage, but after the Icy Wind debuffs, the question is how much will one Energy Ball do? This is a Shadow Jumpluff, remember.
And this is the thing, even if you do go for the Protect Shield, you don't take the damage, but you cannot find a way to avoid that debuff coming through, which means that the Energy Ball will be less threatening going down into the Sea King. And you can see the Fairy Wings are really doing absolutely nothing. Sea King can take those all day long. Now with the debuff, let's see how much this Energy Ball will be doing.
It does a lot of damage, but Sea King has some bulk to it, and I don't think that the Fairy Winds are going to be able to threaten a knockout before Sea King reaches another attack. So the option for Borja is either to throw more energy into the Sea King or to switch into a different Pokemon to try and take the Sea King down. That's what he does with this Ferret, which not only comes in, but actually also is able to reach a Swift against this Altaria.
The Swift will come through, but if Altaria can hang on here, it can easily go for the Dragon Breath and farm down this opposing Ferret, getting all of that energy back up, takes it comfortably in the red, but now got both of his charge attacks ready for whatever Borja wants to bring in from the back.
And the advantage here for ArceusAurelius is that shields are down, Sky Attack is super effective. Can you Dragon Breath down this Clodsire? I don't think you can, but do you know how much energy it has? He doesn't need to worry about that, goes immediately for the Sky Attack against the Jumpluff. How much damage will this do? Is it enough to get a knockout? Jumpluff's very, very bulky, but this is the Shadow. It does get the knockout, and that is huge. And now there is a race as this Altaria tries to Dragon Breath down, and it succeeds! ArceusAurelius takes game number 2, and he progresses to day number 2 here in Turin.
Absolutely incredible plays from ArceusAurelius, keeping his name in the game. A sigh of relief. That Altaria, we said the Dragon Breath would be important, and boy was it in that endgame.
It looks like he wasn't even expecting it. That match was so close. As we got into that endgame, we thought that Burret was putting in so much work. It was taking down Pokemon after Pokemon. ArceusAurelius had a sliver of health left, but Altaria did its job. Sky Attack taking down Shadow Jumpluff, Dragon Breathing down Clodsire. ArceusAurelius, we'll see him tomorrow.
What an incredible match. Also, the way that ArceusAurelius was completely able to neutralize that Jumpluff, get that energy up, and as you said, just threaten the Sky Attack when it was forced to come back in. No hesitation, click that charge attack. Jumpluff was out of here.
And I think that this does open up that question once more. Jumpluff or Shadow Jumpluff? And there, a regular Jumpluff does not go down to a Sky Attack. And it's the Jumpluff that are the regular variants that we're seeing that perhaps are performing a little bit better. So that's definitely one for you at home to consider if you're using any of these Pokemon in the Go Battle League. We don't yet know what the World's meta is going to be. Even if Worlds were to be a limited meta, the Pokemon as you see them right now, the attacks that they have, the parameters of those attacks, they're not going to change between now and the World Championships. So it is useful to learn these matchups as much as you can. You're never going to know when it's going to come in handy.
I think as well, Altaria being able to be in a position where it didn't have to worry about the Icy Winds coming through from the Sea King because Borja just wasn't able to find the alignment down against that Flying Dragon type, did give ArceusAurelius a lot more momentum. This drill run as well in that game 1 was the perfect way to close out against the Clodsire, showcasing one of the new moves of this meta.
Really superbly played, and actually one of the calmest that I've seen ArceusAurelius. I know it's been a very busy month and a very, very busy time for him, so it's quite impressive that he's been able to come with such composure.
Definitely, you know, you can see him after that game 1 as well, really focusing, one game ahead. You're in the losers finals, you cannot afford to lose this set or else you're out of contention, and he was able to stay composed and bring that forward. Commiserations, of course, to Borja as well, an incredibly well-played set. So much great play with that Furret as well, brilliantly showcased, particularly with that Brick Break. that certainly put on a lot of pressure, but it just wasn't enough to be able to secure the victory.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the idea behind Brick Break against Licky, but it looked like actually the absence of Trailblaze against the flexibility of Seeking perhaps cost it more. And that just goes to show, although Licky was the highest usage Pokemon at day one here in Turin, there are so many other flexible options. It's not like Licky is your only neutral pick and everything else then has to struggle in certain matchups. Seeking, Furret, and particularly that Altaria as well look like really great options if you want neutral play in the Forever Forward season.
And that neutrality of Swift, I think, as well, is just so dominant on Furret. It's so reliable. But you almost wish there was a world where you could have had Trailblaze and Brick Break. Maybe go for a Trailblaze first, boost it up, and then Brick Break would be wreaking havoc with the opposing Licky. But you're only allowed 2 charge attacks, I'm afraid.
That's true. There are a number of Pokemon out there that would be desperate to be able to run 3 charge attacks, but you're limited to 2, and the choices you make can completely impact the game. We're seeing Shadow Sableye actually make day number 2 with 2 different movesets. We saw Paula running Power Gem, a more traditional hard-hitting rock-type attack, but Drain Punch seems to be one that has become even more popular. Nesabethan won the last event with it, and we're seeing a few more of them feature, and they'll be back in day number 2 as well.
And speaking of trainers who are looking forward to advancing into day number 2, ArceusAurelius is, I believe, ready and waiting with Leo for a post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much indeed. ArceusAurelius is here next to me. How are you doing? How are you feeling after this incredibly close match?
I'm feeling thirsty, but also I'm super happy to be greeted by your bright, warm smile, so there's nothing that could make me happier than sitting here on stage. You know, I believe that was done as a player because clearly I need a personal stylist to make my hair look good, so I thought it was done for the camera, or that I was only working the camera for now, but clearly I still have some in me.
Papa still got it, right?
Papa still got it, yeah.
So, talk to me a little bit about your team. You have some quite spicy picks. You have the Seeking and the Galarian Stunfisk. Why did you bring back this Pokemon?
So I felt Seeking was super flexible, doesn't have a lot of hard counters. Fortress is on the down rise. Unova Stunfisk is obviously not great. Otherwise, Seeking has been very, very safe and good. Galarian Stunfisk, I had an issue with Empoleon with the Unova Stunfisk, as I mentioned, and Florges and Guzzlord. And those 4 was hard to beat in one Pokemon, but Galarian Stunfisk did it, and it fit my team like a glove, so that's why I put it in.
Now, people have overlooked the Earthquake buff a little bit just because it takes so long to get to this attack. How do you think did it change the meta?
Well, I'm not sure it's going to change the meta that much. I think there's not that many good users of it. Maybe it lets Licky pivot away from Shadow Ball into the Earthquake, but that makes Corviknight just impossible to hit. So for me personally, I think Shadow Ball is still the way to go. But so Earthquake, I'm not sure it's going to impact the meta that much, but you see Clodsire everywhere all of a sudden, so maybe it does impact the meta. But I guess, yeah, G-Fisk and Clodsire.
Marcus, one last fast question. You're already a champion from Dortmund back in the day. Can you do it again?
Well, if it's for my daughter at home and my fiance waiting for me who let me go, I'll give it a shot.
All right, you heard it here first. ArceusAurelius might have it again. Thank you so much, Marcus. Good luck for your next rounds tomorrow, and we're kicking it back to the caster desk.
Huge shout out to Ina, who's waiting at home for Marcus with their 3-week-old daughter. And Marcus, actually, he said to me before today, he goes, look, I haven't had a huge chance to prepare, but this was my opportunity to qualify for what could be my last ever World Championships. And he goes, if I go out early, I'm going to fly home. I want to spend time with my family. Sorry, Ina, we're going to keep Marcus for one more day. He has progressed to day 2 in Turin, but we hope you're really proud of him.
Yeah, I'm sure all of his friends and family are proud of him watching this incredible performance. But the competitive Pokemon is not done yet for day 1. We still have some trainers battling out for their contention to make it through to day 2 of the competition. So far, honestly, it has been such a stellar tournament. I've been so inspired by the Forever Forward meta and the new Pokemon that are coming to the fray. It's not just been the same 6 Pokemon. We've had such a variety here.
So let me ask you, at the beginning of today, you were a huge fan of Kanto Ninetales.
I still am, but yes.
Are there any other Pokemon that you've watched that have really started to shine that you're looking forward to seeing more of for the rest of today and also tomorrow?
You might spot a little bit of a kind of canine theme, but the other one that's really jumped out to me is the Shadow Mightyena. You know, Padaman was running it earlier, one of my favorite trainers, always a source of inspiration for me, but being able to see him showcase it so beautifully, being able to use that same type attack bonus Sucker Punch in contrast to the Furret using Sucker Punch that we see everywhere, I think has been a really interesting thing to behold.
I think that there are so many really spicy options for these players, and there are so many spicy Pokemon that are available. Let's remember that these players have not had a huge amount of time to prepare. The Forever Forward season update landed earlier this week on Tuesday. This is the only regional that we're going to get to see this season, this meta in full force, but there are still locals being played, more opportunities to use these Pokemon, more opportunities to get championship points. If you're not familiar with locals, then pay attention to this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
So many great opportunities to connect with the community. We've been in this space for a long time, and the friendships that we've been building year after year are friendships that, you know, you keep forever. Lou, I was actually speaking to you earlier. You've been casting and playing and been involved in this scene for so many years now, and you must have been to locals early on in your Pokemon career.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fossil when it comes to the competitive Pokemon realm. I'm approaching a decade in this game, but you're right. My very first Pokemon event was a competitive Pokemon local. I went along, I didn't know anything about competitive Pokemon. I think I had a varied in-game team, but by scanning and finding exactly the local events to me, I was able to make new friends in a new city I had just moved to, and these friends have become lifelong friends. I mean, some of them are at the event today, even battling in their respective games. And I think that's been one of the beautiful things. Not only do you get to connect with like-minded people who also share this love of Pokemon, but you can be able to learn more about the competitive realm, enjoy Pokemon in a new way. So please make sure to find a Pokemon competitive event near you by scanning this QR code.
And then we cannot wait to watch your journey and hopefully see you here at some of these regional and special championships where players have been able to showcase on stream to the world. We know that you're watching from all over. There are so many events that have been played this season, and it's kind of crazy to think that we're almost at the end, but this is not the end of today. For some of our players, we've got Sanjudigo against CingiaX on stage right now.
Yes, and so many interesting Pokemon choices in here. Sanjudigo running some familiar faces we've showcased across the broadcast, but that is a Turtonator.
That is a Turtonator, a Pokemon that perhaps some players had experience with earlier this season at LAIC. But Sanjudigo very famously was a pilot of Turtonator even before the LAIC meta. He was running a really, really spicy team. It actually had a Toedscruel on it at the time. He subbed that Grass-type Pokemon out for Jumpluff, which seems to be a really, really great option in this meta. And yet again, we are seeing neutrality in Licky Licky and Seeking.
And critically not running that Shadow Jumpluff. We were just talking earlier about how sometimes that Shadow variant with the detriment you take to your defenses in contrast for your ability to deal even more offensive pressure can sometimes mean that you don't survive those big damage KOs. So making sure that you are able to have a little bit more flexibility on the field is why maybe some trainers aren't running the Shadow variant of that Jumpluff.
Now, we've seen a couple of Ghost-type Pokemon so far this weekend. Shadow Sableye, I would say, has been the most popular option. There is a Galarian Corsola, and it needs to watch out for the Licky Licky on the side of CingiaX.
Yes.
CingiaX has actually opted for a Shadow Primate. We've seen a few of those so far today already, and I think that the aggression of that Ice Punch double super effective into the opposing Jumpluff could put a lot of pressure on Sanjudigo's team.
And speaking of something aggressive, the Gigaton Hammer that you can get on that Tinkaton once it is all up can be devastating. Even if it is a resisted attack, the absolute chunk of damage it can do is always in a position to maybe set up another partner Pokemon for success to farm it down later on, or just give you the edge to get a KO with a charge attack. So honestly, by the time you get up to it, it is worth it on that Tinkaton.
Now looking at these teams, Seeking on the side of CingiaX does look pretty neutral. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it, but we seem to be seeing it in every single game, and we do see it once more. Does CingiaX know how to play out the Galarian Corsola matchup, or does Sanjudigo know how to play up the Seeking matchup?
The Astonishers coming through from the Galarian Corsola, stacking up against this Seeking already getting ready with something like a Nightshade, but look at the energy transfer between both of them. Peck getting ready straight away with this drill run on the Seeking side.
Drill Run is pacing much quicker in this season, and that's why we're seeing so many Seeking. CingiaX immediately throwing it and actually going for a superb catch onto the Licky. That's what we love to see. Nightshade going to do little to no damage here. Licky gets a rollout through and starts to farm up. Sanjudigo wants to retain some of the energy on the Corsola, so actually farms up before meeting the Licky with Licky of its own, maybe hoping for a Shadow Ball catch, but CingiaX recognizes that and throws this Body Slam first.
Yeah, not to be. Instead, Body Slam going to connect down to its counterpart across the field. And now we're in a position where the rollouts are just going to start coming through. But CingiaX seems to have a little bit of energy advantage there, getting straight away to another Body Slam. But Sanjudigo happy to take this and keep farming up energy of his own.
Now, this Licky mirror somewhat reminds me of the Lickitung mirrors back in the day.
Oh, for sure.
But thankfully, neither of these Pokemon are running Lick. That means the rollouts do a little bit of damage, and these body slams are actually starting to spam quite quickly. It does give the players, however, time to adjust and make a decision, and CingiaX is going to take advantage of that extra time to bring in the Univan Stunfisk, which does have a decent amount of bulk and does resist the rollout pressure as well.
Yep, shaking things up, going to be able to resist rollout, like you say, but also critically able to take these body slams. We're getting lots of energy up on the board. Obviously, the Jumpluff coming in, not going to be able to appreciate too much from this discharge, but it's Grass typing helping it out there.
Energy Ball is pacing much quicker. The question will be, is Energy Ball going to be enough to put the Univan Stunfisk into a farm down range with Fairy Wind? And honestly, I'm not sure it will. Energy Ball will do a lot of damage, but Univan Stunfisk is bulky and Fairy Wind doesn't do much damage at all. So CingiaX is going to just start spamming these discharges, and Energy Ball, now, here we get an opportunity to see just how much damage it does.
Well, whether we'll see it or not is yet to be determined if the shield is going to go up, but no, CingiaX happy to let this go through. Super effective, taking it down into the red and critically switching in for this Seeking that has all of that beautiful energy banked with the Icy Wind coming through.
Yeah, not even close to a knockout against the Univan Stunfisk, and now a shield is forced on the side of Sanjudigo, but he does have an Energy Ball. This could threaten a knockout to the Seeking, even after the Icy Wind debuff. Will CingiaX risk it? No, he won't. Shield goes up, and now Seeking can start to apply more pressure. Finally, the Galarian Corsola can come back in and throw the Nightshade energy that was sponged by the Licky earlier in the game.
Yeah, much happier here for the Galarian Corsola to get that Nightshade down. Not enough to get the knockout though, so a couple more pecks going to come through, but Galarian Corsola is going to be able to get its revenge. Licky though, its nemesis across the field comes in, but this time is going to have to go for the power gem. So this is going to be more significant than the Nightshade had been previously if CingiaX wants to let it go through, which he does.
Cingia doesn't actually opt to throw the Shadow Ball on Charge Attack priority, which would have threatened a knockout, and he's actually going up to maximum energy, maybe wasting some of the energy from that last rollout. He's going to go full excellent on this Shadow Ball. It will guarantee a knockout, and now he's got energy to throw into the opposing Licky. He maybe doesn't want to let go of this energy, but he needs to be calculating how he's going to try and take out the jump up in the end game as well. So the Univan Stunfisk is going to come in, and it's going to be met by this jump up. Will 2 discharges be enough to take it out? It might not actually come to that because Sanjudigo still has a shield available.
That's the thing, your shield's up in this scenario. You can go for the discharges here and start chipping away, but critically the Fairy Wind and an Energy Ball are going to apply a lot of pressure to this opposing Stunfisk. Another discharge is not going to be anything that the Jumpluff has to worry about, but Sanjudigo may be thinking for the end game, I need more HP remaining on this Jumpluff in the face of the Licky in the back.
I think this is a really good shield from Sanjudigo because it would have been left in a range where rollout would have taken it down, and now instead Sanjudigo is going to get a little bit of an energy head start. 3 Fairy Winds, and now 1 rollout could go through, but it's not going to really be enough because we've got to also try and take out the Licky of Sanjudigo, and I don't know if it's in Body Slam range as well. This could get really close.
There was so much energy on CingiaX's side. There's another Body Slam ready, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
The timer did pop up very briefly, so the question for CingiaX is, can that timer expire before Sanjudigo reaches an attack? No, it doesn't! Sanjudigo gets to the Body Slam just before the timer expires. This will be enough to knock out. I think that he had more health than... I think CingiaX had more health, so if that timer had expired beforehand, maybe Cingia could have had the victory. That was a really good game from these players.
Talk about bringing it right down to the wire. So close in that final match. The 2 Lickys facing down against each other. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen the Galarian Corsola look so unhappy, more unhappy than it possibly could, when on CingiaX's side, there was that fantastic catch bringing in the Licky of his own, but Sanjudigo was still able to adapt and bring it back home.
Yeah, one option earlier in that game for CingiaX to throw the Shadow Ball into the Galarian Corsola. Instead, he took the Power Gem, which did a decent amount of damage. And it's difficult to keep track of energy when that Pokemon switched out so much earlier in the game. Some of these players, they'll take a pen and paper, they'll try and note down the energy that they can remember. But as you're in this game, it can get so tense and it's so fast-paced that it can be really difficult to keep track.
I think as well the Stunfisk on Chinga's side was never able to really get going. The Thundershocks and the Discharges really were just only chipping away at the opposing Jumpluff as opposed to putting it into a very precarious situation that could be followed up by a partner Pokemon. So I'm not sure if that's going to be the prime Pokemon for this next match.
You saw the amount of bulk on show from both of these players. We had Univern, Stunfisk, Licky, we had that Jumpluff as well, and there was just a lot of opportunity to sponge damage, switch in and out. So a lot of neutral play, a lot of flexibility. Will the players go for the same strategies as they prepare for game number 2, or will we start to see some more aggressive options? We know that there's Empoleon on the side of Sanjudigo and that Shadow Primeape as well on the side of CingiaX. I'd love to see at least one of those Pokemon hit the field.
And the thing is, particularly with that Empoleon you mentioned, the Metal Sounds can charge up a Hydro Cannon so very quickly and they can just keep coming through again and again. That could be potentially, you know, chipping away at an opposing Pokemon or forcing those shields to come through earlier from CingiaX.
The players look locked in. Game 2 is kicking off. We see the shiny Jumpluff on the side of Sanjudigo up against the Univern Stunfisk. This is a positive matchup for that Jumpluff.
Yeah, Jumpluff quite happy to see it, but now we're going to see an adaptation on both sides of the field. Empoleon and the Licky are here. Licky gets that energy advantage and is already ready with the Shadow Ball.
Shadow Ball will take Empoleon below half health. The first one is actually going shielded immediately by Sanjudigo. On the other hand, 2 Hydro Cannons will be enough to threaten a knockout against the Licky. It looks like Sanjudigo is very, very comfortable maintaining alignment, and I wonder if the play for CingiaX is to allow shield advantage to be his friend, because Seeking in the back has a lot of play when it has shield advantage.
Well, that was one Hydro Cannon down, and here comes the second one. CingiaX allowing this to go through, however, into that Licky that will secure the knockout. So one Pokemon down, but now you have the opportunity to bring in your Stunfisk for free, being able to go for these Thundershocks into the water type. Really nice positioning, but now you have to worry about a third Hydro Cannon coming through.
Puts a huge amount of damage onto this Stunfisk, and the Stunfisk will be able to take out the Empoleon, but you want to maximize as much of your energy. Perhaps 4 fast attacks later, and then you can throw. Discharge should be enough to knock out this Empoleon, and then I wouldn't be surprised to see a pivot into the Seeking.
Well, going to be going for the shield on Sanjudigo's side, not wanting to go down to this particular Discharge, but as you can see, there's another one primed and ready to go. CingiaX having to use the shield here in order to keep that energy in the game and not make it worthless.
Hydro Cannon will go shielded. A lot of energy on this Univern Stunfisk, and now again farming up. Maybe could have done one more Thundershock, but doesn't want to risk it being caught onto a different Pokemon. The Univern Stunfisk has energy, but it doesn't do a lot of damage. It doesn't have a particularly high attack. However, this Seeking has an has a shield advantage, but the Jumpluff has an energy head start. So I would expect to see a shield of the first one, and then some pressure with the Icy Wind. Sanjudigo actually does have the option for his own Seeking as well, and he will go for that switch, doesn't get the catch, and now there is the option to just start spamming these drill runs. You probably will take a drill run of your own, but if you can land an Icy Wind against the opposing Jumpluff, that could make a massive difference.
Yeah, we're diving into the ocean now between these two fish, just going for the pecks, going for the drill runs, and just kind of playing the same game against each other, trying to get all of the damage on the board, and as you mentioned, trying to find a mark down onto the opposing Jumpluff if you are CingiaX.
So here we go, farming up, trying to take full advantage. Now the drill run will come through. There is an Icy Wind available to the Seeking as well as the peck damage. Fairy Wind doesn't do a lot of damage. Seeking won't go down to Fairy Winds alone very comfortably, especially after this Icy Wind lands. Let's remember there's also a Discharge loaded on the Univern Stunfisk. How can CingiaX try and close out this endgame?
Well, the Icy Wind does do a significant amount of damage, and if there's enough fast attacks coming through, the Discharge isn't going to be enough to be able to get it, but if you can follow up, maybe there's a way to break through this Jumpluff.
If the Jumpluff can get up to 2 energy balls, it will win this game. The problem is Discharge does win charge attack priority, and that was the only way that CingiaX could win. Sanjudigo recognized that he had to reach 2 energy balls, so needs to let this go. CingiaX gets game parity. We are 1 apiece. Game 3 will decide it all.
I do love a game 3. It's really particularly in the loser side of the bracket where their backs are against the wall, everything is on the line, one game determining who will go home and who will advance into the next stage of the competition.
Really tense moments. I've not seen a huge amount of CingiaX in the championship series before, but he's definitely showcasing that he knows what he's doing. Sanjudigo, such an experienced player. We've seen him time and time again for years, even back to grassroots pre the official championship series. Sanjudigo has been a name that we all know and recognize, but can he rely on that experience here? Can he win game number 3 and take him to the next day, tomorrow, Sunday, here in Turin?
We did see some adaptations there on Sanjudigo's side of things, and I think coming through into the game 3, you have to make sure that you're getting those leads right to get a confidence boost straight away into your opponent's mind. It's not only about playing the Pokemon on the field, but making sure that you're able to get that edge, try and get your opponent working on their back foot and having to adapt to your strategy rather than adapting to theirs.
Players are going to take their time. As you say, everything is on the line in this game number 3. Win, and we'll see you tomorrow. Lose, time to go home.
Exactly.
This is CingiaX's first ever event in the official championship series.
Wow.
And he is already doing so impressively. If he can get into day number 2 on his debut, that will be a massive achievement for this player. But he has a great player up against, and that Jumpluff can put out so much pressure. The Energy Ball into the Sea King, into the Univan Stunfisk, the Acrobatics pressure as well into the Altaria, the Shadow Primeape, and even into the Licky means that Jumpluff is a really flexible pick. Does that invite CingiaX to think about that Tinkaton? Because that is a Pokemon that has so much potential with the Gigaton Hammer, like you mentioned, but is not something that we're currently seeing in this match.
True, but it might be able to have that additional bit of damage to try and swing the momentum. But here we go, trainers. Game 3 here in this losers finals. Licky out front and center against that Unnovan Stunfisk.
We see again a very, very bulky team from both of our players and a lot of flexibility as well. It doesn't look like alignment is going to be the most important part, so let's pay attention to energy management and shield decision making.
Every single bit of damage I think is going to be critical in this match. The Stunfisk going for all of that energy, unleashing the Mud Bomb down into the opposing Licky can take that reasonably well, but look at the energy here. One Shadow Ball ready, and it's not going to be long for that second one.
A lot of time and opportunity to think. Univan Stunfisk can sponge this Shadow Ball very comfortably. It can actually sponge a number of attacks from the Licky, so there's still plenty of opportunity to either bank energy and switch out, or to just let this lead matchup play.
Yes, another Mud Bomb coming through. Once again, just doing exactly what it does best. Getting up that energy, firing off the charge attacks. Both these trainers trying to put a dent in the Ulla. But Sanjudigo keeping this Licky in play, and there's so much energy here. There's a Shadow Ball unleashed, but I believe there's a second one ready to go as well.
I think a Body Slam might be really, really close for the Licky. The question is, will it hold on to the attack being thrown by the Univan Stunfisk beforehand? Discharge doesn't do as much damage as Mud Bomb, but it might be enough to get the knockout here.
So Discharge will connect down from the sky into the opposing Licky and get the KO. Sanjudigo does one Pokemon down, but now you can bring in this Jumpluff that can try and Fairy Wind up as much energy as possible, but now it's facing down these rollouts.
I really like this play by Cingia. He's going to preserve that energy, which is much better used into the backline of Sanjudigo, which we can see is a Sea King. It might also have been Empoleon or Turtonator as well that takes super effective, and Licky can just come in and sponge a huge amount of energy. Acrobatics, however, does do a massive amount of damage. This should put Licky into the yellow health if it lands.
Yeah, Sanjudigo has been favoring those water-type Pokemon in this set, so CingiaX, I think, wisely assuming there's going to be one in the back, those electric types are going to help. However, now it's all about the Licky going for these Shadow Balls, is forcing a shield up on Sanjudigo's side, trying to keep this Jumpluff in play.
Sanjudigo really relying on this Jumpluff here. It's a Pokemon that he's very comfortable with. He's used it for a very, very long time, even prior to the Energy Ball buff. Shadow Ball locked and loaded again for CingiaX, and this one will land. It puts Jumpluff in a position where some more rollouts and another Shadow Ball might threaten a knockout, so Acrobatics is going to come in here to try and take this Licky off the field.
The rollouts might be slower paced, but they are certainly putting in work against this opposing Jumpluff. It can retaliate with the Acrobatics, but it's not enough to be able to get the KO. Looks like the Licky safe in the back as the Sea King comes through for CingiaX, trying to utilize the Peck, dealing some good damage into that Jumpluff, as well as protecting against this Energy Ball.
Now, did that Licky bank a Body Slam? That's something that I didn't quite see, but CingiaX will at least get to use it as a potential catch option later. Now the Sea King is met by the opposing Sea King, and we're starting to see drill runs being spammed once more.
Yeah, we're back within the ocean and looking what these Pokemon do, but CingiaX has the energy advantage there, getting the first drill run out in play. Sanjudigo now able to have to take another one here. There's no Protect Shields remaining. CingiaX really going all on the offensive here.
A lot of opportunity for clever play in this endgame, because we remember that the Univan Stunfisk has an attack loaded. So do you bank an Icy Wind and come in and snipe?
Ooh.
That's possibly the win condition here. You bank an Icy Wind, you bring in the Univan Stunfisk, take out the opposing Sea King, but it's not going to happen because Sanjudigo has back-to-back drill runs, and this one is going to be enough to knock out. Now the Univan Stunfisk has to think it can hold on to a number of pecks. So you can bring in, you need to try and time this as well as you can. You can take out this jump up just before it reaches the energy ball, and you now will be able to reach another discharge because the Sea King in the back does not have any energy. It looks like CingiaX is going to take this.
Absolutely superb timing from CingiaX here. You can see the fist bump in the air. Seeing another discharge come down onto this opposing Sea King is going to be incredible.
Superbly played. There's potentially going to be a review. Sanjudigo wasn't happy with something that happened, but CingiaX, you cannot take anything away from his gameplay. That game management was superb. And if all goes ahead, it looks like it will. CingiaX puts his name into day number 2 here in Turin.
You said that he was just starting to write his own history book on competitive Pokemon Go, and Chapter 1 has been an incredible read, a thriller. I, for one, cannot wait to see what Chapter 2 is going to be unfolding in day 2 of the competition.
It's so exciting to see new faces, new names, new players, and new Pokemon all featuring at our regional and our special championships. I'm really excited for Cingia. That was really well played. Yet another showcase of Sea King. It looks like it's performing as one of the best picks in this Forever Forward meta.
I think in the past, I always associated Sea King with Tonton Batus. That was a trainer who I always had that Pokemon partner paired with. But now there's so many names out there picking it up and showcasing it to perfection.
Now, if you want to build a Sea King, you no longer have to worry about an elite fast TM for its fast attack, but you do need, I think, 2 elite charge TMs for Drill Run and for Icy Wind, but it looks like it's well worth it in this season. Such a neutral Pokemon, such a flexible pick, and also options to tailor the way that you build it as well, because it's got a high enough attack that if you run some attack on it, you can overtake some charge attack priorities, or you can opt for bulk, and that might be the way, because we saw that Sea King holding on in some of those matchups, allowing it to reach another Drill Run or another Icy Wind can make all the difference as well.
And I think it was the flexibility of those different charge attacks as well. The Drill Run for some really nice consistent damage, particularly onto the counterpart Sea King, but also being able to have that Icy Wind pressure onto Pokemon like the Jumpluff. Sanjudigo was able to pilot that Pokemon so beautifully, constantly getting it into good positions and applying pressure with the Energy Ball, but this Icy Wind meant that there was always a way for Sea King to try and deal with it.
Really smartly played, and I do think that even the Univan Stunfisk, it's not got a huge amount of damage output, but its bulk was really helpful in this game as well. And actually, despite seeing Pokemon like Shadow Primeape on the side of CingiaX, it was actually the bulk and the neutrality that these players opted for in this game, and I think the opportunity to be able to do that with the teams that you've built gives you so much variety in the way that you approach each match. First ever tournament, and he's made day 2 superbly played.
And this Stunfisk as well was really one of the superstars. CingiaX was able to pilot it so beautifully. I mean, in that endgame, not only was it the energy conservation, but it was the timing of when it came back onto the field to get those discharges in play is what made him a worthy winner of this game. Talk us through that sublime endgame.
It was really tight. Sanjudigo had energy, but he had to offload it to take out the opposing Sea King. And Cingia had banked that discharge, and it's something that we'd seen earlier. He recognized, look, I can stay in this matchup, but I know that my discharge might be more useful later. Even though the discharge ended up being thrown on that Jumpluff, it was the threat of the discharge that forced Sanjudigo to throw another Drill Run into the opposing Sea King, and then Jumpluff just couldn't do enough because the Univan Stunfisk comes in and clears the way.
And that certainly was a way to close out the game. You can see the celebration, what it means to our trainers. Of course, commiserations to Sanjudigo as well, a veteran of the competition, incredibly well played, but he can also acknowledge when an opposing trainer has been able to get the edge, and that's exactly what we saw come down in this losers finals.
Yeah, he really is a great sport, Sanjudigo. He's a player, like we've said, we've seen him so many times, and he's always brought a lot of very interesting picks. Turtonator isn't one that we got to see today, but it's definitely one that we've seen before, and that's a really fun pick. If you don't have a Turtonator, they actually spawn at these events.
Ah, one of the regional ones.
Yeah, and they can be shiny as well, so if you don't have one, then get catching.
I think I'll make sure to add that to my list of what to do in my next break. But what we have coming up for you next is actually an insight to what it takes to be a champion. Nesabethan was the winner of the Utrecht Regional Championships, and you can take a look here at his key to success.
My name is Andrew. I play for a group of friends. We call ourselves Tea and Pizza. My in-game name, Nesabethan. This is the first time I've won a European regional.
Getting gold. All bow for the Emperor. Nesabethan and Ampollini are your Utrecht Regional Champions!
For the first time in Europe. Feels good. I won once before in South America, but this is closer to home. And this time was also on stream, so people get to see more of my battles. It was more publicized. I played an extra round, so this win does feel especially good. Steps I took in this tournament, I had a smooth run, which made it easier. I went through the winner's bracket. I had some close wins. Not all of the wins were easy. On the way, I had some tough opponents. The matchups I faced, on day one, I faced quite a lot of teams where Sableye was neutral, which made it much easier to run. Then, once I made it further in the tournament on day 2, I was having to deal with some Wigglytuff teams, which was a lot more scary for me. So my matchups against ArceusAurelius and SirCoghez, I had to worry much more about alignment. And I also felt I had a tricky matchup against ANIcorXIII because his Mandibar's Medicham was a good core against me, but I identified that in advance and I was able to RPS it, rock, paper, scissors in one game and carry through the same line into the second game as well. Did I have any special picks? Obviously, Celio was very low usage, and that was a Pokemon I had success with in this tournament and the last one. I used it a lot. Sableye was also low usage, and we managed to have success with me and 2 of my teammates, both making it to day 2 with the Sableye, and it formed a decent core with the Celio, so they were my 2 special picks. How have I felt playing for so long in the game? I have been through all of the Play Pokemon seasons, although the first one I didn't do many tournaments. On the way, I've had some peaks, I've had some more mediocre tournaments. Currently, I'm on good form, but a lot of the time it's just been fun to go to the events, spend time with my friends, watch the stream, all of the production value around the events. It has been a good experience. Do I plan to go to Worlds? Yes, I will go to Worlds again. This will be the 4th time I've been. The first time went reasonably well. I made day 2. I don't really have any expectations for Worlds. It is hard. You don't know what opponents you're going to get because the seeding works differently. So I'm just going to go there and enjoy myself with no expectations.
Of course, we just got to hear a bit about Nesabethan, the Utrecht champion. He's been on such great form lately. Got a 4th place, and immediately after that, got his gold medal. And we just saw a new trainer making history for himself. Cingia just got on his first tournament. He's got his first day 2 as well. That's so inspiring.
Honestly, it's amazing to be able to see not only veterans of the competition demonstrate their consistency, but for new faces to break out into the meta as well and capture our attention. And that's exactly the storylines that we're seeing unfold here in Turin.
And who knows, if this weekend someone else makes its history in Turin, that would be so awesome. A new meta and a brand new champion, that would be amazing.
Yeah, new things all round. That would be absolutely incredible. And we might be on the home stretch here for day 1 of the competition, but the competition shows no sign of slowing down. We're jumping into our next losers finals here. This is going to be an incredible match. Look at these Pokemon jocks.
Yeah. Maybe you're thinking about some old new faces like JK, who's been making strides. We saw him earlier on stream versus Quiz. But Jojogogodancer, an old face, especially for Torino. If you guys don't remember, it was 3rd place in the last Torino event that was held here a few years ago. So no stranger to the big stage here in Torino. And it's his best performance of his career. He's trying to replicate there. That's trying to go into day number 2. Again in Torino.
So maybe on familiar turf is going to feel that energy, know what it takes to go all the way. And with such an interesting team, we've got Wigglytuff back in action. Charm, Nerf, it doesn't care. It wants to come back and be one of the favorites for Jojogogodancer, as well as some of the new Pokemon that we're seeing coming through, as well as some I was not expecting. Morpeko was not on my bingo card. I've said this about a few Pokemon. I'm adding another one to the list.
Okay, I was about to say, on his team, I think Wigglytuff is one of the Pokemon that you can point out because it was indeed nerfed, but he's running Morpeko and Shadow Blaziken. How does a madman reach the losers finals with those Pokemon? But they are both so oppressive. They pull shield so easily. and that means that if you're not prepared for them, they can sweep your entire team.
I mean, Leo was asking me earlier, what fire Pokemon would you bring to maybe counter the fire types that are out there in the moment, like the Ninetales? We've seen some trainers maybe opt for things like the Typhlosion, but Blaziken maybe is an option.
Of course, Blaziken in old move updates got access to a few new tools. Ember that generates energy fairly quickly. Usually it ran either Fire Spirit on counter. Ember allows it to pace the moves very fast, and of course got access to Aura Sphere as well. Aura Sphere is a very nice neutral fighting type damage. Same type attack bonus from the very attack weighted Blaziken.
Very true.
And that means, for example, versus the likes of Kanto Ninetales, unfortunately, since you're walling the typical Ember, Weather Ball, Energy Ball moveset, Arceus puts in some work there.
I think it's also a Pokemon that Licky does not want to face down against if it's going to be hit with that Aura Sphere, particularly as you mentioned with that same type attack bonus combined with the Shadow extra offensive pressure that you're able to get from the Shadow Blaziken. But if we take a closer look at these teams as well, there is a Licky on JK's side, as well as some of these classic Pokemon that we've seen throughout the broadcast, the Stunfisk, the Altaria, but also that Shadow Fortress. The Bug Bites have been on a rampage this weekend.
Of course, that Shadow Fortress will try its best to avoid that Blaziken. Blaziken looks a bit 50-50 into this team. Of course, it has positive matchups into the Licky, into the Fortress because it heavily resists the Bug Bite, and into the Kanto Ninetales because you wall the typical moveset. But of course, Mud Bomb, Stunfisk, Hydro Cannon for Alligator, and of course that Altaria that walls the entire moveset. Blaziken doesn't want to see that Altaria.
Yeah, that's true. It's a bit of a coin flip about if Blaziken is going to find its alignment or not. I think the Feraligatr is always quite intimidating. As you mentioned, those Hydro Cannons, they're so quick to get to with the Shadow Claws as well. And that's something that a lot of the Pokemon on the opposing side aren't necessarily going to appreciate, the Clodsire either as well. And just the relentless damage it can keep dealing through into the opponents can really stack up. But then you have Pokemon like the Empoleon and the Mantine that aren't going to mind those too much.
Yeah, Mantine actually looking pretty interesting into this team. If it does avoid the Unova Stunfisk, it looks to be a fairly solid damage dealer all around, though it also has that Water Pulse coverage with the ground type for super effective. Morpeko, on the other hand, really doesn't want to see that Unova Stunfisk because this Morpeko has opted for the coverage move Psychic Fang instead of Seed Bomb. Though that means that it paces quite fast to moves, and at times you can even buff your own damage by nerfing the defense of the Pokemon in front of you. Of course,
oh, there it is.
Speaking of, there's the little mouse, Morpeko facing the Altaria. Of course, you're going to resist the Sky Attack, but those Dragon Breaths will chunk. Though each time Morpeko throws an Aura Wheel, it will buff his attack one stage.
Yes, as well. We're going to see that Aura Wheel come through, and this is something that Morpeko likes to do and get itself a little bit hangry as well. Morpeko connects so much damage down into that opposing Altaria, and Hangry Mode has indeed been activated.
Angry Mode has been activated, and of course, you're trying to potentially catch a move on that Clodsire. Altaria doesn't throw right away. Should he go over farm ever so slightly, the Sky Attack is not going to do much damage into that Clodsire. No shield coming through.
Yeah, Clodsire happy to eat this up, just going for these Poison Stings, getting up as much energy as possible, and now you're in a position where you can get that Stone Edge ready for the Altaria later, or unleash this Earthquake that has got the buff in this new meta and apply a lot of pressure to that Stunfisk.
And that Sky Attack chip damage could be proven vital in this matchup, because obviously Thundershock is heavily resisted by the Poison ground type Clodsire, but double Mud Bomb might get the KO here thanks to that Sky Attack chip.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon can play the same game with these ground-type charge attacks. Mud Bomb is going to come through, do super effective damage into that Clodsire, but there is going to be the retaliation of the Earthquake before the Stunfisk can go for that second Mudblunt and threaten the KO.
The Stunfisk chooses to protect shield once again, and now it can overfarm on the resistant. Oh, not again. Here comes the Wigglytuff. You thought she was gone? No, no, no. Here comes Charming away into the Unova Stunfisk. First discharge coming through. Wigglytuff is quite booky. It's going to hinder.
Yeah, it's going to be able to take that really well, proving that it's still a threat to be contended with in this meta, going for the Charm. Obviously not very effective into this majestic Ninetales on the opposing side that can go for this Weather Ball. Jojogogodancer letting this come through.
And of course, now that the Weather Ball has been chipping away at this Wigglytuff, the first Swift is going to come through, but I believe Kanto Ninetales will be able to endure the Swift and go for a full Ember down. Let's see if the Wigglytuff can race to another Swift, because Ember doesn't deal that much damage.
Yeah, its defenses have been weakened by the fact it is that Shadow variant, and you can see the Charms actually stacking up, so another Swift will be putting it into that KO range.
I believe this is so very close to KOing. Can the Ninetales endure the Swift? No, it cannot. Wigglytuff is a Fire-type counter, apparently, and it's ready to go. More Pekko. Doesn't have quite enough air. Here comes the Unova Stunfisk back again as that Mud Bomb ready. Not before Psychic Fangs comes through from the more Pekko.
Yeah, this was the move you were highlighting earlier in Team Preview. This will connect down into the Unova Stunfisk, get a little bit of chip damage on the board, and once again, of course, enter that hangry mode, meaning business. Ferocious here in this losers finals.
And of course, here more Pekko behind 2 Protect Shields, and that means since it changed form, its aura will be Dark type. And since there was a defense drop on the Unova Stunfisk, it will threaten a knockout.
Ooh.
It will be so close to KOing, not before Unova Stunfisk reaches another Mud Bomb, maybe potentially trying to desperately get out into that Altaria.
But Jojo has wisely kept all of these shields intact, so you can protect that Morpeko, keep it in a position to threaten with that Dark type Aura Wheel. But we are going to see an adaptation. The Altaria comes in and is going to be able to take this attack, but it's going to be the Psychic Fangs.
And this is such a great play by JK. Why? Because now Aura Wheel, it's back to the electric form. That means that the Morpeko will have to throw another move, turn that move into the angry mode, and then throw the Dark type damage. Wigglytuff comes in, that's an extra Thundershock for Unovan Stunfisk, and now it's going to be a race. Double Mud Bomb is needed for this Unovan Stunfisk. Can both Quadzar and Morpeko do enough work to take out this Unovan Stunfisk?
I love the way JK has manipulated this Morpeko to not be in the offensive position that Jojo tried so hard to get it into. Instead, we're going to see the Stunfisk now go for this Mud Bomb once again. No Protect Shields remaining on Jojo's side. This Quadzai is going to be exposed as the Mud Bomb comes through. That's a knockout.
And taking into account that the Morpeko did swap out, there are no buffs to its attack. Psychic Fang is going to come through. It's going to try to race as fast as it can to that Aura Wheel Dark type, but I believe Unovan Stunfisk pace is ever so slightly fast enough. It's going to try to race towards that Mud Bomb and get the KOing move.
Yeah, some decent damage in here, but it looks like the fast attacks are not going to be enough. Stunfisk is already ahead of the game with another one of these charge attacks coming through. No Protect Shields remaining. Poor Morpeko is going to have to take this.
And I believe we're gonna get a knockout very soon. It does. JK gets 1 point on the board, 1 win away from making it to the top 16 of this tournament. Of course, Jojogogodancer, he kind of ran a line that was fairly soft into that Unova Stunfisk. He led that Morpeko and had that Quadzire in the back. Both take super effective from that Mud Bomb, and even Wigglytuff only takes neutral.
I think that's the thing. You sometimes think on the Stunfisk side, or the Thunder Shocks and the Discharge, those are things that Morpeko and Quadzire really don't mind dealing with, but it's all about getting that energy generation for the Mud Bomb, and that's something that forced their shields to come up on Jojogogodancer's side, and then also critically in the end game get those knockouts.
Yeah, and if you look into Jojo's team, Unovan Stunfisk puts in so much work. He deals super effective damage throughout the board besides that Wigglytuff. So Jojo will have to dance around that Unovan Stunfisk. Obviously, it's one of the most popular picks in today's tournament, so I feel like he potentially faced a few down the way, build some strategies around it. Of course, backing its struts on the bulky Quadzire can be a solution because, of course, it takes at least 2 Mud Bombs if it's not chipped, and it can deal that super effective Earthquake that's been buffed in Forever Forward season.
What were your thoughts on the Wigglytuff in this one, though? Even though it was nice to see it as the counter to the Ninetales on the opposing side, I'm not sure it was able to get as much damage off as we've previously seen it be capable of doing.
It did get switch locked, but as you can see, the Shadow Charm, even though it had a damage reduction for this Forever Forward season, it still did quite a bit of work. It even reached 2 Swifts to KO that Kanto Ninetales, so maybe even either the Shadow Ninetales isn't quite bulky enough, doesn't do enough damage, or Wigglytuff is not really gone for good.
Hey, it's still holding its own. I absolutely love to see that, and I'm sure the Wigglytuff believers will also be cheering on Jojogogodancer in this losers finals as well. This is going to be potentially the final match for one of these trainers. The trainer who is able to win the set will advance into day 2 of the competition. The loser, unfortunately, will be knocked out at this stage. So everything is on the line. They're focused. They're ready to go. Let's get into it, Jocks.
Can Jojo dance around this Unovan Stunfisk? He does lead the Mantine, and it does avoid the Unovan Stunfisk. He meets the Altaria. Mantine, in this new season, got access to Twister. Twister is a super effective dragon move that makes this matchup a bit smoother.
Yeah, it gives it a little bit of pressure into the dragon type of the Altaria on the opposing side, and it's already going to be whipping up the winds in the sky to apply pressure very early doors. JK lets this go through. You can see that super effective damage coming through, but the energy has been banked on that Altaria for later. Rollouts coming through, but finding itself into that Clodsire.
Interesting that he decided to indeed go into that Quadzire instead of the Wigglytuff, maybe not expecting a Fortress or a Kanto Ninetales in the back since there was an Altaria lead. It can be the correct decision because Unovan Stunfisk is so strong. First Earthquake gonna come through. Let's see how much neutral damage it deals into this Licky Licky.
Yep, Earthquake connecting through, did get a buff, so that's a significant amount of damage into Licky, but is ready for it here. Can retaliate with a Shadow Ball. Jojo keeping both of these pressure fields, maybe for something like the Mantine later on in the match.
The Clodsire can overfarm ever so slightly, as you see by the Shadow Ball damage. Another one won't get the knockout, and here maybe can pivot the Clodsire to get an energy at start. It does indeed choose to throw the Stone Edge, the cheaper attack, even though they're both very expensive energy-wise. Wiki chooses to shield, trying to get another Shadow Ball through.
Yes, it means you don't lose quite as much energy, particularly going down into the Protect on that Licky, forcing it to go for this Shadow Ball now. A Protect also utilized on Jojo's side. So both of our trainers here going one shield down.
Here comes with the Altaria that had that energy bank from the initial matchup versus the Man Team, trying to get the last Protect shield out of the Clodsire. Clodsire Protect shielding because it wants to reach that Stone Edge to hit the Altaria. Gonna overfarm ever so slightly. No, choosing instead preserving that energy and trying to get some value out of this Wigglytuff. Here it comes, trying to charm it down. Maybe not before the Altaria gets off a parting Sky Attack.
Not quite able to get the KO, but it has put in so much work. And considering Wigglytuff is going to be able to eat this up, it has the potential to try and get the KO with the Charm in the next couple of turns. And look at that, Altaria goes down, and there's so much energy on this Wigglytuff.
And this energy lead might be so valuable for the Wigglytuff because there's the Unova Stunfisk in the back that takes super effective from the Icy Winds. Wiki is quite low. It might be able to still reach a Body Slam, but no, here comes the Unova Stun. First Icy Wind coming through after the Charm, going to do super effective damage.
This is one of the great things we see with Icy Wind. Not only can you get good damage, particularly super effective onto your opponents, but you get that debuff as well, meaning that the attack is not going to be as devastating from the Stunfisk. It's going to have to work extra hard to get those KOs that it was able to do so successfully in game one.
I like this adjustment by JK, realizing that the Mud Bomb wouldn't be able to KO, instead opting for double discharge. Here comes the Wiki, though. Mantine predicts that swap, and Mantine's going to try to go for a full farm down. This energy is going to be so valuable for the endgame because even though it's a water flying type, it has access to Water Pulse, super effective into the Unovan Stunfisk.
This is really, really nice. You take a couple of rollouts for your troubles, but look at the payoff. You have the Twister in play as well. This is going to be some nice coverage.
And does JK, he doesn't call the bait. Great bait by Jojogogodancer. Now he can pace so fast to that Water Pulse, only 2 wing attacks away. He doesn't throw the move, so Water Pulse going to come through, going to do super effective damage into this Unovan Stunfisk.
This is not something Stunfisk is going to appreciate at all, as it takes this devastating attack directly. The Water Pulse connects through. That's a knockout, and Jojogogodancer evens up the score.
And trainers, if you add in your bingo card a water flying type defeating an electric, you can scratch that right off. Jojogogodancer getting the tying game right here. 1-1, everything to play for.
We're throwing all the curveballs here in the Turin Special Championships. So many different scenarios of great precision from these Pokemon trainers being utilized out there on the field.
And I really appreciate the gutsiness from Jojo because Unovan Stunfisk put in so much work into him game number 1, and what does he do? He leads a Mantine in the next game. JK probably not expecting that, and Mantine put in enough work where he chipped the Altaria, but also got the KOing move on the Unovan Stunfisk.
And I think as well for JK's side, knowing you had the Stunfisk in that team but not in the lead often can be a little bit devastating. I love as well how at the end of game 1, I called out Wigglytuff a little bit. I was like, okay, maybe, hey, it wasn't quite your day, and then Jojo has just brought it back in the second game, charming down against that Altaria, eating up all of these attacks and proving why it's still a force to be reckoned with in this meta.
Yeah, and of course maybe JK after seeing the Ninetales being aligned on that Wigglytuff wasn't counting on it as much, but then Jojo had such great patience in not throwing that Stone Edge energy, preserving it instead, going into the Wigglytuff, being able to farm down that Altaria completely at the cost of some HP, but that energy to boot to throw at that Unovan Stunfisk. Super effective. Icy Wind coming in clutch.
I think I might be biased here, don't blame me, but I think I'd possibly quite like to see that Ninetales come back into the fray as well. I think the pacing it can get with Ember just is really significant, and then being able to apply that same type attack bonus, Weather Ball down, can be really, really nice into some Pokemon like the Wigglytuff, for example.
If you're not counting on the Blaziken, I really agree with you, actually. I think Ninetales could be a very solid damage dealer all around. Even versus the likes of Mantine, you do outpace it towards that Energy Ball.
So you can get the edge.
Yeah, so you can get a bit of an edge, but Mantine is quite bulky, so non-stab Energy Ball sometimes can prove to be costly, though. We have a Fortress into a Clodsire. Clodsire obviously heavily resisting the Bug Bite but Santum is going to come through and going to take out this Quadsire bit by bit.
And hey, check out what's in the back. It is that Shadow Blaziken, so maybe I'm quite happy to not see the Ninetales on JK's side, but that Fortress is not going to appreciate it when it is unrevealed. For now, however, it's just got to face down with this Quadsire. The Santum comes through, does some really good damage, and of course critically gets the drop. So we're going to see a switch. Jojogogodancer revealing that Blaziken and adaptation on JK's side in contrast.
Unfortunately for Jojo, JK has the perfect answer for that Blaziken. The Altaria is able to eat a few of these Blaziken, but though it does significant chip damage, Sky Attack is going to come through. Blaziken already in the yellow, that's how frail this Pokemon is, and Jojo said, Blaziken, you did your best, go back to your Pokeball.
Exactly, Sky Attack comes down and rolls away that Blaziken, but now it gives you the free opportunity to bring in this Wigglytuff that can charm down against this opposing Dragon type. It's locked in with that timer, so JK doesn't really have the utility to get away from it. It can go for the Sky Attack all at once. We know from the previous game, Wigglytuff isn't going to mind this at all.
And I wonder if this was a strategy by Jojo, wanted to use the Blaziken as a decoy, trying to get some energy on that Wigglytuff. Interesting play. You're throwing the Icy Wind, trying to reduce the offensive prowess of this Fortress, maybe potentially trying to go into the Quadsire back. He does indeed do that as an Earthquake already banked. This is going to try to knock out. Does the protection come from JK, or will this Fortress say goodbye?
Oh, it's going to go for the shield here, so the Earthquake isn't going to come through. And I was just thinking, how do you deal with this Fortress? Now your Blaziken is down. But if you can get that energy back up on that Clodsire, particularly if you've dropped the attack of the opposing Fortress with the Bug Bites are going to be doing even less damage, then these Earthquakes are going to be able to reign supreme.
Santum coming through, but you see the HP of that Clodsire coming in so clutch. Those Bug Bites didn't even put it in the red HP yet. Stone Edge is already loaded. And will this Fortress being invested, 2 shields behind it, it's going to reach another Santum rather quickly. This will pressure the Clodsire. Will he pull up the first Protect Shield? Yes, indeed he does.
There we go. 1 shield coming down on this Clodsire that's been putting in so much work against this Fortress, but Fortress trying its best to try and fell its opponent here. As you can see, these Poison Stings coming through, not doing too much damage, but it's all about that Earthquake, but it's the Stone Edge catching this Altaria as it jumps into the sky.
Jojo maybe didn't want that energy to go into the Altaria, but the Altaria was still fairly healthy, so a Poison Sting down would have been very hard. Wigglytuff has a bit of energy to boot this Fortress is a bit chipped. Here comes the Swift. I believe it's barely not enough to KO. It will be so close, Lou.
Let's see if this Wigglytuff can indeed pull through. The Swift connects, but it's not enough to be able to get the KO. Fortress still in the game and unable to go for this Santum.
And I believe the Wigglytuff will have to indeed use the last Protect Shield out of Jojo. And this means that the Unovan Stunfisk can deploy those Mud Bombs without any Protect Shields behind that Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff, though, trying to race into that Icy Wind, though. This Unovan Stunfisk is so bulky, it's going to take it no problem.
It's so bulky, so healthy, but that's why Jojogogodancer has to get to these charge attacks. Lickety Split is able to go for this Icy Wind down onto the opposing Stunfisk, will do a significant amount of damage and get the debuff. But, of course, the Discharge is ready to be retaliated, and there's such low HP remaining on that Wigglytuff.
Charge attack priority means this Wigglytuff can't run away. Now it's going to be a race. Can this Quadsire outspace the Unovan Stunfisk to the Mud Bomb? I don't believe it's quite there yet. Mud Bomb coming through. JK proves is no joke. Gonna lock in a place on the top 16.
Once again, the Stunfisk showing why he's one of the MVPs of this tournament. JK able to win a best-of-3 thriller against Jojogogodancer to advance into day 2 of the competition.
And of course, JK, I believe this is his best performance so far. I've seen a bit of his track record. He did very well in Bologna in the past. And again, in the Italian regional, he does his best ever performance so far. He's top 16 now. Can he go even further?
I'm sensing a little bit of a theme here. The Italian events are strong for JK as well as those incredible Pokemon by his side. Congratulations, commiserations, of course, to Jojogogodancer being knocked out of the competition at this stage. He put up an epic battle.
He did do well in Torino in the past, and he did do well in Torino now. It's his best performance for a while now, and we're hoping to see Jojogogodancer in the future regionals to come.
And it was nice to see the Blaziken. I know in Game 3 it didn't really get a lot done, but I know the crowds and the fans will definitely have appreciated seeing that unique Pokemon choice showcased here on the broadcast.
I'll be honest, that Blaze Kick did like maybe 25-30% to out there for a resisted move. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But those Dragon Breath had so much was already at 50% HP. Maybe not set up correctly. If it met that Fortress, though, it would put in some work.
Well, Fortress really was the star in the end there, and once the Blaziken went down, it was Fortress's time to shine. As a recap, however, from this Game 1, the Wigglytuff really was able to eat up all of these attacks and prove why it's a Pokemon still in contention. The Ninetales, however, one of the top favorites coming out of this new meta, facing down against the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff.
Yeah, and Wigglytuff proving it's still got some hands because
It
it's going to
does.
get the KO here on the Canine. And Morpeko also put in some work. It's interesting showcase here. A very unique team composition by Jojogogodancer. And I think he could be very proud of himself for this run.
And I think the Morpeko, you could see the idea going for that dark type Aura Sphere to gain more momentum and get KOs. But JK was just able to play around that so beautifully, forcing that Morpeko to have to revert back. You know, make it eat a snack, it's not hungry anymore, and then only have that electric type Aura Sphere instead.
And sometimes those mechanics can prove to be very useful. For example, when you're an electric type and you're facing a Unova Stunfisk, you kind of appreciate that dark type coverage. Aurawheel, one of the most efficient moves in Pokemon Go so far. But of course, if you have to rely on throwing the electric version of the Aurawheel, you're not going very far.
And this end game as well of Game 2 was not one that we were expecting. The Mantine taking down a Stunfisk, not something you see every day. And in Game 3, as mentioned before, it really was about the Fortress coming through. The Clodsire certainly put in a lot of work. It got lots of Earthquakes off, but fortunately they were into protects on JK's side.
And this was a showcase how one-turn moves are so easy to play against because you can't really avoid those catches. So the Bug Bites were coming through, chunking away at that Clodsire. Oh no, I'm getting so low. And then there comes the Altaria to catch that Stone Edge.
I think teamwork really does make the dream work in a lot of these matches, particularly when you keep a very close eye on that switch timer. If you can get the perfect moment to bring in a Pokemon either to eat up an attack or use all of that beautiful energy that have been banked so beautifully, that can be what really swings momentum. And we saw that a couple of times come through in this match.
And I don't think this will be the last we see of Clodsire. Clodsire kind of benefits from that Earthquake buff from this new season, but it's such a great generalist. That rock ground coverage time and time again has been proving to be very clutch. We've even seen some trainers using some alternatives, like for example that Dunsparce from Steel Leonardo as well. It has such great coverage versus the Flyers and the electric types, the steel types, all of those. But of course, we have another losers finals for your viewing pleasure. We have MW, who has been on stream earlier today, versus Bolly, a first time here on stream, and is a very well-known name, especially on the GBL leaderboard on the grassroots, and he's trying his best to make it to day number 2.
Well, it sounds like we're going to be in for another thriller of a showcase with these two trainers out there on the field. MW able to utilize Pokemon like the Mantine that we're able to see, but to me, it's not the most interesting water type in this matchup. If we take a look across at Bowley's side, we've got that Jellicent.
Jellicent is a ghost water type that has access to X, Surf, and Shadow Ball. Surf that paces so quickly that does very well into the likes of Unova and Stunfisk, but also you're a water type that resists Metal Sound from Empoleon, and you really don't take that much damage from those Drill Packs. So that means Jellicent is one of the premier Empoleon counters because we've often seen trainers trying to switch in Unova and Stunfisk or Quagsire into the Empoleon, and those Hydro can still chunk so much. That's not the case with Jellicent. Jellicent can handle Empoleon just fine.
It certainly can, and having that utility of Shadow Ball that we see lots of different Pokemon like the Licky use, for example, just to get that consistent damage, but this time with same type attack bonus can really give it the edge over some of those KOs. And Hex, just a really nice fast attack to have.
And I think this is a very unique combination from Bolly because even though we've seen a Guzzlord on stream by the part of Kaifio and AnicorXIII also use that Medicham, we haven't seen really this combination of Pokemon together. And I'm trying to see if this recipe from Bolly tastes delicious.
I mean, talk me through this Medicham, because this was a Pokemon that I first got years ago, back at the beginning of competitive Pokemon Go, really, but it's a Pokemon that's popping up again here on Bolly's team.
If you think about it, we've seen a lot of Primeape with access to that Ice Punch, and Medicham benefits from that as well because it has access to Psycho Cut that generates energy very, very quickly.
Oh, nice.
But it also has the bulk to endure a lot of the moves that Primeape can't. So it's a bulkier version that has a similar type of coverage. Of course, acquiring its target here versus the Licky. Super effective Dynamic Punch, gonna put a ton of work here, but also Licky has access to Shadow Ball.
Yes, and Licky gets out of there before the Dynamic Punch can come through, but both trainers locking in some energy in the back. Now it's going to be the battle of the water types as Jellicent and the Mantine take to the field.
An interesting team com here by MW because he ran that Licky lead, being strong into the Jellicent, and has two Pokemon weak to Jellicent in the back, in the Mantine and the Empoleon. Mantine does draw out that Jellicent has access to the new Twister in its arsenal that allows it to deal significant damage over time in neutral matchups, just like Jellicent.
Yeah, really putting Jellicent in a spin here as it's trying desperately to use that Hex to get up its energy, but not before another Twister can come its way.
Yeah, another Twister coming through. He's going to put this Jellicent actually at red HP already. Another Shadow Ball is going to come through. No overfront from this Jellicent. This means that if the Mantin just lets it go, it did a very good job because it neutralized this Jellicent quite a bit.
Yes, Mantin may go down, but both of those shields are also preserved for later on. Now you're going to have the Licky coming in, a Pokemon that does not mind taking these Hexes at all, nor the Shadow Ball either, utilizing the Surf in this occasion then for this Jellicent.
And interesting play by M-Double. Instead of opting to throw the Shadow Ball or even the Body Slam, the Jellicent is rather low. He's going to try to go for a full rollout down. He does indeed get it in exchange for a bit of HP, but it has energy to boot to throw at both the Medicham and potentially the Licky. You just don't want to get your Shadow Ball caught, though.
That's very true, and you can see it was maxed out on energy there. The Shadow Ball will come through, finest mark on this Medicham, so I think a wise shield coming up on Bowley's side here. You want to keep this Medicham in the game, particularly if it is able to get to that dynamic punch that it already had saved up. But look at that, Licky's like, I'm not even going to give you the room to maneuver. Here's a second Shadow Ball. You're going to have to go for your second shield.
And not every day that we see a fighting type having the double shield versus the normal type. First dynamic punch going to come through. Licky did a great job. I believe you can go back to your Pokeball safely. It's all up to Empoleon. Just now, Dynamic Punch gonna get the KO, but now Empoleon is behind 2 protections. Medicham has energy to boot, though. Double Dynamic Punch is gonna come through rather quickly.
That's the thing. It's almost like Medicham has to return the favor, have back-to-back charge attacks to put the shield pressure on MW's side of the field. Here comes the first Dynamic Punch. Looks like the second one is also ready to go.
Another Dynamic Punch is gonna potentially pull the protection, but first here comes the charge attack priority. Drill Pack is super effective coverage. Medicham, though, showing its bulk, is able to endure the super effective move and gonna peel away the last protect shield.
But this is the devastation, though. All of that effort for the dynamic punches, but it's not able to actually land a single punch. Both shields come up here, and now the Metal Sound's just trying to chip away at this Medicham.
And that Psycho Cut is so fast to generating energy that it forces Empoleon to throw another Drill Pack to get rid of this Medicham. And now the question is, can this Licky endure enough damage to reach potentially double Shadow Ball to KO this Empoleon?
This is the thing, all that energy has been used up onto that Medicham, so now the Empoleon really has to start from scratch, gets that Hydro Cannon ready though, and we've seen this time and time again, Jox. You use those Metal Sounds to get back-to-back Hydro Cannons, you can do so much damage, relentlessly going down into that opposing Licky. Look at that damage!
First Hydro Cannon is gonna come through, it's already loaded, another one. Shadow Ball is gonna come through from Bowie. It's not enough to KO this Empoleon though. The question is, can Licky endure this last Hydro Cannon so the Licky can reach another Body Slam? Here comes the Hydro Cannon, it's gonna be so close.
Let's see if it is going to be able to get the knockout onto Licky or if it's going to be within a margin to keep it in the game. Empoleon has locked on. Hydro Cannon comes through. Licky goes down. MW takes game number 1.
And the play of the game here for MW was that farm down on the Jellicent. In exchange for a bit of HP, letting that Surf go, he got to max energy on that Licky. That Shadow Ball coverage, very crucial because Medicham is part Psychic type, so it takes super effective from those Shadow Balls. That double shield that Licky, a very bulky Pokemon, took out of the Medicham, allowed Empoleon to sweep in the endgame.
I think that's a great observation. MW really had the future sight to lock in for those Shadow Balls, knowing that the Medicham was going to be a thorn in that Licky side, particularly with the Dynamic Punch. So almost thinking, okay, I know there's a Jellicent in front of me, but that's not what I'm worried about right now. How do I set up for my endgame win condition? Thinking turns and turns ahead of his opponent.
The strategy that NW used from this play was called an ABB strategy. He led very strong into the Jellicent with his normal type Licky, and then he used that Mantin as a decoy to try to pull that Jellicent out of the back because he knew if the Jellicent was out of the way, Empoleon had a great chance to sweep the endgame. That's exactly what it did. Great execution by the MW.
And you know what? I loved seeing the Medicham in play. I think it was, again, in a prime position where it was able to use that Psycho Cut to get all the dynamic punches ready for that Licky. But unfortunately, Bowley wasn't able to get rid of the shield on MW's side of the field, meaning that it was kind of null and void in the end. No matter how hard that Medicham tried, it wasn't able to find its mark.
Yeah, though we see you were asking why run Medicham. That's exactly why, because it had such great bulk to endure that Drill Pack. It even forced that Empoleon to throw its energy early. And if that was a primer, it would have been gone a few Drill Packs ago, maybe.
Honestly, I think I'm getting all the answers to my questions today. Earlier, I was doubting Wigglytuff, then it showed why it was really still to be a Pokemon you can't count out. I asked why Medicham, and Bowley's like, I'm gonna show you why. Now, Bowley has to find a way to show us how he's gonna stay in the tournament.
We're a very educational stream here in the Special Championships in Turin. We can always learn something from these top trainers. Bowley trying to make his way into day 2, but not before he gets a great lead. He gets that Mantine locked into his Jellicent. This is a positive matchup for the Jellicent, but as we've seen before, Mantine can put in some work here.
Exactly, and Mantine is getting ready with those twisters. As you mentioned, one of the new moves it has ready to be unleashed down onto this opposing Jellicent.
Yeah, and before Aerial Ace didn't do that much damage, I reckon Twister does slightly more, tries to catch that Shadow Ball on the Licky Licky, but Bowley, ever so patient, goes into the Medicham. Not before this Licky Licky has a bit of an energy head start. Is going to be able to reach potentially double Shadow Ball. Does he throw the energy? No, it's going to be charged attack priority, Dynamic Punch coming through. MW, knowing his Licky Licky, it will be able to endure, but to do significant damage.
Once again, the race was on Shadow Ball and Dynamic Punch, but this time Medicham is able to find his mark. MW letting that go through, but so is Bowley on the opposing side with this Shadow Ball.
Medicham will be able to endure this non-stab Shadow Ball, though another one is ready. He's going to pressure the protection. No shield, no shield. Maybe instead wants to get energy on his own Licky Licky, because you can't really hex this down.
I think as well, once you got that one Dynamic Punch down, you maybe can find a way through that Licky Licky, so you want to keep that shield for a little bit later on. Licky Licky a piece though, however, for both of these trainers in play.
I think what Bowley is doing is he saw MW just investing on the Licky Licky at the cost of some HP to get a farm down. I think he's trying to do exactly the same. Look at this reverse farm. No, instead, he chose to throw the body slam. He said, oh, double up is quite enough. I have energy for my secondary matchup. Get rid of this Licky Licky.
Yeah, let's just get rid of you off the field now. Right back into your Pokeball. Bring me another opponent. And that Stunfisk is the one it's going to have to face down against. That Shadow Ball is primed, though, and MW letting this go through. Stunfisk, we know, going to be able to take this.
That overfarm proved to be very good for Bowley, because now that Jellicent also has that max energy. It's going to throw this super effective Surf, going to peel away the first Protect Shield out of the MW.
Yeah, no surprises to see the shield come up here on the Stunfisk. One of those down, and an adaptation coming through. Mantine, a Pokemon that's more primed to take those Surfs, but instead, it's going to be the Shadow Ball.
Bowley again and again showing so much patience. Didn't throw the Surf quite at the time that MW expected. A Twister is loaded already. It won't threaten a knockout, but it will put this Jellicent dangerously low. I believe we need this Jellicent for the backline, so he does pull up the first Protect Shield.
Once again, Twister's trying to put a spin in the game, but this solid, consistent damage is not able to land thanks to the shield in play, but a second one is going to come through. Is Bowley going to have to use the second shield? Yes, as you said, the Jellicent is critical for the endgame situation here.
Non-stab, and we said it was a negative matchup, but Mantine putting in so much work versus this Jellicent doesn't quite trust that the Surf will get the knockout, so he indeed throws a heavy hitting Shadow Ball, and now Jellicent has a bit of an energy head start. Can it pull away the Protect Shields out of the Unovan Stunfisk to potentially allow Licky Licky to sweep the end game?
That's the thing, there's one shield utilized, and it is now gone on this Stunfisk. Not going to be able to take damage from the Surf, but if Jellicent is able to pace to it quick enough, it can apply that pressure. But look at this Stunfisk, so much energy, being able to chip away at this Jellicent.
Unovan Stunfisk unfortunately can't quite Thunder Shock now, and Jellicent is so fast to those Surfs that forces Unovan Stunfisk to throw the energy. It already has Mud Bomb loaded now with this Thunder Shock after the rollout. Gonna get the chipping on this Licky Licky. Licky Licky, I believe it has to land a Shadow Ball and a Body Slam at least to get the knockout here.
And Stunfisk is going to have to pace up to another Mud Bomb in order to get the job done. But Licky Licky in these rollouts so far, so furious. There's the Body Slam. And is it going to be able to get to the follow-up Shadow Ball before the Mud Bomb can come through from the Stunfisk?
Let's see if it does 50% of the remaining out. It would be enough. It doesn't quite do that. I don't believe the rollouts had up quite enough. This departing Mud Bomb, I believe it's going to get the knockout. And MW is going to lock in his place into the top 16 of the Turin Special Championships.
There goes the Mud Bomb. MW will advance through. What an incredible set coming through. Such composure, such calmness as this battle went through. Commiserations, of course, to Bowley. Some great positioning, some great plays, but it was not meant to be his story at the end of the day.
Of course, still a great showing, almost making it to day 2 in such a tough field of competition. MW, though, showing that he has what it takes to go even further in the Turin Special Championships.
And I loved seeing that Jellicent. It was a little bit of a blast from the past. I remember Maximilian P winning the Birmingham Regionals with that particular Pokemon as well. Great to see it in utility, but I think it just didn't have the right placement in this match. His opponent was just constantly able to have an answer for it, particularly that Licky Licky.
I want to highlight the play that MW did in that first game, that reverse farm down with Licky Licky into the Jellicent, because he knew that the coverage from Shadow Ball would be so vital into the part Psychic type Medicham. So he realized, well, Dynamic Punch is going to hurt anyway, so if I take a Surf, not really that big of a deal, but if I get double Shadow Ball into that Medicham, at least I pressure Protect Shields, and then my Empoleon can put in so much work, and that set up the foundation for a very solid executed game number 2.
It's almost like taking one step back to take 10 leaps forward in a way. You take a little bit of damage, but you can reap the rewards from what you're able to soak up in energy. Here we can see that Medicham that, even though it wasn't able to win in game 1, I thought was just such a great Pokemon coming through, getting this damage down on the board. The Empoleon, however, for MW was great in that first game as well.
Yeah, and Empoleon here showing again and again that it is so reliable into Licky Licky. I feel like people always say, well, Licky Licky doesn't really have hard checks. Empoleon can two-shot it, and it takes a Shadow Ball no problem. You kind of have to throw double Shadow Ball to get rid of it, so maybe Empoleon usage should be on the right, because Licky Licky is here to stay.
And this was the moment where Medicham was finally able to land a Dynamic Punch down onto the Licky Licky. But MW, I think, showcased so beautifully why Licky Licky is one of the best Pokemon at the moment in the meta. It was able to tank a lot of attacks. It was able to farm up so much energy without even flinching. I think at one point it was completely maxed out, and then could just be relentless time and time again with Shadow Ball after Shadow Ball into a variety of different opponents that would not appreciate that. Medicham and the Jellicent, for example, taking super effective damage. That is not exactly what Bowley wants to see.
And Unova Stunfisk, of course, flopping around the meta staples and showing it is indeed one of them as well, because it has the bulk to endure, but also the spamminess to chip away slowly but surely into these Licky Lickies, these Corsolas of the world.
Again, I think Stunfisk, one of those Pokemon that visually kind of looks really unassuming. I mean, it's meant to surprise you, right? You're supposed to overlook it, not see it coming, and then it pops out like surprise and gets lots of good damage out there on the field.
Yeah, it's not quite hidden in the sand when those mud bombs waiting for super effective damage come through. And yeah, it's been putting in a lot of work. It's interesting because we were saying, well, Kanto Ninetales with Energy Ball coverage is coming through. It's going to put in so much work versus these ground types. Maybe they'll be gone, but not quite, because Unova Stunfisk has the bulk because it's only ground typing. It doesn't have the water typing like Clodsire, so it doesn't take double super effective from those energy balls, meaning that it can tank one and at least deploy that Mud Bomb and do very solid, super effective damage.
We are seeing a lot of those ground type attacks coming through, whether it is obviously from the Stunfisk, but also Clodsire and Quagsire are out there doing a lot of damage. And also we've got to remember the concept with the Seaking at the moment as well, being able to have that coverage.
Yeah, I believe the coverage that we are looking for is to be able to hit fire types while also doing the ground type damage. Even if it's non-safe type attack bonus, ground is such, ground is such a useful offensive move in the current metagame, and I believe most ground types don't do that well into fires, unless of course you have access to some Icy Wind, to some Ice Punches. I mean, one of the Pokemon that got buffed this season and hasn't really been making any waves in the tournament was Seismitoad, because it got access to Icy Wind into its arsenal and has access to the Earth Power that got a slight buff in this new Forever Forward meta. Though people still opting for the Quagsire. I guess Quagsire is still ever so pacey, ever so reliable. Maybe it's not Seismitoad's time to shine quite yet.
I'm still keeping my fingers crossed for you, Seismitoad. I'm a believer. I think it's got a lot of great utility. And I think a lot of the times these conversations between the community are always really interesting when a new meta evolves. And a lot of these events like Pokemon Go Fest as well are where a lot of these trainers can connect, catch Pokemon and start, deciding to look at what the future may hold.
Yeah, of course, if you're into PvE, if you want to do some raids, even catch some spawns, get some dust for these events, of course, you have to participate in the Go Fest. Chicago Go Fest is going on this weekend. We're going to have a stream for you for your viewing pleasure tomorrow. That's going to be good. I believe it's going to be hosted by Speediest Chief, one of our loving co-fans, and Gabby Snyder as well, who formerly hosted Go as well, so a familiar face. And so if you guys have some extra time after the Turin stream, don't forget that Sunday, right after the regional, we're going to have that transmission live from Chicago.
Absolutely love the Pokemon at Go Fest. I also love this little Bulbasaur here. The first time I took a look at this beautiful Mirage of Pokemon, I actually thought it was a little Pikachu sitting on its head, but actually it's rocking a really cute little hat. So I absolutely love seeing that Pokemon there too.
Yeah, I believe it's very interesting. And also I want to highlight the Taurus, because Taurus, the Paldean version, has 3 different forms, I believe. Even potentially, is it 3? Yeah, it has 3 forms. It has a part fire type, one with part water type, and one that's pure fighting. Yeah, so those Pokemon could prove to pay dividends in the metagame, because, for example, we've seen Poliwrath doing so well, and that version of Taurus with the water fighting typing, I believe it could be very viable because it has access to Double Kick that generates energy quite quickly, Aqua Jet that has been distributed in a couple Pokemons in the Forever Forward meta, and Trailblaze that can hit for super effective versus opposing water types. So could be a very interesting pick. Maybe do some raids for those, trade with your friends, try to get some PvP viable Taurus. But of course, we're here in the losers final, and we have 2 veterans of the game. We have Cockshack, who's been doing tremendously well this season on the Travel Award race for the entirety of the season. He had that 3rd place finish in Lille, also rocking that Medicham with the Sableye. Pretty cool.
Back-to-back Medicham, absolutely love to see that. Along with another blast from the past in the form of that Diggersby. Being able to have that Mud Shot can get really good consistent damage, and you have some nice coverage with a Fire Punch for those pesky Fortress that are running around.
Yeah, if you want a reliable Licky counter, look no further than Diggersby, because you resist heavily that Shadow Ball and those rollouts, so it could be a very viable meta option. Of course, he's gonna face AMindJoke. He's the local hero, is one of the many Italians that made their presence felt here. We also had brand new Italians into the competitive Go scene that made their first day too. And AMindJoke is no stranger. They do it. He's at almost every tournament. It is always a threat to do very well. Here he's running a team that I believe it's fairly similar, if not the same as Paulasha, actually, because running that Shadow Politoed with the Clodsire, and of course, Sucker Punch Furret makes an appearance once again.
Yes, I absolutely love to see the Sucker Punch Furret, particularly with that Swift and Trailblaze. Swift for that really nice neutral coverage, but that Trailblaze you were just mentioning that can be good into a lot of different Pokemon. Not only gets damage on the board, but also gets that guaranteed attack boost. And the same way we've seen on Pokemon like Primeape get attack boost, sometimes the Furret can really benefit from that as well, being able to have more damage on those Sucker Punches to chip away at opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, we even saw earlier on stream, I believe it was VisePotensia facing against Paulasha, where in the end game, he had a Furret with Trailblaze versus a Sableye, 2 shields for each part. He just boosted all the way through, and Furret has already won a couple of championships earlier on in the season. He was gone for a bit, but maybe back, because these water types are still around, and Trailblaze needs to be hit on those water types.
Yeah, it can be all systems go when Furret gets the ball rolling, but we're going to see the leads coming out, and it's going to be the Empoleon versus the Shadow Sableye.
Of course, this matchup depends on charge attack priority. Usually, Empoleon does win that. No access to Drain Punch on the Sableye from AMindJoke. Empoleon does win the charge attack priority, both going for the move. Pulls up the first Protect Shield out of the Shadow Sableye. I'm
always in awe of how quickly the Empoleon can get to these Hydro Cannons. A wise shield on the Sableye side of things, it can retaliate with a foul play. Of course, a shield has to come up on CogXIII side as well, wanting to keep this Empoleon into the game for as long as possible, not taking devastating damage from a foul play.
And to be able to get a 0-turn switch into the Politoed, the charge attack priority was very useful. Here comes the Drill Peck from the Empoleon. It's going to deal neutral damage into this Politoed. He's able to endure one of them, so he's going to no shield. And these Mud Shots are adding up.
It is, of course, that Shadow variant as well, so its defenses are a little bit more vulnerable, but it's going to be able to still retaliate with this Weather Ball connecting down into the Medicham that is exposed on CogXIII side. But then Medicham can start farming up with all of its damage as well. Those Psycho Cuts, as you mentioned, able to get to charge attacks nice and quickly.
Medicham will be able to endure another Weather Ball. I don't think a third one will be able to KO. It might be quite close, actually, so he does have to throw its move just before another Weather Ball comes through. So fast, this Politoed, but Dynamic Punch coming through, no shield, and it's going to get rid of this Politoed.
Yeah, it doesn't want to risk it, so unleashing some of this energy and dealing with that Politoed so quickly. But now the super effective damage from the Shadow Claws comes through. Thankfully for the Medicham, it had enough energy banked to be able to go for the Ice Punch here.
This reverse farm will be so valuable for the Sableye. Now it will have energy to deal out into the opposing Pokemon. Gets a very hefty Shadow Claw down, has a lot of energy. Here comes the Licky though. No Drain Punch in this Sableye, but Foul Play still does heavy damage here.
This is nice for the Licky though. In contrast to the Medicham, it's going to be able to take these Shadow Claws much more comfortably. Of course, Foul Play still doing a sizable chunk with the rollouts now connecting into the Altaria in this guy as the adaptation comes through. Energy banked on Licky and Empoleon's back in play.
And of course, with that chip damage, this Empoleon is already in flamethrower range. This Altaria will be able to endure several all of these drill packs, but it's going to look forward to maybe prevent some of this HP to go down. It maybe wants to go towards Sky Attack because his Ampollini is already so low. Will CingiaX try to put a protection? He does not. He trusts his Licky to clean the end game.
Yeah, really banking on Licky towards the end as the Empoleon goes down. Dragon Breath trying to do its best, but you can see how negligible that damage is that's coming through. Instead, Altaria has to lean into its charge attacks with this Sky Attack. Obviously, CingiaX able to let this come through. No protects on this Licky at this time.
And of course, Licky trying to build up as much energy as possible. Chooses to throw the Shadow Ball, maybe even predicting a potential catch on the with the opposing Sableye. Shadow Ball is going to come through. It comes with the shield from the Altaria, shielding the heavy hitting move, and now it's going to race to another move. One turn away, one Dragon Breath away, but Shadow Ball is loaded, but it's not drawn. CingiaX maybe considering, no, we still think that Licky can get this done.
Yes, really trying to get Licky to deal with this opposing Sableye in play, going for that final shield. You've got the Shadow Ball, you go for it here, but it looks like coming through, the Shadow Claw gets the knockout.
I believe this was so close, Lou, because that Altaria did not have a move banked. So that means if Licky is able to endure that last Shadow Claw, it would have back-to-back Shadow Balls. So even though we were saying, oh, maybe CingiaX is good, no, CingiaX almost got that win there. That was a game of margins.
That came down so close. You could see all of that energy on CingiaX's side as well, you know, not only within the Pokemon, but within the player. He was ready for that victory as well, but it just slipped away. That Shadow Claw just got the edge onto that Licky.
CingiaX, ever so expressive, as a stern look on his face, trying to figure out, how do I defeat a AMindJoke in his home country? This must be, if there's same type attack bonus for Pokemon, there has to be for Pokemon Go trainers as well. Let's see if a AMindJoke can close the job, or can CingiaX continue his dream season and reverse sweep right here for the last slot, I believe, in our top 16.
That's the thing. This is going to be our last match of coverage here on day one at the Turin Special Championships, and it's certainly shaping up to be a highlight of the event so far. AMindJoke staying so composed, wanting to really represent Italy in day 2 tomorrow. CingiaX, again, an incredible veteran of the competition, wanting to make sure that his name is still on that leaderboard tomorrow, on our roster and on our standings.
And I reckon the reverse farm that AMindJoke got with that Sableye was so valuable. It was able to get so much energy to throw, to put into that Licky and the other Pokemon on CingiaX's team. So CingiaX has to pay some attention, because even though he has 2 normal types, the Sableye is so dangerous.
It certainly is, and we've seen how relentless it can be as well with those Shadow Claws, farming up all the energy. Even if the Shadow Claw isn't doing too much to the Licky, the foul plays are still putting in a sizable amount of pressure. And there's also Pokemon on CingiaX's side in the form of that Sableye and the Medicham that do not appreciate those Shadow Claws coming through.
And it makes it extra hard when AMindJoke has such a safe pick into a CingiaX's team that is that Shadow Politoed.
True.
It has super effective mud shot into the Empoleon that it's the only thing that walls its energy, and versus everything else, either super effective coverage or very nice neutral damage.
And we have to credit the damage that the Weather Ball was able to do as well. You know, you're also running that Shadow variant, you're doing that little bit of additional damage as well, and into Pokemon like the Licky that can be an absolute wall that you have to take down. Every little bit of damage helps, and those Weather Balls were putting in some work.
We got some lock-ins here very soon. We're gonna have the Sableye lead from AMindJoke once again into that Altaria. This is a fairly neutral matchup, but let's not forget the Sableye has access to the super effective coverage move, Power Jam.
Yes, these trainers are ready, as it is possibly one more game for AMindJoke to take through to the next day. Altaria going for the Sky Attack and forcing an early shield here on AMindJoke's side.
And now that the first Protect Shield has been pulled, Sableye can play a bit of a baiting game here. Will it go straight for the hard-hitting move? Goes for the Power Jam, but it's caught, predicted by CingiaX. That Power Jam is heavily nullified because Licky adores to take charge attacks.
Yeah, Altaria evades taking that Power Gem. Instead, the Licky able to eat this up, but now it's going to face down against the wrath of this very angry Politoed. The rollouts coming through, farming up lots of energy like Licky loves to do. Not going to be able to go for the shield here, instead letting this Weather Ball come through.
Weather Ball coming through. is going to put a significant dent into the Licky Licky throwing the Shadow Ball right away, fearing that the Politoed will reach another Weather Ball. This is going to put a significant dent into the Shadow version of this Pokemon.
Yeah, where Licky has previously kind of lent into its defenses while farming up this energy, I think it now has to click that offense button to deal with this Politoed. Now it's going for the Body Slam, however, AMindJoke possibly wanting to utilize the shield here, or instead letting it go, but no, the shield is here, Politoed is here to stay, because you've got that Weather Ball, you've got all of that energy, and AMindJoke wants to unleash this.
AMindJoke decided that the extra farm would be viable for this Politoed, choosing to throw the last party move on the Licky isn't quite able to farm it down, and is without Protect Shields for the remainder of the game. CingiaX on the other end has 2 Protect Shields and an Empoleon. Empoleon proves to be such a great generalist, especially behind 2 Protect Shields. Here comes the Ice Beam trying to peel away the first Protect Shield out of CingiaX, pulls the Protect Shield right away.
I mean, if the Protect Shields can keep the Altaria in play, avoiding these devastating Ice Beams, it's in a prime position to start Dragon Breathing down this Politoed. It's exactly what we see. It's got some energy in play, and now against the opposing Altaria, both of them Dragon Breathing, taking this battle right up into the sky, but the Sky Attack comes first from CingiaX's team.
And of course, since the Power Gem was thrown by Sableye, that means that it doesn't have quite as much energy to keep up with this Altaria. First Sky Attack coming through is gonna pace so fast to the second Sky Attack. I don't think this gets a knockout, but it's going to put this Altaria dangerously low.
Yeah, will connect down across the sky into the shiny form there of the Altaria, as the energy is up on AMindJoke side of the field as well. Here we go, Jocks, another one of these Sky Attacks swooping across the field.
CingiaX trusting Empoleon to get the job done in this endgame. Shield advantage. We're going to try to get the Metal Sound down. Can AMindJoke reach a Flamethrower, at least a Sky Attack? Sky Attack chip, so vital here. But CingiaX with the move counting. He knows it's only a Sky Attack, does resisted damage, and now Empoleon has so much energy, I believe it's going to be able to outpace the Sableye. Sableye not quite at a move, and it's already in Hydro Cannon range. CingiaX going to tie this series up 1 apiece.
Look how unfazed this Empoleon is. It literally, as you said, was able to count down every moment, was not fearing a Flamethrower coming through, and is in a prime position to even out the score for its trainer.
And for you guys at home, I feel like you're having a treat here, because this type of matchup only comes in day 2 usually. I believe both these trainers have been in the echelon of getting medals and more medals, and you're getting that in day number 1. What a treat.
Well, you just mentioned the accolades, so let's check them out here, Jocks. CingiaX here has been the Warsaw Regional Champion all the way back in 2023, as well as having an outstanding array of different Top Cut finishes at EUIC, has been able to get top 32 and top 16, and also this season in Lille, a top 4 finish.
And of course, here, he wants to replicate that Warsaw success. He did come quite close in Lille, getting at 3rd place finally. Though AMindJoke here with 2 top 4 finishes and of course 2 top 8s. AMindJoke's best position so far has been 3rd. And people, I feel like if you're not following every single stream, you would think, man, AMindJoke has to have won a tournament. He plays so many, he gets so far usually, but no, not quite. But if we've seen anything this season, that a lot of these trainers that are grinding the circuit have won their first medal. The likes of Stonecollection, Arrow, for example. They play so many tournaments, they got their first gold this year, and AMindJoke wants to add his name into that list.
I think it's about time, right? AMindJoke has so much consistency. You can see that from his accolades, but there's so many medals he's able to take home, so many top cut finishes, but he is missing that elusive gold. Even a silver would be appreciated, but particularly in Turin, you want to go all the way if you're AMindJoke. Both of these trainers getting ready, however, because for one of them, at the end of this match, Jocks will be going home.
What a better place to write history than your own country, a few miles away from your own house, or kilometers since we're in Europe. But in the back of that Shadow Politoed, AMindJoke trusts. It's so safe into CingiaX team. I feel like it's the prime position for it to shine. Of course, Shadow Sableye also putting a ton of work for AMindJoke. Let's see if he can pilot them into a win here versus CingiaX, or if CingiaX will continue his dream season.
Let's get into it. Losers finals here. The last game of today's coverage. It's going to be the Tinkaton versus down against the Altaria.
And this is such a good play by AMindJoke. What a great prediction, because it's obviously very good into the Altaria as a Fairy type, into a Dragon type, but also Licky doesn't really want to face this Fairy Steel type because this Gigaton Hammer hurts.
Oh, and look at that. That's a big amount of damage into the Altaria. Not enough to pull it from the skies. However, it can still go for these Dragon Breaths. Even though they're doing negligible damage, this is the one that you want to go for. Trying to get this flamethrower down onto the Tinkaton. But no, AMindJoke can see it and goes for the shield.
AMindJoke reading that potentially CingiaX is weak to the Tinkaton in the back. So choosing to invest the protection in it. Goes for another Gigaton Hammer, not trusting that the Bulldoze would be enough to KO. Gets the KO here. Altaria did pull a protection, but Tinkaton is so healthy still.
Yeah, at the expense of a lot of energy, but as you said, the HP preservation has been masterful on AMindJoke's side. Now we're going to see the Politoed come in. Again, just going for these weather balls, but this one strong Empoleon isn't going to worry about this at all. The superstar that even scored for CingiaX is now in play to go for one of these drill packs in retaliation.
And this is very good for AMindJoke because it's thanks to both charge attacks being thrown, the switch cogs are being misaligned. That means this Tinkaton can potentially avoid the Empoleon into the end game. Here comes the Licky safe swap. Tried and true, being so reliable for so many trainers. Not before this weather ball comes through. It's going to put a nice chunk into its HP.
No need to worry about a shield at this point in time. You can just keep going for these rollouts, farming up a lot of energy, and now you've got this Shadow Ball in play. AMindJoke actually opting not to shield this.
And of course, he knows that the Tinkaton can now get a line into this Wiki. Of course, the chip damage made by the Politoed means that Gigaton Hammer range has been reached. Gigaton Hammer is already loaded, but he's choosing to overfarm as much as he can. Shadow Ball is going to come through, but AMindJoke knows that Tinkaton is so bulky that it can endure.
Yeah, Tinkaton really doesn't mind anything that this opposing Licky can throw its way. But we're going to see the switch come in here, the Empoleon in the position. But no, it's not going to be the Gigaton Hammer coming through. Instead, it's going to be this Bulldoze.
And I feel like that mud-shot damage from the Politoed added up so much. Look at that Bulldoze damage, even though it's a non-state type attack bonus move. It does a significant chunk into the Steel type. Here comes the Empoleon. Just before getting knocked out, gets up off a parting Hydro Cannon.
And the feisty little Furret is now in play for AMindJoke, going for these sucker punches, trying to get some knockouts. Looks like the Empoleon has gone down. It's now just the Licky you have to contend with.
Interesting here that AMindJoke chooses to go for the Swift. I think CingiaX sees the writing on the wall. He's trying to potentially concede this matchup because this Furret is so healthy. Here comes the Shadow Ball, recognizing that AMindJoke got him this time. AMindJoke is able to seal his place on the top 16 in his own country regional. Is it this time this weekend?
Furret is able to close it out with the Sucker Punch, and that secures AMindJoke into day 2 of the competition here in Turin.
Of course, AMindJoke bringing a side of relief because, honestly, you don't expect to face someone like CingiaX in the losers final. You're expecting him to face him maybe in the winner's semi, trying to get into that grand finals, that winners finals. But of course, that's how the bracket rolls sometimes. Here in Europe, the field is so stacked that sometimes your viewers back at home get to see some treats of matchups here in the losers finals on day number 1.
And look at that energy, the celebration, the joy. That's something that's infectious and is coming through to us behind the caster desk. Hopefully you viewers at home as well are able to soak up some of that energy because this truly means so much to our trainers. We're at the end of the 2026 season on the European roadmap. So in order to try and etch your name into the history books for this particular season of our level of events, there's only one event left, and so all these trainers want to be there.
Of course, this is the last regional level event here in Europe. Next week, we're going to have NAIC, the true last event where you can get championship points. I believe some of these trainers will travel across the pond to try to get their name in the history book, but for a lot of these trainers, this is their last opportunity to get themselves higher on that leaderboard and try to secure a qualification for the San Francisco World Championships.
And it is a difficult task, not only the qualification itself, but the fact that as we are in this forever forward meta that's brand new, a lot of trainers have had to adapt and innovate in a very short time frame, being able to test, identify different synergetic pairs, and then now having to showcase it here on this special championship stage.
Yeah, and of course here, CingiaX tried his best to take out this very interesting team comp by AMindJoke. I feel like he had some mold breakers, some Pokemon that were tried and true in the past, like that Furret that won a couple championships back early in the season. But of course, Politoed, it was first piloted by Dunebug, I believe, and Rarjeff earlier in seasons prior, and it's been having success both for him and for Palasha. So maybe Politoed is a water type to consider in the future.
And I mean, hey, if a trainer like Dunebug is utilizing it, I'm certainly going to sit up and take note of that Pokemon. But really, for me, AMindJoke coming in with so many great Pokemon that worked so well together. This Sableye, for example, was so ferocious with these Shadow Claws, particularly in the game 1, just being able to get the edge over the Licky. This was an endgame I don't think we saw coming.
That was so crazy because CingiaX he made this game so close. Maybe a difference of one turn could have made everything change, and we would say that CingiaX is making it today too, but this is a game of inches. Every tap counts, so you're not just tapping your screen, you're tapping it mindfully to try to get some wins here.
It's always interesting how little increments of damage maybe earlier on in the game can be what lands that windfall in the end. For me as well, this Altaria was such a superstar. Earlier in this game as well, we saw Altaria versus Altaria, but right in the end game here, the Sky attacks coming down, getting that damage on the board was just so well placed. As well, this Tinkaton, this was a really nice adaptation for AMindJoke.
That was such a great read. He realized that CingiaX was relying so much on that Altaria Licky core, and what else than the bulky Fairy Steel type with access to pretty much a delete button, that Gigaton Hammer. It's proven so clutch, did such massive damage on the Altaria, and of course that shield investment early on, sniffing out that there's something weak to that Tinkaton in the back if you're staying in with Altaria, proved to be key in this matchup. Even versus Ampollini, it did get lined up. Bulldoze did so much damage.
You're right though, you can get a sense for how an opponent is playing, about whether they have a weakness to your line or not. Little Furret, however, coming in the end game here, going for these adorable little sucker punches as it does a twirl of victory, a celebration worthy of its trainer itself to advance into day 2 of the competition.
You can see how much this means to these trainers, and AMindJoke has such a great array of accolades, and it still means so much for him to make it to day number 2 once again. So this might be not the end of his story. Maybe he's trying to write himself as the Torino Special Event Champion.
I mean, that's the thing, we're only halfway through the competition. Although day 1 might be coming to a close, day 2 is set to be an absolute incredible showcase of competitive Pokemon play. We've been able to take so many nice insights into the Forever Forwards meta with a lot of the new faces. I have to say, as much as I've seen the Ninetales on teams, I haven't seen it out in the battles as much as I would like. Are there any other Pokemon that you're maybe still waiting to see come through from this new meta?
I mean, we did mention Seismitoad and Starmie Shadow that didn't really make an appearance, and unfortunately won't make it today too. But I want Sylveon. Sylveon is so cool. Where's Sylveon?
I mean, Sylveon has such a cool range of moves in this particular meta as well. I mean, what's the whole thing where it can only be walled by a Dark type now?
Yeah, exactly. It's a Fairy type that its entire moveset only gets walled by Dark type. Who in their right set of mind is gonna put a Dark type into the Sylveon? It's so flexible. But of course, trainers are gonna argue, man, I'm just gonna throw Licky into it. You ain't gonna throw Shadow Ball. Side Shocks are non-safe type attack bonus. They won't add as much. Maybe not the meta for Sylveon this weekend in particular, but for NAIC, it will be quite interesting because it resists Sucker Punch, which is going to be a vital fast attack from the Kecleon, who got updated in this moveset as well. It's going to be a major part in the NAIC meta. And of course, you have Shadow Ball coverage for the likes of Grumpig and Hypno that's going to be prevalent in that meta. So maybe not this weekend, but I expect to see some Sylveon down the line.
Well, I definitely want to catch up with our fellow casters and discuss all the incredible action that we have seen today. So while we go find and round them up, I think it's also important to note not only is this a very special tournament, but this year is an incredibly special event for competitive Pokemon and Pokemon itself. It's its 30th anniversary.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
There's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es ArceusAurelius.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So what's your favorite?
And as we wind up the day, I believe the temperature has been rising here in Italy. And not only here in Italy, the temperature has been rising, but the battles have been hot as well. My favorite moment for this day was how many new Italian faces we've seen. What were some of yours, guys?
Honestly, for me, being able to see, like you say, all the new faces, but the veterans of the competition really making their mark in a brand new meta where we're looking for inspiration, we're looking for our foothold into what new Pokemon are maybe to be taken note of and to be tried and tested. It's been really inspirational, and I've certainly been taking notes.
I'm just really excited at so many new Pokemon that we're getting to see in this format. And honestly, this Forever Forward season really is proving to be one of the most flexible metas so far. I'd love to see some of these Pokemon at the World Championships later this summer.
And I like it when consistencies keep also the persistence of players. AMindJokes pop off just in that last game, breaking the curse this season. Not a single day 2 for such a highly decorated player. Ooh. Now finally getting it in the last tournament in his home country. That's a beautiful story, isn't it?
That's so inspirational. And of course, we want to see what trainers ran during this tournament for day 1. What are some of the picks that we were expecting? Of course, Licky still on top of the stands, but some new faces here.
Yeah, we have the Shadow Saber with a stunning performance, but of course, on number 2, the Kanto Ninetales. Even though we haven't seen too much play of it, it was on almost every single team. And then also in top 12, the Fearow.
Well, I was just saying this to Jocks. We saw a lot of the Ninetales, you know, on the roster, but we didn't see it in play as much. And you stole my line there, Leo. I was going to say Fearow might be on the graphic, but where was it on the broadcast?
But of course, talking about the Ninetales, that it seemed it was everywhere, but I'm kind of interested what Pokemon outperformed the usage and maybe were some of the niche picks that trainers needed to get away into that day number 2. Ooh. And we see Altaria as the number 1 pick for
that is exactly what we've been trying to talk about all day, is the flexibility of Pokemon like Altaria actually overtaking Licky in top usage. And you also see that Seaking 31% usage for a Pokemon that we felt was superb day 1 here in Turin.
I know a king when I see one, right?
Of course, Kings are the trainers that did indeed make it into day number 2. They piloted some of these picks to perfection. Some of the matchup for them, for me, my favorite specifically was that Primeape. Shadow Primeape in the lead for Stonecollection, put in so much work. If there's no fast move pressure on that thing, woof, it gets away with games.
I also love the safe swap that Chris abused with the Primeape. It was so safe. I think that was the non-Shadow one, the only one of the multiple ones that we have in this tournament now for day 2. That was sublime.
Yeah, let's see what some of the pairings that we're gonna see for day number 2. Of course, Patamon versus Skyfia. That has to be exciting. What are some of your favorite ones?
I mean, you've already said it. I saw Patamon at the top there, and I'm like, I think we've only had him on broadcast once today, right? That's got to be a record for how little we've been able to showcase him before. I'm ready for some Patamon action tomorrow, but his opponent going to be a formidable threat as well.
And we also have a couple of regional champions still in the mix. We've got Nesabethan, he's up against Fjantiga, and Stonecollection takes on ANIcorXIII. I actually believe those two are rooming together this weekend, so a typical opportunity to prep. Guess who their third roommate is? It's Calfia.
No!
So yeah, I feel like that's gonna be really hard to prep for that. Of course, Filbeg trying to make his dream run of Bologna last year continue in Italian soil, is still undefeated in the regional scene. So excited to see how he hangs on versus Chris, who has been one of the best trainers in this season. Of course, in the lower bracket, some familiar names as well.
Yes, we have Paulasha, another champion. We have ArceusAurelius, who just spontaneously came to Turin, flew in yesterday night, and is gonna stay for another because he made day 2 AMindJoke as well, just popping off there.
Looks like it's not just familiar faces, a few players with their first ever day 2, and as some of them are on their debut tournaments as well. We saw Cingia, and we've also got Andy as well, who both played really, really impressively here in Turin.
And Andy, I think that he had a brutal bracket because he had to face Celio on stream, and then Patamon, and then he had to face also Italian trainer SirCoghez, probably a local of his. So that was a very great run. Of course, his debut tournament, we obviously, some of you that play GBL maybe have seen Andy before, is a household name in the GBL scene, but glad to see him showcase his prowess in the Show 16. And of course, we're going to be here bright and early. So you want to get some good night's rest because there's going to be some fiery battles. Of course, at 9:20 a.m. Central European Summer Time. And if you're on the other side of the pond, I think this is even on the Saturday before? No, the early Sunday, perhaps. Yeah, it's going to be on Pacific time after midnight. So if you want to stay awake, maybe you're having some zoomies, you want to stay around and watch some Pokemon Go action. And of course, also, we already mentioned during the broadcast, but I feel like this is the last championship series that we can get championship for here in Europe, but you can expect some trainers here to go into the NAIC later down this week.
It's actually wild to think we started the season in Frankfurt and now we have so many grayed out locations on this roadmap. We're here, as you said, in the final event on the 2026 European side of things, but just around the corner is the final international championship with the North American Internationals in New Orleans. Finally then, on the end of the 2026 season, that's the World Championships.
And if you missed the NAIC preview show, definitely watch the rerun that happened yesterday. That was a great opportunity to chat to some of the experts, as well as some of the players that we'll be seeing next weekend.
Yeah, who was the expert for Go again?
Was it an expert?
Was it an expert? Managed to cheese my way onto the NAIC preview show, but we had some great conversations. We interviewed Rise. We talk about the new meta that we're going to see in NAIC. Obviously, forever forward here in Turin, but it's a limited meta, brand new limited meta next weekend. And we've got some big players, European players that we'll be supporting as they compete.
And of course, not only NAIC is going to be excited, also the Chicago Go Fest stream is going to be this weekend as well, right after we finish on Sunday. So if you get to heat yourself up with some fiery battles, and then of course you get to chill, watch some cozy PvE gameplay, of course. Also, if you want to watch some Pokemon Black and White, you get to do it. That and also some preparation for NAIC as we get the preview or the rerun that you mentioned. You get to see Farid once again.
And of course, Thursday you can watch the anime a little bit more, but then the action goes down at the NAIC live from New Orleans.
And of course, if you want to get notifications for when this content pops up, because you don't want to keep refreshing your Twitch, even though maybe you should be doing that because it's pretty good content, you can follow the channels. Go to YouTube at Play Pokemon or at Twitch at Pokemon Go. You get to follow that and get notifications when new content is coming around. And of course, if you want to know more details about all these events that we're in, maybe know when Leo is going to be shoutcasting us because we all want to see some more Leo, go to Pokemon.com/broadcast to get all the information. Guys, before we let them go, any final thoughts? Anything that you're going to leave?
I just think if you're not here tomorrow for the broadcast, where are you going to be? Because the action has been so incredible today. You know tomorrow is going to be even better. To start dipping our toe into a new meta, I think it's going to be a full splash tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got some beautiful weather outside. I'm looking forward to getting some sun. I know our players that are competing tomorrow will be looking to rest up, will be looking to practice, because this new meta is brand new for all of us. I'm really excited to see who shines most tomorrow.
I mean, today was already fantastic, but I fear that we're still seeking for a Turin Special Champion, so that's going to happen tomorrow.
It's going to be here all weekend, folks. And if you missed any of the action, check some of the reels of the best moments from today, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Catch you soon. Take care.